It's not always like that, but hidden between the 25th and 29th islands is the sage sticks. The clue is what Kraugle said. The presence of sticks on the middle islands means that the core content of the quest on the Bihan archipelago is not simple. If so, then what is on the last island of this Bihan archipelago, on island 66? Yes. And this so-called trial point, those who enter this island are required to be called trial people as well. From how to get to the eastern continent to the truth about the final island, no matter what it is, if you don't meet the stick sage, you can't know how to do it. So I have to get past these fish people first. Then Grid shouted that it's still far away. One must know that the biggest gap that Grid felt in the fight with Kraugle was combat experience. It was the motivation for him to go beyond the wall. Make a bold move. Suddenly a blue-haired girl shouted, "Grid, it's over." Noe seemed angry. Did he dare to let the great beast of hell transport these iron plates? Dine Yang, that master, Noe said as he flew in the air helping move the iron plates. Maybe Grid didn't realize it, but he was able to overcome the island because he knew how to fully utilize his talents. A false stone like him must not realize it until he goes out into the world. Use coke as a reducing agent and remove impurities from limestone to get a pure substance. Similarly, the catalyst is experience that has helped him improve himself more and more. After Noah took out all the iron plates to cover the ponds that provided magic power to the lizard people, it seemed like they had lost all their strength. Grid took the opportunity to rush forward. The next islands are also full of things to do, so let's end here. At the same time, activate Pagma sword technique, super combo then like a whirlwind sweeping away the monsters. Experience is a kind of growth fertilizer that helps me train myself, so this is the joy of using your mind when fighting. Like the constant heat radiating from the smithy, the joy of growing up urged his steps. After a while of tiring, Grid stepped forward, just as I expected, that until the 19th island were all battles of physical attrition. And so the 20th island looks normal at first glance, with new experiences is the beginning on the road towards the eastern continent and the holy land of the sage. Must know that the biggest gap that Grid felt in the fight with Kraugle was combat experience. Grid continues to advance to the 20th island. This island at first glance has a sandy beach, mountains and lots of trees. Grid looked tired, both hands resting on his knees, breathing heavily. From the 11th island onwards, he continuously fought in raid style, so both time and physical strength were consumed. I passed through 19 islands, losing 45 hours. If calculated in real time, it would take 15 hours. How tiring. I also reached level 306. The mission here also has no time limit, so it's best not to take unnecessary risks. Just come here today. Then suddenly he seemed wondering, what's going on? It was only noon when I came in here. It suddenly got dark. The sun has been obscured. Then the sun was suddenly obscured by something. From that shadow blocking the sun, many red eyes suddenly appeared. Grid looked apprehensive. What is this? What is that disgusting sphere? Such pressure that even someone like me who is immune to adverse status effects can feel the threat. Entering the 20th island, Grid's task is to avoid the moon's gaze. The reward is 120 challenge points. The mission will start in 30 minutes. Grid was stunned. Moon prison? Do you mean the moon in hell? Last time I went to see hell, it was no different from the human world, but the moon has that strange shape. To complete the mission, I first have to observe that annoying thing. Grid's eyes looked at the moon prison with hatred. Suddenly a notification appeared. The support fairy appeared. Support, this system has never existed before. Unexpected Grid. The supporting fairy with her hands clasped together. Friendly expression. Hello challenger, I am Beanie. The fairy representing love and justice will help the challenger at the request of Sage Sticks. Grid suddenly took a step back, looking suspicious and scared. Little fairy, no but wait, you said Sticks help with fake challenges. The support fairy flies to the Grid. Yes, Mr. Sticks is waiting for someone who is wise and excellent enough to complete the challenge in this archipelago. Grid doubts life, waiting to complete the challenge of all the islands. Isn't it Sticks who prepared the challenge mission on each island with the mission? Then who did it? All these challenges. What does the final island have? The support fairy flew closer to Grid and explained, from the beginning the islands have been like this, so I don't know for sure. As for the last island, Please ask Mr. Sticks when you meet him. Grid doubted. I'm afraid. Aren't you a support fairy? Why don't you know anything? But it took me 20 islands for you to appear. Support fairy, I only help fake challenges that have reached the 20th island, but ordinary people are exempted. How can I help everyone? Right, but I will definitely help you from here there. First of all, the focus here is to avoid the eyes of the moon hell. According to legend, it can see everywhere and everything with its 66,666 eyes. The moon prison is hostile to all living creatures in motion. However, all eyes will close every 5 seconds, so at that time just need to slowly go to the opposite side of the island little by little. Grid grabbed the support spirit and shook it back and forth, screaming, "Is this really support? Are you kidding? What should you do if a monster appears while stopping? Besides, if you move every 5 steps on an island this big, it would take at least a few weeks, right? But that's the only way you can pass this test," the support fairy replied. Grid was miserable. I had to maintain patience and concentration for several weeks, but how could Kraugle reach the 30th island? He was dumbfounded. Oh wait. Does moon hell have other senses besides sight? Fear support pixie. No, I've never heard of that. Grid is satisfied. That's the idea, right? Then I can rest comfortably and come back. If I support, I should say this first. Then Grid executes the command to log out of the satisfy game. Return to the apartment building where Shin Youngwoo, i.e., Grid, lives in reality. C asked Shin Youngwoo, "Bro, the construction company called me. They said it was the first time they saw someone not caring about their building like that," but he calmly replied, "C, you must have entrusted it to a decent company, or C, you and your parents should go over there and see what happens." C worried, "Are you planning on playing the game again? Haven't you been able to sleep much? That guy named Kraugle is really talented. You beat someone like that, so why bother anymore?" Shin Youngwoo's face was calm and calm. His footprints were right in front of his eyes. How could a challenge like him be able to rest? Supreme is such an attractive flavor to pursue. C blushed. "I've changed. You're different from before, my brother. If it was like before, he would have gotten angry when talking about property." Back inside the world-famous game Satisfy, blessed people, even if they disappear for a while, will soon return. Sticks observed the Grid. It's been a while since we've seen a person cross the 20th island. However, moving every 5 seconds while avoiding monsters is almost impossible. Even so, he is also someone who constantly surprises me by coming here and doing unimaginable actions. First, I need to take some temporary heart medicine. You should not expect from the beginning and then be disappointed. If you are disappointed again, it will be very difficult to endure. Grid looked confident. The mission will begin soon. You go to the exit first. What? Am I alone? What are you planning to do? The spirit replied. Grid continued to be proud. If the only thing that the moon could boast about were those many eyeballs, then, we just need to be careful of the monsters and then walk would be enough. Grid then became completely invisible, causing the little elf to panic. Stick, who was watching, suddenly had a heart attack. Disappeared, not temporarily hidden but perfectly invisible. It's so obvious. It's a legendary treasure. There are only 2 left, made by the legendary Taylor Kruger. How did he get the invisibility cloak? The information is that the cloak is a 3-bearded trash cloak, top class, movement speed increased by 30%, wind resistance reduced by 20%, where Grid it walked proudly among the monsters. The scenery was beautiful, a mythical cloak designed by a legendary blacksmith. However, its appearance was different from the normal appearance of a cloak. Thanks to its use, the scale of the wind goddess Sylph is a material that is compatible with the wind and increases movement speed. You can hide yourself while wearing it, but the stealth feature will be destroyed when you attack the enemy. That's right, is the boy born to conquer the Bihan archipelago. Stick bowed his knees. Now my heart is not the problem. Today is the day I've been waiting for so long. No matter how much I endure, I must meet him. That boy, if it's him, of course I can. After a comfortable, relaxing walk, the Grid entered the 21st island. This island was surrounded in fog. Grid wondered, what was this fog? Even with his observation ability he still couldn't see anything ahead. Looking at it, it seemed like it was daytime. It looks a bit new, but, thanks to my items, I managed to overcome it. It's true that there are no easy islands, Kraugle is truly a monster when he reaches the 30th island with only a normal class job. Either way, that support fairy has gone somewhere. You seem to have bumped into something. The support fairy appeared. I thought you lost your way, but you found it here. Fake challenge. You're so lucky to have landed on a foggy island. Yes, you just need to go through this island, because this is where the challenge store is located. Grid thought and said, so this place is to use the challenge points you get. Fairy, yes, because the probability of appearing in the store is random. If you are lucky, you can meet this island sooner, but also some people can't meet it even on the 30th island. Grid was bewildered. It's Kraugle, that brat. He competes with me even in the smallest things. The little fairy interrupted Grid's thoughts. If you want to buy something, hurry up. This store is only open for 5 minutes. There are 4 main types of products sold here. There are scrolls that teleport to the Eastern continent, elixirs, many rare job change books, and even top-class skill books. Among these, scrolls that teleport to the Eastern continent has the lowest value, but fake challenges here buy it the most. However, if you meet Mr. Sticks, you can get it for free. The East Continent teleport scroll can be moved to the beginner village Pangea on the East Continent, costing 50 challenge points. Grid, Kraugle who reached the 30th island received the scroll from the Star Stick Sage. The support fairy looked half-heartedly regretful. Yes, but besides him, the remaining 6 fake challengers found a store early so they stopped challenging. What cowards, but Grid thought it was wise. Be good, after all, 7 players have reached the Eastern Continent. Elixir is a medicine that permanently increases stat points by 10 points and costs 250 challenge points. You were surprised. Wow, the elixir is really cheap. It must cost millions of gold coins out there. My challenge point is that 901 can buy 3 bottles, right? So it's not cheap at all. The income point from the 10th island is only about 150, so they can't buy them. So next are the rare hidden job change books. The rare lightning sword swordsman job change book. This is a job change book that allows you to change into a lightning sword for 1000 challenge points. Next is the rare mage explosion job changing book. This is a job changing book that allows you to become an explosive mage, costing 1000 challenge points. Grid thinks that now everyone knows that there is only a small gap between common occupations that change positions 3 times and rare hidden occupations. If it were 1 year ago, they would be worth billions of dong. But now the value of these occupations as rarity has decreased significantly. The skill book has epic skills that most players crave, but it's just a waste of points for me because I already have legendary skills. The Aura Festival book I got from the knight for the previous Pluton Defender was also useless and didn't bother to study. Suddenly Grid was surprised. Hee. When seeing the Weapon Mastery book, normal class, passive class, get weapon mastery skill, costs 6000 challenge points. Then there is the image of a white book that stands out among the other books. The pinnacle of the mastery skill system helps increase the attack power and accuracy of any weapon. Although it is a normal skill, only combat professions can possess it. Grid thought to himself that he could use any weapon, but it would be very limited for a blacksmith who doesn't specialize in combat like him, so he doesn't have any weapon proficiency skills. This could be the final step to overcome that limit. A skill that no matter how hard I try, I can't get it, and yet here I want it. Then Grid got angry unexpectedly. a.k.a. 6000 skill points, why are ordinary skills so expensive? The little fairy explained that passive skills are inherently very expensive, but weapon proficiency is extremely expensive, which you don't know, who knows? Grid already didn't have enough points. Gritted his teeth. Damn it, the store will soon close. Then he said, this store, if we miss it now, we won't be able to use it again. The little fairy smiled and explained while Grid held a frown. No, the Mist Island appears randomly and may appear again in the future, but nothing is certain. Grid raised his eyebrows. So we have to keep going. Let's hurry to the next island. The goal is 6000 points. The supporting fairy looked happy and said, oh, are you planning on giving up the scroll and continuing the challenge? As expected, the courage of a fake challenge to go this far is truly unprecedented. Beanie feels real surprised. Now I know that the fairy's name is Beanie. Grid and continued to rush forward. I should have received that scroll for free from that guy. My points are very valuable. The support fairy explained to Grid that from now until the 25th island, it would be a battle of time. Then he continued with anticipation for Grid. hoping he could overcome all those challenges. Grid is determined that no matter what island it is, we will collect all the points there, then tell Beanie, who is also my support person, to show me the way. Noe, Randy and the Western gods were all summoned. The opponent's footsteps were momentarily abandoned by the instincts of a man blinded by desire. The desire to grow, perhaps that was the pure strength of that boy. Just like that, 4 days have passed. On the 25th island, under a tree that is probably a coconut tree, there is a person wearing a fluttering cloak standing on a small island. Styx thinks a man who is a descendant of Pagma and controls the strongest demonic beast in hell. I never thought I would meet such a mysterious person after a long time. I waited for that person for 5 hours to meet him. I couldn't just look at the tracking stone, so I had to go out and wait for him. Just thinking about it was interesting. Suddenly a person rushed up from the water, holding a sword in his hand. It turned out to be Grid. He shouted with a scary face, "Give me points, you bastard." The support fairy cried out with a worried face, "Mr. Styx," made the Grid suddenly stop. Then the person with a history of heart disease foamed at the mouth and fell down. Grid blamed the support fairy for not saying anything sooner. Styx can still speak after falling. "If it's you, Hall of Fame, tainted, it's time." The system announced that a mission has been created. Please save Styx. This mission is a hidden mission. Styx's heart attack became severe after watching your incredible performance. Fortunately, it can still be treated. Take care of Styx after learning how to make medicine from him. The acceptance reward is to receive the magical medicine formula of the fairies. The success reward, favor with Styx, will be increased to the maximum. If it fails, the Styx will die. While Grid was dumbfounded, the system asks if you agree to accept the task. Grid looked at Styx and thought, "Fairy." After Styx fell, the little fairy supported he be asking for help from Grid. Fate challenge, quickly save Mr. Styx. Meanwhile, Grid was kneeling in front of Styx lying on the ground, panicking. He said, "I will kill him. What about him? Hey, if you want to live, tell me how to prepare medicine for me quickly." Styx, due to a heart attack, kept lying on the ground and breathing heavily while Grid was in a panic because of the mission. Damn, his condition was so serious that he couldn't say anything. The potions didn't seem to be effective either. Grid thought to himself, "The first fairy I met was such a skinny guy, but this is a hidden mission. I must save him." He seems to use some skill. Character observation, Styx name, age 881, male gender, fairy race, sage profession, level 401. Currently the overall condition is in a state of decline. Strength 403, physical strength 880, agility 1201, intelligence 1930, wisdom 2876, charm 2490, detailed skills, archery B, social science B, technology B, medicine B, humanities B, art S, magic S, natural science S, spiritualism S+, learning SS, education SS. Styx has the title of Fading Star, is a benevolent person. He is intelligent and has extensive knowledge, but because he was isolated from the outside world for a long time, his knowledge became outdated. Even though he had a noble and immortal bloodline, in the process of protecting the world tree, he encountered the wrath of the ravenous dragon and fell ill. Grid wondered and asked the support fairy, if it was a world question, wouldn't it be in the forest of the fairies? Could it be that Mr. Styx is here for that reason? The support fairy quickly responded, yes, he's here to cure the disease he contracted from that dragon. Since coming to this place, Mr. Styx has only drank water from those green coconuts. It seems like that. I'm not sure if it's a medicine, but maybe it will prevent the disease from becoming serious. Then Grid frantically picked up the green coconut and said, "Hey, it's this, right? What should I say? What should I do?" "What, is the coconut mixed with the leaves of the world tree? Where can I find those leaves?" "Mr. Styx kept some of those leaves. Let me get them for you," the support fairy replied. Then Hebe gave Grid some leaves that seemed to be leaves of the world tree and told him, "This is the world tree." The notification system received 6 world tree leaves. The leaves of the world tree are described as containing the aura of the world tree. It will not wither even for hundreds of years. Grid held it and wondered if it was okay to mix this in here. Too easily, the system notifies that it has successfully prepared the elixir of the elf. and has learned how to prepare the elixir of the elf. The elixir of the elf has the effect of instantly recovering all abnormal conditions. Although effective, it's great, but the preparation is very simple, so anyone can do it. Grid was dumbfounded. While giving Styx the elixir, he thought, how to recover all abnormal conditions. How easy it would be to have this when fighting elfin stone. But the problem is how to get it. Get the leaves of the world tree and the green coconut. Interrupted the system, announcing that Styx had been successfully given first aid. Then Styx sat up as if they had never been separated before, gasping, "Thank you. Thanks to you I was able to overcome the critical situation." According to the system, the fairies will absolutely not forget this favor. Styx will definitely maintain sympathy for the life-saving benefactor. After overcoming the critical situation, Styx stood up and reintroduced himself. "I am Styx. May I ask your benefactor's name?" Grid looked at the revived Styx and thought his blood color had returned, then saw that even though he was a guy, he was so handsome that Jishuka or Yura could hardly compete with him. So this was the appearance of the fairies. Then he gently replied to Grid. Then the Styx rushed forward. He was Pagma's descendant, causing Grid to freeze for a moment. Styx continues, "I've been watching him through his crystal ball, his swordsmanship and all kinds of artifacts, and his excellent blacksmithing skills. When I put together his characteristics, I can't think of a character, any other." Grid said with recognition, "What a sage. What's more, when he fell down he mentioned what the tainted Hall of Fame was." Sage Styx explained, "Originally the name of this Bihan archipelago was called as the Hall of Fame. And it was fate that he arrived here. Then the legendary Job Hall of Fame quest was created. The Hall of Fame quest has been transformed into, the Hall of Fame is tainted, hidden. The Hall of Fame is a sacred place to honor the great careers of legends from the past to the present. And is a place to inherit the power of previous legends, to pass on to contemporary legends." The scene suddenly changed to a certain desert where Jishuka's party and everyone were striding. One person said, "The leveling up is relatively okay. The results are not bad. At this point, it can be considered that the Vampire City is the biggest resource of the guild using good items. Truly a good hunting ground. The levels of Yura, Heroi and Extreme Swords have also increased a lot, so the rankings also change every day. Without the Vampire Ring, everyone will definitely be defeated because they cannot recover vitality." Han said that for the past 2 wins we've only been in the Vampire City, and we've been continuously wandering from the 10th to the 15th city without a boss anymore. It's so boring that we should move to another city. Heroi suddenly said, "Have you forgotten the Lord's warning? You told me not to be foolish and expand the area because you might encounter a vampire named Marie Rose." The sword said, "I also agree with Heroi. It's not wise to bet without a grid here. Vantner is cocky. What nonsense. No matter how dangerous the enemy is, we still have to fight to gain more experience." Pan is like Vantner said, "This is true. We are now strong enough to face dealing with a boss the size of an elfin stone." Jishuka turned around and said, "It's not like we forgot Grid's warning. I also understand what you're worried about, but most of the people present have already witnessed Grid defeating Krogel. He is growing incredibly, his strength is now beyond measure, so isn't it natural that we want to grow by taking on new challenges, can compete with Grid in future battles?" Then Yura walked over and said to Heroi, "I also agree with that idea, Heroi. I believe in the time we spent together without Grid. If we turn each person's strength into the strength of the whole, it will be good for the Grid in the end, right?" Heroi hummed lightly, "If it was for the sake of the Lord, I would have no right to refuse." Jishuka stomped his foot and said, "Okay, so there are no more disagreements. Vampire expedition, starting from the 9th city, let's do our best." Returning to the side of the Grid, he completed the 29th Archipelago challenge. Save point activated. When you enter the Bihan Archipelago next time you will start from the 29th island. Styx was surprised. I really didn't know he would pass Island 29 this quickly. However, Grid turned around and calmly said, "It's not that difficult. Putting that aside, let's talk more about the inheritance just now." Styx was silent. Although this place only appeared about 200 years ago, this Bihan Archipelago was once an extremely sacred and beautiful place. The surrounding islands are filled with stone stele praising the legends of generations, while the large mystical islands in the center exist as a holy land for the legends of that time, when I came here about 97 years ago looking for green coconuts. Then it has been changed by someone, and this place is full of challenges, to the point that due to those challenges, the inheritance between previous and contemporary legends cannot be done simply anymore. If I can't inherit the power passed down from the legends of previous generations, then the current legends will only be half-hearted. Therefore, in order to find a way to purify this place, I have always stayed on this archipelago. Grid hummed lightly, as a legend I really appreciate what you did, but I don't know why someone like you who isn't even a legend had to sacrifice like that. Styx with a dark expression half answered, the power of legends is necessary to maintain the order of the world. In order for that important value not to be lost, someone must stand up to protect it. I thought that if I reached the last island, I would know things like who destroyed the hall, but anyone who came here was stopped and discouraged by the 30th island. It wasn't until you met me that I thought, maybe the previous failures were waiting for you to overcome today. This land is where the world order connects the past, present and future, waiting for a hero to come to help and purify the world. Do you want to accompany me on this journey, or not? After considering the Styx stats such as skill strength, Grid thinks that among the Styx skills, learning and education will be a very good motivation for the Lord and Raiden's talents. There would be nothing better than a talented person like this. If I became a servant, I decided as soon as I confirmed his abilities. But more than that, my beloved Lord and Irene, my closest friends, and even the other NPCs, if the world order where the people I cherish are threatened, I will no longer be able to live. Any other choice? Then you said, anyway, you mean I have to cross Island 30 to save everyone? Okay, let's go through this challenging path together. Then you went straight in 30th Island. After you entered the island, your level dropped to 1. He panicked. What is this? All the equipment has disappeared. Level 1. This is the reason why I can't get through this place. Because of that curse I can't use my full strength. Stick interjected, the 30th island, Nightmare, this is the island that recreates the biggest challenge the challenger has ever experienced. In my case, I faced the dragon ravenous raiders, who cursed me to this state. The difficulties then repeated endlessly and I was unable to take even one step further from at that time. Now what he must overcome is the memory of the most painful and desperate trial, recreating the most desperate trial. So isn't there something wrong? My biggest challenge is finding Pagma's rare book. Why is it level 1? On the other side besides Satisfy, Lim Chulho said, there must be Piero's intervention. Could it be that Kraugle challenged the current strongest person, Piero, to carry out the mission? What an admirable spirit of challenge. Then he took a sip of water and thought, anyway, that Piero character, I didn't think he could grow that much. Surpassing level 400 is surprising. But there was something else that surprised me. It wasn't one of the 9 legendary jobs passed down, but he created a completely new legendary job, which was originally the character I had prepared, as a key to the chapter linking Queen Marie, the third prince and the factions, a development that is completely contrary to the original plan. He solved the previous NPC's problems of hatred, revenge, and lived like a servant. I never had that intention. That was clearly Grid's intention. The machine informed Lim Cheo El Ho, please report the main progress. Mission SH-100B7 has been activated. Lim Chul coughed unexpectedly. The quest that when the player with the legendary job reached the 25th island, the Behen archipelago was tainted, was carried out. Just like that, at the present time, legendary jobs only have Grid and Yura. Isn't Yura's level still very low? The system replied, yes, the one who activated the quest was Grid, making Lim Chulho surprised. He said, but unfortunately from the 30th island, it's not about the power of the item but rather the focus on pure controllability. Half a year later, maybe he'll be able to overcome it, right? With current strength, it is absolutely impossible to cross the archipelago. Without waiting for Lim Chul to finish coughing, the system announced that the probability of Grid completing task SH-100B7 was 88,19%. Lim Chul coughed in surprise. He wondered why. Lim Chulho's system did not detect an error. The last statistics are based on the level activity stage according to the Grid player's level. Returning to the image of Asmophil, he asked the girl. She said that while he wasn't paying attention, he caught the petal rabbit in the garden. The girl said yes. The image of Grid as a child holding a wooden sword made someone say, Asmophil, That thing doesn't seem to be good for Lord's education. Would it be better if we throw it away? He replied, I will try to tell my brother. Then displayed here is a complete record of the object that caused the most deaths to the grid, the level 2 petal rabbit, causing 253 deaths with a probability of 92,295%. Level 3 dew-covered pensioners die 267 times with a probability of 96,614%. The stage where grid players die the most is the new player's starting city, which is the starting hill, the Patreon's level 1 hunting ground. Styx shouted, there's no way it's like that. It seems like the 30th Archipelago's challenge had a big mistake. The challenge of a hero like him is a quiet grassland. Grid is scared. Shut up, please. The challenge difficulty of grid players is extremely low compared to other players. Start with system completion condition, 3-level increase, 500 challenge point reward. Then we briefly see Grid's footsteps running towards us. On the 30th island, recreate 100% of the space in the situation where you died the most, overcome the challenge and surpass your previous self. Grid holds a wooden sword and rushes forward, a.k.a. But then he missed the rabbit with the flower on its head. He was angry, damn, he's so slow, what's wrong, this body is as slow as a turtle. He was reset to beginner job, level 1, health 123, mana 15, strength 6, stamina 7, agility 4, intelligence 5, skills none. Grid thought, it's not just a matter of my body, my title and profession have been recreated, also equipment like shirts and wooden swords for new players, even the items I tried to no matter how hard I tried to collect it, I couldn't use it. Because I was so ashamed, I sealed that memory, but they opened the coffin to pull it out. Little Fairy Hebe wondered, there is no way this place with only rabbits and deer could be the testing place for Pagma's descendants. Styx doubted, could it be that this is a forest with a hidden boss dragon? If so, then it fits Lee. Behind Grid is the Styx sage with his support fairy talking. Is it really possible to be killed by a rabbit? That is also something that no one in previous legends has been able to do. Sage Styx explain, it's not a myth but a shame. Bin, there's no way it could be like that. Grid is bitter, those two really are. Grid angrily and embarrassedly rushed forward with the thought of explaining, damn, it was because at the beginning of the game I couldn't adapt to the virtual reality game so my limbs were clumsy, or maybe they want me to meet and admire those terrible people like nightmares who have brought me to hell with magic or dark powers. After that, the rabbit jumped up and down and suddenly rushed into the grid, whoosh, it hit me, I don't know if it's because its stats dropped, but why do I feel like this rabbit is faster? Grid thought to himself. Then he was surprised again. Wait, I blocked the attack but I didn't react at all when I was level 1, how did I do that? Skills and stats are exactly the same as before, so the only ability is memory. The memory of the body that had gone through countless battles to reach level 300, had awakened this slow body. It's obvious, with strength or agility 4, I can't react like that, I hit its weak point. What is binding my body now is the shell of level 1. The reflexes that make the body move are the same. Then hundreds of deer and rabbits began to rush up. Grid thought, they were fighting together. If it was the old me, my mind would be blank and I would die, but now I can clearly see their movements. Move your legs back to widen the distance, then use force to counterattack. After Grid attacked the deer, the system announced that the petal rabbit had been defeated and received 5 experience points, defeated the deer, received 7 experience points. Level has increased, gain 10 stat points, he thought, okay, first you have to increase your agility to 10, the rest you have to rely on strength. Even though this body in the past couldn't keep up with my reactions, if I use the memories of the present, it can still be used. Once my body becomes stiff, I feel like a memory, the memory has moved and awakened the nerves. If I move at this level, it probably won't be enough, but I'll probably be able to use the series of moves. The joints and muscles are being used skillfully, no matter how they attack or how they coordinate. I can feel it, the notification system has defeated the petal rabbit, receiving 5 points, experience points, defeated the deer, received 7 experience points. I feel a strong solidity like every fiber in my body is being filled. Grid thought, this is the stick mentioned, the awakening inherited from previous legends. Then the system notifies me, I have reached level 3, the mission is successful, I am a legend. Grid thought proudly. On one side, Styx looked doubtful about life. The only one of the 9 legendaries whose challenge is a level 1 hunting ground. After that, the system announced that 500 challenge points had been received, the level had returned to normal, the grid was calm. Oh, it's back. Too clearly, the inheritance process that Styx talked about is self-assessment. If so, then I must not miss even a reminder of the memories that have helped me develop into what I am today. Styx walked up to ask Grid, "Hey Grid is a descendant of Pagma, is that true? Although it's a bit insulting, but compared to other legends I know, this is too challenging." Grid sighed, he realized it, of course it's different, I know that better than anyone. Then he said clearly, without any justification, I am an incompetent and stupid person, I am always inferior to others, and I always have to go through challenges that others have never had to go through. A person like that, shouldn't he be a legend? Sage Grid and Fairy Hebe froze, truly different from the usual legends, but I don't see a single bit of inferiority in his eyes. He said that coming here with his strength was still lacking. A weak and incompetent person finally entered the Hall of Legends through his own efforts, perhaps because he came late, he became more solid. Then Styx replied to Grid, "No, don't worry, let's go to the next island." Then a door appeared. Entered the 31st island, the support fairy Hebe was surprised, "This place is Patreon, the fortress city of Eternal." Grid explained, "Yes, this was the place where he used his feet for about a year when he was in grade 1, so why recreate this place? I only have normal memories like being run over by carriages, having flower pots fall on my head, and being captured and killed by thugs." But because of Grid's explanations, Sage Styx felt unstable, not normal at all. Then he was reduced to level 23, the 31st island, recreating the situation and mission that you fail the most, overcome challenges and surpass your previous self. Conditions for completing the task, is a mission success you have failed in the past, reward 1, 600 challenge points, reward 2, corresponding mission reward. Grid was bitter, damn it, it was some old equipment. Then a guy in red armor shouted, "Hey that Blue Falcon guy, you're late again, hurry up. You're not even good, the dog watches over the house too. Take reserve force training, get Fort Patreon local reserve force training to control Gauss Kingdom, completion conditions, reach benchmark for each training, rewards depend on completion rank." It turns out that the guy in red is Castle, the instructor of this training, he screamed, a useless blue eagle who can't even fulfill his human duties. Grid panicked and thought, well, this is a mission to participate in the duty of the fortress city. The mission is so difficult that I have never passed it even once. Moreover, it also makes me meet the evil teacher again. Did ghosts torment only me? Why react like that? This time is definitely a really difficult challenge. Will a dragon appear? Sage Styx expected. Grid explained that there was no such thing, so he calmed down. Are you wondering if the Styx set is obsessed with dragons? Then he thought, after all, the first thing was team building training. Even though this was the period that made me haunted by failures, even though the level was adjusted, I definitely didn't. I'm still the old me. Now I will overcome this challenge. Inside the city wall, Commander Castle, building a formation is the most basic foundation of the army and also the most important standard. The biggest reason for building formations in the military is to apply weapons and tactics effectively. Imagine a formation as a mess. What will happen if soldiers engage in close combat, in the rear and the archers in the front? Isn't that trash? Then Castle trained Grid and the others to turn right, turn left, turn right. Grid was thinking while practicing. He was trying to exhaust me with boring theory lessons, and giving complicated instructions to get me eliminated. I could read all his intentions, because before I didn't have physical strength, I could only crawl lazily, but now it won't be like what you think, Teacher Castle. Then the Teacher Castle continued. The standards of team building determine the speed and lead to victory. The left turns, the right turns. The truth is that it's been almost 3 hours, but the Blue Eagle is the only one who hasn't made a mistake. Is this really a weak, will-less idiot, with a blank look in his eyes that makes me want to be angry and just want to punch him? I don't know what tricks that guy used to master the drill. Hey, but the next training session will definitely kill you. At the battlefield construction training session. Rank 1 is also Grid. The teacher Kessel was surprised by Grid because he was 4 to 5 times faster than the engineers around him. Furthermore, I knew digging holes was very difficult, but not only that, he also knew how to build battlefields, the most suitable places where there are trees and vines. After that, Kessel looked angry, his face red as a monkey's ass, and he thought, I can't believe it, that weakling ranked first or second times, this is impossible, something is wrong here, but it's all just a scam. With your physical strength and fighting ability, you absolutely cannot pass the weapons test here. Next comes the weapon test. First is spearmanship. Grid's current job is warrior, health 1161, mana 45, strength 187, stamina 40, agility 22, intelligence 15, elementary spear skill level 2, elementary armor mastery level 2, rush to level 1, rotate whole body to level 1. He thought while holding the spear, was the stat balance that bad, relying almost entirely on strength, agility and intelligence which was almost at a basic level. I'm worried about this weapon's practical exam. If you use the skill at once, you will run out of mana, and items are not equipped in sets. This is why I stayed at level 79 for a year. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. Hit the colored dots that appear on the scarecrow in front of you. Red 10 points, blue 5 points, green -10 points. If you pass 50 points in 3 minutes, you will pass. On this test, the dots appeared irregularly and disappeared so quickly that I barely scored any points. Even now my scores are so bad that I'm not confident at all. I've been around to admire the technique of the strongest spearman, and I'm also someone who understands the divine spear. Understanding the structure of weapons will help you control the spear better. Now the only thing I can believe is my memories, only my memories and experiences I had before. 1 minute and 23 seconds to get 100 points. Ranked first on the grid, setting a new record in the spearmanship test. He was complacent while the Kessel commander opened his mouth wide in bewilderment. Then the system announced that he had received a hidden reward, a rare skill, flying spear, throwing a spear that deals 600% damage and knocks down the target. You must retrieve the spear after throwing it. If you do not retrieve it within 30 seconds, you will lose ownership of the spear, consume 150 mana, cooldown 1 minute. It has a shorter cooldown than Pagma's swordsmanship, and is a very useful mid-range skill, but to retrieve it, it's fine to leave it to the heavenly hand. By the way, the reward for the new record is this star. There must be something else in the other tests. Next, what is the next test? Teacher Kessel trembled. Next was the swordsmanship test. Cutting the red line correctly got 5 points, and the blue line got 5 points. Then a notification sounds, 39 seconds, reach 100 points. Grid set a new record in the swordsmanship test. Learned rare skill, continuous slashing, level 1, slashes the target 5 times in a row. Each hit deals damage up to 240% of the attack damage, cooldown 3 minutes. This time it's a multi-attack skill, which will be useful during cooldown. Kill, Patreon, you've taken good care of me. At the archery competition, Grid continuously shot into scoring rounds, 5 points, 6 points. In the absence of bow and arrow proficiency, the only reliable stat is agility, but the stat is too low so it will be difficult. It's still better than before when I couldn't even hit a single shot, but the difficulty is too high to catch Jishuka. But this arrow, looking closely, the shaft of the arrow has just been twisted leading to an imbalance in the center of gravity. The arrow is for training reserve troops. Is this made by a level 3 or lower beginner blacksmith? The legendary blacksmith's skills and techniques have been lost, but his vision still remains. Hey teacher, my arrows are in very bad condition. I can fix them directly with my bare hands. Kessel sneered and thought, a guy who isn't even a blacksmith but fixes arrows, is there any difference? Then he cautiously said, if you can, just try it. Then Grid thought, it's the same anyway, so I want to thin out the shaft of the arrow, but my current skill is not, so it's best to focus on balance, if it's possible to adjust the balance with a small stone like this. After a while, sparks flew out. The features of arrows for reserve troops have been changed. Arrows are for training reserve officers. Damage ranges from 1 to 2, accuracy +2. Accuracy has increased very little due to skill. The crafter's skills are still rudimentary. Oh, it's done. Grid proudly held the arrow in his hand. Then he tried the arrow. That was it. Now it completely depends on his ability. Then he reimagined the image of Jishuka. After all, he couldn't shoot like Jishuka. Just getting the highest score in the seduction force was enough. Has he been acting all this time? Kessel thought. The Blue Falcon. No. This Grid guy has the appearance of a real knight. What the hell is going on? If anything has changed, is it the eyes? Not as a descendant of Pagma, but as myself being weak and having many shortcomings in the beginning. The past I went through was not good, but now the experiences gained after a long time try. I can correct past mistakes. After the Grid releases my name, I will increasingly improve myself and become stronger than ever. Although the results depend on how far I go, the biggest reward I can receive is when I awaken my past self. It's the eyes and the belief in yourself. Grid scored 88 points, setting a new record in the archery competition. Inside the city wall, a person loudly shouted, "At the end of the training, I will announce the results of the competition and conduct the closing ceremony." The entire army lined up. At the top of the training course, Grid, you will win the valedictorian award of a Senior Reserve Force certificate. Then the teacher Kiesel continued, "You have achieved excellent results in this training session as a member of the Patreon Reserve Force, hoping that in the future you will become the Wall of Eternal, block the threats of the Gauss Kingdom as a loyal servant." After those words, Grid was slightly surprised. Someone like me who had never gone through any training course was the leader. Everyone was still clapping. The result was achieved thanks to Shin Youngwoo's efforts and not Pagma's descendants. This is the best moment. The system suddenly pops out a notification. You have set a new record in the archery competition. Your understanding of archery, bows and arrows is higher than your ability. A hidden reward has been modified to adjusting for the difference in stats. You have received the normal class skill, bow mastery, beginner, level 1, capable of using all types of bows, attack power and accuracy rate plus 4%. When equipping a bow and arrow, critical strike rate increases proportional to agility. Grid thought, the reward for the new record is great. An archer already has quite high physical attack power. If I use a bow and arrow, the mana burden for long-range skills will be reduced, and it is also suitable for his stats are inherently high in agility. There's only a reward left for the leader. A reward worthy of a leader must be something like mastery of weapons, right? Instructor Kiesel gave Grid the scroll and said, "I want to convey my thanks to you who completed the training with an exemplary attitude. Earl Asher, it's over." Making Grid gasp in surprise. "Ha, it's over. Ah." Kiesel replied, "Football received a certificate of merit from Count Asher, one of the 10 great magicians of the continent. That is an honor that not everyone can have. You can consider that certificate of merit as a family heirloom and passed down through generations." Grid laughed. "Ha, if it were like before, I would probably tear it to pieces right away. In addition, you have directly demonstrated to me an open future. I must thank you. It is an honor for me to become your teacher." Teacher Kiesel replied, "The system announced that completing the 31st island receives 600 challenge points, and the level had returned to normal. Get skills like flying spears, continuous punches, and proficiency with bows and arrows." Grid seems a bit bored. The reward is a souvenir. It's really meaningless. Styx explains, "How meaningless it is an experience that I can't get over even once. You're really worth it, respect that." Grid replied, "Since the beginning of the challenge, the rewards have been very special. There is no way I can be satisfied with this one piece of paper. From the 30th island, let's wipe everything out and look forward to the rewards." During Grid's absence, Raiden received a big change. The warriors from the Silver Senators Guild previously leveled up in Windstone and returned. They eradicated the monsters that plagued the Mithril gold mine, so the supply and demand of the raw materials of fairy dust evolved, happened smoothly. Alchemy and blacksmith's techniques were able to combine together. In addition, the magical talent of the Ul clan, the ethnic minority that Grid rescued from the Empire, blossomed after persistent educational efforts. 930 magicians were born in Raiden. Among them, the Ul clan Princess Hurin has the ultimate passive skill, increasing the magic power of his teammates by 30%, a key talent among magicians. In this agricultural area that has expanded to the Altus Mountains, this increased food production 3 times. Piero's ability to achieve such results made Lowell quite surprised and unbelievable. In the office of Raiden City, Lowell thought that ignoring the reason why agriculture had become so developed, the construction of Rebecca's shrine directed by Damien was going smoothly, if the healing masters were nurtured under his direction. With the shrine's blessing, perhaps Raiden's population would increase significantly. Then a guy who seemed to be a farmer walked in and said, "Lowell, are you looking for me?" Meanwhile, Lowell continued to think, even though the responsibility for the damage was huge, I still agreed because of the expected profit. The risk level has been exceeded. Then Lowell replied, I heard that Rebecca's daughter nun candidates moved to Raiden and was educated and trained by Piero. Then he continued thinking, those candidates are not part of the plan. I don't think they will appear here. This is a risk I haven't thought about. Isn't the act of bringing nun candidates Rebecca's daughter, the absolute force of the Rebecca Church, to Raiden an abuse of power? Do you want to be kicked out of the papal position as soon as you accept the position? Damien replied with a worried face. Vast desert and thorn forest, the road to Raiden is not without hardship. But it seems that for those children, even that difficult, arid land does not discourage them. There is a bit of curiosity in their steely eyes. They really want to have a life, new start. These are children who grew up knowing nothing about the outside world. They were brainwashed and continuously trained through extreme hardship. They were imprisoned in the ballroom from the moment they were born, and were used as slaves, weapon for the rest of his life. Because of Isabel Chan, Rin Chan and Luna Chan, and because I didn't want Rebecca nuns to suffer, I became Pope. Grid, who helped me a lot in the election, probably didn't object that day. Where is this? Lowell sighed. It was a connection of understanding between two people who had sympathy for the NPC. It didn't matter whether it was good or bad. Then he said, honestly it's hard for me to understand. But God's will, the army is not much different from you. While Lowell continued, I respect that very much and will definitely research ways to strengthen your position. Damien happily bloomed. Thank you. I have more work to do now, and I also have a lot of things to worry about. First, I need to report to Mr. Grid about this before more problems arise. In some park. Shin Youngwoo is breathing tiredly. So tired. I spent too much effort to complete the 39th island. It's only been a month in Bihen. I don't know how to escape the island, so until the end, physical control is essential. Anyway, I have completed all the 30th islands recreating the player's challenge. For other rankers, this is probably a disaster, but for people with an unlucky past, it becomes a disaster. Lucky. Even though I don't get weapon proficiency, my strength and stamina still increase by 7, agility and intelligence increase by 5. It's equivalent to receiving more than 2 bottles of elixir. Good harvest. It's the best place to develop, to the point where I want to use it to train guild members before the islands are purified, because only with the challenge points received from the 20th islands enough to buy a few bottles of elixir. Shin Youngwoo's phone rang. You have a new message. He was surprised. It's Lowell's regular report. How's everyone doing? The fairy dust umbrella has finally been produced. It can also be seen that alchemy and blacksmithing techniques have been combined together. That kid from the old tribe seems to have potential too. Piero has developed agriculture too. Hey, there's one more. It's urgent. The Vampire City raid team had lost contact with them on the 24th day of satisfied time since entering the 9th city. Shin Youngwoo was confused. Maybe. Marie rose. What's going on? Why is it the 9th city? I obviously told you not to act hastily. I don't know what it was like before, but how can someone like me who has overcome his past just abandon his teammates? These idiots. Then Shin Youngwoo quickly returned to the game. You have entered the 40th island. The system activates a temporary save point. After entering, you will start from the 40th island. Styx discovered the grid. Oh, you came back quickly this time. So let's go. Grid was confused. This Styx is a sage, so his knowledge must be very deep, right? Now this is a critical situation. There are people I want to protect. Is there any way to forcibly teleport to a place with restricted access like this island? Sage Styx wondered, why did you suddenly ask that? If something urgent happened, it would be necessary to purify this place. Grid was worried. Sorry, it seems my friends are in danger. Is there no way? Sage Styx was stunned for a moment. I don't understand your situation, but you must solve that problem so you can focus on your work here. But you said it's the people you want to protect. The failure rate is quite high. but there's a way to test it a maximum of twice a year. Isn't that a great dignity worthy of a Pagma descendant? I have to leave this place first. Back to the desert landscape. In the 9th city, where Vanter's party, Pawn and the others are exploring. Everyone seems to be being teased by something that keeps them slashing. Vantner was bitter. You hateful thing, where did you come from? Pawn smiled at Vantner with a majestic face. Look at your head like a red sausage. Vantner is very spicy, cursed back at Pawn. How can you still laugh in a situation like this? I don't even remember how many traps I stepped on, nor did I know that this fortress-only city was several times larger than Raiden. Due to the labyrinth, the members were scattered and lost. Can you still laugh? Calm down, it's just a trap, Pawn calmly replied. No matter how strong Marie Rose is, if you're careful, how can that vampire? Before he could finish his sentence, Pawn was slashed by something with many red slashes. Void can feel any aura at all, Vantner, realizing it is invisible. Meanwhile, the vampire said with a happy face toying with his prey, stop arguing, brothers, isn't that boring, you stupid brothers, ran, Vampire Baron. Ha, it disappeared again, the two people were confused. Just having Faker here would be enough to easily catch him, but now he has to work hard with Doontang, that's what I'm going to say, it's tiring. On the other side, the darts fell. Faker falls down. He's so scary, his defense is so good that my throwing skills have no effect at all. A red axe blade with a skull hit the floor hard, causing the bricks to burst open. If you're thinking about throwing in a few more million, it's pathetic, then stop now, it's too small and weak, it'll only get in your way more. That small human body doesn't have much blood, it turns out to be a mountain baron vampire. Also in another place, explosions and winds continuously occurred. A group of vampires came running. Shouted indignantly, how dare you humans? No matter what we do, the number will not decrease and the level will be 20 levels higher than the guys outside the 10th city. This place is too narrow and there is no place to hide, so it will be very disadvantageous for us because we are all weak. Position in close combat, Jishuka. While I'm distracting you, shoot one more shot, Zednose, Jishuka said, the moment you stop attacking, everything will be over, understand? After that bloody moment was another team's walk. The Great Sword said, damn, I think we fell to the 2nd floor after I stepped on the teleportation trap. Are you guys still on the 1st floor safe? Absolutely not. Tobin said, that's why I told you to let Faker go first, you don't even have the ability to find your way, so why go first? Riga's sorry, I got too excited. Great Sword, everyone calm down, I can't even sense the position and vitality of my teammates on the 1st floor. Instead of blaming each other like that, let's quickly go down to the 1st floor to save the remaining people. Up to 3 years ago vampires appeared in the 9th city in the form of sub-bosses, Apala the Vampire Baron, Almira the Vampire Baron, Atera the Vampire Baron. That's right, from the moment I entered, there were already many Vampire Barons, any one of them could meet a male vampire with a higher rank than me, so I had to enter quickly. The Great Sword rushed forward. It reminded me of the early days of the Silver Knights. I would lead the way. He activated the sword. Island. They were full of confidence when they raided, but the situation gradually became worse. Everyone in the guild had a strange fear, like when they first enter the vampire city, that could be a signal, instinct from a prey that has fallen into the predator's territory. Demon Slayer Yura suddenly set level 247. In just 7 months she reached a level that a normal player would not be able to achieve in 2 years. The secret from being ranked 5th in the combined rankings, and the legendary class, and the matching results from the best hunting locations for her class being the vampire cities. Yura is currently strong enough to compare with the main force of the guild using good equipment, but the sign of death is the first thing that rings in the minds of weak people. It seems like this is your limit, right? A vampire stepped forward. I was worried about the dirty bullets you fired, but that was not enough, Tyramet, Vampire Viscount. If that's all, then today is your last day. Faced with the terrifying murderous aura that the Vampire Viscount, Tyramet, emitted, Yura felt her whole body heavy, her breathing gradually became labored due to that invisible pressure. Yura hugged the wound on her side, thinking to herself, powerful magic power and limitless physical strength. He is much stronger than the Baron level. This is a Viscount level vampire. Tyramet's level is 366. Compared to him, Yura at level 247 is like a grasshopper kicking a car. Tyramet coldly looked down at the trembling Yura. He said in a low voice, "Is that all? If so, today will be the day of death yours." Yura silently assessed that, except for the Elphinstone Earl, the owners of the 10th cities and above were all Viscounts. Perhaps it takes 5 members of the guild to use good equipment to defeat this boss. I alone am not strong enough. I must survive before my teammates return. Yura softly asked to buy time. "You mean you know I'm a demon hunter?" Iramet replied with a low voice, "Someone who is playing with a silly slingshot like you is asking me why, but that is the name that Tyramet here can never forget." Having said that, he raised his hand and pulled back his silver hair, revealing a large scar on his forehead. Tyramet glared indignantly. "He was the one who humiliated and embarrassed me and left this wound on me. That's also the reason why you have to die today. A person who doesn't know his identity inherits that power and that name." Hearing that, Yura's eyes widened in shock. She thought in surprise, he had met the previous demon hunter before but was still alive, so he is definitely not an ordinary Viscount. It's a special boss with its own personality. While Yura was concentrating on thinking, Tyramet suddenly rushed straight towards her. Yura hastily raised the pistol high. Yura pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Tyramet straight in the head. He let out a kghh sound. Yura immediately backed away to keep a safe distance from the opponent. "So fast, even though it hit an opponent nearly 120 levels away from me, so it's really difficult to defeat him. No matter how hard you fight, you cannot kill him." Just as she feared, Tyramet was only slightly scratched. He looked at her angrily, exclaiming a familiar feeling he had seen before. "I think I'm about to catch you. Even though you are not as powerful as him, demon hunters are always the natural enemies of our demon race." Tyramet roared. He released a thick stream of death energy, surrounding Yura. Yura felt her whole body motionless. She thought to herself in fear, "Ha! My body has been taken over by magic power." Tyramet continued to attack Yura. She trembled as she thought, like other vampires, this Tyramet was also strong in both magic and normal fighting ability. He took control of his consciousness and body with magic, then ended with a physical attack. With extremely strong will, Yura forced herself to escape the magic that was binding her. "I could not avoid this move. The only way to end this attack is to get hit and fall, except losing at least 30% of your health and then counterattack." She raised her hands to cover her face, eyes closed, waiting for Tyramet's attack to come. Tyramet swung his leg and threw a blow at his knee when suddenly he was blocked by a sturdy shield. The sound of impact echoed throughout the space. Yura realized that she was still uninjured. She opened one eye and exclaimed in surprise about this shield. Tyramet lowered his foot. He was no less surprised. "Where does this thing come from?" A sword slash suddenly slashed down from nowhere, sending Tyramet flying far away. Blood poured out massively from the wound on his chest. Tyramet shouted "Qua!" From the air, 2 hands suddenly appeared, locking Tyramet's hands. He was still panicking, Tyramet thought, even though he used defensive magic immediately, but it wasn't enough to completely block the sword with its terrible attack power. What exactly was that thing? "Seriously, why don't you listen to me like that?" Yura turned to look at the person who had just appeared, thinking in surprise. "Aren't you in Bunsen Islands?" Tears suddenly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Yura was filled with emotion. "If I keep depending on you like this." Grid had just appeared and realized that the situation was extremely dangerous. He gently reminded Yura to stay back. Pagma sword technique. Contact. The continuous attacks that Grid unleashed left Tyramet unable to defend himself. Grid's long sword stabbed him directly in the stomach. The damage he received was extremely terrible. Pure-blood vampires are divided into 2 types, direct children of Shizo Bariachi and children created from their blood, in which Viscount Tyramet is 3 times stronger than normal vampire Viscounts, meaning he has the power almost like an earl. Even though he was a Viscount, he was obviously one of Bariachi's 9 direct children. With that confidence, encountering a human being who could hurt him made him feel more humiliated than shocked. Ignoring all feelings of pain, Tyramet hissed indignantly, "How dare you? How dare a human like you do this to me?" He released so much magic power that Grid had to dodge. He stepped back, keeping a distance far enough away from the influence of magic power. He focused on calculating the next plan to deal with Tyramet. He uses blood-sucking magic as an offensive weapon, and the casting time for that magic is also very fast. Thanks to being prepared in advance, I was not slow to react. Tyramet released a series of bloody arrows. He roared, "You damn mouse, go to die, blood arrow." The arrows rushed towards the Grid, causing an explosion that shook the entire castle, causing rocks and soil to be thrown up everywhere. Tyramet laughed triumphantly. "Do you think you can fight me with that weak, lowly human body?" However, he also secretly admitted, "But that guy's terrible attack power had killed half of him. My health tree evaporates after one attack." Being hit by a sudden blow, Tyramet coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Ha," he thought in shock, "how could that magical light cause such strong damage?" In the blinding smoke caused by the explosion, Grid skillfully moved and in the blink of an eye circled around Tyramet's back. He had completely recovered from his wound thanks to the use of a healing potion. Grid spoke up, "With this body we can also become as hard as those rocks." Tyramet seemed unable to believe his ears. He panicked and speculated, "Is he a great magician? No, he obviously used a sword." Tyramet suddenly turned around. He grabbed one of Grid's legs. "Throw him to the ground in pain, don't be so proud." Immediately after that, he unleashed the blood burst move. The deadly aura swept the Grid inside. Yura shouted in panic, "Grid!" Grid's figure suddenly jumped out of the range of the bloody attack. He clicked his tongue and thought, "TSK, I just had to use Duran's ring. He's too strong. If this continues for too long, I'll collapse first." He grimaced and thought, even though he practiced endlessly at Bunchen, he still blocked the attack and counterattacked back at him. If it was a Kraugle, he would definitely aim for the head from the first attack. Of course I'm still lacking. The system suddenly announced that it was completed. Receiving the signal, Grid was startled and looked around. His eyes flashed with hope. Grid thought brightly, "It's done, right on time. This is a sign to go all in." Meanwhile, Grid's magical hands were holding back Tyramet by continuously releasing magical light and using his longsword to attack him. Tyramet casts a blood shield, angrily screaming, "Gra-ah, how long are you going to keep playing with those two toy artifacts?" He decided to solve it completely by releasing a burning fire and was surrounded by thick death energy. Bloody fire, blood fire deals fire damage and the damage is proportional to the amount of health lost. In front of the rushing fire, Grid secretly trembled in fear. It was scary, his endurance was too terrible. If you want to defeat him, you must use all the skills at one point, then attack at the same time. Grid deployed his darkening state, his eyes turned pitch black, and his stats instantly increased dramatically. Has turned into a half-demon state, maximum health reduced by 50%, attack power, magic power, and agility increased by 20%. He then uses his speed ability, increasing his evasion rate by 30% and doubling his agility for 1 minute. Finally, there is the Blacksmith's Wrath gift, which increases damage by 25% and attack speed by 40% for 35 seconds. The system announced that the waste product and Irugt had been successfully combined. Grid excitedly shouted when he heard that. The goods had been completed. Combination time is 2 minutes. Isekai, level, top quality, growth. When attacking, the target's HP regeneration is reduced by 50%. When activating a critical strike, the opponent suffers a bleeding effect for 3 seconds. Maximize the bleeding effect when hitting a 3-hit combo. Damage per second increases by 200%. The opponent loses consciousness for 0.3 seconds when reaching a 5-hit combo. Can link the Hellsword skill. While Tyramet was still stunned by Grid's new skills and weapons, he rushed right in front of his eyes, his sword raised high to strike. Tyramet quickly regained his composure to prepare to block the attack. Damn, this was not the speed of a human. I have to improve my own protective ability immediately. Blood shield. Grid attacked despite the obstruction of the blood shields, stabbing continuously. 2 of his 5 stabs pierced Tyramet's body, causing him to painfully scream quag. Realizing that the opponent was able to block half of his attack, Grid stepped back to think of a countermeasure. This bastard, he blocks up to 3 attacks out of 5 attacks, so wanting to reach combo 5 is too difficult. After being hit, Tyramet trembled as he felt the familiarity of Grid's sword. This skill is Elfin Stone. Could it be that he was defeated by this guy? Thinking about it, he quickly cast the Blood Tears skill to slow down the grid's movement. Blood Tears. All objects within a radius of 30 meters will lose their sense of balance for 1.5 seconds, while enduring the opponent's block. Grid braced himself and rushed forward, swinging his heavy Iarug down, slashing Tyramet far away. Damage to enemies increases by 200% for 1 second. Not stopping there, Grid roared, slashing. He swung his sword and pierced Tyramet's stomach, causing a fatal blow. How could I be injured to this extent? This is impossible. Thinking about it, he raised his fist surrounded by thick death energy. A human like you cannot defeat me. Grid was not afraid at all. He responded, is this the last bit of your strength? I wonder how long you can endure with this stubbornness. Back then, Grid swung his Iarug high, sending Tyramet far away. This move completed his combo. The system sounds a notification. Achieving 5 combos. The opponent will lose consciousness in 0.3 seconds. Can combine Hellsword skill. Grid quickly thought, that guy won't be awake for 0.3 seconds. I have to end it at that time. He immediately combined the Hellsword skill into 5 combos. Hellblade deals 2400% physical attack power to the target. Every time the target is hit, it will receive 100% more damage. Grid performed a sword skill. One sword severely injured Tyramet, making him even more unconscious. Mana cost, 1000, cooldown, 15 minutes. The system displays a control panel consisting of 4 arrows pointing up, down, left and right with instructions. Use the navigation panel to move the sword skill. The time limit is 1 second. God Grid, Iarug's conditional binding skill, Hell Sword. Its power can overwhelm level 4 assassins. Time limit 1 second. Deal as much damage to him as possible. Thinking about it, Grid clumsily pressed the control panel, but the sword skills he unleashed somewhat affected the Elfin Stone. Critical, you have dealt 1,229,112 damage to the target. At the same time, activate the optional Elfin Stone Ring feature, absorbing the opponent's blood. With 2 more attacks directed at the target, you have dealt 17,071 damage to the target. You have dealt 17,071 damage to the target. Critical, you have dealt 51,213 damage to the target. That attack pushed the Tyramet far away, creating a huge explosion that cracked the ground. At the same time, the Hellsword skill has expired. Grid bent down and panted, ha, ha. He frowned and muttered, well, he only got hit 4 times out of 24. Controlling is too difficult, this skill is too complicated, and the time is too short, so I don't know when I can master it. Right after that, the system announced that the time of the Blacksmith's wrath had ended. Grid breathed a sigh of relief. After using skills in succession, he now only had 33 mana left. While looking at Tyramet lying motionless in front of him, Grid thought, this is the opponent I should have destroyed from the start. I've used all my skills. If I continue any longer I'll be forced to be on the defensive. Booty. Before he could finish his sentence, the magic hand suddenly flew forward, spreading out to protect. Grid raised his eyebrows in question. From the direction where Tyramet was lying, a blood-red force suddenly shot out, even though it was shielded by a magical hand. The pressure from the move was still too great, causing the Grid to be blown away. He fell a few meters away and exclaimed "Cuke" in panic. Grid stood up. He was still shocked. Was he still alive? Obviously the health bar has been exhausted. Or not, even though the holy hand blocked that pressure when he suddenly launched the move. The power was still too strong. Did he still have that much strength? From behind the mist, Tyramet slowly stepped out. A thick death aura enveloped his whole body, as if his strength had completely recovered. Tyramet clenched his hands, exclaiming in his voice, ha ha ha, Elfin Stone must have had a hard time fighting you. Unlike me, his body is as weak as a blade of grass. Well, I've just been humiliated by a human being, so I don't have the right to look down on him. If I could have used magic effectively I would have avoided this situation, but there was no other way. I am the only one among my siblings who cannot use magic effectively. But instead, I have the ability to concentrate magic to be able to reincarnate, and every time I reincarnate, I will become many times stronger. Faced with such a horrifying truth, Grid's eyes widened. He trembled and thought to himself, has that monster reached the level of a Viscount? Tyramet's body now looked much more muscular than before. His hair stood up, his eyes widened and filled with murderous intent. Tyramet spoke coldly and said, "Well, we have to start from the beginning, don't we, you low-class person who doesn't know how to have manners. Be grateful for the honor of confronting a perfect immortal being like me." This time, in Raiden territory. Grid's favorite son, Lord, was playing in the castle grounds. He was able to summon the light of the god of light even though he was still very young. While being naughty, the boy babbled and said, "A boo-boo, boo-boo." Damien looked at the Lord affectionately. He clapped his hands loudly, wholeheartedly praising, "Wow, it's only been 1 month and he's already grasped the principles of using divine power. Lord Child is not simply a genius but a super genius." Damien's eyes shone with radiance. He confided, "Supervising the temple construction process was too busy, but watching your growth process made me very happy. Lord Chan, divine power is the power to protect people, and is also something that vampires are extremely afraid of. So you must definitely learn it, Lord Chan." I'm not sure if Lord understands what Damien said, but the boy showed a bright smile. Kasim was standing at a nearby tree to protect his lord, when he suddenly discovered someone approaching. It turned out it was Irene. She gently called, "Lord, so I'm here, come here." Seeing his mother, Lord took clumsy steps towards Irene. As he walked, the boy cried out, "Boo boo boo boo." Irene held Lord in her arms and affectionately praised him. "He's only been learning to walk for a week now, but he walks so well that he doesn't fall over. Our Lord is exactly like his father, so nothing is impossible." Ruby in the back was secretly bored. Her brother was still wearing diapers even when he was 5 years old. Looking at Lord's handsome face, Irene whispered, "Dad will be very happy to see you grow up so quickly. You must grow up healthy. Only then can you become strong like your father, like a great legend." Meanwhile, at the vampire castle, Grid is struggling to deal with the resurrected Viscount Tyramet. Even though his holy hand used a series of divine swords to hold back, Tyramet still fiercely pushed aside, rushing towards the Grid while roaring, "To no avail, no matter how much we fight, it will only make us stronger. Don't make me Tyramet feel funny because of those random moves." At that moment, the system announced the shocking news that the Express's time had ended. Grid's body suddenly slowed down a few beats. He struggled to raise his shield to block Tyramet's attacks, while frowning and thinking. His ability and strength stats increased incredibly. He is even stronger than Elfin Stone with wide area control effects. I never thought that a Viscount level would be this strong. Somehow I have to endure until the cooldown is complete. Tyramet had now cornered Grid, the powerful impact causing the wall behind him to crack. As if reading Grid's thoughts, Tyramet jumped into the air. He snorted and asked, "Are you sure you're not comparing me to that weak Elfin Stone?" Grid was startled and raised his head to look at Wen. "I cannot avoid this trick." Tyramet rushed straight down, kicked Grid and fell to the floor, the terrible pressure causing the ground below to break into hundreds of pieces. He explained, "I stopped at the Viscount level only because I did not want to get involved in troubles, just another complex." But Grid couldn't hear it. The sudden attack made him feel pain all over his body. It felt like several bones had broken. Grid coughed out a mouthful of blood, screaming in pain. Arg. Tyramet had no intention of letting him go. He grabbed his head and lifted him up from the ground. "Oh, that's right, you said you were very strong. Come to think of it, that's the sentence I like the most. Because the joy of smashing someone like you makes me extremely satisfied." Tyramet opened his mouth with a savage smile. He raised his knee and kicked Grid straight in the face while he had no chance to defend. Yura realized that Grid was in danger. She shouted in panic, "Youngwoo," and at the same time poured her remaining spiritual energy into the Demon Slayer gun. Mana was consumed to refine genocidal bullets. Your magic gun does not support rifle mode. There is a very high possibility that genocidal bullets will not be able to fire accurately. Despite the system's warnings, Yura still resolutely pulled the trigger, resulting in the genocide bullet failure. The durability of the Emelfa magic gun has decreased by 95. There is a risk of damage. Yura was extremely frightened when she heard that. She immediately changed her tactics, but it didn't work. "I have to save Youngwoo. Mana has been consumed to deploy the Unjust Soul Sword. The system once again reports a risk. Your magic gun does not support bayonet mode. There is a very high possibility that the Unjust Soul Sword will not be activated." Activation of Unjust Soul Sword failed. At this moment, The gun suddenly broke into pieces, spiritual energy scattered everywhere. The durability of the Emilfa magic gun has decreased to 0 and will be permanently destroyed. Destroyed items cannot be recovered. Watching the pieces of the Emilfa gun slowly disappear in midair, Yura could only helplessly look at Grid being beaten to a pulp by Tyramet. She thought painfully, a technology magic gun that was almost exclusively produced in alchemy facilities, and is limited to level 180. It is an finished product because human alchemy is almost unable to grasp the working principles, and cannot be understood clearly, its internal structure. A truly magical gun that supports pistol, rifle and bayonet modes can only be created by dwarves, but because I can't enter Tolima, the land of the dwarves, I'm still stuck in the job quest. I can't lose him, the person who has saved me so many times, because of this incompetence. Thinking about it, Yura without hesitation summoned another gun, Rionfa's magic gun, conditions for use, above level 120, even if I have to throw everything away, I still have to save Youngwoo. She immediately ran towards Grid to help, but surprisingly he was still conscious. Grid gently reassured, calm down, I'm okay. A strange voice suddenly rose from Grid's body, causing Tyramet to pause for a few seconds in shock at the sudden change in authority from him. Grid, my friend. I am Randy, who has grown up a lot in the Bihan archipelago. This is a skill I learned from a friend of mine there. Randy, level 200, skill to change position with copied target. Randy's body suddenly melted in Tyramet's hand. Randy's vitality was reduced to 0, cannot be summoned for the next 24 hours. Tyramet had not yet recovered from his shock when Grid suddenly rushed forward from nowhere. He snorted and said, "Don't throw away your master like that, brat." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword filled with spiritual energy and slashed down at Tyramet. Grid roared, killing. The terrifying power of the move knocked Tyramet to the floor. The ground broke into many pieces. He groaned in pain. Arg. Grid quickly backed away to keep his distance, recovering his vitality and planning his next moves. No matter how hard he fought, he could still regenerate. I can't defeat him with just one attack like this. Damn it, how am I going to defeat this immortal vampire? Tyramet suddenly stood up. He released a terrifyingly powerful death aura while screaming, "How dare you deceive such a high-level entity? I will crush that vile body and make you bow your head." Yura stood outside, observing the earth-shattering battle before her eyes. She frowned in thought, thinking back. The wound was inflicted on him by the previous demon hunter. Why can't he recover, even though he has such strong regeneration ability? Yura suddenly realized, perhaps, it was just the power of a demon hunter. From behind her suddenly came a deep voice. I intended to just stand and observe, but she had come to the correct conclusion. In this dangerous situation, I had no choice but to appear. Coming to the human world with Grid after a long time was the correct decision. Yura turned around in surprise. The man from the fairy race gently introduced, I am Styx. Yura widened her eyes in surprise. Styx, are you the one who came here with Youngwoo? No, my previous conclusion you mentioned is correct. Styx summoned a box surrounded by pixie dust and a gentle halo. He said softly, my dear friend will be able to help you in this time. If she was Grid's teammate, she would be qualified to use it. Even though Grid was able to escape a panic attack, he still had a hard time facing Tyramet's terrifying power. He trembled and thought to himself, even though I have outstanding stats among the players, I'm still losing too much to him. Tyramet rushed forward like a bloodthirsty animal. He grabbed his head tightly. The system warned Grid, you have suffered 9,975 damage. This guy's basic attack has both magic damage and physical damage, plus the ability to regenerate. I can't defeat this enemy, but if I avoid it, Yura and that old elven man will be caught up in this battle. However, Grid still had a little hope in him, but if it was that guy, then maybe he would know how to defeat this vampire. Kraugel, the image of the top one swordsman on the server suddenly appeared in his mind. Grid swung his sword and cut a long line across Tyramet's chest. You were startled and surprised, he didn't avoid it. Tyramet spoke coldly. This is called attacking with all your strength. I could dodge, but doing so would be too boring. From the cut on his chest, the flesh had recovered, holding Grid's sword tightly. Tyramet gave a sinister smile. I mean that grass-like sword, it's about time. In Grid's hand, the sword suddenly trembled violently. Right after that, it split into two swords like before. So the time for combining waste products and Iruged is over. Grid was stunned speechless. Ha, let's combine. Tyramet immediately unleashed a bloody move. The whirlwind dyed red by blood rose up, sending Grid flying away. He screamed miserably, "Arg!" While bracing himself with the violence, Grid gritted his teeth and hissed, "Whoosh, Noe, you, what are you doing? Come out here and help me." However, the system rudely informed that the Noe pet was sleeping, unable to respond to call. Tyramet burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He once again grabbed the head of the Grid. His other hand concentrated his deadly energy to strike. Has your beloved toy expired? He bared his sharp fangs. His eyes were extremely interested. If he had no more talent to show, then slowly give me his blood and die. Grid clenched his teeth in helplessness, cursing in his heart, damn it, the cards that I could use are no longer available. A bright ray of light suddenly shot out from nowhere. Tyramet was not on guard and was hit. A piece of his head was missing. Grid was no less surprised. He turned around and shouted, What? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Yura holding a new rifle in her hand. Her spiritual energy was fully charged, just waiting to be fired. Styx was standing quietly watching behind her. Yura spoke coldly. The bullets were genocidal. Tyramet, after having the side of his head blown off, still couldn't fall. He was recovering while groaning, "Whoosh, attack, this attack, 150 years ago." He turned to look at Yura. His eyes widened in shock when he saw a familiar figure appear from her. Alex. Yura hurriedly cocked the gun for the next shot. That guy's strength could not be forgotten even if he was torn to death. Her magic rifle was immediately supplemented with a series of new modes. Pistol mode, 419 damage. Mana refining rate increased by 30%. Rifle mode, damage 914. Mana refining speed reduced by 20%. Fire rate minus 50%. Bayonet mode, damage 705. Attack speed increased by 10%. Stabbing damage increased by 30%. Modes can only be changed every 5 seconds. This is a technological magic gun crafted by the dwarf craftsman Milpew, who taught great lessons to the blacksmith Pagma before he became a legend. The gun contained the quintessence of dwarf technology. Conditions of use, Demon Hunter. Before the heroic origin of this gun, Yura marveled in admiration. From the scale of mode changes, strong attack power, speed of refining mana bullets to specialized options, it's all truly amazing. This gun is on a completely different level from the existing magic guns. Styx introduced with a proud voice, "This is the gun that my friend Alex, a former demon hunter, used when he was young." He thought to himself, originally he had to complete the hidden quest on the 25th island in the Bihan archipelago to receive it. Looking at the aiming technique and extremely high accuracy that Yura showed, Styx was also a bit surprising. He nodded and commented, her aiming speed and mana bullet refinement had already approached Alex before. Quite true, it's a gun that brings a lot of luck. Let's pave the way for a new demon-slaying hero. Yura silently thanked him. Every time I was pushed to the cliff, you helped me, now I will help you in this battle. She confidently affirmed that I could do it. The genocidal bullet was fired without any hesitation or fear. It went straight through Tyramet's body, so fast that he had no time to dodge. Tyramet hissed kyuk. Yura immediately shouted loudly, Youngwoo, don't give him time to regenerate, right now. Grid also took that opportunity to rush forward. He thought to himself in surprise, I could clearly feel his body taking great damage. These are skills that conflict with demons. Her stats are far behind mine, but her damage is 1.5 times higher than mine. This is the only chance to destroy this monster. Let's do it again. Thinking about it, Grid performed a combo attack, lean. The fatal slash sent Tyramet flying far away, and at the same time caused a series of effects and continuous damage to his body. Holy light gloves, attacking the target 5 times with optional effects. Contempt has increased to level 6. The power of the skill has improved. You have dealt 12,630 damage. You have dealt 9,520 damage. You have dealt 10,170 damage. You have dealt 9,910 damage. After that series of attacks, Tyramet was still a little exhausted. He stood up, trembling and hissing, this damn human. Not giving the opponent time to recover, Yura switched the rifle to bayonet mode, rushed forward and stabbed Tyramet straight in the chest with the unjust soul sword attack. Bayonet mode, damage 705, attack speed increased by 10%, piercing damage increased by 30%. Because of this damage, he cannot regenerate as he wishes. Receiving a series of damage from the Demon Slayer gun, Tyramet gradually lost consciousness. He screamed in pain. How could this Bariachi's direct body be defeated at the hands of such a small creature? Taking advantage of the victory, Grid rushed towards Tyramet to deliver the decisive blow. His regeneration slowed down. I've cornered him, so I just need to shoot him again. Pull. His body suddenly stopped at that moment. The system turned red, warning, not enough mana. Perhaps it was because the battle earlier had consumed too much of his energy. Grid exclaimed angrily. Ha! He ordered the Holy Hand to fire the floor beam of God. The final attack could be done with this remaining mana. Magical ray of light. Suddenly receiving an attack from the God of Light, Tyramet was dizzy. His whole body was motionless for a moment. Whoosh! Grid shouted at this moment, Yura. One strong blow. You can do it. Ura had now concentrated enough spiritual energy into the magic gun. She gently replied, that was enough. The light of the end. Yura delivered the finishing blow. The bullet she fired emitted a bright light, blowing away Tyramet and everything around him. The powerful momentum from that shot caused the ceiling to collapse, rocks and soil to fall, and smoke and dust to rise. After that attack, Tyramet knelt down on his knees. He seemed unable to believe what was happening. One of the 9 direct lines of Bariachi had just knelt before those small creatures. Unbelievable. Immediately after that, his breath stopped, and that Viscount-level vampire monster was finally defeated. The system continuously announces rewards, receiving 1,325,810,470 experience. Receive Tyramet belt, Tyramet shoulder armor. The vampire Viscount, Tyramet, had exhausted all his strength and was forced to sleep. Grid sat down on the ground. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief. Ha, it's over, Yura, it's been hard. Ha! Yura reached out to help Grid stand up. She smiled and asked affectionately, can I return this favor to you? Grid smiled wryly and replied, well, it would be a lot if you paid it all. Therefore, we need to quickly work harder and become stronger. Having said that, he took Yura's hand and stood up with her from the remaining ruins of the castle. After Grid and Yura defeated Tyramet, the level increased. A colorful gem covered in crimson aura suddenly appeared from thin air. It's a dark ancient gem, privately owned items, unique passive effect, can absorb unique attributes when defeating demons, monsters or famous demons. Grid attentively read the properties of the gem. The power of Tyramet was engraved on the dark ancient gem. The power of Tyramet, in case the health drops below 10%, will be restored to 30% of the maximum immediately. Cool down, 12 hours. Grid took out the healing potion. He thought to himself, although there is still a long way to go, it seems like he has grown up quite a lot. I fought this guy's attack for quite a long time with only 3 horsepower left. Let's take a look at the booty first. The appraisal skill of the legendary Blacksmith. Grid items received after defeating Tyramet include Tyramet shoulder armor, top grade, defense, 95 health increased by 3000, neutralizes physical attacks with low chance. Conditions of use, above level 320. This is an item that does not possess hidden features. Along with that is the Tyramet belt, epic class, growth, damage received is reduced by 10%, stamina increased by 100. This is an item with hidden features. Information about the Tyramet belt is being restored. In case the belt's rank increases to legendary level, the vampire Viscount Tyramet can be summoned. After reading the hidden features of the belt, Grid thought in surprise, just like the Elfin Stone ring can summon Elfin Stone, if you upgrade this thing, it can also summon Tyramet. Could it be that all items containing magic power of the direct line have hidden features like this? He was stunned to realize an extremely unbelievable truth. That means, starting from completely conquering the vampire city, then sealing all the power into this gem, then it's like being the king of them all. Grid was filled with great, wonderful joy. The future of being the boss of these monsters is truly fun. He was excited and suddenly noticed Yura's attentive gaze. Grid sighed regretfully. Well, thanks to you, I survived. It's about dividing items, right? Well, Belt, Yura quickly waved her hand to refuse. There was no need. I got Mr. Sticks for his friend's gun. Grid heard that and immediately went to visit the stick. Was that thing your friend's? That gun is so cool. I don't know if you have anything that Pagma used in the past. Don't give me one, Sticks confusedly replied. No, I'm not particularly close to Pagma either so. Grid put the Tyramet belt in his inventory. He frowned and thought, TSK, what a pity. If you encounter strong people like this in the future, the damage will continuously increase. I also have to quickly create an item that can reduce damage or absorb a little bit. Before researching that item, I have to get everyone out first, Grid eloquently ordered. Let's move, we have to find the other lost ponies too. Meanwhile, in the place where the battle is taking place between the Luxury Goods Club and the three triplets, the Vampire Baron Apula, Almira, and Atera. Atera was the first to be defeated. Third brother Amilra panicked and retreated to tell his eldest brother, hey, the youngest brother has been defeated. Elder Apula hissed indignantly. What a disgrace it would be, if we failed against these people. On the other side of the battle line, the Order Heroi was constantly shouting provocations, telling the bastards to quickly go home and drink pig's blood. In front of him was protected by Tobin, who was combining the power of the light god with the shield to reflect the vampire's attacks. Apula grimaced and cursed. One guy possessed disgusting divine power, and the other guy had a foul mouth and talked nonsense. Amira was suddenly hit by invisible swords in the air from all directions. He cried out Kuok in shock. I can't see that sword energy, that guy's not bad either. After launching the lightning-fast attack, the great sword then sheathed the sword and took a stance to prepare for the next move, swinging the sword, island. Unwilling to watch his younger brothers being beaten to the ground, Apollo's eldest brother angrily unleashed his bloodlust attack, roaring, how dare that human do that to my younger brother, I'll die. That's a bit too much. Not giving the opponent time to use his move, Ibeline and Toon in his animal transformation state launched a combined attack to knock Apula unconscious. He groaned in pain. Krayok. Ibeline proudly boasted that, although not perfect, it was a swordsmanship that had been recognized by Mr. Piero. Toon bared his fangs and shouted, we have to quickly go down, these idiots. Don't block the way. The thunderous chariot suddenly appeared from nowhere and two platinum-colored war horses of enormous size crashed into Apula, instantly blowing away the Vampire Baron until there was not a speck of dust left. The person who delivered the finishing blow was Rigas. The system immediately announced and rewarded, you have defeated the Vampire Baron. Atera, Almira, Apolla, received the elixir of power. Toon and Ibeline shouted excitedly, it was so awesome, elixir, it took 2 months to get to the vampire city to get it. While we've captured tens of thousands of vampires, we've never seen this one appear. Although Absolute Sword has won, he still does not dare to relax his guard. He said cautiously, on our side we have Heroi and Tobin so we can suppress them easily. The other teammates are definitely in danger, we have to hurry. Just as the swordsman feared, right now on Pon and Vantner's side, the two of them were having an extremely difficult time confronting an enemy with extremely dexterous and agile movements. The Vampire Baron ran. Pon shouted angrily, that pig, they don't appear in the corner of the window, don't hang around here anymore. Vantner immediately responded, shut up, you anchovies, the person blocking my way is you. While the two of them were cursing at each other, Ran came from somewhere with lightning speed, leaving no one in time to dodge or block the attack. He raised his claws and seriously injured the two's shoulders. Ran in a contemptuous voice, guys, where's all your team spirit? Although it makes me feel better because it makes killing you guys easier. Even though the situation had become extremely dangerous, Vantner still laughed loudly and kicked Pon. Foo ha ha, got it, it's lucky because that short neck is still attached to that neck. Pon coughed out a mouthful of blood, grimaced and hissed to shut up, bald bastard, cough cough. He was so angry that he swung his leg and kicked Vantner hard in the back. If it weren't for your bald guy, I would have killed that Baron a little sooner. Cough. Ran saw this scene and burst out laughing. Ah ha ha ha, why are you arguing like that? Grid's voice suddenly rang out from the door of the room, swordplay Pagma, Che. As soon as he was hit, Rand felt his whole body paralyzed, and every movement seemed to slow down a bit. He looked towards the person who had just appeared, thinking in shock, His movements were blocked. What kind of name is that? Vantner and Pawn were equally surprised and exclaimed, Grid. As soon as I felt my body move again, my mind quickened. Fortunately, the effect did not last long. It seems his technique is not ordinary. I have to avoid it first. However, as soon as he moved, several puncture marks suddenly appeared on his body. What's more surprising is that the wound cannot be recovered. Ran panicked and thought, What? I've only been hit by 4 or 5 moves and my body is already in pieces like this. Another person who is incompatible with vampires. Ran turned her gaze towards Yura. That woman, it is Citrus like our natural enemy. Yura was not afraid at all. She focused and looked straight at the opponent. Her hand tightened on the trigger to prepare for the next shot. The bullets were extinct. Ran quickly turned around and ran away despite the bullets of extinction constantly hitting him. It was too dangerous. At any cost, we must run away from this place. Grid circled around to block his path, determined not to give the opponent a chance to escape. He swung his long sword high and coldly said, Are you planning on turning my teammates into rags and running away? That's so easy. Pole. Grid's swordsmanship struck Ran's head. The terrifying pressure of the attack caused him to fall straight to the floor. The surrounding ground also cracked. The system immediately rang. Having defeated the vampire Baron Ran, get 525,810,470 experience points, get 2 lucky weapon enhancement stones, 7 weapon enhancement stones and skill books. Dark Fairy. Grid landed on the ground. He immediately blamed Vantner and Pawn. The other teammates were still in a dangerous situation, but the two of them still wanted to fight. Come back to your senses. Pawn lowered his head. Sorry, I will pay attention. Grid suddenly reached out his hand. If you feel guilty, use this spear. Take it. Pawn's eyes widened in surprise. Ha! At this time, on the Faker side, the solo battle was gradually becoming extremely fierce. The Mountain Baron's wide-ranging moves were continuously being unleashed. The surrounding space had become a pile of ruins. Mountain muttered softly, Blood red. Wrong blinked. Blood chains wrapped around the Faker's body, binding his every move. Even so, the Faker still tried to move behind the opponent, launching a demon-killing attack on the back of his neck. Killing demons, the more times you hit, the more damage will be accumulated. Mountain did not turn back but was still able to control the blood chains to send Faker flying into the far wall. He hissed in a low voice, Damn mouse, are you trying to struggle? I guess I'll have to smash you to pieces so I don't have to see you running around anymore. Having said that, he raised his battle axe high. Faker broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly blocked his hands in front of him. If he used flash here again, the mana flow would be disturbed. I have no other choice but to block this attack. Non-commercial. A spear suddenly came out of nowhere and shot straight into the mountain man's arm. He was startled and dropped the weapon. The Faker thought in surprise, Pawn. Unable to believe that the person who threw the spear was Grid, he nodded and commented, Oh, so that's it. That's why people say basic technique is so important. The number 1 assassin is forced into a defensive position. I guess it seems like the situation is pretty bad for you. Grid looked at Yura's confident and energetic appearance. He thought to himself, with 5 elites of the guild using good equipment, it would take 15 minutes to destroy the vampire, but if he had more of her strength, it would be possible. It feels like the raid speed is shortened by 3 times. You are an important person, Yura. Thinking about it, he smiled and ordered, Everyone, let's charge. Grid didn't forget to come back and ask for help. Picking up 4 spears for me. I'll have to throw it again later. Throwing spears and thrown spears must be recovered. If it cannot be withdrawn within 30 seconds, ownership of the spear will be lost. Hearing that, Pawn shouted angrily, Hey! Immediately afterwards, Grid and the guild members simultaneously rushed forward to surround the mountain. In just a short time, he defeated the vampire Baron Mountain, get 211,555,202 experience points, get 3 lucky armor enhancement stones, 9 armor enhancement stones and skill books, skin enhancement. On the other side of the castle, a large explosion suddenly erupted. The group of high-ranking vampires rushed out from the explosion. They ignored their injuries and continuously threw their palms at Jishuka and Jednos. Jishuka was hit by a dangerous blow right in the shoulder. Jednos saw this and shouted in panic, Jishuka, their recovery speed is too fast, just have to separate them. Realizing that his teammate was injured, Jednos immediately raised his hand and unleashed Wind Arrow and Wind Receive skills. The cyclone arrows covered with the blessing of the deity instantly blew away the approaching vampires. At that moment, the system suddenly warned that there was no more mana left. The cooldown time of the mana potion has not yet recovered. Jednos helplessly watched the remaining spiritual energy evaporate from his hand. Jishuka immediately stood up. She shouted loudly and lowered her head. Jednos, Phoenix Arrow. Her fiery arrow rushed straight towards the opponent and then burned fiercely. Not stopping there, Jishuka continued to pull the bow. She said loudly, "He must have been hit by an arrow. Before he recovers, run away quickly." Jednos shouted angrily, "What are you saying, Jishuka?" Jishuka frowned slightly. She softly ordered, "Don't be so fierce, run away quickly." In her heart, she secretly calculated that after all, that was the last arrow. If you can't exchange even one teammate's life, you can't continue fighting. A bright light suddenly flared up to the surprise of Jishuka and Jednos, and the light engulfed all the vampires. From the cloud of smoke after the explosion, Grid slowly walked out. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he finally caught most of them. He reprimanded, why did he always have to run into places that weren't allowed, like some warlike ponies? Please listen to me, please. Jishuka suddenly ran to hug Grid. She emotionally shouted, "Grid, I'm so scared." With Jishuka's big, round and soft breasts pressing against him, Grid blushed and exclaimed, "Gulp, come on, lol, it's so big and soft." Looking at that scene, Yura filled with murderous intent and pulled out his gun. Styx, not understanding what was going on, widened his eyes and asked, "Ha, are there still enemies around?" Yura coldly replied, "Yes, right in front of my eyes." A moment later, Jishuka let go of the Grid. She wondered, but why did he just come back? From the Behen archipelago to here is not far. Grid smiled and replied, "Thanks to the power of the fairy sage over there." Styx immediately bowed his head and introduced, "Hello, my name is Styx. I owe Mr. Grid my life." Seeing that, Tuat Kiem immediately turned pale and thought, where does Grid constantly bring famous NPCs that are hard to meet? He has never once been surprised by Grid's talent. Regis shouted enthusiastically, "Anyway, it's okay, now let's clean this place up." Grid frowned and reminded, looking at everyone, refusing to listen to me, "Since the first floor, we have encountered too many Baron-level vampires. Even a super strong Viscount level has appeared. What should I do if I encounter Marie Rose?" Tobin asked in fear, "Is that so? So should we give up here?" Grid confidently reassured, "Just killing them and escaping like he did with the Elfin Stone would be enough. Don't worry, I will definitely go with everyone. Start with special training, Mr. Styx here will take everyone to his place." Meanwhile, in a desert far from the vampire city, a mysterious player opened the system panel, saw that his teammate was offline. He grumbled, "Brat Veridin, I asked to search for the lair of the great demon Furfu but I didn't find any news. Useless stuff." Around him were dozens of dry skeletons wearing cloaks. He continued to mutter, "I've been searching for a month, not to mention the barrier that thing is sealing. Not even a piece of ice could be found. Where the hell am I anyway? Fortunately, there are so many monsters that I level up regularly, but the job quests are stuck here, which is really frustrating." He took out a jet black gem and thoughtfully studied the gem's stats and accompanying effects. It turned out that it was also a deadly ancient gem, privately owned item. It is permanently preserved in the storage box, cannot be traded, dropped or destroyed. Effective use, consumes a portion of leadership stat to increase summoning ability. All stats of the minions you summon increase by 20%. The Blue Knight's Faith creates a shield that absorbs 10,000 damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. Benau's Talisman, swaps your blood with the blood of the specified target. Cooldown, 12 hours. Signature passive effect, when you acquire the body of an established character or a monster and make it your own familiar, you will be able to absorb their signature abilities. The Tehran Swordsmanship, Advanced Swordsmanship Mastery skill is created. You can use the Blood Martial style sword technique when equipping a sword type weapon. Muhammad's Knowledge, chanting speed increased by 15%, mana regeneration speed increased by 30%. He sighed regretfully, "Damn, I should have kept his soul then. I thought soul fragments wouldn't be able to use magic. The more I think, the angrier I get. He pulled himself up to his feet, his mouth constantly grumbling. He should have absorbed all of Brahm's properties at first. I was quite looking forward to it because I thought I could control a legendary like a lich. At this point, there is another stage of development that members of the Luxury Goods Association must go through. The stage and time have opened for all. That player glanced around, surrounded by thousands of ancient swords buried deep in the ground, a place called a sword grave. Enjoy everything after coming to this challenge. This is where the legendary blacksmith Pagma spent his final years. With thousands of weapons buried in the hills, Tomb of Swords, in another legendary land, there is a guy who is also lifting the curtain on new events. That player was Anyu's. He licked his lips and exclaimed, "I want Brahm's corpse so much." After successfully wiping out the vampire city, the expedition group returned to Raiden City to rest and repair their equipment for the next expedition. Looking at the city's rapid changes after just a short period of absence, Grid admired, "Oh, how much has changed. Lal has had a hard time. Everyone, please rest a bit. After getting dressed, we will depart for the Bihan archipelago." Styx also couldn't hide his surprise at the grandeur and bustle of Raiden, the once abandoned desert city that had now developed to this point. Irene and Lord happily ran out to welcome Grid, her husband. Fortunately he returned safely. Grid smiled and replied, "Oh, Irene," but he just went back to dress up and rest a little, then again, and then had to leave right away. Lord looked at his father with a radiant look. The child babbled and called Dad. "Tortoise," Grid emotionally exclaimed, "Oh, did everyone hear that? Lord called me Dad." Lord turned and pointed at Asmawful, also calling Ba, Asmawful asked in surprise, "Why is that so? Did the young master want to say something?" He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Grid looked at Asmawful with bullet-shaped eyes. He angrily scolded, "Asmawful, who the hell are you that Lord calls you Dad? What did you do when I wasn't here?" Asmawful awkwardly explained, "It was just a misunderstanding, Lord." Lord looked at the two old men arguing and laughed happily. Kasim stood monitoring from afar and silently assessed. Just like this, he already knows how to joke with adults. It's really amazing. Grid looked affectionately at my son, Lord, to see how much he had grown. Having said that, he took out the Great Lord sword. The system panel immediately displays the Lord's strength and skill parameters. Name, Lord Steim, age, 0, gender, male, occupation, gentleman. Level, 3, strength, 40, stamina, 45, agility, 54, intelligence, 47, dexterity, 90, charm, 100, majesty, 17, insight, 80, title, Genius of Western Continent. Level growth rate and ability stats increased by 60%. Skills can be acquired in many different fields. However, the growth index will be limited when the boy reaches 15 years old. Grid thought in surprise. The Genius of Eternal had changed to the Genius of the Western Continent. Elementary blacksmith skills and techniques. F. Primary weapon proficiency. C. Clear eyes. S. Overwhelming charm. S. Bloodline of a prestigious and legendary lineage. SS. The Deluca magic. A+. Lantier magic. SS. My son's skills surprised Grid even more. He even had a SS level legendary skill. The boy's hidden strength also increased a lot. What happened in the end? Suddenly Grid received a text message. "Bro, go out for a bit, someone came looking." Grid was slightly startled. Say he. At a cafe in the city outside the real world, a meeting is taking place between two characters with great influence on the Satisfy game world. The middle-aged man gave statistics that the average viewership rating in the world for the first international tournament had reached 63%. This number has surpassed the viewership rate of both the Olympics and the World Cup. Our company highly appreciates the potential of this international tournament, and is planning to invest in it. We highly appreciate the potential of this international tournament, and are planning to invest in it. We plan to give players participating in the international tournament even more special treatment than last year. But it seemed like you still hadn't registered to participate, so we came directly to you. That man is Yoon Sang-min, CEO of ESA Group. He sent an invitation to Grid, the second international tournament, asking you to participate. Grid, no. You Shin Youngwoo. Shin Youngwoo raised his eyebrows and asked, Sigh, what have you guys prepared? Yoon Sang-min immediately introduced that, unlike the first Congress, each country's government will subsidize a set bonus for players who win medals. Our group also plans to subsidize additional items. Shin Youngwoo frowned and retorted, ha ha, when I was working on it, even if I prayed hundreds of times, it would all come out as waste. I would only believe it if I said that in a dream. Yoon Sang-min revealed a promising item. Because Pagma's descendant belongs to the Blacksmith group, he will be able to receive adamantium, the mineral of the gods. Depending on the number of metals, the number of items received, the number of items will be more. Shin Youngwoo heard that and thought in shock, is it adamantium, the material of the holy light armor? The best mineral in the divine world is comparable to bloodstone, although it has no consciousness of its own, its quality can be compared to vibranium. I didn't know how to find it. This is a golden opportunity to receive this amazing item. Yoon Sang-min is full of calculations. Phew, I've been following him for almost 2 years and just need to bait him. It really takes a little provocation. He lowered his voice, of course taking into account that it was quite difficult for a small and weak country like Korea to win a medal. Shin Youngwoo frowned and thought to himself, even though he has Yura and an extremely sword, it's still underrated. Even though I wanted to say I would join immediately to show myself, but he remembered Raoul's words. Lord Kwon single-handedly won 3 gold medals in the last international tournament and brought Korea to 3rd place in the combined rankings, or in short, the Lord is the symbol of the international tournament, meaning the check that guarantees the big win of the conference. Soon the Lord will become someone that corporations must invite, so it is absolutely impossible to agree right away. Please be firm and state your conditions. Thinking about it, Shin Youngwoo immediately made a condition to Yoon Sang-min, then let the association use good equipment to participate in the opening process of the international tournament. I want to promote my guild. The CEO listened and was stunned for a moment. In his heart, he kept wondering, what kind of unreasonable request was this crazy guy making? The opening of an event watched by billions of people that was used to promote the Star Festival. After considering the influence of the grid in the game, Yoon Sang-min grimaced and thought to himself, this is crazy, he's the most popular star in Satisfy, I can't just ignore him. He asked, hoping that Shin Youngwoo would think again, is it necessary for a guild that belongs to one of the strongest guilds like a guild that uses genuine goods to promote anymore? Shin Youngwoo remembered Raoul's serious inferences when the two of them were walking in the castle grounds. Lord, in this game the income the kingdom will earn is far beyond our imagination. This is also the reason why the final content of this Satisfy is the founding of the nation. The core of the nation building plan is how many threatening forces can be restrained while building a nation. So this Congress needs to have a strong message so that no one can easily underestimate us. Thinking about it, Shin Youngwoo smirked and explained in a soft voice that the goal of the Luxury Goods Guild is not to be one of the strongest guilds, but to be the most unique and unique guild. Shin Youngwoo smiled and said, speaking of which, I have one more condition, since this is a condition that even Essa here will be very satisfied with, don't worry. Later, at a meeting at Game Development Corporation SA, so if Shin Youngwoo's suggestion is followed, then the plan cannot be avoided. The original opening plan was to have 7 players representing each country form a group and record a video. The marketing team leader grimaced and sighed. In addition to the CGI attack, we also prepared themes for each participating country and the performance of the most famous rock band in the world. The plan that the marketing team worked on overnight has all turned into waste paper. Choi Nahi gave his opinion, but the order of appearance in the original plan was also quite vague, because if the French team opens, and the American team, which ranked first in the overall rankings in the previous conference, appears last, then the influence of Grid, who alone received 3 gold medals last time, will be reduced. Don't get too many waves down. Another person raised an objection, but wouldn't that focus too much on the individual? It goes against the purpose of making Satisfy into an international sport. Yoon Sang-min calmly replied, I also did not agree, but Shin Youngwoo's side had one more additional request. Everyone, please look at the next page. After turning the page, everyone exclaimed in surprise, what, is this real? Will this person really appear? Lim Chul clicked his tongue and concluded, the entire success of the tournament depends on this opening part. Do people have to consider anything when doing this? Just let them appear at the opening and the tournament's success is certain. Just try it and see how it goes, Lim Chul-ho affirmed with a firm voice. The second international tournament was beyond imagination. A few days later, information about the international tournament was widely broadcast on public media. Satisfy Today newsletter. Today we are bringing you a special newsletter. Satisfy Today newsletter. Today we are bringing you a special newsletter. The second Satisfy International Tournament held in the French capital Paris is approaching in just 43 days. Not only outstanding players like Zabal and Chris, this time there will be 32 countries participating, more than the previous conference. And it was exactly 6 o'clock this morning. The 4-minute and 31 seconds opening video was suddenly posted on the game's official website. The video's views have reached 1 billion. This is why Satisfy Today has appeared for you today. Let's see. At the beginning of the video, water drops slowly fall into the vast and magical space. The whirlpools gradually widened, slowly forming the shape of the Eiffel Tower and the words, "Stepping on the water." All members of the Luxury Goods Association officially appeared. Besides, there are many other players, all of whom have strong abilities and widespread influence. Everyone has a solemn attitude and heroic spirit. Fireworks were shot up, illuminating a large area of the night sky, light reflected on the water surface, making the space sparkling and poetic. At that moment, Grid appeared with the divine sword on his shoulder. He swung his hand to strike, Pagma swordsmanship. Super Link. His powerful swordsmanship was launched. At the same time the person on the other side also responded. Grid raised his sword to block the attack. His face smiled brightly, looking extremely satisfied. On the contrary, Raoul stood thoughtfully observing the introductory video. He thought, frowning, damn it, the purpose is to focus the public's attention on the Lord and the Association of Luxury Goods. I didn't think the Lord would call that person over. But it is true that we should not entrust everything to the Lord to negotiate. The final round is probably much more nervous than this opening event. According to his plan, the members of the high-end item guild must win the majority of categories so that the guild's potential can leave a strong impression on competing guilds and the audience. If they to participate, we must give up medals from popular categories such as PvP, raids and sieges of each country. Raoul clicked his tongue and sighed, unable to complete the final move of his strategy by stratagem, and had no other choice but to entrust everything to the Lord. But the Lord said he was able to win because his condition was not the most perfect. A sun suddenly flashed in the dark universe, and a white sword slowly appeared. The young man wearing an ivory white outfit stepped out. The whole space seemed to glow brightly. Official opening video of the international tournament. The key point that makes the whole world crazy is right now. Grid grinned brightly. He thought to himself, he is someone I cannot win by just relying on luck. No matter what state it is in, only the bravery of the monarch can break through the limits and win. The commentator respectfully introduces the young player who just appeared. A genius. It's Kraugel. He is known for being arrogant and has a large fan base that goes beyond the grid, but as the strongest person's name suggests, he has never officially appeared publicly. The character will become the biggest wave that will attract everyone's attention at this conference. Kraugel finally participated in the second international tournament. Go back to the day of filming the opening video of the international tournament. In the lobby, the instructors called the players back to give instructions. So the filming process was finished. Come on, national representatives, let's all gather to take profile photos. Group 1 waits on the left and Group 2 waits on the right. Upon seeing the appearance of the white-clothed sword, the entire lobby suddenly became extremely noisy. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is that really a Kraugel? What should I do now? My fan is howling." There's no one here who isn't a fan of Kraugel. Calm down a bit. Kraugel still had a cold expression, his expression not changing at all in response to the cheers around him. Some players rolled their eyes and commented that he was younger than I thought. He's probably not even 30 years old yet. How about I take the risk and invite Kraugel to join our party? If he could, he would have gone to another guild a long time ago. Everyone wholeheartedly praised Kraugel, from his incredible leveling speed, control ability to absolute understanding of the game. The two words genius are not enough to describe this person. He is right before our eyes, but that transcendent aura makes it impossible for us to approach even if we wanted to. Raoul walked up to a burly man and asked, "Do you still remember the promise you made to me in the Raiden Desert?" "How?" Raoul smiled and remembered that he had rejected my monarchy, and said that only the sky could conquer a dragon like him. "And if you don't know, the sky you admired has been shattered by my monarch. Now is the time for you to find a new sky. I will temporarily forgive your arrogance for daring to refuse this supernova's friend request." Faced with Raoul's inviting attitude, Hao glared and thought to himself, "What are you talking about, you brat?" He insisted. "It was ridiculous. Grid defeated the heavenly sky. Please be careful with your words." Kraugel was at a level that Grid could not reach. Hao stared at Kraugel's back with admiration. "I participated in this tournament as a representative of billions of Chinese people, but Kraugel, someone I never dreamed of meeting, actually brings a truly overwhelming feeling. I respect this person. Kraugel is very special. I hope he will understand my shortcomings." Hao smiled softly and muttered, "What do I need to touch the sky like him? First I have to surpass those in the group who use good stuff." Zabal gritted his teeth and hissed, "TSK, damned, the leader of the Python Guild like me, the person ranked second on the overall rankings is being overwhelmed like that." Grid suddenly ran over and blamed him. "How could he avoid all my attacks? It's so annoying." Kraugel smiled wryly. "Is that so? Sorry." The intimate relationship between the two shocked Zabal. He shouted in surprise, What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Wasn't he given the right to make the opening video to promote the guild, yet he actually had a relationship with Kraugel?" Grid is still scolding for being away from the top 1 rankings. "Have you forgotten all about the script? If my cool attacks were completely dodged, what effect would they have?" Kraugel smiled casually and indifferently. "But the trajectory of your sword has actually become more complicated than before. I have to use all my strength to avoid the attack." Grid suddenly changed the topic, but he widened the gap with the top 2. Kraugel humbly nodded. "Thanks to his eldest brother, Bak Nya's performance has reached a new level. Thank you very much." He secretly remembered the moment when Grid fixed the house for him. Grid smiled brightly. He, I have to thank you too. Thanks to your instructions at Bunsen Islands, I have improved a lot." Kraugel speculated in a low voice. He must have already arrived at the 31st island. Overcoming the past is truly a difficult challenge. More than Kraugel expected, Grid showed a confident smile. He boasted that was he surprised to hear this? Because I have now set foot on the 40th island. Kraugel widened his eyes in surprise. In his heart he really expressed his admiration for Grid. He had reached a place that he could not reach, not approaching me with malice like Anyus. Grid's pure existence motivated me in a positive way. Grid smiled humbly. It's not just a matter of skill. Bunsen Islands really helped us grow a lot." Kraugel looked at him affectionately. His praise was sincere, not modest. "This is the first time I've fallen behind. You're such a great guy." Zabal stepped forward. He spoke with a disdainful tone. It seemed like Kraugel was giving him no more than pity. "The Grid looks even more ragged than I thought. Kraugel should interact with people of the same level as us." His partner, Chris, sighed softly. "Let me just say goodbye." Zabal came before Kraugel, held out his hand to express goodwill. "First meeting, Kraugel, I'm the second-ranked Zabal. You've probably heard my name before." Kraugel hummed through it, not paying much attention to Zabal. Yes." He turned to say goodbye to Grid. "Grid, I have to go. My mother is calling again." Zabal's face turned red because he was ignored. His hands shook with anger. Chris looked at Zabal and could only cover his mouth and laugh, coughing. At that time, in Russia. In an apartment complex on the outskirts of Moscow. The clock's alarm bell rang loudly. Kraugel stood up from the Satisfy game machine. He opened the window to let the bright rays of sunlight shine into the dark room. Kraugel, the undisputed leader of the Satisfy total rankings, was a mysterious player to the media. The endless adoration of the public made his throne even more splendid, but his childhood was filled with poverty and ethnic discrimination just because he was a Korean. Korean are Koreans living in post-Soviet countries. Despite such difficult circumstances, he still got into a prestigious university and found a stable job. Just like now, he is still growing silently and non-stop. The reason he was able to push himself despite all the difficulties surrounding him, even if the world was against him, was. Then he just needs those warm hands. Kraugel brought the plate of food into his mother's room. when suddenly she threw an iron cup hard at his head. His mother breathed out with difficulty. Ha, ha. Boy, where is my son? She shouted angrily. Respect, and boundless love, those are the things he received from his beloved mother. Alzheimer's, the cruel, incurable disease, is eroding my mother's memories day by day. I quit my job, sold the villa and poured all my assets into my mother's treatment, and in order to take care of my mother, I put all my heart and soul into satisfying. Inviting the best doctors in the world and pouring billions of dollars into treatment. However, this disease is like a devil's joke. No matter how hard we try, it is all in vain. Even though the wound on his head was bleeding, Kraugel still thoughtfully walked to his mother's bedside. His mother beamed when she saw the plate of food in Kraugel's hand. He gently comforted her. Don't worry, she will meet her son soon. While looking at the image of his mother scooping up food like a child, Kraugel lovingly thought to himself, Mom, please hug me with that smile one more time. Please hug me tightly, Mom. Just a little more. This time in the game world, in Raiden territory. Raoul and a few people were walking in the castle grounds. He pondered and analyzed. In the opening scene, it was bad that all the attention was focused on Kraugel. Luckily, his actions followed. It's so mysterious that the media is once again focused on us. Tobin spoke up. Everyone is still speculating that we have amassed a huge fortune, thanks to the Silver Cavalry's annexed territory. Raoul nodded and replied, thinking so. Raiden is a large and rapidly developing city. Baron has countless hunting grounds, while Cork Island is famous as a tourist attraction. Ventnor said boredly, it's true that people are only good at guessing. They don't know that we're broke because we poured all our resources into Raiden. Raiden is an isolated land in the middle of the desert. They don't know our actual situation. Raoul explained softly. Rigas looked around wonderingly. By the way, everyone was preparing to leave for Bunsen Islands in 1 hour. But I couldn't see the grid anywhere. Raoul replied, Boss Grid will stay in Raiden for a few more days. He said he would try combining alchemy and blacksmithing. Ventnor exclaimed excitedly, oh, Styx said if we could do that we could recreate the unique skills of the dwarves. It takes a long time to reach that level. Now, adding an optional effect to equipment is already great. Raoul spoke eloquently, and now we, Raiden's weapons, will be honed in the Bunchen archipelago. Must grow from the inside out. Meanwhile, at the city's blacksmith shop, Lord is holding a small hammer, knocking with great enthusiasm on the nail stuck in the piece of wood. As he knocked, he shouted, ah ba ba ba. This is a blacksmith's hammer for babies learning to walk. Epic class, damage, 10 to 12, item crafting rate, rare class increased by 2%, item crafting rate, epic rank increased by 1%, dexterity increased by 5. The hammer is made from obsidian, a hard but extremely light material. The legendary blacksmith Grid created it as a gift for his son. Grid looked at his son's extremely productive work. He proudly praised, ha ha, that's right, my son, please work with me for a while. The son of a legendary blacksmith must have some talent. Dad will teach you everything. In his heart, he was secretly happy. If you add up all the citizens and players of the 17 countries in the Western continent, the population must be up to billions of people, not less. Yet Lord is the continent's top genius. He is clearly far beyond ordinary people. It seemed that due to constant knocking, the nail refused to come down. On the contrary, it became more and more warped. The Lord repeatedly slammed his hand on the table, angrily screaming, boo. Grid gently patted my head. Well, even if I'm a genius, blacksmithing is too difficult. It requires a lot of strength and experience. So cute. Having said that, he placed a small piece of clay in front of the Lord. Come on, try making a shape with this piece of clay first. Lord felt his honor was insulted. He pouted and looked at his first father angrily and sullenly. Boo, Grid awkwardly exclaimed. Ha, he doesn't like it. Little kids already know how to love themselves. The old Khan chuckled softly. Cough cough. Lord must be very good at studying. Grid replied in a low voice. He had skillful hands but was still too small. He couldn't melt minerals. The old Khan nodded and replied, of course, it took him until he was 12 years old to start. Lord puffed his cheeks in protest. Boo-oo. Grid wondered what the boy kept saying. The old Khan speculated that maybe he was saying he loved you very much. Kasim looked at the Lord's grumpy attitude and immediately understood. He thought to himself, they really don't spend much time with the boy. The kid is upset at being ignored like that. He's truly someone with a strong desire to win. If the Lord is determined, the boy can become a blacksmith when he is 2 years old, not until he is 12 years old. Really disappointing. If that's the case, when will I be able to teach the boy Master Lantier's techniques? Looking at the Lord's focused and serious attitude when holding the hammer, Kasim implicitly affirmed that in this castle only he knows how great is the boy's potential and aspirations. Later, in Grid's office, he opened the system panel and studied it thoughtfully. Alchemy has 5 main uses. 1. Production of various drugs. 2. Upgrade low-level minerals. 3. Craft stones to enhance weapons and armor. 4. Production of special equipment. 5. Provides additional features for equipment. The uses are so great, but the success rate is so low. No wonder the alchemy facilities in the Western continent are all refused investment. The system displays the parameters and functions of the Raiden alchemy facility. Level, Intermediate 8, can make super healing and mana potions. 36% success rate, can make high-end buff potions. 14% success rate, can upgrade minerals by 1 level from super downgrade to downgrade. Success rate 10% out of 4%, can give an additional feature to equipment. 1% success rate. He frowned and asked the Robbie, even though he poured all his real estate profits into this, did he only have this success rate? Rabbis replied softly, as I mentioned before, if the level of the alchemy base is raised, the rate of adding features to equipment will increase by 5%. Grid sighed slightly in disappointment. Well, it's only increased by 5%. No wonder no one wants to invest in this field. The goal of turning Raiden into a second Tolima seems a bit far-fetched. Rabbis smiled and suggested, you forgot that our Raiden has fairy dust that significantly increases the success rate of alchemy. It helps increase rates by up to 20%, which is great for us. Grid fell into contemplation. 20% was still too low. The investment burden is still too great. We must seriously consider this risk. But with the existence of pixie dust, Raiden is the only city that can prove the value of alchemy. Do it, a challenge that other countries cannot even dream of catching up with us. Thinking about it, Grid stood up full of spirit. He told the Rabbis, there is no other choice, continue working, I need more features for the equipment. Rabbis smiled and thought to himself, the nature of trade is the relationship of supply and demand. There is nothing better for a merchant than owning a rare product. Alchemy can be considered a dreamland that no businessman can touch. Faced with countless challenges like this person chose to confront instead of running away. That's more than enough for me to be willing to contribute. Rabbis spoke with a voice full of admiration for what Grid had done, thanking him for making such a great decision. I have someone I want to introduce to you. Come in. Receiving the invitation, an elderly man quickly ran in. He happily shouted, oh. He accepted it. Please pay your respects to the great Duke Grid. He immediately knelt down at Grid's feet, making him startle in surprise. He asked the Rabbis with confusion, what's wrong with this person? Who here? Rabbis introduced with a very confident voice, I had to go everywhere to find him. It looks a little crazy, but it works. Silverun, the person who devoted 50 years of his life to alchemy, the best alchemist on the entire continent. The sky was blue, the sun was shining down, and at the Raiden alchemy facility, intermediate level 8. A man with chestnut hair, standing in front of the shelf with Shin Youngwoo's metallurgy items, he shouted in surprise, his eyes sparkling, whoa, wow, there are many metallurgy props here. Kim is like that, that's surprising, it's amazing. Seeing him looking passionately and even shouting loudly, Shin Youngwoo felt uncomfortable and stood with his arms crossed and said to Rabbis, that old man is quite rude, isn't he? Rabbis smiled back, he told the Lord to believe in the truth, my own strength and promise to give my best support. Then suddenly, the man turned around, bowed his head and said to Youngwoo, it's so embarrassing, sir, making Youngwoo a bit surprised. He bowed his head, raised one hand in front of his chest as if bursting into tears and said, for the past 50 years I have devoted myself to alchemy, because this is a field of study that is not respected by the world, so I thought that my life was over, until the end of time, but now I will use all my knowledge to help the Duke because he took my hand in the darkest night and led me to the light of the future. Then Youngwoo looked serious, stood in front of the man and held out his hand. The Iaruged bar appeared. Youngwoo said, "It's too early to be so happy, because I also want to confirm your strength, so show me now." Now, this Iaruged is a sword with a very special soul. Can you add a new optional feature to it using alchemy? Hearing that, the man took out a box-shaped bag, opened the bag and said, "Optional features equipped on an item from intermediate level can go up to the highest level of mythology, and as you know alchemy at the time, everything has a high chance of failure." Youngwoo looked at the man opening the bag and said, "If adding an optional feature fails, will the unique feature of the item be lost?" The man quickly took out his items and tools from his pocket and said firmly, "In my hands, such a thing will never happen, because my whole life has been devoted to the cause. The purpose is to overcome those shortcomings." The glowing red furnace was opened. Placed on the fire are colorful reagent bottles. Potions of different sizes were burning on the fire. Seeing the man's actions, Youngwoo was a bit startled. He thought to himself, the operation was too fast, even if he used his own reagents. The speed of mixing and preparing was too fast, unreasonable power. Very quickly, a vial of medicine was extracted, with a light blue color. The man was extremely focused, holding the bottle of medicine he had just extracted, preparing to pour it onto the red sword. He said excitedly, "When I can develop my full potential here, I will start right away, Mr. Duke." Then the strong man emptied the potion and stretched the sword. The system displays text, testing to add new optional features to Iaruged. Suddenly, the sword glowed red, shining brightly throughout the entire area, surprising Youngwoo and the others. The man gently said to Youngwoo, "Thank you for blowing a breath of fresh air into this dying alchemy industry, Mr. Duke," while Youngwoo's face still looked back in panic, towards the sword and the light shining out. The man held the sword in both hands, knelt down and offered the sword in front of Youngwoo and said, "My knowledge is responding to the call of a great person. Please accept it and feel the results." Youngwoo was surprised, a bit suspicious, reached out his hand to receive the Iaruged and thought, he succeeded only once. I am a person whose rate of forging items is quite high, so I never imagined him successfully added an effect to the sword the first time, yet in just one go without the help of pixie dust, with alchemy that had such a difficult success rate, he did it. Youngwoo eagerly held the sword in his hand. Here, the man's name was revealed. Youngwoo thought to himself, Shiveryun, this man's strength is indeed real. The system displayed the text and features. Cool B level option has been added, plus 8 Iaruged. The system displays more. The already cool Iaruged is now even cooler, simply understood as beautifying the sword, without any additional effects to increase damage during combat. Realizing that, Youngwoo seemed to freeze in place, surprised. Youngwoo with the sword in his hand said in confusion, "Ing, cool," and Shiveryun, the man who created it, clapped his hands and said loudly, "Oh, feature, cool, the best among the optional level features B was added. It exceeded my expectations." The man's eyes sparkled. Hearing that, Youngwoo could only look at the sword and cry silently, thinking, "It's over, the best in B level and this is a trash feature. I have to stop now." Youngwoo regretfully thought, "Ugh, my money." Behind him, Rabus said comfortingly, "It's too early to despair, sir." Youngwoo looked disappointed as Rabus explained, "As long as the aristocracy is still crazy about luxury goods, luxury will still serve as a communication tool in politics." Youngwoo heard what Rabus said and thought it made sense. He held the sword and swung it up and down thinking, is that so? That's right. Recently I also heard that there is a hidden profession called creating beautification for equipment. Can earn a lot of money, certainly looks cooler, and will probably stand out more in matches. Looking towards Youngwoo, Rabus told Shiveryun about alchemy. In order to successfully increase the efficiency, we will also continuously accumulate fairy dust until the added effect can reach high level. Hearing that, the man named Shiveryun was so surprised that he said loudly, "Oh, yes, fairy dust, why?" Shiveryun was full of vitality. His eyes lit up and said loudly to Youngwoo, "Suddenly I felt more energetic. Should we add, cool, to other equipment too, my lord?" Youngwoo looked at Shiveryun was excited but felt tired. Youngwoo said with a dark face, "No need. I will go out and relax and look at the sky for a while and then return to the smithy. You just keep working." Clear blue sky in the Altus Mountains field. Someone used their ability, the system appeared, the hand plow was visualized from a magical aura, along with red light flying past. Hurrent raised his hand to use his power, plowing his hands into chaos. The ground was kicked up, rocks and soil were thrown up everywhere. With 40 days left until the second international tournament, Hurrent, the unlucky representative of America, was defeated by Grid in just 5 seconds, strengthening his fighting spirit before this conference. Hurrent was on the field practicing. The people around him were surprised by his strength. He alone did the work of 100 farmers. Piero walked up to Hurrent from behind and said, "My vision is indeed very accurate. Your technique is shining on the farm work. You've done it anyway. Do you want to work with me for another hour or so? Don't worry, in 3 months, I will teach you many more things." Hurrent turned his head to look at Piero and said loudly with a bit of surprise, 3,3 months, is it okay for just 1 month? Hurrent thought to himself, the value of the task Piero assigned to him was indeed great, but if it was 3 months then I won't be able to prepare for this international tournament. Piero looked at Hurrent and said, what a pity, if I could help for another month, it would be better to leave now. I thought about whether I should teach you a new technique, but this technique cannot be mastered in just 1 month. Hurrent looked at Piero thoughtfully. Hurrent hesitated. He thought, I was convinced that I was stronger than Grid when I participated in the invasion of Raiden with Prince Ren, but after experiencing the harshness of Piero's mission on this field, that belief was completely shaken. Hurrent thought back as he remembered. He thought it was because of the words of this man who never uttered such empty words. Recalling the scene in the fields, he was tired with his hand holding the axe and looking at Piero with a calm expression on his face. However, Hurrent remembered what Piero said. There were many people as strong as him, and the Lord's strength was a long way from him. Hurrent turned away and was very hesitant. He thought, what should I choose between revenge and sharpening my sword to improve my strength? There is no reason to hesitate. Then Hurrent also gave the answer, I will continue to help you in the next 3 months. Hearing Hurrent's answer, Piero said, you have become a guy who cares about stability as well as the source of strength, which is a perfect choice. Hurrent turned back and smiled at Piero at that compliment. He thought, whether it's next year or the year after, that doesn't matter. I will aim to become a master in my profession and thereby develop into a legend. During the conversation, Hurrent replied to Piero, okay, there are still lots of unplowed areas. Each person's horizon is different. The truth each person must contemplate and learn for themselves to be able to develop more, in a lawn with old walls that have been demolished and abandoned. The leaders of the 7 guilds are gathered here. They are the strongest players in the top 30 of the combined rankings and are also the ones who will participate in the second international tournament. Zabal, who sits central position, the one who spoke first, Zabal said, it has been 9 months since we gathered together to invade Raiden and then had to return humiliating defeat. Since then the 7 major guilds have all has lost all its honor and majesty. The association of using luxury goods is growing more and more. Zabal, the leader of the Python Society, with long blonde hair tied back and wearing silver armor, he continued, that is why I have gathered everyone here today. I want to get revenge on the Good Goods Guild and regain your lost honor in this tournament. Bondre, the leader of the Ice Flower Guild, with white and blue hair, spoke up. The international tournament was a victory or defeat based on the country, not a match between guilds. He was aiming for how can the guild use good items. Zabal replied, just defeat them, destroy their will to fight, then they will soon take revenge and regain their honor. Zabal continued, the symbol of the Luxury Goods Guild is the Korean Grid, we need to defeat him. As he spoke, Zabal remembered Grid with his special mask and crimson armor. Zabal continued confidently, adding that we will also destroy Korea. In this Congress, Zabal thought to himself, because to do that I received equipment created from the superior technology of the dwarf race, from Pagma. Blacksmith ranked first. Chris sat next to Bondre, also the leader of the Great Knight Guild. After listening to Zabal's words, Chris stood up and said, I understand that the guild's honor is directly related to income, but, in the first place, what qualifications do you have to stand, be the representative of the 7 guilds? Chris stood up and wanted to leave, but Zabal still sat calmly and smiled. That's too rude, Chris. I never said that I was representing the 7 guilds. After all, we are people who cooperate with each other. Equality, right? Chris heard that and immediately replied, cooperate, whether it is this alliance, or the previous invasion of Raiden, I have never had a hand in it. Chris continued to glance at Zabal and said, that is also the purpose of my coming here, so let me make things clear before the main topic begins. The so-called Seven Guild Alliance. Don't call me again from now on, because we don't have any memory of ever joining this alliance. Zabal saw that, stood up, put a hand on Chris's shoulder. The atmosphere became dangerous. Zabal said, if you keep doing your own thing like that, the rumor that you were on Grid's side will come true, right? If you create unnecessary misunderstandings that you're on Grid's side, you'll be digging your own grave. Jeff and Ralph, with two different hair colors and outfits of the same color, one red, one blue, and both leaders of the Zarif Guild, they suddenly said loudly, Chris and Grid are on the same side. What are you talking about? So? Zabal continued to look at Chris and said, my subordinates said that the weapon Chris used at the hunting ground was identical to the one Grid made. Chris smirked and replied, the items that look similar are not the same, too, that's the reason. Zabal continued to use a somewhat contemptuous attitude, inciting Chris to say, I mean the tyrant I once knew was not someone who just laughed it off in situations where he was treated unfairly. Hey, anyway, I have a feeling I've chosen the correct answer, right? Chris looked at Zabal indignantly and said, I clearly said it was just an unfounded hunch. Could it be that your ear is punctured? Zabal still stood there with his arms crossed and said, so excited, just share the information about your great sword and all misunderstandings will be cleared up. Chris said angrily, you've crossed the line. There is no idiot in this world who would arbitrarily reveal his power to others. Seeing the atmosphere becoming uncomfortable, Bubat, the leader of the Yak Guild, with dark skin and dark orange armor, spoke up and said, yes Zabal, we are still in pain with the gang. It's good and the local guild is here too, so let's stop it. But the leader of the Zarif Guild also said that if there's a chance that our story will reach Grid's ears, it can't be ignored. Suron impatiently stood up and said, the delay is gradually becoming suspicious, something that can be known just by looking at it, so why delay it? As he spoke, he took out his sword. It appeared words, +9 swords of intelligence, ferocity, legendary level. Suron continued, I'm definitely much stronger than when I invaded Raiden when I still couldn't adapt to the hidden job. As he spoke, he put his sword on his shoulder and showed off his strength. Suron, continuing, now I've leveled up like crazy and even spent a lot of money to get this revenge. Suron is the leader of the Golden Guild. Then Suron used his soul spear. Long spears appeared with extremely dazzling blue light. He shouted loudly, this is not a good opportunity to use it on the competitor ranked first on the rankings or what? The spears immediately rushed towards Chris. Chris completely endured Suron's attack. Not stopping, Suron continued to use the soul chains on Chris. The chains wrapped around Chris's legs. While Suron rushed forward, Chris was injured, but he thought, if he took out Grid's great sword, his relationship with them would become enemies and it would also affect his guild members. In a forced situation, Chris thought, now can only use secondary weapons. Oh, he took out a sword. Chris used his secondary sword to block Suron, who was rushing forward like a roaring tiger. Suron said loudly, oh ho, you blocked my skill with just a few minimal movements. Your strength is stronger than that rumor. But Suron had no intention of stopping. He said loudly, but now you are not my opponent. Soul transfer. Then Suron swung his sword and sent Chris flying. Soul transfer is to transfer the absorbed soul into own weapons to enhance the weapon's power. Next, Suron used a soul arrow. Thousands of arrows in the sky stabbed straight down at Chris. Chris tried to analyze the attacks and thought, the distance between the attacks and the fast and powerful skills really exceeded the strength of a normal swordsman. He was stronger than previous rumors. Now I still have to use my secondary weapon to deal with it. I have no other choice but to endure and defend. Suddenly, Hao appeared to block all the arrows flying towards Chris, with Hao's chain. Hao said, Suron, at least be moderate with the unruly things you do. There are limits to everything. Hao is the leader of the Hell King Association. Seeing Hao blocking him, Suron looked bored and said, Hao, don't you see anything strange? His weapon, when he's using it, can't you see it's just trash? His real weapon, I am another great sword. Hao said, even if that weapon was the same as the one Grid made, there was no evidence to confirm that they colluded and cooperated with each other. Bubat saw Hao say that and agreed, stood up and went to Suron and said, I also thought so. Just like that, thinking like that is too unreasonable. Suron took back his weapon and said, Bubat, you also, do you completely believe his nonsense excuses? Chad, that's it, I just wanted to train my body so I tested my strength a bit, but now I'm bored. Chris was covered in wounds, panting and said, if there's nothing else, I can go home. Suron expressed disdain and said, hee, go away, I don't care about a third-rate brat who was saved by someone else. Chris turned around and left, thinking, just laugh as much as you like. Chris thought about the strength he had trained. The strength he had accumulated for so long could not only be reserved for places like this, the best stage would take place in the next 40 days. At Youngwoo's smithy, the chimney rises high. Youngwoo is sitting in a chair thinking about skills, weapon mastery, ultimate mastery skill that adds damage to all different weapons. However, the additional damage of each weapon will vary depending on the quality of the added item as well as the blacksmith's manufacturing skill. Youngwoo still sat thoughtfully, propped up on his hands, thinking about and comparing the skills. Even when using a bow, the additional damage of 11% of proficient in bow and arrow was still greater than the 10% of proficient weapon proficiency, so proficiency skills with each weapon are also very important. Weapons, when equipped with skill upgrade effects based on the user's proficiency, are also an important choice to consider, to add to the item. While thinking about it, the success rate when adding optional features at alchemy facilities is still too low, whether it's creating new items or renovating old items. I don't have them at all. Any ideas? Youngwoo suddenly saw that Old Khan had played with Baby Lord. Youngwoo recalls Old Khan, a level 8 advanced blacksmith with extraordinary manufacturing ability passed down through generations. Above all, the experience he accumulated over the decades since one of the among Albertino's ancestors, the blacksmith who inspired Pagma. Thinking of this, Youngwoo stood up and thought, sure enough, at times like these, the only person I trust is Khan. Youngwoo calls Old Khan. Khan, have you found a way to quickly increase your chances of success, whether or not proficiency effects have been added to weapons? Old Khan heard that and replied with a gloomy face, I searched all my ancestors' knowledge but still couldn't find it. I'm sorry I couldn't help you at an important time. Youngwoo sighed and said, oh, even Khan can't find a method. Khan said to Youngwoo, so I tried to think about it all night. Maybe you should consider Mr. Piero, the image of Piero with farming work. Khan added, he knows the methods of training historical skills, using weapons effectively. Isn't that the same principle? I think that can be applied to item crafting. Youngwoo was startled when he heard that and suddenly remembered. Youngwoo thought, the principle of training in weapon skills and the experience of mastering weapons are the same. Youngwoo put his arm around Mr. Khan's shoulder and rubbed his head, shouting, wow, Khan, you are truly a genius. Youngwoo thought, so clear, if it is that method, then I understand. Youngwoo happily thought about Old Khan's efforts, couldn't believe he stayed up all night thinking about this. Advice, hey, I would never have gotten it if I didn't have infinite trust in Khan. Old Khan smiled happily and asked, did it help you? How lucky, Grid. In the distance, Baby Lord looked at Old Khan and Youngwoo made a babbling sound, a babu. Next to Lord was Kasim who was invisible. Kasim looked at the two of them and thought, men are a bit shy to be around, together. Both Old Khan and Youngwoo were eager to laugh happily. Kasim talked about the two of them, but there was no feeling of being forced, a long-term and enduring relationship of mutual trust. Only when we were honest, when we trust each other, it can be called friendship. Kasim looked towards Lord and said, look clearly. Kasim continued, if even one such relationship could be built, it would help his future a lot. A word with a very good resonance came out. The Lord babbled, love, one day, Lord will have the opportunity to lead the greatest teammates. Herent is still working very hard and diligently. Mr. Piero stood to the side observing, thinking, Herent, the more I look back, the more I see that he is sincere and enthusiastic. His personality is also more upright than I thought. He harbors a desire for revenge because of past events, but that desire for revenge seems to come from passion rather than malice. If well guided, Herent will definitely become a person who develops in a positive direction, and has the potential to become Lord Kwan's right-hand man in the future. Especially those auras that can transform into countless different shapes, they truly surpass my imagination. If he continues to develop like this, he will not only become a hero on the battlefield, but can also work for 1,000 farmers in the fields. The so-called life is truly unpredictable. I fell into the abyss and was saved by Lord Quan. Now I'm here training Lord Quan's enemies. Only someone who has experienced plots and betrayals like me can see the true nature of a person. I will definitely turn that young man into a solid sword for the Lord. At this time, Youngwoo was also walking around here. He looked around as he walked. Wow, the Altus Mountains were nothing but mud before. When did they become filled with fields and fruit trees like this? The number of farmers that Rabbit supports is less than 500 people, yet he single-handedly increased the number of farmers and created an army like this. Impressive, Piero. The ability of a farmer. Legendary people are truly terrible. At this time, he happened to see some children working. Youngwoo was a bit stunned. The children. You think, he forced the children to be serfs, no matter how much work? This is a bit too much. As a father of a child, I also find it difficult to accept the strict conditions. Just report. The children also saw Youngwoo. They immediately readied their shields, swords and even spears and looked at Youngwoo with cold eyes. After that, the children held weapons and rushed towards Youngwoo, rushing forward and shouting, "According to the will of Goddess Rebecca and Mr. Piero, we must exchange the person who arbitrarily invaded the land of Mr. Duke Grid, Mighty." At the same time, Youngwoo was suddenly attacked by the children. He quickly dodged all attacks. While avoiding and thinking, Lau said that Piero was educating 200 Rebecca Nun candidates, so these are those children. Fortunately they are not serfs, so this must be a lesson already. Even though we just met them for the first time, they are quite scary. People say that even though she is young, she has this kind of strength to become a nun candidate. Rebecca has this level of strength. It's okay, but if they develop more, it would be great. It turns out that everyone is still getting stronger, the farmers, the guild members who use good stuff, and even Raiden City. A feeling of excitement that I absolutely cannot feel if I get stronger alone. Then Youngwoo smiled and said, "That's the feeling, let me help train these kids first." He summoned Pagma's sword technique. Looking at the light radiating from the sword's body, the children stared without blinking. Each of them was infatuated with it. It was so beautiful. Oh, even though it was just for a moment, they were distracted. This cool effect isn't completely useless. Let's take a closer look. Youngwoo was excitedly rushing over. But suddenly Piero appeared from nowhere and grabbed Youngwoo's hand. He spoke up, "The sword is well polished, but using it to deceive these young girls is very unsightly, Lord Quan." Afterwards, he and Piero and the children sat down to chat. A little girl spoke up, "Thanks to you, Mr. Damien was able to become a teacher, and the Rebecca Church also found peace. It's an honor to meet you. Goddess Rebecca will also bless you." Youngwoo patted the girl's head, smiling and thinking, "They say that the Rebecca Nun candidates have been brainwashed for 10 years since they were children, but they are just like carefree children of their own age. Damien must have raised them very well, so adorable." Then you replied with a blessing, "Please grow up healthy and take care of my Lord's son in the future." "Yes, sir." Piero then said, "Lord, you asked how to quickly master a weapon, right? Normally, the most important thing is to practice and practice fluently with that weapon over and over again." Youngwoo continued, "What I need is the fastest way. I want to add a proficiency option to my weapon." Hearing that, Piero continued, I don't specialize in this and that forging, so I can't imagine get this." "Piero, why do you train soldiers by doing farming? That is, you have to breathe the life of the earth and sky and see the greatness of Mother Nature." "Piero, stop those words. The real reason, what is it?" Piero replied, "If it had the greatest effect, it would be to forcibly awaken and empower rarely used muscles. If you use weapons in bad and difficult conditions, when trying to change proficiency will tend to increase quickly. It can be said that it is like the strengthening principle of muscles. Muscles will regenerate and become stronger after injury." Youngwoo thought, "I wonder why the children behave like that in the fields. It turns out it's all the same. Anyway, I feel secure knowing that the same principles apply to weapons." Thinking of this, Youngwoo spoke up, "He means that once used, it must be in unfavorable conditions for it to develop quickly, right? This legendary blacksmith will create true trash items." Scene changed to the Behen Islands. Everyone is eager to fight monsters. Faker used a knife to stab and slash at the lizard. The system rang continuously. The lizard card was played. The 11th island was completed. On this side, Vantner was surprised. Sun God, oh, the key to open the chest is there, and he just finished the 2nd island. On this side, Rigas defeated Selabu. He looked excitedly at the jar of insects, just kept rushing out, the sound of his muscles relaxing. It sounded so good, let's do more. At this time, Jishuka came to Raoul to ask about the situation. Are everyone still doing well? Raoul replied, didn't Grid already show how to destroy it? But it's a bit unfortunate that our troops have to go one by one to limit the number of people entering the island. So it's up to you, Jishuka. The strategy in this Behen archipelago is to get the most points from the most islands to be able to buy stat-boosting elixirs and skill books. Just trust me, everyone will go out with a mountain of stuff. I'll go in first so you follow. After saying a few words, Jishuka entered the dimension leading to the Behen archipelago. Raoul thought to himself, it's so annoying not knowing what the situation is like there. I know each person very well, so I believe they will do well. But practicing here was a good idea. Then he called Euphemina. Do you really not intend to try the Behen archipelago? Euphemina, yes, I think it's better to focus on the task I'm working on now. But it will be very beneficial for you. It seems like the mission you are doing is very important. Can I ask what that mission is? That's it. It's truly amazing. It's something worth investing your time into. Hearing that, Raoul gradually entered the Behen archipelago, so it's probably time for me to go in. See you later. Good luck. Please prepare for the next story I will tell. An archipelago with countless failed challengers. They have now reached the 10th island. It's impressive. Their talent alone is not inferior to a legend. At the entrance to the 40th island, the spirit angrily said, Styx, this is not something to laugh about. Dozens of challengers all reached the 20th island. So what should I do alone? Styx smiled. But isn't it wonderful that these talents who can write history are performing so well? The more I learn, the more I realize that Grid's strength is so great that even a sage like me cannot evaluate it. I will wait for him to create miracles. I'm curious what surprise he will bring when he comes back next time. At Khan's smithy, Youngwoo is forging items. He thought while forging that if he used the weapon in bad and difficult conditions, his proficiency would tend to increase quickly. This challenge seemed difficult. The item that needs to be crafted to add the feature of quickly increasing bow proficiency level is this tree that is also difficult to use. Luckily, in the list of crafting items I was entrusted with, there are also many ways to craft the bow that Jishuka owns. Although there are many ways to craft the same name of the fire attribute that Jishuka likes, I don't have the skill, therefore, fire attributed abilities must first be ignored. Crossbows are also ignored. The attack speed is slow. But the accuracy is too high, because it is in adverse conditions, so the accuracy must be low. In addition to low accuracy, to quickly increase mastery speed, 2 additional conditions are needed. A bow that shoots faster and faster can bring more mastery experience points due to being sold more times in a short period of time. That is this extremely fast shooting bow. It's interesting. I never thought I would have to work hard to make an item with so many bad defects like this. It's true that sometimes making low-quality items is more difficult than making high-quality items. A few hours passed. Youngwoo also crafted a few bows. He left them on the table. A blacksmith saw them and was curious. What bows and arrows are these? These are the bows the Duke made based on the design that Viscount Jishuka brought. The guy picked it up to see. But this bow, can it be shot? We are all made in a strange way. There is no way Mr. Grid could make a mistake. We probably don't know the reason. Stop. The system appears in front of you. The manufacturing process is complete. Extremely inaccurate rapid-fire bows are rare. Damage 30 to 183. Fire rate 5%. Accuracy minus 80%. Relative fire speed good, but the accuracy is extremely low. This is trash that will leave a stain on the maker's life. We advise you not to use it. It is impossible to know where the arrows will fly. Seeing that, Youngwoo angrily threw the bow away, constantly cursing. I don't know where I'll fly to. Are you kidding me? This is going too much, and the extra experience points are dead. How long will it take to add this? He hit the table hard. No matter how trashy your target is, you can't make an object that can kill your teammates. Even though it's a difficult bow to use, at least it's still usable. The equipment I create will increase its stats by at least 20%, thanks to the legendary Blacksmith's techniques and understanding of level 7 divine weapons, but it only reaches this level because of the wrong way of crafting, so the perfection level decreased. The error was too large. I never thought of this case. It would be a waste to use creativity skills on these nonsense items. I thought I could just ruin it, but this was harder than I thought. Although it's a bit confusing, a useful junk item that has a fast rate of fire and increases experience points, damn, there's no other way but to keep doing it until it succeeds. The Lord in the cradle wiggled happily and picked up the bow. Kasim next to him laughed. He was very satisfied with the bow that his legendary blacksmith father created, even though it looked a bit strange. If it was made by his father, its performance would be guaranteed. Stop. Your strength is enough. Anyway, I plan to teach you archery soon. Everyone seems to be focusing on your father, so let's try to shoot gently. Then he gave Lord an arrow. Lord held the arrow like a real one. Kasim smiled and nodded and said, "Place the arrow on the bowstring, pull it toward the wall and release it." Lord cheerfully shot his bow. Right, suddenly, as the arrow was rushing towards the wall, it suddenly turned around and shot back at Kasim. Kasim was stunned. I thought to myself, he shot at the wall, but instead it flew in the opposite direction, and we, an assassin's instincts, are completely unable to react to the arrow at all. The system announced that Lord had learned the elementary bow and arrow mastery skill. Lord had grown rapidly because the boy's arrow had hit Kasim with a level of over 360. Could it be that this is also the return of the legendary archer Povia? Coincidences also help develop, and misunderstandings deepen the imagination. In many ways, that day deserved to be a big day. Youngwoo went back to the wash basin to wake himself up. As he washed his face, he thought, the key point of a rapid-fire bow is how elastic the bowstring can be. Perhaps that is also the reason why Fai Long's tendons are so popular when making rapid-fire bows. Among the monsters that can be tamed, the Fai Long is the strongest. Because of its high fighting power and intelligence, it is very difficult to hunt them. But from the beginning the number of individuals of this species is quite rare, so it is also difficult to detect. So compared to hunting, people often tame them. One tendon costs more than 10,000 gold, so even with your financial ability, such a large investment is still a concern. At first, you can only be satisfied with this. Looking at the system table, Epic Class Spiral Rapid Fire Bow, damage 215 to 249, rate of fire 17%, accuracy minus 30%. Each time the bow and arrow is fired, the rate of fire will increase by 1%, maximum increase 50%. It is difficult to control the trajectory of the arrow. When you hit the desired target you will receive additional experience points for the skill. Master the bow and arrow. The bow is built with flying and rotating arrows circle, so it will be very difficult for users to predict the trajectory, and the accuracy is also very low. Although it's a bit unfortunate, because it meets all the conditions, this bow is enough to increase proficiency in using bows and arrows. Now we have to create some more specialized spears, and then after that, I'll go to the Behen Archipelago and increase its proficiency to a new level. In the Behen Archipelago, you have to take advantage of the opportunity to level up new skills, add missing parts and enhance new items. In real time, there are 40 days left until the international tournament, right? Just try your best to run. In reality, news about the upcoming conference is everywhere, although Hearn is absent. With high-level rankers like Zabal, Lowell, and Asuka, the possibility of America winning will definitely be very high in this Congress. Lowell is the advisor of the association that uses good items. Is there a chance he will help Grid's Korea and not America? Could it be like that? Because this is a tournament between countries, so competition between parties will be very fierce. The countries following the US are Canada and France, but Korea of Grid, Eura and Russia of Kraugle are also particularly interesting, right? I don't think so, because some rules have been changed. So it is difficult for countries with only one player to participate, but there could also be other variables as Eura's new class is still unknown. In particular, last year, Korea rose 3 places thanks to Grid's efforts, but they are still the weakest team. This year, the gold medal price is different and the competition categories have also been increased to 21 categories. The newly added section for talented swordsmen has also been supported by countless countries. In the cafe, Toon was watching the news and thinking, this is nonsense. There are many people on the same level as me. More than half of you still look down on grid, even though you can't be sure that you will win all the categories, participate, but as long as I'm here, things won't go their way. I will protect him with all my might, because it is my job, I cannot fail in this. At the next table, a blonde guy was also watching the news. While watching, he thought angrily, damn grid, there is no media that doesn't report on him. He's still living like that after destroying other people's lives. This guy is Go Jim Young from the Sea of Hellfire. He's very bitter as he grits his teeth and thinks. The reputation I built over the years was completely destroyed by you that day. I was considered trash and because of that was the reason I was kicked out of the baseball world. Reina also announced her separation. It's all because of you. You're still living like that in the future. That means you don't have any regrets, right? So you'll have to pay the price. Because he hated Youngwoo so much that he took out his phone and called Kyeolgyu's number. Hey, Kyeolgyu, I guess I need your help. At Youngwoo's house right now. Youngwoo, go see the building and then stop by my house to stay the night. Remember to eat and drink enough. You have to prepare for the conference so you can't come with me. Have fun, everyone. After saying goodbye, his sister and Youngwoo's parents left the house. They happily giggled as they walked down the street, without knowing that there was someone hiding behind a car watching his house. He muttered and calculated, house number 000, Ward XXX, Gumcheon District. The guy that Big Brother Jim Young told him to handle lives in this house. This area doesn't have good security, but it seems he's really famous. This entire building is forbidden to outsiders, and some of them even signed a contract with a security company, so I almost can't get inside. On guard, outsiders and reporters are strictly prohibited from entering. Gumcheon District Committee. I confirmed the license plate number and luckily he was at home. He just pretended to be a hero in the game and was able to buy an 8 billion sedan. It's truly incomprehensible. It's easy to take down a normal person, but it takes 2 hours to get inside. I'll probably have to pay Big Brother Jim Young another 10 million won. Anyway, let's go out for a walk and get some fresh air. This guy is Kang Kyeolgyu, the leader of the poison group that Go Jim Young called not long ago. He thought smugly, the moment you walked out, door, I will break your arms and legs. Next morning. Noon then late afternoon. Then it was late. Kang Kyeolgyu is still waiting here. He was now cowering, about to freeze to death. He didn't expect that it had been 30 hours and Youngwoo still hadn't come out. He wondered why he hadn't appeared. What, this brat, he never goes out. How can a person stay at home for more than 30 hours a day without going out? Maybe he was sick. Thinking back, his family had just left and the lights in the house had been off since then. An orphan living in a lonely room like me knows well the feeling of cold loneliness when in pain, so sick. I'm worried about these 3 ridiculous things again. I almost forgot what my purpose of coming here was. Or maybe there's a robbery. 7,749 thoughts flashed through this guy's head. Could it be that while I wasn't paying attention, a robber sneaked into my house? He's now being held hostage. That's no good. Even if I catch him, I have to catch him to get the reward. Yes. That damn robber dares to meddle in other people's business, so we have to deal with him first before we can deal with other things. I thought he was being robbed or something, so I ran straight to the apartment building. But forget that security here is closely protected. As soon as I ran up, the siren beeped. Kyeolgyu was so excited. He completely forgot there was a security guard. Because I keep worrying, I make mistakes like this. It's really dangerous. I have to be careful next time. Afraid of being discovered, Kyeolgyu quickly jumped out. I was startled as soon as I jumped down the street. Only Kyeolgyu saw a man covering one eye. That person was also Toon. Toon stood there and asked, "Who are you?" Toon spoke, "Mi sono trasferito e sono venuto a salutare, but why questo sospetto? I just moved here so I thought of stopping by to say hello, but who is this suspicious name? It's 30 o'clock, I've been waiting for you for a long time, so I'm feeling a bit restless. Good people, living here, rats like you, can't get in." Kyeolgyu is wary. Foreigners, Why do you keep stumbling up and down? Hey, I don't know who you are, but I'm in a hurry and things aren't going well right now, so go away, Toon snapped at Kyeolgyu. I've been waiting for a long time, now I need to move. I said don't pay attention and go away, you one-eyed guy. He furiously rushed towards Toon, then punching him, Toon pushed his hand away and said, oh, I understand, I've learned Korean. But, your boxing is slow. Just like that, Toon fought back against him. Kyeolgyu saw that and got mad. He punched Toon furiously. Shouted, don't be nosy, go away. But he only used one hand to block his punch, which made him confused. How could he block it? Toon kicked him hard in the stomach, and at the same time laughed and said, slow down, you'll die. This guy immediately received a fatal blow and vomited blood. What is this bastard? Why did he suddenly appear? No one in the evil organization has been able to block his attack. Moreover, I can't escape this power at all. Who exactly are you? What is your name? Are you meddling in other people's business? He attacked again. Toon smiled, oh. What's the name? I'm asking who I am, right? How is Grid's bodyguard, Toon? As soon as he finished speaking, Toon threw Kyeolgyu hard to the ground. Make him die immediately. Toon remembered the time in the game when talking to her. Mr. Toon, he said he was short of money so he couldn't buy land in Korea, right? I understand that, but Youngwoo's safety is the most important thing to all of us right now. Mr. Toon has also received a lot of help from Youngwoo, right? If you are thinking of immigrating to Korea like everyone else, I will prepare a place to live for you instead. Please take responsibility for keeping Youngwoo safe. This is also the reason that Toon must ensure Youngwoo's safety. If you touch it, Grid will die. At this time, Youngwoo went out, he said, because the indicator light kept making noise. I went out to take a look. As soon as I saw Toon here, I wondered. Is it Toon? Why are you? Youngwoo was shocked. Oh, is he dead? Toon shrugged and smiled and replied, not just smashed to pieces. Later, Youngwoo logged into the game. Then he entered the 40th island. Styx was also waiting for Youngwoo. As soon as I saw him, I said, oh, Grid, it's finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You came later than I left. Youngwoo chuckled. I could have come earlier but I was busy. I was dragged away these past few days because my friend caused a big incident. The case of the representative of the national team satisfied Grid, catching a drug dealer who broke into the complex, who turned out to be a sociopath. Hired by professional baseball player, Go Jim Young, the police decided to reward the exemplary citizen, thinking but not bothering to talk. Hearing that, Styx happily replied, that's it, first let me report the news, right, you're a teammate now, there's no need, you don't need to report news about everyone, I know they're still working, well done. I planned to come here right after finishing making the weapon, but it seems I wasted a lot of my precious time. There's a big event coming up so I have to practice here carefully. After speaking, Youngwoo immediately thought, I participated in the last tournament without thinking anything special, but, thanks to it, I was able to earn a large amount of money. Because I received such a large amount of money, this time I want to repay my debt as a national representative. Let's start now. You start entering the 41st island. Just went inside, Youngwoo was surprised. This time it was an ancient forest. It was really quiet. The system now announces, the reward can level up a certain skill. Oh, the reward is the skill level. This reward is good, but it doesn't give challenge points. The mission has been created. The 41st island, fight yourself and win. Hearing about this mission, Youngwoo was a bit surprised. This archipelago, it's really interesting. This time it's against myself. Compared to previous challenges, the situation is much better because I'm prepared and have full information. It's a bit strange though. I can understand the challenge with the past, but this time what I have to overcome is my present self. In the end, what will the challenger be forced to develop, continuously like this? A person who looked exactly like Youngwoo walked towards him from deep in the forest. Seeing that, he was surprised. Oh, it appeared dry. There are also a few supporting hands. I know I have to fight myself, but suddenly appearing like this gives me goosebumps. From items to skills, everything is recreated in its original state. It's okay, after all, it's exactly the same as me now, so I can get over it no matter what. His entity also deployed Pagma's sword technique at this time. Seeing that, Youngwoo thought to himself, this is a combo attack, enough to be able to deal with the incoming entity. Seeing that, Youngwoo thought to himself, this is a combo attack, enough to be able to deal with it. The entity rushed forward. Youngwoo opened his eyes wide. Is there more? Contact. In the middle of the vast dark bamboo forest, the wind blows quietly, the leaves rustle, making the space become mysterious, strangely quiet and peaceful. This place is deserted and lonely without a single person in sight. Youngwoo was in a passive position in the fight. He was hesitant in front of his own clone. He worriedly silently calculated, Pagma swordsmanship has the disadvantage of consuming a lot of mana and having a long cooldown time, but I knowing clearly that the strengths of a combination of skills are that they are so powerful that they can balance those weaknesses. While he was immersed in concern, at the same time, his opponent kept making moves. He continuously had to raise the tip of his sword forward to fight back. Youngwoo was extremely worried, but not if he used his center of gravity. The combination is a bridge, so it can only link up to 2 skills, but there is a combination of up to 3 skills. Suddenly, Youngwoo's clone rushed forward, attacking him with fatal, continuous, killing blows. Faced with that pressure, he was surprised, speechless. A clone could create a combination, but even I can't do it. Youngwoo tried his best to resist. He was shocked and sweating, so he reassured himself, calm down, we have to face it, we have to understand the skills in this combination first. Level 2 combo is the skill. The ability can be deployed continuously in close proximity to sword moves from 3 to 8 attacks. Suddenly, the clone rushed forward, attacking in a rush. A series of mirrors were continuously released. Youngwoo cherished every moment. He observed every small detail, guessed, but the third was skill, used to hunt enemies. The sword will be thrown out in many different directions, if you add 3 to this combination. The situation became more and more serious. He fell into a dangerous position, hanging by a thread. He frowned in shock and fear, ready to go into a defensive position. Many killing rays would be released and chase him, from all directions. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rushed out from somewhere. It flashed brightly, overshadowing everything. Youngwoo was surprised to see that, there. He instantly found a deadly move, immediately rushed up to attack the clone, endlessly launching. This was an extremely generous move, endlessly launching, rushing towards the desired target, won and avoid all enemy attacks within a range of 200 meters. Thought he had regained the initiative, but no. Once again Youngwoo was cornered. He bitterly backed away, gritted his teeth in defense. Howl, dangerous. First he had to escape with Brahm's shoes. Immediately, he raised his thigh, the shoe glowing with a blue effect, flying. The clone was no less competitive. He promptly responded in a split second. His eyes lit up. His body was surrounded by hundreds of lightning flashes. He frowned and signaled, 3. Immediately after that, a continuous stream of electric lightning blades with murderous intent rushed straight towards Youngwoo's body, who was trying to raise his sword to resist. This time it was really tense. Youngwoo couldn't fight lightly anymore. He panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, the deadly sword energy followed the target terrifyingly. Its power reminded me of the technique, Pierrot's abilities. He was horrified and could not believe this cruel truth. This was actually his copy. Youngwoo quickly retreated, luckily avoiding the other man's terrible attacks. Each lightning sword pointed straight at him, trying to kill him. Youngwoo nervously surmised, because the cooldown time was 2 minutes, so whoever uses it first will be at a disadvantage. Indeed, taking advantage of this weakness of the opponent's side, he proactively counterattacked. Youngwoo gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, if he cannot avoid it, he must use the Heavenly Palace here. After finishing speaking, dozens of iron fists rushed straight towards the clone and destroyed them. It seemed like this would be a bright spot, helping him escape his weak position, but no, it had no effect. On the other hand, this dangerous attack was easily used and countered by the clone. In an instant, in order not to waste the time and effort Randy had put in, Youngwoo immediately rushed behind the clone. He raised his sword challengingly. Thanks to that he was able to move behind the clone. Compared to losing his experience points and items, let him, it's better to rest. This surprised the other guy and he turned around in surprise. He proudly followed his actions and calculated, because it is impossible to avoid being killed at a distance, so the only way is to counterattack with return. If you use it first, I will counterattack with return immediately. But something unexpected happened, completely contrary to his expectations. He did not use the weapon but used his own body to block the attack. Before that incident, Youngwoo was stunned and could not believe his eyes. He was surprised and frightened by the clone's intelligence and quick thinking. He knew that using the previous move would be disadvantageous, so he used his body to block the attack just now. Youngwoo was hesitant. This guy, without the slightest hesitation, when calculating the damages to be received. He's really so smart. I seem to clearly feel his perfect moves. Next, the killer's movements. Before swinging the sword, he has already performed his movements. Indeed, that guy having taken care of everything, he is ready to destroy Youngwoo. He knew that, so he first retreated into a defensive position. He secretly praised, he was very clever. His straight killing skills could be avoided by connecting with his curved moves. This guy was so talented. Let's go. Youngwoo enthusiastically decided, we must wait for him to attack first and then immediately attack the opening. But things were not as simple as he thought. Every move he made, the clone had grasped in the palm of his hand. He retreated for a moment, destroying the attack plan in just a split second, making Youngwoo reel. The shock was so extreme, he quickly realized it and backed away. It was too terrible. However, he did not give up. He kept rushing forward. Youngwoo delivered a fatal blow, slashing the other man's body with a knife, causing him serious injury. He shouted loudly, but if he backed away in the middle, he would have to just got hit. Lean. Suddenly, the other guy's body was covered in injuries, but it was a bit strange. He moved a little as if he was preparing to do that hunchback thing. Seeing that, Youngwoo was startled and immediately guessed, even if it was his copy. But when he was injured, he was able to perform a set of techniques, and it was also disgustingly strong. So the next set of techniques was extremely. Just about to hit the light, right after that, the clone grabbed the sword tightly. He taciturnly ordered, kill, kill. The sword also glowed, radiating great energy. He straightly slashed a knife towards Youngwoo. This attack must be said to be too powerful. It was faster than the speed of light, carrying a terrifying amount of power. Although he knew in advance that he would attack like this, it came too suddenly. Youngwoo could not avoid it in time. He was hit by the attack without having time to react. His eyes widened in despair. The system appeared right there. Warning power, take 59,300 damage. Having received too much damage, losing 1/2 of your vitality in one attack, you will be unconscious for 3 seconds. Instantly, Youngwoo suffered serious injuries. His internal organs were shattered. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Blood flowed continuously and drenched his armor. At last resort, he had no choice but to use a special technique to save his life. System displayed again. Having resisted the unconscious effect, thanks to the passive move, the person became a legend. It's too dangerous. Youngwoo just narrowly escaped death. He backed away in horror, his face pale with fear. It's not extreme, but extremely deadly. The damage has really reached a dangerous level. Must first use 3 to prolong the time. Instantly, when Youngwoo was weakening, the monster rushed forward, pointing his powerful sword straight at him. Youngwoo was in real danger. He nervously surmised an additional targeting skill, adding the power of killing to make the opponent unable to dodge, but is a combination of skills without contact possible. They say he is exactly like me, but in reality he is several levels above me. With extremely fast speed, the clone immediately gave him a fatal sword blow, making Youngwoo unable to react in time. He was startled and fell backwards, screaming in pain and coughing. The situation became more and more dangerous. Youngwoo fell into a state of extreme anxiety. He nervously analyzed the problem. Unlike me, who wanted to avoid the triple attack, this guy was using a strategy to prevent him from executing it, other skills to counterattack. You can clearly see the distance between you and him. He is a guy who knows even your weaknesses. At the same time, that monster kept rushing forward. He suddenly gave him a fatal blow. Luckily Youngwoo was able to block it. He gritted his teeth and cursed. He used Grid's great sword skill, then blinded him with Iaroogt. Damn bastard. Even item comprehension is extremely formidable. Unable to remain humble forever, Youngwoo had to use strong measures. Gradually his body changed clearly, his eyes quickly became cloudy, his strength also increased significantly. He proudly threatened, less arrogance, blackening, Blacksmith's wrath, speedy magic. Immediately, the system announced that it had turned into a half-ghost state, with maximum health minus 50%, attack power, magic power, and agility plus 20%, attack power plus 25%, attack speed plus 40% in 35 seconds, evasion rate plus 30%, agility doubled in 1 minute. Immediately, Youngwoo easily escaped the encirclement. He flashed behind the monster, ready to counterattack, making him dazed and unable to react. He immediately made a move, continuously killing. The sword immediately stabbed straight into the monster's body. He cried out in agony, in extreme pain. Once again, the system displayed, causing 35,300 damage the target, dealing 36,106 damage to the target. Gaining momentum and taking the initiative, he continued to attack. The beast remained silent and endured the battle. He silently assured himself, even the third slash was successful. Youngwoo smiled complacently, secretly excited, a smile waiting to bloom on his lips. The 41st island, completed. However, contrary to what he had guessed, the monster repeatedly used resurrection, confusing Youngwoo, applying the optional Duran's ring effect, instantly recovering 50% of the damage received, applying optional effect, holy light armor, increases magic recovery effect by 300%, has restored 54,159 health. He didn't react but just continued to endure. Youngwoo's face was full of doubts. He wondered, is this crazy? Is this a scam? To this extent, after all, the cooldown time of Duran's ring is 10 minutes, so the person who hasn't used it yet still has an advantage. Next, everything continued smoothly like that. Youngwoo continued to attack. The monster obediently accepted the battle without fighting back. At this point, he thought he had won for sure. There was still more to come. A few more slashes. He probably won't be able to defend himself when he's constantly attacked like this, right? This is my chance to push him towards the cliff. If I push him any further then I'll definitely. Immediately, without hesitating for another moment, Youngwoo's murderous aura filled him fiercely, and he fiercely began to execute the finishing move, Pagma's sword technique. But to his surprise, he used a new move, temporarily giving up defense, surprising Youngwoo. A succession of lightning bolts shot straight towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Youngwoo proudly showed off his move, finally using it. I'm waiting. Immediately, he was no less capable, using the same move to counterattack him. Ha! Things gradually became too convenient. Youngwoo laughed happily and provocatively. You probably don't know that the one who uses the first move will be at a disadvantage, right? It's over. But things weren't that easy. The scene before his eyes made him extremely tense. Youngwoo turned pale, his face without a drop of blood. The clone started to act strangely. Youngwoo was a little suspicious of this. He immediately made a move, Pagma sword technique. The second move in succession, he used recovery to fend off his sudden attack. Suddenly, the clone attacked him, giving him a fatal blow. Youngwoo couldn't react in time. He was painfully hit and was thrown far away. The system alerted him. He suffered fatal damage and became a human. The legend will not die easily. Health will be reduced to a minimum and avoid all damage for 5 seconds. Youngwoo was stunned for a moment. He was amazed at his fighting ability. Could he even copy Randy's summon? Life was truly miserable. He collapsed before the monster, thinking in despair. He had lost. The moment he was forced to fall into an immortal state, his ability to win was almost gone. He felt guilty and decided to get up and use the last plan. But anyway, if this guy can reach that level. Youngwoo complacently forced a smile to regain his belief in victory. Then I can do the same as him. Thank you very much for appearing before the tournament started. He happily thought to himself, I will continue to challenge until the tournament takes place, and will sweep everything. At the same time, while he was absent-minded, the monster bluntly slashed him with a sword. Network. Youngwoo was surprised and widened his eyes, unable to react. The system then rang again with a notification. The immortality duration is 5 seconds. He regained his soul, quickly used his sword to fight back. Clang! The impact was so powerful that it created a beam of light that blinded his eyes. Youngwoo was still burning with the will to win. He affirmed, there was still time to think. Suddenly, he quickly retreated and began to draw a clear line of battle. First starting with extreme killing, he immediately raised his sword and struck, Pagma swordsmanship, extremely. But everything went wrong again. As soon as he finished speaking, a technically faulty attack was launched, causing great damage to the clone. Youngwoo was shocked and couldn't believe the truth. He was puzzled and wondered, before completing the sword killing technique, was the pole released first? He naively thought, failed, even the clone could do it, why me? He gradually lost faith in himself. Looking at him falling down in blood, Youngwoo reassured himself, damn it, because that guy recovered immediately after being attacked so he was unharmed. But that's not why I give up. I have to persevere until the end. Even if I have to lose experience points and items, I still have self-respect. Not wasting any more time, Youngwoo was burning with anger and rushed forward to destroy him. He calculated that since he would use Duran's ring to recover, he should try a little more. He shouted loudly, close. But surprisingly, he only hit his illusion. The clone took advantage of his mistake and escaped and retreated a long time ago. He circled around behind him to attack him. Youngwoo was angry. He was bitter and kept scolding him. Ha, Randy, this bastard, stop avoiding him and confront me. Unexpectedly at this time, the system suddenly announced, the blackening maintenance time has ended. The immortality maintenance time has ended. Youngwoo was stunned and could not handle it. He quickly returned to his full body, initial injury. Unfortunately, he accidentally fell into that guy's trap. Youngwoo was surprised at his own huge mistake. Only then did he realize, this brat, could it be? Indeed, he has been distracting me all this time. Youngwoo was bitter and sure, he was trying to buy time. Are you waiting for a sure attack so I can't use Duran's ring anymore? And then what I'm worried about when the calm happened. He glared with murderous intent and quickly made a move, blackening, the blacksmith's anger. The armor was lightning fast. At this moment, Youngwoo was also helpless. He smiled happily and provoked a rematch. You, don't go anywhere, just wait. He shouted indignantly, firmly emphasizing, because I will come back to smash you to death. Thump, a huge and powerful explosion occurred. It quickly blew up everything around, wiping out everything. Youngwoo also tragically died in battle. The system immediately displayed, having received fatal damage, you died because your health was reduced to 0. There are 39 days left before the international tournament. Kraugle was standing on the cliff. His heart was still very confused. He was facing the choice of retrying the challenge at the Bihan Archipelago or with Piero. Even if he only succeeded in one of the two challenges, he would still can gain dominance in the tournament. Standing in front of the gentle peaks, he looked into space, thinking to himself, the possibility of winning Piero and being able to switch to the hidden sword Saint job is 30%, but the possibility of overcoming the Bihan Archipelago is even lower. That's because the absurd difficulty of the 30th island recreated the challenge from the past, the island where I had to fight the great demon Furfu, while I hadn't even reached level 180 at that time. Furfu was defeated by the sword Saint Muller and had to live in the body of a monster that chased him to the end of the world and killed him 3 times. If it weren't for the help of destiny, I would have died a few more times. It's true that I have to admit that, with this ability, I cannot overcome the island's army on my own. If so, then the most reasonable choice now is to increase the perfection and proficiency of the white-clothed swordsman profession. In the remaining time before the first tournament, I have to sharpen my sword on the eastern continent. Kraugle's train of thought was so strong that the winds began to stir. There's only a little more time left for the tournament to take place. Even if you try harder, it'll be difficult to pass this kiss. It's similar to fighting a white-clothed swordsman. You try hard but it's not enough. I'll just stop. System notification, mission failed, left the 4th island. Moved to island 40 with saved points, losing 36% of experience points. The grid quickly moved to island 40, he landed right in front of the stick, making the stick startle. Stick asked worriedly, so you failed, are you okay? Grid quickly stood up, then replied, I'm fine, no need to worry about me. But by this time his face had turned purple and his armor had been scratched a lot. Afraid that everyone would worry, he just thought to himself, but even though the items didn't affect their durability, the loss in experience points was incredibly large. At this rate, if you fail one more time, your level will drop by 1 level. Is it possible to reuse Randy and protect immortality? The most important thing now is whether I can use the triple and ultra kill within the next 24 hours. I can't feel that. But with his acumen, Styx also quickly realized the difficulty of the grid. He said, "It seems like your next challenge won't go so well, so let's try meditating." Grid asked in surprise. Meditation is what Rigas usually does, closing his eyes and sitting all day. This guy is like some Zen teacher. When he mentions it, he's immediately happy to advertise. Yes, it helps soothe the exhausted mind and body after battle, but most of all, talking to the inner world will make many things clearer. Getting rid of afflictions and returning to a pure soul is the greatest thing we can do. The way to open the door to reach that realm is meditation. Coincidentally, at this time Piero was also teaching Lord meditation. He slowly said, in a broad sense, it is a way to reach the truth of life. If looked at in a narrower sense, it helps restore physical strength and vitality, mana, and also helps the reuse time of skills to be a bit faster. But for an ordinary person, it is an extremely arduous cultivation method. Let's first talk about the concept. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange phenomenon surprised Piero and left him speechless. A source of great power emanated from the Lord. The boy didn't react at all, Piero thought. Not only was he completely immersed in it, but even the blades of grass reacted. This is the realm of egolessness, as evidenced by the fact that your thoughts even affect nature. That means he is enlightened to the laws of nature that even I can't learn after becoming a legend. It's true that Grid's son, this type of person has to use the phrase that a son is better than his father and the family is blessed. At such a young age, he has done things that even Piero could not do, although still not perfect. It was such an amazing awakening that talking about qualifications was completely meaningless. This is truly a unique talent, possibly even surpassing the greatest legend Muller. Lord's lovely chubby face is still immersed in that meditation. Little did he know that his uncle was extremely happy. Piero smiled, showing both teeth. So happy. If he continues to develop like this, he will definitely show me many new things. A truly great genius has appeared, my lord. How disgusting is it that you even call the Lord King? Elsewhere, Grid is still practicing his skills using trees as opponents. If it were this time, he would probably be arrested for illegally cutting down forests. But it seems that the result is not very good, he said angrily. As expected, he cannot connect with his father. He can only perform consecutive kills. It is clearly his clone, but why can only he do it? Is currently close to 3 and extremely close. But some consolation is that he quickly learned the skill of meditation with quite impressive stats. He thought to himself, the meditation that Mr. Styx taught him was truly a great harvest, but his questions were still the same. It's obvious that I use the exact same moves as that clone brat. But why is he the only one who confused them? Thanks to meditating for 5 hours, I was able to clearly see his movements, but spending so much time and still not being able to find a way, what should I do next? Grid suddenly realized something that made him pause for a few seconds. Time, that's it. He began to remember the times he fought. Remembering each step, he thought he had to combine the skills as quickly as possible to activate the triple hit. But when that guy used the skills, the rhythm was a bit different, because it was only for a moment, so I didn't pay attention. After a while of analysis, he realized that it wasn't fast, but an incoherent feeling. Grid was extremely happy when he realized this. He quickly got ready and said, meditation is amazing, so it gave me a small hint that I have to deal with it with my body. Same tune as before, right? Then you have to do it until you succeed. Then you have to do it until you succeed. Stick, who was secretly observing, couldn't hide his smile. He thought to himself, the person who finally found the secret of the legendary blacksmith Pagma was kept in a forbidden area, a place where no one had ever been able to find it before. See Mangrove. Even though he failed many times in the 41st archipelago, he didn't seem to hesitate at all. Stick was indeed a loyal subordinate. Seeing his master succeed like that made him extremely happy, like a furnace heated by the power of time. As a descendant of Pagma, his perseverance is great. He will definitely become a great legend in the future. In another place, large, clearly printed footprints continuously appeared on the ground. Vantner, Raoul and Jishuka completed the 20th island. Stick also realized this. The paths of his teammates who were progressing step by step at some point began to resemble his. So we can see that Grid is an excellent ruler in using people. 3 days later, Grid entered the 41st island. But right now Grid is very strange. His face is purple, hazy, his mind is confused, he doesn't know, not even a little bit. He felt extremely confused. He had practiced for 3 days but could not find the opportunity to combine those moves. I've tried changing the time interval between skills from 0,1 to 3 seconds but it still doesn't work. How can that be unreasonable? While having difficulty using the skill, an opponent appeared, making him lose a bit of confidence. He appeared immediately, trying again with this situation. I probably won't be able to win. But with Grid's personality, there was no way he would surrender, he thought to himself. But anyway, in addition to the time between skills, there are other conditions that can also be the key to the combo attack. No matter what, the answer must be found using this mechanism. Grid quickly got into a ready position, immediately performing Pagma swordsmanship, ready to fight with all his might. But, thanks to the practice and recognition of his opponent's moves, he thought to himself, his technique was just starting and he used 3-star combos. His technique was just starting and he used 3-star combos. But what was unexpected was that the guy suddenly changed his technique and turned to using super combo. Just starting out, he had such a hard time defending himself that he had to swear, damn it, it wasn't a 3-star combo, he didn't even do it quickly. Both of them used super shots and fought fiercely. But it seemed like Grid still wasn't big enough to compete with this guy. He quickly had his vision obscured by the other guy's technique, leaving him unable to do anything. And whatever happened, the other guy slashed his sword at the Grid, causing him to lose a lot of blood. Grid was furious, he rushed through this pile of dust. Didn't I hit him? Furthermore, the normal attack is the magic sword I eruged. I have to block this attack right away. Before Grid could prepare, the guy changed his sword and quickly attacked him. With just a few moves, he exhausted Grid's strength and switched to the big sword in just a blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. Has he reached the level where he can master the transfer of items? Grid was constantly attacked by that guy, but he himself had determined from the beginning that, after all, Iruk still had the advantage in close combat. I won't give him time to use the transfer skill. If he keeps screaming with pleasure, then rush in and attack me. Grid also spoke loudly. At this point, he had no other choice but to focus on blocking his attacks. I had to press him without leaving any gaps, so that he could not use other continuous skills. He confidently said that with just that, he would take the initiative, and quickly the time came. He confidently said, it was my turn. But before Grid could do anything, the other guy used another new move. Seeing this guy using all his strength to cast a new skill, Grid was surprised and thought, damn bastard. He opened the demon ice path with a casting time of 1 second. Luckily that magic arrow, not a fatal blow. But as soon as those words were spoken, the other guy used Pagma swordsmanship to attack Grid. Is he trying to gain the initiative? Grid was extremely confused right now. He had just completed the set, but the difference in conversion speed even affected the casting speed. Even if you get hit by 1 or 2 sword strikes, you still have to respond with a javelin to compensate. But Grid is wrong, the name changes continuously. Grid exclaimed, it was a close connection. But this is also an opportunity for Gerd, because it is a connection skill. I have time to respond. Divine Shield. But he didn't expect that guy to continuously use 3-shot, making the Grid unable to react in time. Luckily, Grid also blocked that attack. But he realized something was unusual, very strange. The rhythm of the skill had changed several times even in the blink of an eye. Grid observed little by little. He took another step. At this moment, he searched his memories and realized that he had heard of this case before. He said, come to think of it, he had heard of it before, the technique that swordsman with excellent control ability always used, a way to increase the density of skill links. Even though it's only for a short moment, the movements of all skills must follow a cycle of preparation, activation, and termination. Here, during the ending, he inserted a normal attack that was activated instantly with a short delay to shorten the cycle. That way to speed up the process of preparing to cast the next skill, also known as motion cancel. Grid finally realized, this was it, the way to prevent the triple combo from activating individually. Specializing is as easy as pie, but now it's just a new understanding. But this is not the time to be happy. First we have to get out of this dangerous situation. Randy. As soon as he heard Grid call his name, Randy quickly appeared to help, helping Grid block the attack. Thanks to Randy, Grid also has more time to prepare. I'm done, I have to finish in these few seconds that Randy got. Grid now understood the problem, silently calculating in his head. After finishing the combo and killing, he had to estimate the exact time using a normal attack. Grid repeated the exact movements of his opponent. After one step, and immediately execute move 3. But before Grid could attack, the other guy summoned again. Grid was extremely scared, he used it twice so his power was truly terrible. With this, I can't extend the time for the Grid much. However, Randy also understands the situation. It is trying its best to prolong the Grid's time. After a fierce fight, the other guy struck first and killed. The thick smoke and dust made Randy think to himself, my friend, Grid, it's done. But surprisingly, Grid emerged from the smoke. Jump out and use a killer move to attack the opponent. Thanks to the contribution of masks. He confidently combined all three, attacking that person directly. In a cave deep in the forest. As the guild's gathering place, Blood Carnivals is a guild that gathers mainly unofficial rankers, specializing in all sorts of greedy and cruel acts against other players, including stabbing, murdering, and raping, house fires, robberies, and robberies. The members all wore cloaks and covered their faces. The president sitting in the middle spoke up, everyone, listen, we just received a mission with a very generous reward. A member heard that and turned around to ask, what's the matter, President? The president of the Blood Carnivals Guild, Dark, he said, the mission was given by the world's top 10 corporation Lion. Their goal is to promote their reputation. Let's CGI champion Kraugle, smell of failure. One of the members heard the mission and said, wow, Lion, defeating Kraugle would really make a big splash. Dark continued, any form is fine, but if it can be done in PvP, fighting, will be granted 3 bonuses. A member of the guild asked, it sounds interesting, but which of us will participate in the tournament? Hearing the question, Dark stood up and said, talking as if he could do it right away. Tarma, an assassin, stood up and said loudly, look at yourself, even if you weaklings participate, you won't be able to touch his shirt. The only person capable of taking on this mission is me, the one who had defeated second rankers of all. The remaining members all thought that an unofficial ranker with a profession specializing in park, who had been very famous in the Satisfy community since his debut, was truly the right choice. Besides the pair, the twins, and Angus, the most suitable person is Tarma. The other guys also know that those who are too engrossed in plowing through the rankings will be at an extremely disadvantage when fighting this guy in a duel. Tarma continued, President, remember to include my salary for each guy I have to deal with it before confronting Kraugle. President Dark said, the twins probably won't be too happy to hear this news. Okay, I'll leave this to you, but be careful. Dark continued, other players participated in the tournament. The image of Youngwoo fighting appeared. Dark said, not the right type. Scene change, the system appears. You receive 10 stamina points after snags. Create a new skill combination, triple hit, added to the skill set, Pagma sword dance. The image of the blades appears strongly strong and radiating extremely bright light. The system continues to display. The triple attack is made up of the combination of 3 sword dances, continuously summoning 8 equivalent streams of sword energy. 1500% of the attack power chasing all objects within the radius, 2 meters, the target hit will have their speed reduced by 50%. This skill has a cooldown time independent of combo, kill and triple, consumes 2000 magic power. Youngwoo is diligently climbing the ranks, the lights constantly flashing with the familiar red armor. While fighting, Youngwoo thought, a target chasing skill can cause a total of 12,000% attack damage at the same time. It is much stronger and more useful than a combination of 2 skills. Then Youngwoo used that skill and threw it to the ground. This is truly a legendary move. In 3 consecutive hits, the rock and dirt exploded in a huge explosion, light and dirt radiating everywhere. After using the new skill, smoke flew out. Youngwoo realized that it was a double. Then he thought, swapping places with the avatar, so that means it could be anywhere. he thought while practicing to fully exploit his new skill. Youngwoo rushed upward. With a powerful sword and crimson armor, the familiar half-mask, he rushed up, rushed down and used the ultimate sword. Youngwoo was still hit by the robot's attack, surprising him and also taking away some of Youngwoo's health. Youngwoo continued to move forward and said loudly, "TSK, the ultimate sword, even though it is weaker than kill, but how can you cut and slash but your face is still so cold?" That robot, he jumped, rushed up, shouted loudly, "Use it, it's perfect, let's go so I can learn more." Youngwoo continued to use magic light to attack the robot, creating a huge commotion, causing tree branches to break and fly away. Yellow metal hands appeared, holding different swords surrounding Youngwoo. Then Youngwoo rushed up, shouted loudly, "You can't fool me again, I know everything you have." Then he raised all his weapons, rushed forward. Youngwoo analyzed this robot. The amount of magic is there different, so as long as none of them escapes to hook our tires, that's fine. Then metal hands holding weapons rushed up, next to the robot. Its divine hands also rushed up to attack, creating extremely powerful beams of light. Looking at the magic hands, Youngwoo immediately realized that there was something very different about their strength and movement. He widened his eyes and looked closely. He said loudly, "Their magic hands have evil ways." Witnessing the robot's magic hands, Youngwoo saw that they made his magic hands stop for a while his magic hands could only hold, grasp, attack and defend. Youngwoo continued to fight with the robot that looked like him. It was rushing towards him. He quickly dodged the attack and thought, well, he's proficient in intermediate swordsmanship, so there's not much danger to him. However, it can control the enemy with such precision while fighting against itself. The ability to concentrate is truly too different. The star-studded robot did not flinch. It immediately used a spear to attack Youngwoo. A sword slashed down. Youngwoo did not have time to block the attack. He took the entire blow. After being hit by multiple attacks, Youngwoo's body splattered with blood. He thought, damn, I was hit too much, I have to recover first. Then he took out a glass bottle, opened the lid and prepared to recover after being beaten. But the robot did not give Youngwoo a chance to recover. It rushed forward and attacked. Even the gods also attacked Youngwoo. The robot somehow cut off Youngwoo's recovery glass vial, causing him to fall backwards in defeat. He thought, he didn't even have a chance to breathe. It kept using an overwhelming attack to press him, too strong. Even if he tried, the appearance is the same, but its tactics, control and concentration are all far beyond mine. The battle became more and more interesting. Youngwoo's bleeding face appeared with a very confident smile, thinking, at this rate, if I can swallow it whole, I will reach a new level. Then Youngwoo began to plan out a strategy. He looked at the robot's magic hand that was coming and thought, first we have to deal with these annoying things. If we just compare the control process, we can easily do it. Flip the bet if you concentrate. Then the robot told this star, not allowing Youngwoo to be negligent. It used, amazingly, its entire body covered in white light, surprising Youngwoo. Youngwoo was a little worried. He focused on the robot to analyze and counterattack. He thought, being the best sword, it must have realized that it wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand with just 3 hits. The rhythm of the movements have also changed, so it's definitely a killer. Youngwoo held his sword. He thought, I have to focus on re-simulating it to be able to take it over. He began to focus on reusing the combination that the robot used. Excellent. Youngwoo swung his sword down. He used the ultimate kill. The sword air blasted out powerfully. Black thunder rays surrounded the powerful sword air stream. The system displays, you receive 10 stamina points after creating a new combo skill. Ultimate kill will be added to the skill set. Pagma sword dance. Youngwoo's face is still tense after launching the combo new case. The system continues to display, extremely deadly, launching 2 streams of sword energy at the same time. The trajectory of the sword energy in the middle will change abnormally, making it very difficult for the opponent to block the attack. Consuming 2000 magic power, consuming life, 4500 force, 5-minute reuse time. The attack is launched. The sword beams fly away with black lightning causing rocks and soil to fly everywhere. The system also displays that this skill completely ignores the defense index and deals damage equivalent to 2000% of the attack power on the specified target. the robot also rushes up and attacks at the same time as Youngwoo. A huge explosion occurred, the light radiated blindingly, destroying all the surrounding rocks and plants. The robot was pushed away by the power of the ultimate kill. It immediately took a defensive stance and used consecutive kills. Youngwoo was also pushed out. He bumped into the wall and blood splattered again. He was losing his advantage. Youngwoo saw that robot, suddenly thought, I had a hard time trying to simulate it. It was amazing. But it's focused enough to immediately unleash another combo skill. At this rate, it's not good. The only way to slow this bastard down is. Without giving Youngwoo a chance to think, the robot jumped up, stabbed the sword straight through Youngwoo's body. He was thrown up, a blue light passed through his body. But the robot was surprised. Youngwoo, in the white smoke from the attack just now, still smiled and said, thanks to you, he continued, long live the king. A cat with white fur on its belly and black on its back, with horns on its head and wings behind it appeared, blocking Youngwoo's fatal blow, making it meow and distort. As soon as the cat king appeared, he had to take the beating for Youngwoo. His eyes went white, blood splattered out of his body. He stammered, I, the most powerful creature of hell, how dare you, touch my stomach? Me-huh. Then the cat king immediately changed his attitude, blushing angrily and shouting at the robot, the low-class guy. The cat emperor immediately opened his mouth to use it, absorbing the soul. From the cat's mouth, a dark face appeared to swallow the robot, absorbing the soul, temporarily absorbing the opponent's stats to transform. For the lotus, the absorbed stat will last for a few seconds. Under the influence of absorbing the soul, your strength stat will be increased by 1408 within 1 minute. After absorbing the soul, the cat vomited blood and said to Youngwoo, thanks to you master, Nya, cut down all those bastards. He dares to touch his stomach. Nya, the ability to absorb switching to Youngwoo. He thought, I have to use Noi's ultimate move. I don't know when he will use Noi, but still. Youngwoo jumped up to attack the robot. He thought, this is the last chance before I run out of cards. I have to regain the overwhelming position. He swung his sword and used a combo attack. The robot received the full attack. It began to breathe heavily and the system announced, you have dealt a critical blow, but a legend does not fall easily. The opponent's vitality has reached its lowest level. In 5 the next second will negate all incoming damage. The robot collapsed to the ground. Youngwoo looked at it and thought, I don't know why he hasn't launched Noi to counterattack yet. He carefully jumped back to keep his distance and thought, but, immortality, his has been taken, activated, so it took another 5 seconds for me to deliver the finishing blow. I had to let it taste what I felt before. Regaining the advantage, Youngwoo smiled and thought, now I have stolen 3 consecutive kills, and the ultimate kill of him, not to mention his immortality. He lost first. After 5 seconds the victory will belong to me. Perhaps Youngwoo rejoiced a bit too early. His eyes widened in surprise and he looked towards the robot. Light blue light flows in the wind. Health and magic recovery speed increased by 50%. Stamina recovery speed increased by 30%. The robot was sitting cross-legged. It had its sword planted in the ground and was concentrating on using meditation. Then the robot used high-end recovery medicine. Youngwoo saw that and was extremely surprised and thought, no way, it can immediately enter a state of meditation, while I have to spend so much effort practicing and concentrating. New level of learning. Youngwoo tried to calm himself and thought, calm down, its combination skills are still in standby mode. Immortality, its effect is about to expire. Just one regular skill is enough. You rushing quickly towards the robot and using his balance, purple auras enveloped his body, and he slashed down several terrifying purple and black marks. Immediately, the robot jumped to attack Youngwoo, surprising him. Its cooldown and attack time had ended. Youngwoo suddenly realized that it was due to the effect of meditation, reducing the cooldown time by 10%. At this moment, he was really worried. The chain attack was launched by the robot. Youngwoo endured all the damage of the chain attack. The system appeared. You suffered fatal damage. A legend who does not fall easily. Youngwoo thought, meditation, and skill execution speed, I'm inferior to him in every aspect. Even if I use Duran's ring, the result will be the same as last time. Youngwoo used all his strength to rush forward and scream loudly in these 5 seconds. I will kill you." As he shouted, blood was still flowing from his mouth. But that robot flew high, kept a certain distance from Youngwoo, and avoided his attack. Youngwoo looked up with a surprised expression and realized that Brahm's boots, then, immortality, were no longer effective. Youngwoo thought, controlling skills, calculating damage, applying equipment. The robot raised its sword and stabbed at Youngwoo. He looked at it and thought, combined with its tactical thinking and ability to concentrate, in every aspect it was superior to him. The sword stabbed down and rushed straight at Youngwoo. He thought, "Don't you want to let people pass the screen?" The dev team. Dev is the game development team. Youngwoo helplessly smiled in defeat and said, "No matter what I do, I wonder if there's a need to be so exaggerated." System notification, mission failed, return to the nearest waypoint, teleport to the 40th island. You have lost 30,6% of your experience, currently. Youngwoo returned, his friend was waiting there. Notification system, your level dropped to 305, you lost 10 stat points. Youngwoo cried, had to use Noe's trick but still lost, making the long-haired elf behind him helplessly follow. Noe appeared, licked his hand and said, "Cheer up, master, meow, don't blame anyone, meow," making Youngwoo angrily think, is he comforting me or is he craving a beating? Youngwoo took off his armor, sat down on a large stone nearby and said, "Okay, a loss is a loss, but you said you had already confronted the dragon gourmet on the Island of Challenges, right? Why didn't my copy summon me?" When Noe was young, he looked towards his friend, the long-haired spirit, and he explained that it was because Noe was a creature, perfect. He continued, "The great demons here were defeated and sealed by Muller, and the dragons were simply copies recreated from memory, including gourmet. All the dragons and great demons here are all just incomplete creatures or copies." Youngwoo thought silently, even if I have an advantage in Noe, if in other aspects I am still inferior to it too much, then only losing will still be losing. How annoying. If my skills are also perfect, if it were as good as it was, the story would be different. Youngwoo had a headache looking for equipment and thought, even if he created a huge equipment, it would still be available and even used effectively to the maximum. Current situation. The only valuable equipment is the Great Sword Greed. What else can it hold? Youngwoo found a purple bottle of secret medicine. He said, this is the secret medicine that old alchemist Silverun gave me before coming here." Youngwoo remembered, Silverun gave him his secret medicine before he left. He thought, its effects were too bad so I didn't think much and randomly put it in the inventory. "You remember at that time," Silverun said, "in order to wish the Duke a triumphant song, I, Silverun, would like to present to you a bottle of secret medicine that crystallizes the fruit of my lifelong wisdom." At that time, Silverun gave Youngwoo a bottle of purple water. He accepted it and asked, "What is the effect of the secret medicine?" He expressed a speechless attitude. His face looked so suspicious. Did he intend to poison me or something? Silverun replied, "I don't know that either." Silverun's face filled with excitement and passion when talking about that secret medicine. He said, "This secret medicine is special in that its effectiveness is random. Only when used can one know its effectiveness. It's amazing. Isn't life just a series of gotchas?" At that time, Youngwoo only saw Silverun acting excessively and he expressed a helpless attitude. He thought, this guy is at his wit's end. Prolonged exposure to chemicals is really harmful. He continued, "When is the last step? It's worth a try, Your Highness." Going back, at this time, Youngwoo thought, when all strategies fail, the only support is luck. He remembered Silverun. Youngwoo stood up. He thought, here is my chance to win. His spirit friend happily said, "Oh, you've thought it through." Youngwoo turned around and said to his Byon, "I lost because, unfortunately, I just need to try one more time. Just one more time." His face was full of passion, excitement. He was breathing heavily. He thought, an equipment that can help me create mutations in battle. I have to make it. Then Youngwoo started looking for items. The number of items that could be made was 13 out of 21. Youngwoo was excited. He thought, the key point is the random effect and to promote its effectiveness, it is necessary has precision. Youngwoo is full of vitality, thinks, in addition it needs a perfect frame to exude insecurity, good to have a perfect form to add to that random effect, game Russian roulette where the unlucky person will have to pay with his life. The sky was late in the afternoon. Youngwoo spoke loudly, raised his hands, and ignited a fire. Continue until late evening. By the next day, the sky was sunny. Youngwoo has entered the 41st island. Youngwoo walked up to his replica robot and smiled and said, "I've been waiting for a long time." Youngwoo also teased the robot and said, "You must be bored constantly winning like this." Youngwoo continued, "I was afraid you were bored, so I brought a friend here, got to know each other and said goodbye one last time." He held out a new weapon, like a hammer with long metal bars attached. Above the head, Youngwoo introduces it. "This is it, the colorful thresher." Youngwoo rotates his new weapon. Its name is the colorful flail, top class, attack power 143 to 191. An unpredictable special effect will occur every time the target is hit. Threshing speed plus 150%. The condition of the threshed rice grain cannot be guaranteed. It is made of solid black ironwood, has excellent durability and attack power, but the effectiveness cannot be guaranteed because of the effects of Silverun's secret medicine. It's best not to use it. Youngwoo was very focused on teaching that the highest quality black ironwood is also known as bent iron with extremely good hardness and elasticity. Combined with the secret medicine of Silaru, he was a bit depressed. He just using all the rare ingredients but only showing 2 top quality products. It's really frustrating. Then Youngwoo pondered whether or not he should give one to Piero. Styx looked at Youngwoo thoughtfully. As Pagma had mentioned in the past, there are limits to creativity. That's why the secret skill had to be released at the last second. You're a bit inhibited by Youngwoo, but you use that noble ability to make farming tools. The name is also a colorful flail. Styx hugged his heart. Why does his heart hurt like this? Even though it was the 9th creation item, it was an effective offensive weapon. AI with its extremely high combat efficiency judged this to be an ineffective choice. Youngwoo walked forward and said to his clone, "I created a weapon like this so you're very surprised. So let's bet, who is the one who has no luck?" Pagma's sword technique appeared. "Lean, you raise your sword to confront the clone." He ordered the opposite opponent, who was also his clone. "It hurts, I won't dodge, so attack with all your might. 1 hit from me, 1 hit from you." No matter how powerful this weapon's attack is, it's a bit vague, but the continuous pounding will make our mood happier. Youngwoo silently analyzed the substitute. After all, he was immune to negative effects, but if he had additional beneficial buff effects, bad situations would happen to him. However, what would happen, occurs if by luck a high damage physical move suddenly appears. Reduces health to 1, then he will not be able to defend or predict the next situation. But if it is dirty, you cause a beneficial effect for him and he will die. Activate the effect of the colorful flail. Increases opponent's attack power by 2 times for 10 seconds. Youngwoo's body was split and he lay flat on his back. He was frustrated. Sigh, damn, I'm so black. Now a normal attack has the same power as a skill. No matter how lucky I am, 2 times the attack power is a bit too much. He stood up and attacked the clone again, activating the effect of the colorful flail, inflicting a silent debuff on the target. The target resisted. Youngwoo struggled a bit. This time it didn't work either. Each time it was a different effect, but he was also resistant to the weight effect. The blacksmith's wrath was activated. Activate the effect of the colorful flail. Clone name currently active increases target's maximum health by 3 times for 10 seconds. One of his short blows left Youngwoo unable to defend himself once again. Increases target skill damage by 20% for 10 seconds. Youngwoo screamed. Once again, no matter how dizzy or angry I was, I had to fight again. Grid's main character darkening mode exploded. Activate the flail's effect while colorful. The target clone gains a shield skill. Youngwoo was angry. Why the hell is it only beneficial for you? The system notifies you that you have suffered critical damage. People who become legendary will not die easily. Health will be reduced to a minimum level and immune to all damage for 5 seconds. The cold-blooded clone gave a sarcastic smile. He saw, smiling, this crazy guy. After all, it's my bad luck so I have to accept it. I'll probably die a few times like this. It's artificial intelligence, so how can it be so lucky? The system plays. The immortality period has ended. Grid is done. Fighting again tomorrow. It's truly humiliating. But this clone in front of him still shows no signs of stopping. He activates the colorful flail effect. The notification system swaps your current health with the target. Boldly attack the weak grid. But he did not expect his final blow. However, the blood amount was exchanged and the result was reversed. He failed. Youngwoo happily shouted loudly, he won the lottery. The system gives information that the opponent's health is reduced to 1. The clone wanted to drink some medicine to replenish his blood, but Youngwoo refused to let him. How dare you drink it? The clone suffered fatal damage. People who become legends don't die easily. Health will be reduced to a minimum level and immune to all damage for 5 seconds. He ran closer to the clone, because just now he kicked him a bit far. Just this island alone took 5 days. I never thought I would be so lucky. It's too bad, it's red. I won't let him have time to meditate like last time. Pagma's sword technique unleashed his 3-hit attack and went into battle. Youngwoo was determined that he was a step slow last time, so in those 5 seconds he was able to use healing meditation. This time, he would also activate Pagma's sword technique and triple attack at the same time. Even when the sword move turns black, it's blown away. This guy is truly a monster. The remaining time is 4 seconds. This opportunity must not be missed. Grid called his pets, Noe, Randy. Pagma's swordsmanship agreed with Lean to attack the clone. Noe shouted loudly, the strongest demon beast in hell appeared Nyang. The blacksmith's wrath blackening is activated. Noe was confused. Gulp, where is this? The clone brat's doppelganger, starting to have a headache. You can't approach Grid, your target is me, the clone's doppelganger spoke up. Youngwoo was also exhausted at this point. Had he hit him yet? This place was so chaotic, he would die. The two sides fought on all sides. You're angry, that damn mouse. He even put away his sword and hid in that cloud of dust. There's only 2 seconds left, and then you'll die. Youngwoo suddenly realized he snuck in. System notification. Immortality period has ended. He didn't know why, but there was an explosion that sent him flying several meters away. He resisted. The most important thing now was that he couldn't give him time to recover. We have to follow him closely. There's only 1 more hit left. Just 1 more hit. Immortality is over. Stop hiding like a mouse. Come out quickly. Pagma's sword technique. Super teamed up once again. Extreme killing also attacks at this time. Grid analyzed and calculated. Even if he predicted the damage, he did not expect the extreme killing to be unleashed at this time. The late Grid is extremely close. Does this being have so many shortcomings, although he has the power of artificial intelligence to control him? But there are still many thoughts that artificial intelligence cannot keep up with humans, because he was worried that he had 1 horsepower left, his ability to judge was impaired, and all previous calculations were wrong. Previously the clone could dominate for a while, but with this move it would all end. Once again killing, Youngwoo continued to kill extremely hard. This clone has indeed caused him pain for many days. But it was pathetic that the clone lost all its advantages because of 1 stroke of luck. Although the two sides confront the same strategy, there are clear differences. Grid contemplated and developed some tricks to solve the problem. So what's the difference between that strategy here? Why didn't the main body use the heavenly hand? Because the heavenly hand requires skillful control, it cannot be used arbitrarily. My control ability here is not yet proficient, however, it is also a trump card to turn that game around. We may not use them when fighting, but that doesn't mean we give up our weapons. In a moment. With the aim of attacking only once, with 1 move to win, we've had to wait so long for this moment. Sage Styx crossed his arms. Surprisingly, both of them were showing off all the power they had, but in the end, only one person who takes advantage of his or her advantage can win. Styx complimented Youngwoo saying that he is improving more and more, learning more things, overcoming his weaknesses and promoting his strengths. This is truly a worthy victory for a legendary blacksmith. End of Styx praise. Duran's ring's healing ability is negligible, total direct attack. His extreme killing ability made the clone unable to stabilize. Youngwoo looked at him and said, I didn't know you could fight so fiercely with only 1 horsepower left. No matter how carefully you calculate, there are still many unexpected variables in a match. Thanks to you, I can see what my abilities are. Thank you, rest in peace. Continuing, Youngwoo slashed the clone's name with 1 sword. System notification. You have won the challenge against yourself, successfully clearing the 41st island. Received reward 1, skill level point. Noe then flew out to tell Youngwoo that the master did a great job defeating that insolent clone. Truly great. Randy also ran out worried. Grid was injured too much. The skill level point distribution system is optionally increased by 1 level. Youngwoo checked his information panel. Combo skills like Lean Sat Ba are inherently strong, so they don't have levels, so I need to think a little more about which skills to use. I lost 61.2% of my experience points here, but this was still a great experience. Play system. You are once again pushing the limits and one step closer to becoming a legend. Gains the ability to be sealed, one of the mysterious pieces of Pagma's descendants. Gains the passive skill Blacksmith's Eyes. Youngwoo is confused. What is the 42nd hidden piece? The information shows that, with Blacksmith Eyes, by looking at the equipped item for 3 seconds, you can check its stats and some options. By getting closer to the item, the analytical power is higher. Youngwoo was happy. This is really great. I can see the features of my opponent's items. It is also possible to exploit the secrets and weaknesses of those items. The level of utilization is endless. He realized that this island was filled with good fortune. He feels he made the right choice here. Seeing him so excited, Styx took the opportunity to ask, "Do you want to move to the next island?" Grid. There are only 35 days left until the tournament. Youngwoo was filled with excitement. That was it. Nothing could stop me now. He was very confident that he would easily pass through the remaining islands. And the moment a resilient boy finds his own path, in another place, Sword Tomb. The sound of the wind was deafening. Someone was upset. He complained that he never thought he would be chased away by that bastard. The fire of a soul and miserably extinguished. On the threshold of resurrection, the magician let out a cry of despair. No, I can't fall down helplessly like this. I have no choice but to choose, no matter how much suffering and humiliation I have to endure. No matter where you are, wait for Braham's offer. The relationship with that guy has not ended. At Sword Tomb. Braham the magician is crazy. Damn, my body is right in front of my eyes. This body lives in the name of being the strongest and a legend who pursues the highest level of magic but looks sluggish, lack of vitality like this. I won't forgive you, you abomination, you damn contractor. I had almost no chance of getting my body back by taking advantage of Grid's body cover. Who would have thought that I would be chased by that hateful Bale contractor? One of the few creatures that can confront the Dragon Clan. The first great demon, Bale. Up until now, those who contracted with him have always been like this, giving others headaches every time. The soul's fire was fading due to the damage from his attack. I couldn't let my soul perish like this. The reason for the failure was because the souls could not connect. This shaky soul must try to escape. Braham tried to probe. This time, he needed a perfect substitute to be able to resist the clutches of that bastard. Grid. He had to find that guy first. He had to use all his remaining magic power to search the entire continent, west. Once again I must seek your help. What a strange fate, Grid, because of me. There was no other choice but to cut off the evil relationship with the thorn piercing the throat of that damn Bale. Of course I'm talking about Pagma, the legend that can resist the power of evil. In Giant Pedro territory. The great guild leader Chris, he was angry, punching the window hard. Damn. Am I being toyed with by someone like Zabal? No matter how many times I fight Piero, I still lose to that guy, just one level away. Those bastards are really good at political tricks. On the day of the guild meeting, they kicked me out because they suspected me of colluding with Grid. In order to consolidate his recently shaky position, he used me as bait to incite others. I want to kill him immediately, but the entire strength of Pedro's guild has been left behind after the invasion of the Golem army. Now with only the remaining strength not enough to do anything, I might be lonely. Being separated from the 7 Guild Alliance, Snake, who is the center, is also boycotting me. It's so bad. If the guild size shrinks, I will lose both income and opportunities. No matter what I do, I have to find a way. In the current situation, the only choice is a top-notch second job, his tyrant. I will show you how strong a class holder can be. The only way is to defeat Zabal and the rest of the guilds in the tournament to show them. And one more person, the first person to achieve the second class. This person was fighting the wolves with his book as his weapon. punching left then right. He's about to lose his patience. The 31st island. Why do I have to face the situation I encountered when I returned to level 73, before it took me 4 months to deal with 13 level 85 gray-maned wolves? This. How many times have I had to fight to the death with only the weapons of a book order and a dagger? These wolves are like a nightmare for an unskilled order striking attack like me. Since before I got my second and first job as a justice messenger's partner, my fighting strength was already at its weakest, so how could I completely forget this hellish time? The Lord also passed through a place like this. I truly admire the Lord's greatness, so that, as the right hand of the Lord, I am not allowed to back down from a challenge like this. You guys, die. He, Heroi, was determined to exterminate all the wolves. In a room of the world creator Satisfy, he is reviewing the fighting process of Youngwoo and his clone. Above are the results of last week's progress. The players of the Good Gear Guild are currently testing on the 30th island. Do you want to take a look? He chose not to mention them. What about the results of the mission on Grid's 41st island? The data of Z10B005. Is this correct? There was no error during the business trip. I am the one who created the world of Satisfy, but all the operations were done by Morpheus. How could there be such a thing? Something like that. There are reported cases of Z10B005 where no error occurred. In fact, it was not the player that did not comply with common rules. If that's the case, then that's really unbelievable data. It should have been destroyed upon death. But Grid's clone that died in the Black State fell into hell. But even when the Black State ended, it still became an independent entity existing in hell. After looking at all the parameters, the above are the things he learned. He rested, but thanks to this unexpected gift, he will probably lose sleep. Hell must be in chaos. What kind of journey his clone will go through in hell, he probably won't be able to guess from the original. The system announced that Grid had entered the 51st island. Sage Styx told him that the 40th islands were still okay, but since the 49th island the monsters became stronger and stronger. Youngwoo crossed his arms calmly. They all started appearing at level 360 to 370, at least 55 levels higher than me. Grid also analyzed the situation himself. I could fight about 5 at a time, but the speed had slowed down a lot. Thanks to Tyramet's protective suit, I could easily overcome it, but it might be difficult, which completes the challenge before the international tournament. He opened the information panel. To speed up the monster clearing, I was looking forward to entering the Mist Island, but now it's a coup. Still no luck at all. With 18,851 accumulated challenge points, I can buy 51 elixirs in the Weapon Mastery Skill Book. 51 elixirs can increase up to 51 levels. I can achieve a 1-to-1 ratio between strength and agility like Piero. The mission and distribution system has been created. 51st Island, defeat 10 golden crowns in 20 minutes. Reward 1,900 challenge points. A series of golden crown monsters jump from another high cliff to attack Youngwoo. Youngwoo is quite excited. The golden crown. It's the first time I've heard of it, but if it's a time-limited mission, then you're lucky. Sage Styx said first. I'll go out. Be careful, Sir Grid. The leading golden crown attacked Grid first. Youngwoo blocked the attack. So strong, the power of a normal attack was almost at the level of a skill. If you are hit directly from the front, you will probably be stunned. Youngwoo opened the Pagma sword technique, killing, broadcast system, level 6 damage, dealing 1,800% physical damage, bleeding and despair effects to the target, mana cost 1,000, health consumed by 20%, current amount of blood, cooldown time 6 minutes 20 seconds. Youngwoo half smiled at a golden crown and said, but we have to see how strong the mixed crowd out there is, because I've never lost when it comes to attack power. The system plays, dealing 1 damage to the target, deals 6,360 damage. The golden crown monster pushed him farther and farther away, the earth and rocks collapsing, shaking the mountains and forests. Youngwoo fell. This monster was really pressing him. With all the titles and protective gear he got from Tyramet, the amount of blood he lost was up to 63,000. You lost 1/10 of the health you lost with just one normal attack. What is more surprising is that the damage of Sat, level 6 is only 1. Is it the same Sat that blew away 60% of the health of the monsters on the 40th islands? Why? Youngwoo analyzed the battle situation. it was resistant to physical attacks, so did that mean its resistance to abnormal statuses was also high? I need to go get confirmation. Youngwoo unleashes an extreme move, Extreme Level 3, dealing 780% physical damage, ignoring 62% of the target's defense. The low voice of the Golden Crown monster echoed loudly, the system deals 1 damage to the target. The more Youngwoo fights, the more difficult he feels that these monsters are extremely difficult. Even with pole ignoring defense, the damage is still 1, they are immune to all physical attacks. Most monsters like this have magic as their weak point, so usually we have to coordinate with magicians to attack them in order to handle them. Youngwoo shows another move, My Fop Tien, Magic Arrow, Enhanced, Level 2, deals double the current magic damage to the target, ignoring magic resistance. Youngwoo looked at them, he said contemptuously, "Don't you think I can use magic too?" System notification, deals 1 damage to target, takes 6,610 damage. But he didn't expect the problem, they could also block all magic attacks. They kicked Youngwoo left and right, causing him to be stunned. These guys were all level 380, so the level difference with me was already a punishment, but both physical resistance and magic resistance are crazy like this, how can I fight back? Stay calm, there's no way you can't attack, there will be a way, when, I've seen a similar situation before. That's right, the trap chest, it's like those treasure chest monsters that attract adventurers, with resistance to all damage, no matter how you attack, the damage is always 1. However, their health is low so I just need to attack many times to destroy them, so I guess this monster has little vitality, just fight a lot to win. Youngwoo opens the Pagma, Lean, Level 7 sword technique, dealing 800% physical damage to the target. Deals damage to the target, the number of times it hits Lean is proportional to the attack speed. If you use Rugt, you can attack up to 25 times, it has an additional effect that causes continuous damage as well. When my body stiffens due to the aftershock, I will mobilize all my heavenly hands to attack. Then combine it with the continuous stab that I received in the previous reserve force training session, and unleash all attacks without stopping. Youngwoo flew up high and he dropped down to aim right at the Golden Crown monster. This test is a bit laborious. He breathed heavily, sure enough, it still didn't work, even if he fought them for 50,000 years, there wouldn't be any good results. Damn, I'm losing most of the experience points I lost when fighting the clone. I can't die again and I'll lose my level. Youngwoo calculated, should he call Randy and Noe out, abandon the mission and prioritize survival? Defeating 1 guy in 3 minutes is already too much for me, but having to destroy 10 guys in 20 minutes, the physical resistance and graft resistance are both too formidable, but it's a normal monster, what a trick, but... Youngwoo calculated, should he call Randy and Noe out, abandon the mission and prioritize survival? Suddenly a voice echoed from far away, what a shock, I see such pitiful expression from you again. Suddenly a voice echoed from far away, what a shock, I saw such pitiful looks from you again. That voice made not only Youngwoo but also the monsters there to be silent to find the speaker. Youngwoo saw him, he panicked and said, he is. Braham appeared, smiled evilly and said to Youngwoo, it's true that looking at you makes me feel sad, that pathetic skill makes me look dirty. Youngwoo saw him, he was panicked and confused, he thought to himself, Braham, what is that look, has he not found his body yet? No, why is he here? Braham looked at his struggle and continued, however, I am really proud to see that you as his descendant have been able to get this far. Do you enjoy this playground Pagma created? Not forgetting to attack the monsters, Youngwoo also had to rack his brain to analyze what he said. The playground created by Pagma, what kind of nonsense is that again? Not a hall of fame for heroes. Legend has it existed here for a long time. According to Styx, this place existed 200 years ago, but the time doesn't match Pagma's. He also had some other doubts, it couldn't be possible. Sage Styx once said, when I came to this place again 97 years ago, it was transformed by someone's influence here. Do you remember the name Styx used to call the Bihan Archipelago? The Hall of Fame, violated, perhaps. He and the truth were gradually revealed. If as Braham said this place was a yard created by Pagma, then, the one who invaded the Bihan Archipelago was Pagma. Damn, what the hell, I feel quite uneasy every time I hear about that guy Pagma. Youngwoo screamed at Braham not to bother me with those words. Can't you see I'm in trouble? Braham arrogantly looked down at Youngwoo from above and said, no matter how lowly you are, you still have to use your head to think, right? Just like that monster's name, the Golden Crown. Why do you keep hitting it like that? Position. Youngwoo seemed to be enlightened. He repeated from just now, crown. At this time, he aimed straight at the monster's crown and hit it hard. Deals 5,900 damage to the target. Grid realized that the attack was effective. But there are only 12 minutes and 59 seconds left. Because they are level 380, their agility is crazy, it is impossible to catch up and take down all 10 of them. Braham spoke up, stop whining, it's not that there isn't a solution. Braham gave me an idea, let me incarnate with you, this time, unlike before, we may have to be together for a long time, but your questions and difficulties will be easily resolved by me. The system issues a notification that the task has been created. Hidden legendary great magician. Having failed to regain his body, Braham chooses your body as a safe space to restore his magic. If you accept it, you will have great power. Quest acceptance reward. 50% increase in Braham's favorability. Reward for accepting Quest 2. Obtaining the second legendary class job, Legendary Great Mage. The monsters simultaneously attacked Youngwoo. Since the first time Heroi got a second job, it was said that less than 100 players had received a second job, but the majority were just normal rank. The legendary second class job itself was a feat that had never been discovered. What Braham proposed was truly unprecedented, he thought, a legendary blacksmith and also a legendary magician. Styx had been following Youngwoo, so he also saw Braham and his conversation with Youngwoo, who was one of the 9 direct relatives of Bariachi Braham Eschwald. Styx didn't think about how the person who had disappeared could be here in such a ruined state. While Styx was thinking, Braham was instructing him on how to destroy the Golden Crown monster, a type of parasite that can easily control its host. Don't think you can confront a host that is it's okay to go crazy and ignore the rest of the kids. Youngwoo shouted loudly, shut up, swordplay prom, che, that crafting skill is to release momentum to the surrounding area, making monsters unable to approach the skill user for 3 seconds, does not apply to zombies. The monster wearing the crown raged through the sky. They opened their throats wide to swallow Youngwoo, but he flew up again. He saw it breaking bones to break its control, then rushed at him. He couldn't believe it. Youngwoo shouted, damn Noe, Randy buy me some time. He flew up to avoid dangerous attacks. Braham continued to speak in a monotone voice. His body seemed to have gotten stronger. Am I right? So what about my proposal? Youngwoo confronted him. Shut up, who would listen to you? A shameless guy who couldn't find his body, so he turned around and asked for help. Help. From the beginning when we merged, or when I gave my body to him, I felt quite tired. Braham still looked leisurely. If it was mental communication, he was afraid of taking over my mind. I'm a weak person. I'm quite weak right now. However, if you give me your body, both sides will still be able to communicate well with each other. You don't have to be shy and I won't ask for anything too much. Youngwoo quickly asked, how long would it take? Braham crossed his arms and said softly, at least 1 year. Youngwoo doesn't believe it. Don't lie to people, you idiot. Braham said a little hesitantly, it was really 4 years. He thought about it. It was easy. Thinking back to that disgusting feeling, 4 years was too long. The benefits were there but it seemed not enough. He needed to add some more requirements. Styx below heard the two's conversation. He tried his best to stop Youngwoo. Grid, don't be fooled. Maybe you don't know, but he is a vampire. He belongs to a cruel and unstoppable demon race. Compared to other legends, you have to be careful. Youngwoo heard what Styx said and he didn't decide right away. He had to consider many things. Styx became cautious. Was it because there was an ELF next to him? Then he stood and watched while I fought. In such a fight, Youngwoo must make sure he makes the right move. Because what he achieved through him was of great value that nothing in the world could compare to. Braham still tried to convince Youngwoo that the magic and wisdom he learned during that time would belongs completely to you even after the contract ends. A small part of that knowledge is the evolution that small creatures can hardly achieve over many generations. What he has in his hands is a step towards the truth of all things, which is creation, history. What immediately appeared in Youngwoo's mind was money. If I won all the gold medals, I will have a lot of money. He absent-mindedly thought about money and forgot that there was a stick screaming his name below. Youngwoo's eyes were no longer alert. The sticks guy was too loud. Youngwoo couldn't stay silent in front of him. He said, "Stop whining. If a rope can help me cross high mountains and wide seas, then it won't be a demon or anything else, whatever. Please wait, Kraugle." Youngwoo looked at Braham. He said, "What else to do? Let's not start." Braham opened the gate to his world. Braham smiled and said, "What an unwise choice. The system makes you become one with Braham." The monsters below also silently watched them gradually enter into meditation with each other. So Youngwoo received his second profession, the legendary Great Magician. You have become the first player to obtain 2 seconds professions. Unique skill created. Oneness information is about awakening the Braham soul in your body and becoming one with it. At this time, your profession will be transformed into that of a great mage and control of your body will be given to Braham. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 days. Receiving the title of a glimpse of myth for achieving great achievements. A glimpse of myth, this is the minimum standard to be promoted to mythic. Youngwoo spoke up in surprise. What a myth. Mythology is the sacred weapon of the Rebecca Church. Likewise, this is a realm that players can also achieve. The system said, Youngwoo learned all of Braham's magic, but failed because your intelligence was too low. He let out a sigh. The system continues to broadcast information. In order to learn magic and provide the magic power needed to restore Braham's soul, you must increase your intelligence. From now on, every time you level up, 6 stat points will be added to intelligence. After clearing his mind, Youngwoo suddenly felt like he was caught in a big trap. His point, this idiot, after going through so much trouble changing his job, I forgot who he was. Braham has 8 minutes and 35 seconds left. Youngwoo angrily cursed, "You cheating bastard," but it was too late. Oneness succeeded. Braham laughed at him. His pride didn't even last 5 seconds. Braham looked down at the monsters. "This bunch of junk is nothing. I will burn you along with this island." Fireball moves, however, his intelligence is too low to use this magic. Braham, or in other words Youngwoo, froze immediately. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Intellect is too low to use this magic. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Intellect is too low to use this magic. Braham was indeed burning with anger. Fireball and basic magic can't even be used. Just how stupid is this guy's mind? Youngwoo refuses to give up. My mind is normal, even though I have a lot of equipment. My mental power is up to 1200. You said something nonsense. Braham held his forehead. This is the difference between using the "it doesn't matter if you have a head or not. Your intelligence is only as good as a chicken." No matter how complicated the formula is, in total my huge magic is divided into 10 levels. You can't even use level 9 magic like fireball. That's stupid. Currently, most of my soul's reason is sleeping inside your body. If I want to use magic, I have to borrow magic power from your body and brain, but there is nothing to borrow. Youngwoo cursed loudly. This brat, he did wrong so he made an excuse, ate to his heart's content and then complained. Then what? What are you planning to do? What a new miracle. 1 + 1 = 0 and that's the end of the movie. Trash ghost. Braham half smiled and said, "You seem to look down on me. Do you think this body will be defeated by those hybrid monsters?" Youngwoo quickly said, Hey, that's a magic arrow. It's impossible to penetrate their defenses with magic. Braham explained, in the unified state, this body's profession is that of a great magician. It couldn't possibly be the same as your weak magic arrow. Enhanced magic arrow, master level 10, the golden crown has been defeated. 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 Obtain 13,498,000 experience points. Repeat this many times. Get golden crown piece, green monster skin. Grid was extremely surprised. It was possible to defeat 5 in an instant. Enhanced magic arrows have a 5 seconds cooldown and fire 4 shots at once without a delay. Magic arrow, can it be this strong? No, it's on another level. Mastery of magic or the professional characteristic of a great magician. What exactly is that? Braham's spirit was on fire. The guys who just jumped out were now all hiding. Search for enhanced magic power. Oh damn, my mana is gone. Braham realized that his first experience using magic with such a small amount of mana was a mistake. The mana cost of master level enhanced magic arrow is 350, and that of master level enhanced magic detection is 2000, so with my total mana of 7158, it runs out in an instant. Youngwoo also said, can't a so-called great magician be able to calculate his mana? Take out the recovery potion and drink it. Braham smiled and shouted good support. Premium mana potion, cost 20 gold, super mana potion, special item from the Raiden alchemy facility, price has not been determined. Braham laughed, my taste is a bit high, so he frantically shouted, hey, 1 bottle of super mana potion left. Let's drink something cheap, Grid shouted loudly. The system jumped out, the Golden Crown was defeated, the 51st island was passed. Received 1900 challenge points, Unity maintenance period, ended. Braham's soul fell into a complete sleep for 10 days. Level has increased, Youngwoo receives a reward when leveling up for having a second job, 6 of the 12 stat points received will be invested in intelligence. Grid was somewhat wondering, wait, 12 stat points, if so then the burden of stat points taken away by intelligence would be significantly reduced, generates magic that can be learned. Magic detection, level 1 releases a large amount of mana in all directions to locate every living creature that exists within a 10-meter radius. The advanced level is the wider the detection range and the more information about the target can be confirmed. If you use it 3 more times in Great Mage mode then you will learn it. Resource cost 3000 mana, casting time, 6 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. He was happy to be able to learn the legendary Great Magician's signature magic for free. His stats and skills were even more effective than he had imagined. Even though Braham was a bit suspicious, he helped me, feeling like he had also become gentler. Will he reveal more of Pagma's secrets in the future? However, I also have to be careful. After all, my duty is to be a blacksmith and a soldier. Because of greed, becoming inferior in those 2 aspects will not be okay. Exactly 30 days before the tournament, Bihen Archipelago must be started first. At the special anniversary broadcast of episode 2 of Satisfy at the Paris International Tournament. The commentator, the first to speak, next, with 32 countries participating, there are a total of 13 categories including non-combat categories that are widely used in various occupations. Others spoke up. The highlight here is the system adjustment to prevent fake results in the very popular PvP category. Yes, PvP's damage ratio has been reduced by up to 50% compared to PvE, that is, even if the player uses powerful monster-specific skills, it will only deal half the damage. Another person commented, if control or strategy becomes more important than destructive power, then cases like Grid need to prepare in advance. This may be the plan of a group, before the controversy over privileges that arose when participating in the last Congress. Another person asked, it was a rather unfavorable patch for Grid, but actually he himself had not yet made his opinion public to the media. Extreme Sword, as a member of the national team, what do you think about Grid's plan to deal with this update? The program's guest spoke up, this is the genealogy that my family has passed down through many generations. All Korean people have such ancestors, so there is nothing to fear. He said to the commentators, where did the host talk? Someone replied, we are talking about countermeasures. At the same time, this time at the entrance to the 31st island of the Bihen Archipelago, a loud laugh, ha ha, Extreme Sword said nonsense during the broadcast. A shirtless person among them spoke first, yes I just logged out and saw the Extreme Sword on TV, it seemed like the tournament was approaching. Another person chimed in, yes, that uncle is truly the true heart of Korea, there are 22 days left until the tournament. A person who looks like a Japanese samurai, oh I give up on this island of trials, if I die anymore I won't be able to deal with these losses. The person wearing the black and gold armor, I also gave up, just how strong was Grid to overcome this place? Especially the young man dressed in white from top to bottom, he thought to himself, these challenge islands are islands where the more outstanding your strength, the higher the difficulty. As for a stupid person like a lord, at most he will only encounter a few ogres. But it was quite surprising. The three people managed to overcome the island that even strong people like this had to give up on. Is it Yura, Jishuka, and Hiroi? For an order with low attack power like Hiroi, the challenge is quite easy. I can even understand it, but the challenge of the remaining two outstanding geniuses is certainly quite difficult. Maybe they are so strong that no challenge is difficult for them. If that's true, then their level might be on par with mine. The guy with the black hood asked everyone about harvesting medicine. He also said that Grid said he would conquer the Bihen archipelago to prepare for the international tournament. Apparently he didn't know by the patch that nerfed him when PvP was released. Fog Island appears so randomly that it's very calculated. If you don't appear at the right time and conquer, the difficulty will increase exponentially. That capricious foggy island could become difficult for others, but this unlucky fellow was somewhat lucky. Entered the 56th island. Grid stood in front of the door and sighed deeply. From the 55th island, level 400 monsters appeared that were immune to physical attacks. There were 2 entrances. How difficult would it be to conquer the entire archipelago? This here. The mission has been to create the 56th peach. Please pass the maze. Can enter the treasure island. In 3 minutes, Grid is surprised at the treasure island. The treasure in the Holy Land that honors the legends must be great. If I could find something like the holy mineral adamantium, I could create amazing things. The system informs you to choose the cave on the left and the cave on the right. Grid is excited. Luckily it's an option and I can ask Styx. Grid turned around and saw him shaking. He couldn't talk. Was it because of the effect of this island so it was hard to ask him for help? Grid then silently chose and said, ha, it's crazy. I heard that going through the maze is very difficult, so I've never challenged myself. There are 2 calculation doors with 50% probability. Somehow you can get over it. Before he could finish his sentence, 6 other doorways appeared in front of him. Grid angrily joked, why are they divided into 6 more ways? Now that there are a few more turns, I won't be able to go out before the tournament. Grid thought to himself, damn, if I can't borrow Styx's head to get through this level, then the only other way is he. Stop whining like a child, you useless person. Discovering magic power over there is the most dangerous place. So look closely and learn, you idiot, watch me work. A moment later the monster fell, having defeated the awakened golden crown. Grid thought to himself that with just a few basic moves, he had defeated the monster, and he could confront these monsters without any injuries, which was amazing. He said the labyrinth had binding properties that disturbed intruders, so the escape route was most likely in the direction with the greatest danger. Time is running out to use proper magic detection and move slowly. I've done that magic a few times already, so even your stupid head will be able to follow it. Grid, after being reminded by the system, immediately panicked for 10 minutes. If I reduce the cooldown by 20% with Braham boots, it will be once every 8 minutes. It will take some time to cast because the monsters are quite large, but he gave me a great magnifying glass to get through this place. D12 International Tournament. In each country the participating members are ready to take on the challenge of this worldwide competition. In Turkey, Bubat, this is the 2nd time he participates as a representative of Turkey. Is one of the best in satisfy with bold judgment and strong control ability. He is even called a yak with many convincing victories in the past. Bubat represented Turkey, ranked 53rd in the rankings summary of association leaders. But in the last conference, he let Yura and Grid dominate from the beginning. Do you have any countermeasures for this? Bubat slammed his hand down on the desk. It's been a year since the last Congress. Even though I can't compare to them as a job, I've surpassed level 300 and even have powerful attack skills unique to my job. Moreover, the recently updated patch is very beneficial for me, reduces the attack power of damage dealing positions by 50%. For a tanker like me, this is a sign of victory. In Paris, France, a man asked that even though it was beneficial for tankers, with the sure kill move, this patch brought damage with extremely large damage and freezing effects, did he have any chance of winning, or not? Bondre, the leader of the Ice Flower Guild, replied with a serious face, there is no shortage of moves with strong defense and high practicality in combat. Do you think only tankers are beneficial in this patch? Moreover, you're talking about skills from 1 year ago that have changed a lot. It seems like you didn't even bother to study the material before asking the question. Shy reporter, yes, However, despite being in second place after Mick, what remains in the public's memory is only 4 seconds of humiliation. Have you overcome that psychological trauma yet? Predict what the results will be this year. Just looking at its strength, it's hard to imagine if America doesn't continue to maintain its first position. At a relay interview in the US, someone asked you, what do you think the expected ranking for America as the strongest country is? As the name suggests, American Representative Zabal responded to Korea, creating a fever in the last tournament, so the public ranked relatively high in this tournament. But however, the top rankings will still be countries with strong players in that aspect. France has the advantage of being the host country, so it will at least rank 5th. If I had to choose a black horse for this tournament, it would be the only person with real ability that I recognize, but Russia with Kraugel will be able to easily enter the top 10. Korea, although the extreme sword has been added to participate in the tournament, with the new damage reduction patch, wouldn't his one-hit kill be useless? The reporter then told me, but the attack power reduction patch is too heavy a patch for professions that specialize in dealing damage. But do you think you underestimated Korea, the country of the last PvP champion grid? Zabal answers a good question, but let me explain more clearly. Actually, attack power is reduced by more than 50%. Many people mistakenly believe that damage is calculated by subtracting defense from attack power, but inherent physical or magical resistance accumulated through job levels can also be used, reduces damage received from enemies. In the end, whether a knife is sharp or dull can only be decided when it can penetrate the opponent's weak point or not. Although he has many skills, as well as good character, I think this time he has a chance. Do it again like the last Congress. Let's see, from the beginning, everyone was paying too much attention to Grid. This tournament with the new patch, we will need to wait and see if he has any countermeasures. In Beijing, China, the reporter said, if you think about it, that patch could become a fatal blow for him. He must be very scared to find a way to deal with it, and that's why he hasn't said anything about this patch yet. How Dai Chinese representative ranked 16th in association leader. King of Hell, despite the development and expansion of the Elite Card Guild, Mr. Hao still maintains the overall 16th rank with strong PvP ability, but he did not participate in last year's tournament, right? Things are tight in China, is struggling against Grid's obstacles and only finishing 7th in the last tournament. The reason why you decided to participate in this tournament. The character who wished like the sky that he had always dreamed of reaching his true power was defeated by my lord. Hao replied, I can't stand by and watch them look down on our country. Furthermore, I also have the desire to prove my ability. Of course, because of my country's ranking, I need to participate in this tournament. In Tokyo, Japan, Japanese Gladiator said, I will definitely take revenge, and this Yoshimura will make Japan the strongest country in Asia. The reporter then said that you mentioned revenge, but weren't you pushed back by the Silver Knights on Kokoro Island? For someone who was past his prime and was even called a loser, like Mr. Yoshimura, isn't that overconfident? But this time the hope of Japan, Mr. Katz, is also with us, right, Katz? How long are you planning to say those embarrassing words? Don't justify your failure. Even though he is the son of the president of a business like Jin, this kid is too arrogant. How can a guy like this do any business in this tournament? Third epic hidden profession Blood Warrior, ranked 19th overall. I want to hear about the categories that will participate in the wish of Mr. Katz, the first Japanese person to enter the top 20. Katz said it's only been a year and a half after ranking 1 in Japan, but I'm struggling to rank 19 overall. It fits the whole world, so don't ask difficult questions. After all, this time there will be many experts gathered, but I will try my best. The reporters were so upset that I'll ask you, Damien, a question. There are also many people who criticize your church policy for prioritizing Raiden citadels over domestic guilds, so can you keep a cool head when facing Grid in this tournament? Damien replied that, as said before, the church only makes the most reasonable decisions when considering the forces that influence religion. Of course, I will differentiate between public and private work, so in this tournament, Grid is clearly my opponent. In this Congress, my goal must be at least above 10. Not only do I have incredible healing defenses and effect buffs, but I also have a relative advantage thanks to the game's recent patches. Except for one person, I am almost invincible in this war. The reporters were confused. Who are you talking about? Damien replied, of course it was Grid. especially in the PvP category. I don't think anyone can stand on par with him. In the Eternal Kingdom, Pedro City. Wait a minute, you said you would beat everyone, but you two are exceptions. A man said. Chris just assumed that Krogel ranked number 1 overall, but I don't understand why they promote Grid more. I was pretty helpless in last year's tournament. I lost to Zabal, defeated by Bondre by Rigas in PvP confrontation. A winning candidate like Canada couldn't make it to the top 3 because of my poor performance. Once again I apologize for last year's results. Chris replied sadly, Grid's strength is really very high. One person taught me that good results come from practice. I cannot guarantee performance without grounds, please understand me, the reporter replied, but it seems like you're planning to give up too soon. You're not worrying more than necessary, are you? Chris replied that what I said is true. I don't comment much on this tournament. My concerns are well founded. I am the prey, not the hunter. During the interview, after Bubat spoke, all the reporters shouted, wait, player Bubat, so you can win Grid. He replied, of course, those damage dealing skills couldn't do anything against my resistance. Are you talking about the wound of a wild animal? I probably have to step on that guy to make him shut up. In Seoul, Korea, Mr. Han said that it is natural that anyone who meets the Grid will fail. The reporter immediately asked, hey, Chairman Kang Dae-han, can you tell us why Yura and Grid didn't attend the meeting? Mr. Han beat the drum, now let's learn the principles of Tai Chi. Seeing this, the reporter was immediately helpless. This sighed, after entering the labyrinth. Grid continuously attacks. Oh, am I crazy? This wooden horse only loses 25% of its health per attack, according to in-game time. I have been detained for more than 15 days. Another path. When will this maze end? I'm so tired. What the hell? If you can't sense the danger, how can you choose now? Grid thought to himself, just choose one, at least it can be completed before the tournament. Must move forward instead of stopping. A moment later, the system will notify you that you have escaped the treasure island after 3 minutes. Grid happily shouted, it appeared, the treasure island, why am I so lucky? Suddenly the fog began to appear. Treasure island disappeared. Grid was so angry that he was vomiting blood and couldn't speak. After advancing, Grid helplessly lamented that as the challenge points continued to accumulate, I prayed for it to appear, but it was nowhere to be found. Even when I was attacked by monsters in a dangerous situation and wanted to find its golden carriage, still appears. Why don't you see it when you pray, but when you don't want it, it appears like this, your treasure, your treasure. If you buy it in advance, you don't know when it will reappear. There are 31,001 challenge points, so you won't miss it, right? There are 13 types of rare hidden job changes for sale, but since the level 3 advancement jobs appeared after the upgrade, they no longer have any value, so let's ignore them. The skill book has 46 types from normal to normal, awesome, but I already have legendary skill, so they don't mean anything anymore. Although the bonus stats are very small compared to the proficiency skills specific to each weapon type, it is the most valuable thing here. When weapon proficiency is increased, it will help increase the damage power of the weapon. That weapon, bought the Weapon Mastery Skill Book. The passive Normal Weapon Mastery Skill Book costs 6,000 challenge points. Great to learn it now, quite expensive, but I'm quite satisfied. Magic Mastery Skill Book of Normal Passive Type, cost 5,000 challenge points. Mastery Skill helps increase magic power and shorten magic casting time. Magic Mastery Skill Book is very important to me. It's important because I have some new magic I learned from that vampire bastard. I've heard all kinds of sarcasm from that guy saying that I can only use elementary level magic, so it would be great if I could learn these things. 5,000 points is equivalent to 20 stat increasing elixirs. How expensive is this? I've decided, click buy and it's mine. I feel so refreshed. 20,000 points left. What medicine should I buy next? I have enough strength and stamina, so I have to increase my agility so that the strength and agility ratio reaches 11 like Piero. Wait, is this the right choice? With the remaining points I can buy 80 bottles of elixir, plus 800 agility is really huge, but with intelligence increasing by 6 points per level, I can't learn all of Brahm's magic. The intelligence elixir that permanently increases intelligence by 10 points costs 250 challenge points. intelligence is also the key to becoming a legendary magician. No matter how stupid it is, becoming a legendary magician is still something worth paying attention to. Use 40 potions of agility and intelligence, each of which permanently increases agility and intelligence by 400 points. Primary weapon proficiency level 1 increases attack power by 2% and accuracy by 1% when equipped with weapons. Primary magic proficiency level 1 increases magic power by 3% and reduces casting time by 1%. Great, now let's restart the body. 800 points of agility and intelligence and 2 highest level skill proficiencies have been raised at the same time. Level 420 monsters were originally a big challenge, now they have become a source of nutrition to practice them to help increase their mastery level, which was only at the beginner level. The speed of development is so fast that it makes me shudder. I can see that my potential has now entered a different direction. Everyone has equal development time in the present, Vampire City. Raoul said. Say, what are you guys doing now? Suddenly came back from Bihan and has quickly returned to the Vampire City. Didn't you say you bought the transfer to the Eastern Continent? Why don't you go to the Eastern Continent to learn new things that are all here? The orange-haired guy replied calmly. Raoul, everyone bought it and will keep it carefully until they need it. That was an important teleportation scroll obtained through the information provided by the grid. That's why everyone thought it was shameless to reach the Eastern Continent before the grid. Raoul then said that he knew that, but the Vampire City was an ideal hunting and leveling place, which had already been done for 2 months. Now besides Bariachi's direct line, there were no more monsters that gave experience points. The trip to that island was chosen to focus on developing your abilities. Why are you so carefree? Everyone immediately moved to the Eastern Continent. The red-haired girl spoke up. We may not know, but this is an easy and useful hunting ground for you. You chose the 3rd level advancement job of Design Master. It can change the weather and terrain, but the combat power is extremely low, right? You have to get experience points equivalent to the sacrifices you made. Spent his time as an advisor. You've helped us a lot. You've chosen weak combat classes that can do other great things. Everyone is working together very well to help you level up, so you just leave them alone. Go. Raoul tearfully assured everyone, even though it's slow, going together is a great step forward. And the challenge depends on the next step. 59th Island. Reached level 307,6 of the 12 stat points received will be invested in intelligence. Reached primary weapon proficiency 6, primary magic proficiency 4. Pagma's sword technique is extremely deadly, deals 90,300 damage to a target that has lost 4,500 health due to extreme magnetic effects. Grid secretly thought that, thanks to the added stats, he could defeat these monsters faster, but to deal with 3 or 4 level 420 monsters was still a bit too much for him. The recovery medicine I brought with me from Raiden is almost gone. Those monsters weren't even bosses, and yet their health and recovery abilities were beyond imagination. On top of that, they don't even take fatal damage. What kind of armor are they wearing? Blacksmith's eyes. The level 1 Blacksmith's eyes discover the features of the armor the Troll Lord was wearing. Time-colored leather jacket. Feature 1, Feature 2, Feature 3 reduces damage of physical damage moves. Even though I had carefully calculated it, when the monster rushed to the grid, I was still very scared. Hick, why are there so many hidden stats? Why is it so difficult? I had to look at that equipment for 3 seconds while fighting, but there is not much information available. Anyway, the reason why killing monsters causes so little wool is because of those leather jackets. Let's end it quickly. Tien Thu. Iarug scrap Pagma sword cannon. Contact 3. A moment later, you entered the 60th island and the save point was memorized. Grid collapsed on the ground and lamented, whoa, he almost failed again. Then the machine on the 50th island is full of terrible monsters. Damn, the 66th island is already in front of me. The 50th islands are like that. Can I get past the 60th islands at this level? A mysterious voice rang out. KK. Someone who is far behind Pagma like you thinks that he will completely destroy the playground created by Pagma. It's ridiculous, but just try and see, who knows. Maybe you can recognize the point, my weaknesses through this pass. Grid turned around and blamed him for calling this place a training ground. Styx, he said, is a hall of fame and a training ground for legends. Styx replied, yes, that's why this is a thorny place for those who are hostile towards legends. They are great demons. For them, This place that connects legends together needs to be destroyed, and Pagma has built thick barriers here to prevent those great demons from destroying this place. That is the characteristic of this Behen island. Grid surprised the Behen archipelago to stop the great demon. Wait, a supernatural phenomenon recreates the past and duplicates the powers of those who challenge the island. Can a blacksmith do that? Styx explained that of course it was impossible without the power of a blacksmith, so Pagma received help. The power of the great demon Baal, the one who contracted with Baal is Pagma. Grid trembled in fear and asked the great demon, Baal, who is that? Styx then said that the first great demon, Baal, has the highest status among the 33 great demons and is the master of hell. He is a demon king with supreme authority thanks to which he can confront the most powerful dragons. Even the gods are afraid of his power. Making contracts with humans and sowing the seeds of disaster is just a small entertainment game for him. Arrogant and destructive, likes to tease and deceive, he is an evil demon who always wants to spread his fear throughout the world. To protect this place, the other great demons borrowed the power of a lord of hell. What an irony. Grid cursed silently. That Baal guy was crazy. He said he was the master of hell and betrayed his own kind to protect this place. Right, didn't I tell you that Baal likes to joke and deceive? For him, whether the target is humans or great demons is not important. While enjoying the pleasure of stopping other great demons, the contract has been signed because it coincides with Pagma's purpose when it comes to protecting the people, this island. Betraying and harming your fellow humans is something you humans do all the time, so what do you expect from demons? Well, that's true. Grid wondered why a place like this that was so beautiful couldn't return to its original state, or was all the power he received to protect it from other great demons gradually fading away, exhausted? He said in short, Pagma died 300 years ago and then made a contract with Baal. It seems like he lived a long time too, but I don't understand that the records were still being added until 100 years ago before stopping. Styx continued to say that demons make contracts to take away human souls. It's understandable that humans who make contracts with demons have a shorter lifespan than normal, and the time when Pagma made a contract with Baal was not 300 years ago but only about 100 years ago. The lifespan he used to survive during those years was the lifespan of this body, something he betrayed and stole from us when we were still close friends. Grid shuddered, thinking that's how terrible anger spread throughout his body. Anyway, if you want to know all the truth, then try to reach the last island. Going to all the islands here is also your duty. This archipelago is also related to Pagma, so there is definitely a high possibility that there will be some mission for you here. Styx angrily shouted, are you going to believe what he says? Why is he a deceitful and unreliable race? If you believe too much in those words, then... Grid replied, but the one who wants this place to be purified the most is you. So I need to go to the last island. Isn't that what we both want? Styx thought to himself that the sage's knowledge is not obscured by time. These are the teachings and instructions of the legends left behind. A moment later, we entered the 61st island. This is an area with very high temperatures. You have suffered from heat stroke and your stamina is being continuously consumed. You have resisted this burning effect. Grid turned around and asked him to rest. As a sage, how could he resist the heat? Styx helplessly replied, I'm fine, the method is there, but I don't have the ingredients to extract the medicinal herbs here, partly because of my illness, so it's difficult for me to use mana. Grid thought to himself, stop it, I don't want to lose my beloved Sun Lord's tutor. Grid continued, there are no monsters or quests on this island. The form of crossing the island is a bit different. Hahu smoke, something is moving inside. What's going on? I don't feel right at all. The footsteps are getting closer but I don't see anything. So annoying. Detect level 2 enhancement magic. No life detected. I heard footsteps very close but I couldn't detect any life. What the hell is going on? Anyway, I'm being caught, so show up quickly. No. Take 50,040 damage. Suddenly attacked from behind. With just a small dagger, I lost 60% of my health in one move, causing damage. No matter how strong the attack was, the heavenly hand only stopped moving for a moment, but now it's slashing to the ground. Noe Randy. Please support me. Behind Young, back behind, skill to attack from behind. No. So I never thought we would meet here. Braham, do you know who he is? He has a name, but it's not a personal name or whatever, but who is he? Eclipse, the strongest and most terrible group of assassins said to have existed over 1,000 years ago. It was a name passed down through generations only to those at the top. Be prepared for death, Grid. This island gatekeeper is different from the opponents you have encountered before. He is also a legendary assassin, Lantier. In the chaotic scene of the battle, a masked man wearing a mysterious black scarf, he must be the leader of the Eclipse assassination group, Lantier. I thought to myself, even if I used my observation ability or a demon slayer's eye patch, I couldn't detect him, and even magic detection couldn't find his location, because he was undead. But after stopping, Grid thought that it was not because of the undead. Even if he was still alive, if he erased his presence, it would be difficult for me to find him. The basic pinnacle of an assassin is he's also a legendary assassin, so there's nothing he can't do. The all-white man also seemed to agree with Grid. If he wanted, he could completely erase his existence from the world, let alone detect your level 2 magic. With that level, not even a single strand of his hair could be found. Anyway, I've heard this name somewhere before. Lantier. Who would have thought of it? Grid silently wondered, then he shouted, "This Lantier, how did he become undead and now appear here to stop me?" Looking at the white-haired man, those who have a contract with Baal will have the abilities of a necromancer. Perhaps Pagma found Lantier's body somewhere and turned him into a death knight and brought back these red pants. Grid was confronting the leader of the assassination group while thinking, if that's the case, then Pagma is both a legendary blacksmith, swordsman, and a magician. It's unbelievable, and that doesn't matter. The important thing here is that coming out of the 61st island is the death knight of a legendary assassin who is his opponent. Grid now seemed tense. He thought to himself, doesn't this mean that other legends can also appear as his opponents on the next islands? Then he shouted loudly, do that. How could a legend whose mission had not yet been completed defeat a legend who was already famous? Next, Grid used all his strength to fight the leader. Don't worry, the legends in undead form are very weak compared to their previous full state. On the other hand, you only have me. As long as you practice my magic properly and have enough mana to cast, you can defeat them. With his determination, Grid thought to himself, could he become a person with many different professions like Pagma? Either way, if he wanted to know the result, he had to face this immediate challenge first. The battle was extremely tense when Noe secretly attacked the leader. This barbarian, you dare? Grid was surprised to realize that the cloak could block Noe's claws, and the resistance to physical damage was this high. Then the leader immediately launched sharp swords to counterattack. Grid quickly dodged, he thought, with the ability to observe the demon slayer's eye patch and the sense of the magic sword I eruged, I could see the trajectory of the throwing knife he launched towards me. He secretly thought that now maybe it's time for him to come out from behind to attack him, so Grid ran faster in front of the leader. You think I will be stupid and not take precautions so you can use the same weapon? How to attack up to 3 times? He turned back to the leader and said, that dagger of yours will now not be able to hurt me again. Anis, it's surprising that his sword only cuts into nothingness. Is it an illusion? Taking that opportunity, the leader sneaked out behind him and attacked him. The system immediately pops up, you have suffered critical damage. People who become legendary will not die easily. When the amount of health will decrease to the minimum level, the Immortal Guardian will activate and you will be immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Grid feels this is crazy. The Immortal Guardian must be activated in just 2 moves. What kind of crazy attack power and damage is this? The white-haired guy looked at Grid, also the leader. Even though you have inherited Pagma's power, in the end, this is your true strength now. With your current strength, you cannot even win a single battle. Creature created by Pagma. The white-haired guy smiled sinisterly, but fortunately with this, you will quickly realize your helplessness, which is also an opportunity for you to know what you need in the future, which is to try to learn the magic I teach you and not rely on the inherent strength of a blacksmith. At this point Grid was really angry. Okay, you bastard, you're good, but Grid. In his heart, he is still a true blacksmith to the core. He smiled, a smile filled with contempt. You are truly a legendary assassin with many advanced skills and many items beyond your imagination. But that doesn't make me surrender. Then he immediately used your own black magic. At this moment, the white-haired guy who was looking down on Grid just now was also surprised. This guy. Grid ran and said to Noe, Randy, there are 5 seconds left before I run out of protection. The only way for him to make steel is with the hammer in his hand. If he wants to gain true strength, he needs to try himself. Everyone rushed to attack with all their might, trying to get as much information about him as possible. Grid shouted. However, in the end, in this match, he was defeated without being able to cut a single hair of his opponent. But that was only the first defeat of a blacksmith, and also a sign of his defeat, a sign of future revenge. On a beautiful day in Raiden Bar, everyone shouted, the Lord had returned. He said in black clothes, it's been a long time since I've been back here. Is winter in the desert like this? While he was looking at everything around him, a girl with silver hair ran out, the king. After finishing speaking, she threw herself into his arms. I missed you so much. He was also very shy at this action of yours. Ma'am, everyone is looking at us. Seeing that, the white-haired man standing next to him continued, the Lord's steadfast love brings peace and stability to the people, to increase the population growth rate in the city. I hope you will show your love, please be more intense with this. Hearing that, he turned and glared at the white-haired man. You pervert, how could you do that in front of everyone? The white-haired man continued, isn't that very normal? You don't know much about women, already. Having said that, he thought to himself, population growth is the key to strengthening physical strength and is a source of economic development. As expected, he is too indifferent about these things, being the one who is temporarily holding the only position, maintaining everything in the Lord's city. I also have to set an example. After all, women are also scientists. He took out his notebook and wrote down how to please girls. Grid immediately thought that he had been defeated by the Lord, but after all, he had not cut off any of that guy's hair. While walking with his wife, he thought, if the legends are all revived in the form of an undead constantly appearing on the islands behind, I might also need a good defensive equipment. You should equip both Noe and Randy with high-end items to increase the winning rate. There are 6 days left before the tournament. At the latest, I have to fly to France in 4 days to participate. If so, based on Satisfy's time, there will be less than 12 days left. Meanwhile, I have to create good items to make up for this failure, he thought to himself. In a wooden house amidst heavy snowfall. Everyone said in unison, Lord, how long has it been since you've been back here? Come in quickly. Ha ha, at this rate I'll probably forget you. Luckily you didn't forget the location of the smithy in the citadel. Grid happily replied, ha ha, how is that possible? Because Khan is here. I trusted everyone to conquer that level up monster. Well, let me see how your skills are doing. Hearing that, the old man immediately scratched his head. High level 8, I thought it had stopped at level 7 for a long time. How could you overcome the wall to level 8? Hearing Grid's exclamations, he replied, it's just that I enlightened to some things while teaching the young blacksmiths. Listening to him speak, he was extremely surprised. If he paid more attention, he could develop into a famous NPC throughout the continent. He said that just having the ability of an Albertino descendant would be enough. With that effort, he can easily advance to the level of blacksmith artist. He laughed. In history there were only about 10 people who could do that. For an old man like me, that's too much praise for you. Anyway, it seems like you'll start working immediately, so let me go prepare the firewood and the smithy. After arriving at the smithy, he was surprised. Oh, even though I've been away for a long time, my kiln is still clean. Hearing his exclamation, a person immediately spoke up and said that he was the Khan. He always managed all his things in the best way. Hearing that, he was extremely touched. Thinking about the words of the white TCS, what you need is the magic power that I teach, not the power of a blacksmith. He put his hands on the wall. Don't joke, everything I need is here, with these friends. Although that legendary mage is also an extremely rare profession, I always value this blacksmith profession more. He put coal in the furnace, the system appeared again, Brahm's favorability with the grid decreased by 2. Seeing him busy, everyone around thought their lord was preparing a lot of materials. It seemed like he didn't plan to just make 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. He thought about what Ranker said as he did, and was also preparing for this competition with billions of sponsorship money. This time he didn't have many opponents, so he also needed to prepare a little. He thought to himself, I heard C say that with a capital of 300 million, but due to the latest update from that publisher, my strength is now undervalued. Thinking of this, he felt that this was absurd. My entire assets is 147,000 gold, which is only about 200 million, but I will use it to win this contest. He was stressed knowing that time was running out and maybe he had to take a risk. Grid remembered that after receiving the fatal blow from Lantier in his darkened state, that was when the Dark Gate opened and he was sucked into hell. If I fall into hell in my current state, I will fall prey to the devils. That moment Braham used all his power to close the gate of darkness. I never thought he hated going to hell so much. The system announced that Braham had 69 days, 9 hours, 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to recover his magical power and wake up. He thought to himself, if it was after 69 days and satisfy, the tournament would be over. It would be like I had a trump card that could help me in the tournament. I haven't created any decent weapons yet. Thinking of the Troll Lord, the Wailing Goblin and the legendary assassin Lantier. The biggest thing he encountered when encountering monsters with strong damage was that his defense ability was not enough to withstand that damage. He began researching with the spear on the Troll Lord's chest. Scale armor of this type normally has weaker physical defense than heavy armor made of bronze and iron, but troll armor has 2 layers of scales, helping to reduce its weaknesses. Thinking of this, he definitely increased the scale layers to increase physical defense. The weight would increase as it reduced the inherent flexibility. He took out a green stone, which was a legend. Legendary bleeding is even more difficult than Gang, but with his legendary level 7 skill it is completely possible. The thing worth mentioning here is time. To create an item greater than the Troll Lord's armor, at least 3 or more layers are needed. Thinking of this, he immediately became happy. Okay, let's see where to start first. In a wooden house in the dead of night. Wow, this is it. It's the first time I've seen such small and thin pieces of black iron. Everyone was admiring. The old man saw him and immediately asked him what he was doing. He seems to have made more than 200 scales. What is he doing? 2 days after. The legendary Blacksmith's patient skill effect notification system has been activated. Your concentration, stamina and defense will increase to the extreme within 1 minute. Successfully crafted scale armor, a little. The function of the scale armor you crafted is amazing. Grid was happy with his achievements. Enhanced, it resembled Braham's magic arrow. While thinking, he suddenly saw a plate of food on the table. Thinking back, Khan had left it here yesterday. The system announced. He looked at the armor tiredly and lamented. There was still work to do. Its biggest feature was that the armor was made of 3 layers of black. Looking at the plate of food in surprise. Really, Khan, after all, he has helped me a lot. These 3 classes look so much like 3 real classes. I will name you Ba Chu. D3 International Tournament. Grid kept stuffing rice into his mouth. He had to eat quickly. If he wanted to finish the rest of the armor, time was of the essence. He thought to himself and calculated that he had to make the chest armor, the helmet, the leg armor, and the arms and legs. Finally, he needed to finish making Lantier's cloak. Then the preparations for the tournament were basically complete. Normally robes are the expertise of tailors, but if it's a leather robe then even a blacksmith can make it. Compared to products made by tailors in terms of design options and defenses, of the products created by blacksmiths are far superior. If this legendary assassin's item can block Noe's sharp claws, then it's clearly Pagma's work, but even if I wanted to recreate it with creativity, I can't guess the quality. What is the material of the solid skin that makes up that shirt? Come to think of it, the outer and inner skin are 2 different types of skin, so he combined the 2 types of skin with the highest level of defense into one. If it's black skin that has the best defense, then it's probably the skin of a mermaid or a blue griffin. Red skin is the only skin of the lizard queen I've ever met on the Bihan archipelago. Grid is a bit reluctant. The remaining problem is that even when tanned, they are still too heavy and hard to be used as shirts right away. If used right away, it would be like using a leather box. He slammed it down on the table. What is it? How can you use those hard skins to make a cape? Suddenly the phone next to me rang. It's a call from Peak Sword. Is he calling me? Peak happily said, oh hello Grid. He said sadly, it's early in the morning but you're working so hard. Today is the day to welcome our president Grid, so of course it has to be like that. Peak asked, "Why don't you sleep well with dark circles?" Grid replied tiredly, "Because making items for the competition is really difficult. Why did you come here?" Peak reminded, "Have you forgotten? Today there is a party and strategic planning session with the participants of the Korean team. Hurry up, Yura has been waiting for you for a long time." Grid looked at the black car in front. You already have a car. I thought you were walking here in rubber shoes." Peak replied, Hey, I bought this moonlight blue sedan to match the Series 13 is yours." You refuted his words, "It's moonlight blue, anyone can see it's black, but you didn't sleep last night. Aha, what are you saying?" The one began to turn a beautiful moon blue color. Grid suddenly, it turns into a different color when the light shines on it. Thinking back, the 61st island was covered in flames. Well, it's because of the fire that cloak looks like that. Maybe it's not red leather. Grid immediately realized the crux of the problem. He immediately ran away. "Take care of the meeting yourself. I have to log into the game." Peak hasn't responded yet. What, but Yura is waiting. At the village. The game system starts announcing, 3 legendary rank durability 721 out of 721 defense 1115, damage from physical attacks minus 30% of damage from slashes and stabs minus 50% of passive skill recovery. The uniform will add 50 bonus strength. This is a scale armor with a structure modified by the legendary Blacksmith. Grid 621 small iron plates assembled into 3 layers ensuring high defense and performance. Each piece of iron has a small groove that causes the weapon to break or when attacked, or say blood has been used to increase the durability of the iron leather strap and will also increase the user's strength a bit. Grid was engrossed in looking at the armor. The more I looked at it, the better it became. I really liked it. In the 2.5 years since changing my profession, I must have made 10,000 items and finally made the 13th legendary. Compared to the holy light armor made from the sacred mineral adamantium, its durability and features may not be the same, but at least its defense and mobility are much better. He smiled confidently. Suddenly 4 minerals appeared and the Grid panicked. This is not the time to find it as fast as possible so I don't forget. Not long ago I made a set of leather armor to give to Faker and I still have a few ingredients left, but... Item information. Chameleon Lord skin. This skin type has excellent elasticity and good resistance to physical attacks while also being able to deflect those attacks to increase evasion rate. Color. Its color and characteristics change depending on the environment, making it difficult to detect and making it easy for the user of this item to hide when in danger. Grid suddenly realized, why didn't I think of it as a chameleon skin? This is the reason why Lantier's cloak blocked Noe's claws and remained intact, and even when immersed in a sea of fire, it did not affect anything. Even when combined with Minotaur skin, with its elasticity, at high recovery it will still retain its synergy. Grid starts working on setting up the system. The rest will be designed through creativity. If we glue 2 pieces of leather together and draw something reminiscent of Lantier. Legendary Ultimate Lantier Cloak. Drawing conditions of use level 320 or higher. Damage from slashing and throwing attacks minus 20%, deflecting enemy attacks at the same rate, intended to increase resistance to various elemental magic depending on the climate. Chameleon skin helps the user blend into the natural environment, increasing stealth. Grid was happy. Okay, the defensive cape is so good that it had to be distributed to all the tankers in the guild to use. Good stuff. Once I complete this cape, I will continue to make more capes and leg armor, and arm in arm. Grid looked at the green cloak in front of him with confidence. A damage specialist like me would fail because of that damage reduction update. Don't dream, I'm a damage dealer, but I can also become an anti, thanks to these items. Grid's face is full of satisfaction. It is the members of the guild who use genuine items, who are the strongest update of this game. On the other side of the merchant guild. Everyone here is in an awkward situation. Didn't Yura invite us to the party? The black-haired girl replied, this is just a meeting. Why do we see it more like a festival? Just a meeting. The waiting time passes for each person, and eventually, the day of departure to France has arrived. Grid and Peak were both getting on the plane. Grid complained and said, it takes 9 hours to get to Paris, France. It's right next to it in Western Europe. I'll personally take you on the plane. Fly, so don't complain. Grid said uncomfortably, if calculated according to satisfy time, 27 hours would probably be enough to make items for Noe and Randy. If I leveled up, I could also increase a bit. I could have spent all this day with Irene and Lord. Why does the online contest have to be held in reality? Peak said, I have prepared a kimchi making event at a Korean restaurant in Paris. It will help promote national prestige more, then your mood will be more comfortable. Grid grimaced, why salt? The kimchi is there, don't worry about it here. A woman's voice rang out, on this plane, because my special plane is equipped with a connection compartment for Satisfy, you can prepare the rest of the things on the way to France here. Beautiful Yura spoke up, even though it's too generous for someone who doesn't even come to meetings. In her heart she secretly thought with anticipation towards Grid, I decorated the connection room to make it as beautiful as possible. Why don't you take a look, go over for a bit. It made Grid blush, this is Yura's, how rich is she, today she looks incredibly beautiful. Grid suddenly changed hands to show off his supposedly long and white legs, but I won't be fooled by this beauty because in this life, money comes first. Yura is also helpless before him. I'm coming to terms with him. Grid quickly wanted to try the game machine, so there's still a lot of work to do, so I'll use this machine first, he thought. If I continue to stand and talk with these people, I probably won't be able to adapt. Peak reminded me that since this conference, boss raids and confrontations have been changed to require everyone to participate. Wasn't it limited to 3 categories last time? So including individual matches, you can win up to 6 gold medals. The only battle that has the potential to get a medal is the boss raid. We had a strategy meeting yesterday to prepare for that. Grid asked, I've never attacked a castle so I don't know, but deal with the target, then aren't Yura and I enough? Peak was confused, even though he was a bit embarrassed. My abilities and the other players' abilities weren't enough to protect him. Grid affirmed, even if he was there, why would this update reduce everyone's damage so much? Peak said a bit awkwardly, powerful damage caused in an instant or shock damage is my class characteristic, but the damage will be halved, so I don't think I can be confident in the power of this now. On top of that, the cooldown delay and casting speed after attacking is very large, so there is no solution to increase the damage dealt to the target. Completely affects the attack speed, because although I used a great sword, of course the speaking speed is slow. I supplemented it with the ability to buff the attack speed with increased skills and items, agility index. It's also because his job causes too much shock damage. If he has a quick cooldown and quick attack, no job can resist it. To fix this, it seems like it's necessary to change his equipment in the big time. This meeting to be able to adapt to new updates from the game publisher. Grid said, then let's make a new sword for you before we go to Paris. Peak was a bit surprised, make a new sword for me. He affirmed, if the artifact doesn't have any problems then I might be lucky enough to create a suitable sword for you in this update. Grid thought to himself, I already have an ideal dagger that can increase speed attack. Then I will also be able to create an ideal longsword with suitable stats for him. Grid said dangerously, of course I have to increase our side's strength in this tournament. Evening. In Paris Charles de Gaulle International Airport. Grid looked around in surprise, wow, it's huge, it must be several times larger than Incheon Airport. Yura replied, this is the largest airport in Europe with about 530,000 planes arriving and departing every year. Suddenly a limousine arrived, she said, I ordered a limousine but everyone else has already arrived so let's get there quickly. The Grid was in shock, this limousine is the legendary limousine. Yura smiled happily, this is my 9th time coming to Paris so I'm used to it. That will make everyone move with peace of mind. Grid was blushing, being invited to Paris with a private plane, a limousine and a lot of beautiful property. Suddenly he smelled a strange scent. What is that smell emanating around him? Grid jumped up and shouted. She went over there and sat there. It smelled so scary. Yura gave up and said, it was perfume. Peak sitting on the opposite side also had to endure the young Grid. In Paris, the night is full of splendor and beauty, like a painting. High-class luxury. This is a 5-star hotel provided by ESA Group for the 224 players participating in the 16 days of this tournament. It costs around 30 to 40 million won per night, so it seems like they put a lot of effort into it. Grid was surprised by the Merchant Guild's willingness to pay for this. Peak reminded him that the press conference would take place right away. Didn't his sister see pack her luggage instead of her busy brother? Why did he really wear it? Nice, then come with us. Grid is still overwhelmed and can't believe I can live in a place like this. it's so luxurious. Next year she graduates I will definitely take her with me. First of all I feel so pressured so I guess I'll change my clothes quickly and go out. Wow, what is this, acting like a baby? In his hand was a carefully packaged white shirt with a reminder note. Day by day he rolled up the sleeves about 3-5 centimeters, put the shirt inside his pants and pulled it out about 5-2 centimeters, adding a watch. Furthermore, Grid was touched by his sister's thoughtfulness. Just looking at the words made him choked up. So handsome. Grid was busy admiring himself in the mirror. Thank you so much, C. At the press conference, the players representing their countries were fully present. So the Korean representative Grid is present. Let's start the press conference. Grid was a bit regretful. Why am I the Korean representative? He was scared and thought to himself that he didn't pay attention to the guy next to him calling him. Who was that guy, who made him represent Korea and now has to stand in this uncomfortable place? Both people below feel that you are the most suitable person, Youngwoo, because you are the strongest among us and the leader of the elite group. Yura underneath is extremely beautiful, wearing a long pink dress that is extremely elegant, as expected of Yura. Peek immediately gestured to tease Grid. So cool, Korean youth. Grid was so embarrassed that he blushed and couldn't say anything. I was really going to die. What should I say? Grid suddenly changed his attitude and said seriously, sorry for being late. I am Grid Shin Youngwoo representing the Korean team. Yura in the audience was happy. So cool, you can do it, Mr. Youngwoo, just like you always lead with us. A reporter asked, Mr. Grid, you already know how much you will suffer from the new update, right? But why is there no response from you? Can it be considered that you admit your ranking? Was it, thanks to my job and items that I achieved last year? Grid thought to himself, are the French and American reporters representing Bondre and Zabal? He continued, now that the ability to attack based on items and professions has decreased sharply, there are many opinions predicting that he will be weak, position in hand-to-hand PvP duel due to not having enough damage to deal to the opponent. Grid smiled confidently and said, I don't understand why people misunderstand like that. I absolutely will not suffer any disadvantages from this update. All the reporters were stunned by his words. The red-haired guy spoke up on behalf of the American side. We all know that the blacksmith job has a pretty low base defense, so it's not the armor I'm wearing that's the only thing I'm wearing. Can you believe it? But people always say that you are too confident in your products. Grid affirmed in response, almost all players participating in this tournament receive sponsorship from corporations and the items they equip are the best, right? So who does not receive any sponsor like me really has nothing to be confident about, right? The red-haired guy retorted, now he's trying to find an excuse to change his mistake to bad conditions. Okay, anyway, this time you won't be able to see any more medals. The blonde-haired guy with a disdainful face interjected, using the equipment as an excuse for the miserable failure of an arrogant brat. You've become smarter since disappearing from the rankings, Yura. He was referring to Yura in the stands. She still believes in Grid's abilities. The reporters also took this opportunity, so that's why you're blaming them. So are you planning to participate in the competition category of creating blacksmith items? That's a category that is not allowed. I don't like it much in this tournament, but I think it's enough to save your face a little. Grid laughed coldly at their despicable behavior. Everyone joined in to push me to the bottom of society. I wonder how much they talked bad about me while I was stuck leveling up on the challenge islands. Grid protested, I don't care what everyone here thinks, but it would be unreasonable for a legendary blacksmith like me to participate in an equipment making competition. Everyone was surprised by his words, because I feel like my level in that competition is a bit meaningless. My goal is the first PvP competition. I don't know if everyone can count it accurately on their fingers. He did not hesitate to confirm, but excluding that manufacturing competition category, this is the minimum number of gold medals that Korea will win in this competition. I think this would be a good idea. If the other teams can do it now, let's think ahead about how to share the remaining medals with each other. At the Stade de France National Stadium, the match commentator exclaimed, last night, the beautiful Paris sky lit up with the magnificent opening ceremony. 16 days of fierce competition to win gold medals in 21 events. There are 32 countries and each country has 7 players, each claiming to be the best in Satisfy. A total of 224 players participated. And to officially open the competition, the first competition on the first day is target handling. where warriors from each country will fight for glory, is the uninhabited island of Tira. Targets 5 centimeters in diameter move at high speed, each worth 1 point. The first country to reach 400 points wins, or it can also target players and make them log out. In the endless melee of attack, defense and sniper shooting, the scores of the winning candidates are gradually accumulating. But right now the center of the storm is shaking the island of Tira, a team that everyone thinks has absolutely no chance in this tournament. It was Korea, the grid player, who made the front page news with his provocative statement at the press conference the day before, now making waves in his first competitive event. Inside the competition, 4 holy hands under Shin Youngwoo's control used incredible speed to continuously shoot down targets. Other players witnessed this scene and exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is that speed? Hurry up and block it. If we can do it, we will quickly reach 400 points." But in another corner of the forest, Zabal was extremely angry and said, "Well, Grid, you dare push me down to the 3rd page of the article. Now no one cares about me. He is confident that he will win. Got at least 5 gold medals, right? Being the closest person to that brat, you can probably predict the content he will participate in, right?" Lowell, standing next to him, heard this question and immediately answered, "Dealing with targets, sieges, boss raids and group battles, he would overwhelm them all and get a medal in the individual competition category. I suppose so." Hearing these words, Zabal laughed and said, "Ha, do you think I would believe the guy's boast that depends only on equipment?" Lowell curled his mouth and retorted, "His piercing eyes and my ingenious judgment predicted that the gold medal would go to Korea. In this goal-solving match, America would only get the silver medal." Seeing that the other person said it very firmly, Zabal raised his eyebrows and said, "Even though you know that the profound difference between Korea and America is too great, you can still analyze it like that. You've been with Grid for so long that you're bad at speaking junk. You should understand for yourself which team you belong to in this tournament. Don't deceive your allies with nonsense." Hearing that, Lowell shrugged and calmly replied, "Ha, I always keep a cool head in all cases. As for Grid, he deserves to achieve that." Saying so, he thought to himself, "That is the difference between you and me, who are entangled in prejudice and lose the ability to judge accurately." This year's target content will be a big match with representatives from all 32 participating countries. Grid. 1 hour before the opening match, in the waiting room of the Korean team, a.k.a. looked at the map while giving his opinion, "Because we will become a target as soon as we are discovered. So first let's build camps in these 11 border areas. We must protect people who are strong in handling moving targets, Yura, and at the same time, we must avoid being exposed early." Hearing this, Park Jong-hwa, a level 235th archer, immediately objected. "They all lie with their backs to the hills and rivers, right? As an archer, I think that terrain as high would be more suitable for sniping. So many other teams also think so," the sword said. "They will flock to that location. If that is the case, a weak team like us will be destroyed immediately." Kyung-hoon, a level 223 tanker, also agreed. "It's true that the 4 of us have below average strength among the participants, so let's do it like that." If everyone agreed to that, Park Jong-hwa wouldn't object anymore. He nodded and replied, "Okay, then let's take over Area B quickly and secretly," and he will set up a defensive tent. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 voices suddenly rang out from behind. This voice was none other than Shin Youngwoo's. He curled his lips and said, "There's nothing to do with camping. Do you think I'll win the gold medal if I take it easy like that? Everyone must attack to find the target, just attack from the beginning." Park Jong-hwa heard that and immediately turned around and said, "Our strength is average, much weaker than other countries, so if strong teams attack comprehensively in battle, wouldn't it mean we self-destruct? Please think carefully. Wait, self-destruct?" Shin Youngwoo asked again, then crossed his arms confidently and said, "You don't need to be so scared. If you just hide and hide, there's no point in scoring. We're much stronger than you think." Saying such a sentence, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and asked Tuat Kiem's battle plan, what rank he was aiming for in this competition. "3rd place, Great Sword said, "Considering the strength of our team, in this melee, it was also a great achievement." As soon as these words ended, Shin Youngwoo stood up and exclaimed, "Only 3rd place, you have to be tough. Yura will snipe the targets and score points, the others protect her. Hearing this arrangement, Absolute Sword was a little confused and said cautiously, but that was no different from setting up coordinates for other teams' firepower to focus on him. That was too reckless. Shin Youngwoo didn't think so. He punched his fists together hard and replied with a smirk, I will deal with all those brats who are trying to rush at us, so let's all try our best. My reward, the gold medal, is too big. If we keep dragging our feet in fear like that, we'll just have to go behind and eat porridge. Back to the match. At this time Shin Youngwoo was rushing forward. The other players saw that and rushed up. I've been waiting for those things for a long time. How could I miss it? Okay, there's Korea. Stop Korea. In that corner of the forest, seeing what was going on, Zabal immediately turned around and said to Laol, see, your lord is as stupid as a pig. We can't be left behind in this competition. Okay, follow me, Laol. Laol stood behind him, his hands behind his back, shaking his head and saying, no, the other teams will know how to stop the Korean team. Let's quickly take over the plateau and hunt for targets to earn points. With the same thinking, other strong teams including England and America did not make any moves to block the Korean team. They probably wanted to leave the blocking of the Korean team to other countries to avoid losing their numbers at the beginning of the competition. Silently calculating for a while, Laol curled his lips and said, it seems about 11 countries are chasing grid, led by Turkey and France. They will soon realize that what they are chasing is not a grid, delicious prey that is a monster. 77 people against 7 people, that was enough to excite the countries participating in stopping the Korean team. At this time, Shin Youngwoo was surrounded by countless people. He swung his sword and shouted loudly one word. Bubat saw that and opened his mouth to say, do I need to remind him that PvP damage has been reduced by half? Bro, your long-range skills like super shots are just trash now. Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Shin Youngwoo continued to say the last 2 words, nearly 3. Triple Iron Skill, helps perform 3 sword moves and 8 sword strokes at the same time with physical attack power increased by 1500% and pursue targets within a radius of 2 meters. The speed of the hit target will decrease by 50%, mana cost is 2000, cooldown time is 20 minutes. As soon as this skill was released, all the people around were immediately hit by it and cried out, what? What is this? They are chasing me. Bubat quickly realized something was wrong. He thought to himself, this is not a super connection. There are many people around who have died and logged out. The system keeps announcing that you have died. Bubat saw that. His eyes immediately widened and he exclaimed, what? Even though the damage was reduced by half, those players were still destroyed in one hit. Wasn't the update applied in this tournament? What the hell? This is a stupid update. Why is he still so strong? Bondre in the back saw his teammates like that and quickly spoke up to reassure them. Calm down. The people who were defeated were only around level 200. He only intended to knock away the weak guys to reduce their morale. Let's stop. Hearing this, Bubat couldn't believe it but still turned around and asked, what's wrong, Bondre? If that's true, then he's just making fun of those little fish to show his incompetence. Having said that, let's see how it goes. As soon as he said this, Shin Youngwoo suddenly rushed towards Bubat, and as he performed a move he said in a harsh voice, now I have to settle the feud of the 7 guilds that invaded Raiden while I was away, right? Then let's deal with them one by one, starting with the most familiar name, 4 seconds. After saying this, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned to attack Bondre. Seeing that, he curled his lips provocatively. I've been waiting for this moment for a year. Here I come, morning and morning. A wailing ice spear attack that does not discriminate between enemies and enemies, causing all living players to suffer damage. Bubat was extremely confused and immediately shouted loudly, Bondre, everyone has been hit by that splash damage. What are you doing? Not bothering to pay attention to Bubat's question, Bondre laughed evilly and said, ha ha, what do you know? Grid won't stop until he turns into dust. If you know anything, avoid it. Departure. On the opposite side, after being hit by several attacks from Bondre, Shin Youngwoo quickly used the magic resistance skill. Seeing that, Bondre immediately said contemptuously, magic resistance, grid, you are good. Shin Youngwoo's eyes were cold at this moment. He said faintly, just 4 more seconds, Ice Princess, you will evaporate quickly, close to you. Not willing to be weak, Bondre also immediately used the Ice Shield skill. Level 8 Ice Shield has the function of creating a shield that absorbs 10,000 plus 11,532 damage. During the Ice Shield's maintenance, physical defense increases 30%, magic resistance increases to 10% and reflects 30% of incoming damage as ice shards. Because the damage was reduced by 50%, the level 8 Ice Shield was close to absolute defense. Like all mastery skills, shield magic must be used regularly to increase its level. Therefore, for a mage with low health and weak defense, the skill of creating shields is the skill that needs to be mastered first. Bondre's current level of creating magic shields is about to reach master level. It is proof that he has faced and always found ways to overcome his fear when facing players with great damage. Bondre refused to give up and just used a new move while roaring angrily, "I've been waiting for a long time, you won't survive today." As soon as these words finished, the system notification immediately appeared. You suffered 23,210 damage. The shield equaled absorbing 21,532 damage. Reflects 30% of the damage taken back to the target that attacked you. Suffered 6,963 iron injuries. Reading these messages, Shin Youngwoo took back his sword, thinking in disbelief, did he block my killing move? At this moment, the shield was also dispelled. A powerful sword slash straight at Bondre's body, causing him to suffer 3,220 damage. Feeling the pain on his body, Bondre also thought, even though the damage was reduced, the ice shield was still broken in just one move. How strong is his attack power, that crazy monster, how could he? But don't back down, Bondre, you can do it, you're the highest level ice mage and have had countless battles to the death. Thinking like that, Bondre quickly regained his composure. He immediately opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "It seems you are not as strong as the rumors say, right?" Wrath of the Ice Dragon. As soon as these words ended, countless giant blocks of ice collapsed towards where Shin Youngwoo was standing. Witnessing this scene, the match commentator immediately spoke. Everything around froze. This ice magic is too powerful. The magic team seems to have captured Grid. In the distance, while feeling the shaking of the ground, Zabal thought, after blocking the opponent's retreat with ice magic and then using all his strength to attack, that was the winning formula of that Bondre, star. Just by being hit by his freezing ice magic, the opponent has no choice but to be hit with the next combo. It's over, Grid, you failed. While talking about this, a cold voice rang out right behind him, comparing Grid with that magician. Are you dreaming? The person who said this was Pan, representative of Spain, ranked 10th overall. As soon as he saw someone appear, Zabal reacted very quickly and backed away for a while, then frowned and said, "Grasp the current situation, Pan, do you think you can do anything to me?" Pan burst out laughing a few times, his wrist rotated slightly, stabbing the sharp spear in his hand hard into Zabal's body. Using this move, Pan slowly said, "Whatever he does, he will know." Being suddenly attacked, Zabal did not have time to dodge and was slashed in the body. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his body. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, I am 20 levels higher than him. Along with him, he always uses elixirs to increase his stats regularly and tries his best to upgrade his equipment to be as strong as possible. But with just one normal attack, how can he cause this much damage to me? Seeing that the opponent was caught off guard, Pan was about to continue to attack one more time when Laol appeared from nowhere. He used magic to control Pan, making him unable to act. Pan was extremely angry and immediately shouted, "Laol brat." Laol didn't pay attention to Pan anymore. He turned to Zabal and said, "If you keep thinking like that, it won't help anything. So please adjust again, Zabal. Things are different now. Let's use one strong items. Last year they were much stronger. And the person who has come the farthest in 1 year is Grid." On Shin Youngwoo's side at this time, he raised his sword to counterattack. A few notifications appeared in front of him. A strong frost froze your body. All attack and movement speeds were reduced, 20%. You have partially resisted the magical effect. Receiving this notice, Shin Youngwoo put all his strength into using the recovery skill. Strongly slashed an ice pillar that flew straight towards where Bondre was standing. Bondre couldn't react in time and was knocked to the ground. As he fell, he thought in horror, an ice pillar was pushed towards him. How could he counterattack like that? Normally counter-attacks can only be used to reflect attacks of the same damage type, but he can amplify physical attacks to counter magical attacks. Not just the skill, what's even more surprising is the timing of the move. He used the counter-attack at the perfect time. There is nothing to refute now, this is the highest realm of being a player. Every step, every swing of his arm, every movement was clumsy. 1 year ago, the victory he achieved was thanks to those lowly luck. Last year I thought I lost to him because I was careless, not because he was stronger than me, so I always tried my best to practice and hope to meet again like today. After a year of trying and pushing myself to practice hard, I still failed in the end. Now I see the real him. I guess he's been training harder this past year than I thought. Now he's reached an almost ridiculous strength. Seeing Bondre fall, the people around hurriedly shouted in unison, "Bondre, we will also join the fight with you." Bondre heard that and shook his head and said, "No, I give up. With just us, it's impossible to handle the grid without someone sacrificing themselves." Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo cried out while carrying the sword on his shoulder, then looked at Bondre and smiled and said, "For some reason you gave up completely. That's quite lucky for you. That's me, because I still have to face many other opponents. I still need to try harder to win this competition. Now your teammates will soon be able to go out to rest like you." Hearing Shin Youngwoo say that, Bondre immediately said, "Don't be arrogant. I won't let your sword touch my teammates. Don't forget this is a national competition. The loser is me, right, not the French team." Saying this, he suddenly stopped for a moment as if he was thinking about something, then continued speaking a moment later, "But I have to thank you for helping this Bondre realize his weakness. It's great to be able to face you today. My training time over the past year doesn't seem to have been wasted. Thanks to the battle with you, my mood has been relieved a lot now." After hearing what Bondre said, all the players standing around exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell are you talking about, Bondre? Even though you dropped in rank due to being pushed down by the association of using good items, you are still in the top 20 best players, all because your strength is quite strong, and you also have the ability, now you admit it, losing to a guy like that." These words became more and more difficult to hear. Bondre immediately turned his head and shouted, "Everyone get out of here and focus on the goal of earning points. We can still aim for the bronze medal." That moment. I have work to do here. As soon as these words ended, Bondre without saying a word immediately released sharp ice spikes. He looked at Shin Youngwoo once and thought to himself, he only has the upper hand thanks to his holy light armor with magic resistance, superior. In fact, the magician's ability to maintain damage and effects when facing swordsmen always has the upper hand, so I need to try harder, but failure is still difficult to avoid. On the opposite side, looking at the ice spears rushing towards him, Shin Youngwoo immediately raised his hand, pulled out his sword and rushed forward to fight back. Then he smirked and said, he also knew how to take advantage of the past year to practice that episode, but now against me, I still lose. Seeing the sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand, Bondre was extremely surprised and silently exclaimed, the sword radiated so beautiful light. Even though failure was obvious, the radiating beauty seemed to comfort him for his impossible failure. Who can avoid this? Thinking like that, he immediately said, "You are much better now, a victory worthy of your efforts." After saying this, the sword in Shin Youngwoo's hand pierced straight through Bondre's body. Feeling his body gradually disappear, Bondre continued to say, "Next year prepare yourself firmly. I will see you again soon, Grid." Hearing this, Shin Youngwoo curled his lips and replied, "You're too worried. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Ice." As soon as these words ended, Bondre logged out. The commentator's voice immediately rang out, revenge for last year's defeat had to be postponed until next time. But at this time, after resting for a while, Shin Youngwoo raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Now let's go to that wild boar, right?" Very quickly, Shin Youngwoo found the place where Bubat was standing. Watching the match, the commentator continued to exclaim, because the attack power of PvP skills was reduced by 50%, the players gathered in the room. Defense. When the defense of most players increases, the actual attack power is only about 35%. But even so, his attack power is still superior to the defense ability of midrange players, and he also has unique counterattacks and skills. This is his overwhelming power, Grid. a power that can completely reverse everyone's predictions in this competition. But at this time Bubbat didn't think so. He looked at where Shin Youngwoo was standing and curled his mouth in disdain and said, Are you all blind? You must have gotten weaker, because you were too focused on your failure, Bondre, so everyone didn't realize the fact that you only defeated 5 people with a sure kill attack. Last year's tournament, your sword destroyed dozens of people with a super machine gun. Now it's just a blunt sword. So can it even cut a scratch on this wonderful new spear body? As soon as Bubbat's words ended, he immediately equipped himself with the battle armor of the undefeated king. Although the Lubana kingdom has now collapsed, in the past, the Lubana kingdom resisted the invasion of the Saharan Empire at its peak for many decades. At that time, the number of Saharan soldiers brought into the emirate to serve the war amounted to millions. Even the Blood Knight Order that Saharan was proud of couldn't overcome even one person, and they were pretty much annihilated in numbers by that person, an invincible legend who single-handedly repelled attacks at the city's gates for decades. Undefeated Madra, the 9th king of the Lubana kingdom, the name Madra has become such a legend. And the armor of a legendary tanker was passed into the hands of the strongest tanker today. After equipping the armor, Bubbat immediately took out a hammer and held it tightly in his hand. He evaluated Shin Youngwoo once and then shouted loudly, plus the top-class Saris magic hammer, these are the items, product that I have prepared for this tournament. Today I will defeat you. Shin Youngwoo, standing on the opposite side, heard this and silently calculated that the teams in this area still had more than 60 people. It was best to end this match quickly, even with reduced health and possible damage. If it's dangerous, we should still use blackening. Bubbat is also having his own thoughts at this time. Although he is a typical tanker, the biggest advantage of the hidden butcher job is to destroy the enemy team through distributed damage and single target control effects. But for someone like me who is immune to most adverse status effects, those advantages are useless. Thinking like that, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted loudly. He had activated the provocative scream. The enemy would definitely be provoked. This scream made Shin Youngwoo a bit unsteady. His legs felt like they were about to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bubbat happily exclaimed, "This is the default effect for the battle that I received after reaching level 310. Do you think your immunity to adverse effects works on its not?" Hearing the other person say that, Shin Youngwoo immediately remembered what Lao once told him. For reasons of game balance, there must be a way to break this provocative effect. He thought for a moment and then softly scolded, "Damn, is this true? This is the skill of a butcher." Right in this tense moment, the voice of the match commentator rang out. Grid, who was full of confidence after defeating Bondre, was now very shocked. With his speedy movements and the blacksmith's anger, he forgot about the Korean team behind him that he had to protect and was caught up in the opponent's provocative actions. Inside the match, after a moment of panic, Shin Youngwoo regained his composure and immediately swung his sword using Pagma sword technique. Bubbat's skills are quite powerful. In addition to provoking the opponent to force him to attack, it also increases armor and reduces damage received from opponents, plus equips the battle armor of the undefeated king. This means that Bubbat's ability to block attacks has surpassed his previous ability. Bubbat burst out laughing a few times, full of excitement, and shouted, "Fight with all your might. Now if you cut me with that sword, it will touch me like a thread." Shin Youngwoo did not bother to listen to these words. He swung his sword to use a level 4 extreme skill. This skill has the effect of causing physical attacks to deal 800% of damage and ignore 64% target's defense. Very quickly Bubbat suffered 17,050 damage from Shin Youngwoo's sword strike just now. Seeing this scene, he couldn't believe it, so he let out a loud scream and thought to himself, "I thought it was because the attack speed suddenly increased, but why did he cause so much damage? The pain is so big." The best equipment for a butcher, the profession with the highest defensive power, is the invincible king's armor, but, when he thought about it, he couldn't bear it anymore. Bubbat raised his Saris hammer and aimed it at Shin Youngwoo's body and hit it down. He screamed in anger, "Why did it hurt so much?" This hammer blow causes 1090 damage to Shin Youngwoo. Seeing this number, Bubbat could hardly believe it and thought to himself, the direct damage from a top-class weapon is only 1090, how is that possible? His defense is too high. On the other side, after receiving a hammer from the opponent, Shin Youngwoo didn't show anything but curled his mouth and said softly, I was provoked so I couldn't use the evasion suggestion of the demon sword I eruged and then would had to receive an attack from the opponent, but didn't think it was gentler than I thought. As expected, it was not a normal island. Mumbling these words, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned his face towards Bubat. He raised his hand and said in a low voice, if you want to see my true defense power, that air hammer is a bit weak, magic arrow. The magic arrow, following Shin Youngwoo's call, carried terrifying power and rushed straight towards Bubat. He was unable to react in time to receive this blow from Shin Youngwoo. Fresh blood immediately splattered all over the sky. Being knocked back a long distance, Bubat thought to himself in horror, real defense power, what nonsense are you talking about? Moreover, what is this edge damage? The attack power is amazing terrible. Shin Youngwoo quickly seized the opportunity and continued to rush forward. He curled his lips and thought. His magic proficiency increased slowly so he was still only level 2, but thanks to him he had added a lot of intelligence. With Elixir, it's a magic magician's legendary move so it has the ability to deal double damage. You must be very surprised. Not bothering to pay attention to the opponent, Shin Youngwoo raised his sword and slashed countless times. System notifications kept appearing in front of him. Critical damage, activated Iaruged effect that caused the target to bleed, achieved 3 combos, activated Iaruged effect, maximized bleeding effect, killing damage dealt to the target increases by 200% for 1 second. Reading through these notices, Shin Youngwoo raised the sword in his hand and raised his mouth to say, unlike that jagged hammer, that armor is definitely a very good item. Even though it was beaten like that, it still can withstand more. 1 minute, like a true tanker. Even after being hit with so many moves, he still hasn't collapsed. Really impressive. After saying this, he immediately used the Pagma sword skill, extremely deadly slashing towards Bubat. This skill completely ignores the target's defense ability. The physical attack causes 2000% damage. Love. Being hit, Bubat flew straight back a distance. He thought in horror, even though my agility index is low due to having to add a lot of vitality, I don't regret it at all because I have high physical defense ability, but this guy's attack was an exception. The physical and magical damage were both too painful. Meaning his attack power wasn't affected much from that update in the first place. While thinking like that, when did Shin Youngwoo approach Bubat? He said faintly, still barely alive, the quality of your armor is really very good. But now it's just that, looking for hell. 1 slash of this sword causes Bubat to log out immediately. The commentator's voice quickly rang out. The top tanker who was supposed to benefit the most in this tournament was suddenly eliminated. It was a complete defeat, leaving the strongest armor he had. It's also embarrassing to prepare. Is he too dependent on defense in one-on-one matches? The audience's reaction to his innocent play was mixed with ridicule. Inside the match, after watching Bubat disappear in front of him, Shin Youngwoo took back his sword and curled his mouth, thinking, it is an armor with passive defense that helps reduce damage from strong attacks according to at a certain rate. I thought I would end up with extreme and extreme kills, but the damage caused was more than I thought. The blacksmith's eyes are inconvenient because it obstructs my vision when I have to focus on one thing, goal, but thanks to it I learned it. Remembering Bubat's armor, Shin Youngwoo silently exclaimed, I never thought he was wearing armor that had some of his power sealed. Thanks to that, I easily won against him. But it would have been much more difficult if the seal on that armor had been opened. The undefeated king, is that person also one of the 9 legends? Thinking like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately gasped and said, I thought I could easily wipe out my opponents, but this tournament is not simple. I've been caught up in Bondre and Bubat's fight for so long, even 5 consecutive attacks of the magic sword still can't activate. I can't even remember the last time it activated. Should I make an item that helps increase my luck? While thinking about this, suddenly a huge white smoke burst out in the distance accompanied by loud explosions. Shin Youngwoo turned his head to look over then quickly decided, okay, then the production probability high-level equipment will also increase significantly. Anyway, I've attracted the other team's attention to me, and I don't know if the Korean team's score is increasing. Even though it's a risky plan, I trust you too. Let's keep doing it and score more points. Yura and Great Sword. But right now on the Korean team, they are being attacked by teams from other countries. Su Min, a level 220 magician, tried to defend himself and shouted, "I'm out of mana." Hearing these words, Park Jong-hwa immediately turned to ask the person next to him, "Jin-hee, how far is the defense tent from here? Hurry up, we are at least 40 points away from other countries." There, Jin-hee, a support level 191 heard the question and quickly replied, "I'm sorry, it takes at least 3 more minutes to restore mana." Hearing this answer, Park Jong-hwa held his bow and shot an arrow while gritting his teeth and shouted, "Damn, even if I shoot arrows continuously, no one will fall. In less than 4 minutes my stamina will hit rock bottom. Okay, we can barely breathe because of this damage reduction update. When will the guy who threw us into this mess come back?" While talking about this, Kyung-hoon was attacked by people around him and suddenly fell down. Luca, the swordsman representing Australia, ranked 80 overall, rushed to Park Jong-hwa and shouted, "Tired from waiting so long, why don't you go out and rest?" As soon as she said this, a shot was fired from the opposite side, stopping her attack. Luca leaned back to avoid this shot. She put one foot on the ground, looked at the person who had just appeared and said with disdain, "With a longer range and stronger attack power than an archer, she was the one who received the job, hidden, dropped from the previous rankings and became a rifleman." Even though her previous reputation is no longer there, her face is still very beautiful, so you can use it as a decoration. Yura did not bother to respond to these words and stood still in a defensive position. Luca laughed a few times full of excitement and then continued to fly forward. She said, "The attack power was the highest among the physical professions, but the amount of health, defense, and evasion rate her avoidance is the worst. It only takes a few sword shots and it's over. The moment you step into my sights, your only option is death." Just as he approached Yura and was about to raise his hand to attack, Luca was suddenly slashed by a sword straight through his body. She stopped right on the spot, looking at her hot blood pouring out. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Using a rifle as a sword, the power overwhelms a swordsman like me." Seeing that the other person was wondering, Yura spoke up and said, "We can't just rest because we're tired, because our goal is to win this competition." On the other side, Dac looked at the group of people in front of him, then quickly pulled out his sword. A devastating move that slashes forward, causing the opposing team to suffer countless damage. When they received this blow, they cried out in horror. A series of people shed blood, then logged out. However, you only need to fight the first wave of skills. This guy has a skill with a large attack delay and a long cooldown, so attack him when his skills are running out and wait for the new cooldown. Indeed, as these people said, as soon as he performed a devastating move, the great sword seemed to have lost all its strength. He put his hands on his knees and thought to himself, "Damn, the effect of the update, too big, the damage is reduced too much, because my attack and sword drawing speed have a large delay, so it will lose its advantage if it cannot finish the opponent in one blow." But this top-class last Python sword has an attack power of 680, in addition to the sword storm skill. In addition to the sword sweeping skill, the attack speed increases by 21%. Although its attack power is much lower than Irugd of the same rank, it is the best sword made by a gridman with the ability to increase the player's attack speed by much more. Furthermore, there is a gift from Grid, a last sword sheath, which increases sword drawing speed by 20% and sword retrieval speed by 40%. The Tears of the Beast King sent by Euphemina from the Siren contain wind magic of Zednos. When drawing the sword, a wind will push the sword away, knocking the target up, and when withdrawing the sword, a whirlwind will cling to it, sword to minimize skill casting delay. Seeing the extremely fast speed of the sword's next attack, the people on the opposite side immediately cried out in horror. Unlike what they said, the speed of drawing the sword was incredibly fast. It was right in front of their eyes. "Don't back down, it's all or nothing." The great sword quickly slashed its last sword at the opponent. Feeling an amazing amount of power being released, he happily exclaimed, "It is indeed the sword of the legendary Blacksmith Grid. With your team, who else would dare surpass us?" The other players who saw a huge explosion resounded were extremely frightened. A group of players quickly ran away to another place. They hadn't run far when this group of people seemed to see something and were extremely frightened. The leader stammered and shouted, "We're trying to sneak out to a remote area, a way to look for more points, but why did we meet here?" A pair of feet slowly approached. Tian Q Tian has finally taken action. The highest mountain peak is 723 meters above sea level in the center of Tira Island. While hanging on the cliff, Pan looked at the person standing above and shouted loudly, "I have to defeat Zabal first. Behind our skull and Zephyr, caused by Lao's landslide, and I can't. Accessible. Ha, Lao, you heartless bastard. You isolate me and hunt down the rest, you inhuman brat." At the prime position to snipe the target, Lao stood there, raising his hand and smirking in response to Pan's words. "It's not because he's too subjective, because we belong to the same guild, Sao Pan. Of course, the victory will belong to the American team, the most powerful country, with all 7 representatives having level 3 career advancement." Hearing these words, Pan quickly tried to climb to the top of the mountain. He thought to himself, "That's unlucky," knowing that he didn't follow the American team's direction. If he wanted to fight back, the only way was to fall down and log out. Then let's meet again next time. No way. Thinking of that, Pan immediately bent down to look at Zabal standing below. As if he had an idea, he shouted loudly, "More or less, Spain is in the top 7 of Satisfy. It's like you gave that precious neck as a souvenir," recites Zabal. Hearing these words, Lao suddenly got angry and shouted, "Ha, what kind of nonsense conclusion is that, Pan? Do you think you can do that? The claws of the earth dragon." The moment Lao made the attack, Pan quickly pulled out his spear. As soon as it fell below, he swung the spear up and sent out an electric spear straight towards the side Zabal. Being suddenly attacked, Zabal took all of this attack. He cried out in pain and then immediately counterattacked and fought back. Pan had now decided to commit suicide. On the opposite side, he stood still and received all of Zabal's attacks, then curled his mouth and said, "Unfortunately, I can't solve this problem one-on-one with you, but I'll see. Your wonderful expression is like a gift." As soon as these words ended, the commentator's voice immediately rang out. Pan logged out. America had destroyed the entire Spanish team, built in the highest place with the strongest army and many of the best players. That is when the American stronghold is expected to win this content. Well, right now on Jishuka's side, the representative of Brazil, ranked 14th overall, is raising a rocket to shoot at the target. Standing in the smoke and flames, she curled her lips and said, "Grid has destroyed all the aggressive guys trying to approach this place, so scoring points has become easier. We will definitely win first place." Hearing her say that, a teammate standing next to him scrolled through the system message board and shook his head and said, "No, Korea is the leading team. Be careful with them. How can these Koreans be the target of teams from the beginning that could have such high scores?" The current scores are first place Korea 41 points, second place Brazil 23 points, third place USA 18 points, fourth place Russia 11 points. I went through the current scoreboard. Jishuka frowned and thought, "It's the heavenly hand." He used himself as bait and assigned the scoring to the heavenly hand and Yura. That girl is also here. Thinking that, she immediately exclaimed softly, "Ha, you have become smarter, my friend." Resting for a moment, Jishuka continued to raise her bow and shoot at the target. She said, "It's really great, but the gold medal is still mine, so be satisfied with the silver medal. Grid, you won't be able to keep up the pace of hunting, just focus on my target without any hindrance." As soon as these words finished, on the opposite side there was a figure slowly walking forward. This person was Kraugel, white-clothed sword, top 1 server. He spoke slowly and slowly. Sure enough, I think I shouldn't let she was alone, so she followed behind. As soon as he heard this voice, Jishuka immediately froze on the spot. On the other side, fragmentary memories immediately rushed back to Kraugel's mind. That drug to treat Alzheimer's disease and dementia that Russia had worked hard to develop could not be provided to his mother for free. But if you can help Russia win first place overall, who knows if that can become a reality. As soon as he escaped from this chaotic memory, Jishuka on the other side widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Hey!" He said he would act quietly, but were he hunting down those who cause long-range damage? An underground wave is always moving in still water. Kraugel thought to himself, "I must succeed because of my mother's illness. I must win this tournament." Heaven beyond heaven. Jishuka shouted harshly, acting alone, "You underestimate me too much." After saying this, she immediately let go and shot an arrow, then sighed and thought to herself, "Luckily, if I attack at the same time with this amount of continuous damage, he will have to retreat. As soon as the arrow was shot, Krogel quickly turned around, using his white light set to dodge this attack. Seeing the rain of arrows being created by Jishuka, Krogel exclaimed, "That bow and arrow is amazing." Having said that, he immediately turned the sword around in his hand and used his sharp sensory skills. This slash cut straight towards Jishuka. Jishuka did not give up here. She continued to raise her bow to fight back. Feeling the opponent's strength, she thought to herself, not flashy, but extremely strong, agile and unusual like flowing water. Damn, how can these arrows touch him? How the hell did Grid defeat this guy? Thinking about this, an explosion surrounded Jishuka's body. The commentator's voice rang out. Jishuka logged out. The entire Brazil team was destroyed. It seemed like the game was halfway through, with the starting point was the occupation of the highest hill by the American team. Meanwhile, agile footsteps ran through the forest. Korea, a country that stood out in the early stages thanks to its aggressive attacks that knocked out all the opponents that wanted to confront them, is now facing something quite difficult. They are struggling to fight against the combined army of nations. Although there are not many countries with high-ranking players, the difference in numbers is too great. The players with level 2 advancement jobs have all logged out, and the survivors, Yura and Absolute Sword, are also exhausted. The final blow of the remaining 40 members of the United Nations Army will send the Korean team out. Inside the match, right at this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. Who said that? Shin Youngwoo appeared in front of the two Yura and Great Sword. Not giving his opponent time to react, he immediately swung his sword and rushed forward to kill, then shouted loudly, "What happened? Have the others been defeated because they couldn't stand it anymore?" Hearing this question, Dac Kiem immediately opened his mouth to respond. How could he stand it? There were too many of them. It was because he was too late. Seeing him say that, Shin Youngwoo attacked the enemy while calculating. I didn't think too much about this, but just a few minutes of time lost in the two battles due to Bondre and Bubat had consequences. It's too big for Korea. The blackening is over, because there aren't enough people anymore, so now the plan to compete for points has failed. Let's start from here first. Even though most of the nation's alliance troops have level 2 advancement professions, there are still more than 40 people left, which is too many troops. According to the rules, you can't use healing potions, so you have to save mana. What I need now is the stamina to withstand the damage to survive and then be able to eliminate these guys. He jumped up. Something suitable for this defensive war that requires strength. All those guys who cause trouble for me, come here quickly. The capital system strengthens the mixed defense. 3 points, now you have the opportunity to show it off. Calculating like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately equipped himself with a new set of armor called 3 Chi. On his head he wore a helmet with 2 horns. After finishing equipping, he immediately looked at the group of people on the opposite side and curled his mouth and said, "I have a lot of work to do, so everyone rush forward. I will use all the strength I have, so don't be too impatient." Mandarin. Just saw the new equipment on Shin Youngwoo. The commentator immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what is that? From the color to the shape it's a complete mess. Did he pick this item up somewhere to wear? He is a blacksmith. He is a legendary blacksmith who is said to have reached the level of an artist. But why does he use such shabby looking things? Maybe it shows his artistic vision, but in his eyes I see it as trash. Not only the commentators, the players surrounding them also burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what is that? Are you trying to make us laugh until we die? I'm sure you will attract a lot of attention with your set. This brightly colored paper, the name likes to attract attention. Not bothering to listen to the words around him, Shin Youngwoo stood still, curled his mouth and said faintly, "I know, stop talking. Come here quickly. I'm very upset because the plan has failed." But at this moment, at another high mountain, a loud explosion that shook the sky and earth rang out. Smoke and dust covered everywhere. On top of this mountain, an extremely fierce battle is taking place. Cats of the Japanese team sat on a rock full of disgust and spoke, "So boring. Even though many people are hindering us, they can't do anything to us, right Damien?" The person named Damien stood next to him, observing the change in the distance and nodded in response. The group of countries that targeted the grid was still following him. "If we're done here, we have to move." Hearing these words, Yoshimura, who was fighting, turned around and shouted, "Hey, stop playing, quickly destroy these Chinese brats. The person responsible for targeting and scoring points like me, why do I have to fight first? Line like this. Hearing that, Katz immediately stood up and said, that Yoshimura guy, he's already complaining against 6 low-ranked people, I'm tired of waiting too. He looked around, saw a person sitting on a cliff not far away and exclaimed in confusion, oh, there's a Kraugle fan over there, if you're waiting for your idol, don't do it, if you don't mind, go out there and find him. If going out feels too difficult, let me help you kill a few guys, it seems like my crave bar is also thirsty for blood. The person sitting on the cliff was named Hao, a master of combat. After hearing those words, Hao replied coldly, waiting for his idol seriously was also a courtesy to him. If you're going to bark loudly when you see me here, you should be the one to go out and don't call his name in that brazen voice. Damien looked at these two people who were competing fiercely and frowned, thinking, it seems like the dominant players including us are gradually moving to a position with more points, but even if we are strong, especially here, going alone cannot win. Anyway, now, the survivors are the strongest people in the countries, isn't that so, Grid? Is there anything you can do to restore hope to Korea? At this moment, the commentator's terrified voice suddenly rang out, the coalition army was completely destroyed, Grid single-handedly destroyed all 40 remaining members of the coalition army of nations. What's even more shocking is that although the attack power has been reduced, it is the defensive ability of the other item that is the factor for this victory. Despite the coalition team's countless attacks, that armor only had small, insignificant scratches. Although his attack power decreased but his defense increased, even though he could only land 1 attack per attack, he did something extraordinary. Everyone's prediction that he would fail was completely wrong. After dealing with the Alliance team's group of people, Shin Youngwoo immediately turned around and told Yura and Great Sword, now let's revise the plan, since there's no one left on our side other than the 3 of us. I'll also participate in target shooting, to earn points. Yura standing next to him heard that and nodded and replied, yes, but do you have anything to shoot down the target other than your heavenly hands? Hearing this question, Shin Youngwoo immediately took out his epic class spiral rapid-fire bow and said, yes, I just don't know if it will be very effective. The spiral rapid-fire bow each time the bow and arrow is fired, the shooting speed will increase by 1%, up to a maximum increase of 50%. It is difficult to control the trajectory of the arrow when hitting the desired target. The user will receive additional experience points for bow mastery. The bow and arrow are simply constructed with spiral arrows, so the arrows fly in a rotating trajectory, so it is very difficult for the user to predict the arrow trajectory and therefore the accuracy is also very low. Looking through the parameters of the spiral rapid-fire bow, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, with level 3 bow and arrow proficiency and level 8 weapon proficiency, even if there are mistakes, I don't feel good about this bow and arrow, but this is actually a great opportunity to increase both skills. While watching Shin Youngwoo shoot arrows, the commentator raised his voice to evaluate, even though he is a descendant of Pagma Blacksmith and can use all kinds of weapons, but what is that confidence? He even mastery with bows and arrows, but blacksmiths wouldn't have any bow mastery skills, right? Not only does he have incredible attack and defense but he doesn't even care about mastery limitations. In this competition we can't predict what Grid will do at all. What? Inside the match, after shooting a few arrows, the system notification immediately appeared in front of Shin Youngwoo's face, arrow missed, arrow missed. Hearing this announcement, the commentator continued to speak, completely unpredictable, things were true, but the guess here was disappointment. Seeing these notifications, Shin Youngwoo was a bit annoyed. He turned around and saw Yura looking at him. He immediately asked, what are you looking at? I asked, what are you looking at? Yura remained silent without saying anything. She looked back with bored eyes, not bothering to speak, making Shin Youngwoo even more frustrated. He angrily slammed his bow and arrow on the ground and screamed, it's all broken, it's not okay. Even though I have some proficiency with bows and arrows and intentionally made this bow and arrow more difficult to shoot to increase my proficiency quickly, but it's not good, I miss all the time, you're dead to me with this bow and arrow. Taking a look at the current rankings, the commentator's voice rang out, at this time, America has reversed the score, and we are starting to see the effect of occupying the highest ground. If you can't score points with a bow and arrow, then there's no other choice but to rely on Yura's marksmanship and Grid's heavenly hands. Sensing that the current situation is completely wrong, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, if you shoot an arrow you will miss, if you use a heavenly hand you will run out of mana. Even if I practice as much as possible with this bow, I still can't master it. While trying to control the heavenly hand, it suddenly deviated slightly and rushed away. Seeing that, Shin Youngwoo was extremely angry and shouted, "Who is that guy? Don't touch me right now." On a tree branch, looking at the heavenly hand holding a sword rushing towards him, Pagma, modern Greek, Blood Festival Guild was hiding there and immediately clicked and thought to himself, it felt a presence so it followed. The reflection was directed towards me. Was it the creation of that person named Grid? It was almost revealed. I'm hiding myself to see if Kraugle passes by. It's so annoying. I'm trying to do a big job but why is it so difficult? This is the request of the Lion Group, to make the undefeated god Kraugle lose for the first time in an international tournament. Regardless of the category, if you can behead that guy, it will be 10 billion woo. If you kill him in the PvP confrontation category, the special reward will increase 3 times. This is true. This retirement has a money-making mission. This delicious food is more brilliant than something like that frivolous gold medal. While happily planning this, Pagma completely ignored when Shin Youngwoo had come up behind him. He raised his sword and shouted, "It was you. Did you touch my heavenly hand?" Being suddenly attacked, Pagma reacted quite quickly and immediately dodged the opponent's sword. He thought in horror, "Grid, he discovered me. I was hiding in an advantageous terrain. Find yourself now." His skills were clumsy, and he had no strength other than good equipment. He discovered that he was due to the special observation ability of a blacksmith. Thinking of that, Pagma immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't care about things that don't make money. You quickly go away. Don't bother each other." Shin Youngwoo heard him say that and coldly replied, "The bow is so bad that I'm so angry. I didn't think that after destroying the coalition, there would be a rat here. I probably have to quarantine this area now to avoid one. What fly dares to come so close?" Standing on the opposite side, Pagma heard what Shin Youngwoo said and then laughed and said, "It's good, it's okay, but now quickly get away, brat. Haven't you ever heard anything from the faker assassin, the brazen one, took away my title as the #1 assassin. Including Zabal, the number of high-ranking rankers I assassinated is nearly 100. I am a real assassin." Pagma comes from the Blood Festival. Hearing this name, Shin Youngwoo was not impressed at all but calmly said, "I don't know. Who are you? I'm very angry right now so don't talk too much." Pagma couldn't hold back his anger at this point and roared, "Ha, I tried to complete the mission quietly, but killing one more guy probably won't matter. Okay, if I can defeat you, I'm sure the organization will also give us a large amount of money as well." Pausing for a moment, Pagma pulled out 2 swords. He held them firmly in his hand before continuing to speak. "It will probably be quite hard to believe when you don't know much about the power of our assassins, but we can do it. Many things. This twin sword is called Tianvu. It originates from Gaia, a kingdom covered by dust in the eastern continent that you may have never heard of. Look closely here, because you don't always get to see me act." Pagma, level 3 advancement job, lone assassin. Use the moving shadow skill to start the attack. Pagma silently calculates. The best stealth skill disappears completely in the darkness and then moves at high speed. With the stealth movement ability of if I do, he won't know my location. Then I'll use my killer mark and perfect killer move to take him down. Just thinking about this, Shin Youngwoo raised his hand and rushed towards Pagma and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm sick of bloody murderers. Discover magic, enhance. I'm very busy so I don't have time to joke around." A combo attack with terrifying power roared straight at Pagma's body, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Receiving this blow, Pagma could not imagine it and thought in horror, detecting magic. Normally it is absolutely impossible to find his location. How is this possible? Very quickly Pagma logged out. Shin Youngwoo retracted his hand. He bent down to look at his hand, thinking a little doubtfully. Even with armor, the damage was still up to 30,000 health. Low defense, but he must have focused all on the attacks are full of poison and paralysis for the opponent. It will be quite dangerous if the sword energy of the chainsaw does not explode and defeat him. If there are only guys like this left now, I won't have time to leisurely practice archery to score points. I need a new scoring strategy. I've tried my best to get the best results. And now it's time for me to aim for the team with the highest score. The team with the highest score currently is the American team. At the highest peak in the center of Tira Island, the American team is stationed there. At this time, there was a figure gently approaching the top of the mountain, standing in the distance, observing the situation for a moment. This person softly said, "This is the team with a 1-star score. This person is none other than Kraugle, rank 1 synthetic." 10 minutes before the Kraugle attacked the American team, standing on the highest peak of Tira Island, Zabal spoke up, "With such a large number, wouldn't a combined team of countries be able to easily defeat Korea?" Hearing this, Lal crossed his arms and replied, So Korea's scoring speed has decreased. I said that my strategy has no opponents." Zabal had no opinion. He thought for a moment and said, "Since the situation has been turned around, why don't we attack them and destroy all of Korea?" Hearing the other side give this opinion, Lal curled his lips and replied, "The people with level 2 advanced professions in Korea have probably all been eliminated, and on our side, you are the only one injured, so it will probably we have a chance to win, but it will take a lot of effort to overcome the grid's defenses, then we may lose more people. I think that will be a waste of troops. Is the road still long, necessary to do so?" Hearing this analysis, Zabal crossed his arms and thought, "The average defense of a tanker with a level 3 advancement profession is 2,500, but his grid has 3,000 defense. I think if the armor is made by the number 1 blacksmith of Pagma and can withstand Pon's suicide attack, it will never lose its stats compared to any other armor." He remembered the moment he was injured by grid. The guy whose job as a blacksmith is half defense and half damage has such high defense equipment. Standing on one side, Lal was also immersed in his own thoughts. Now is not the time to focus only on Korea. Russia's strength is not ordinary at all. Especially there are 4 players with different professions. Level 3 promotion is continuously earning points while facing the Italian team. This time they are even bigger than rumored. According to the information I received, it seems that Kraugle is the only one moving alone to earn points without support. Although the reason is unclear, he is single-handedly wiping out weak countries, along with high-scoring shooters. It's a real monster. If so, sooner or later Yura would become his target. So why would he ignore an ADC with such good scoring ability? Of course, to do that, he must confront the grid. Just on the first day, he already wanted to have a big match with grid. Why do I feel so excited? But it's also quite surprising. It's strange for someone like Kraugle who once hated showing off his strength to proactively destroy snipers like that. Potential candidates are gradually appearing. Have they seriously begun to aim for victory? Wait. If that's the case, then of course Kraugle's top target at this time is first place team, our American team. As soon as this thought came out, Kraugle suddenly jumped out from the opposite side. Seeing a change, Lal immediately shouted loudly, "Heaven and earth." Kraugle looked straight into his opponent's eyes and questioned, "You guys are a 1-star team?" Lal didn't answer this question. He was silently blaming himself, because he was caught up in the flow of information. So I mistakenly thought that he would naturally target Yura first. In fact, Kraugle should have controlled his speed. Our team's scoring level is because our team is ranked first. Korea is still much worse than America. Zabal, who was seriously injured next to him, also thought with some horror. His vitality was still only at 60%. The recovery medicine could no longer be used. Why is it now? That brat is coming. In the end, I still reported that damage. Lal calculated in his head for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Zabal, posture is the top priority. Step back next to me to recover." Saying this, he thought to himself, after all, a support that can heal teammates is very important. After the competition ends, I must convince Damien to become an ally. Quickly getting out of this train of thought, Lal immediately turned back to instruct his teammates. The main Russian army would arrive soon. The remaining people should quickly fight Kraugle. Receiving this order, everyone replied in unison, "Okay." After fighting for a while, feeling Kraugle's power, the American players immediately cried out in horror, "He's so fast, I can't keep up." Hearing this, Lal quickly cried out, "Skull, we have to hold him off first. Show me your strength, it's clear." Skull replied once and then quickly rushed forward. Seeing that the opponent continued to attack, Kraugle immediately used the white light set, moving while avoiding each of the skull's blows. Seeing this scene, Lal seemed to realize something. He immediately raised his hand and pushed Zabal forward and said, "As expected, the target is me, to see if you can really reach the hem of his shirt." Zabal, being suddenly pushed up, Zabal didn't understand what was going on and immediately stammered out, Hey, you told me to come next to you to act as a shield, Lal." Having said that, Zabal quickly regained his composure. He raised his weapon ready to fight, not forgetting to tell Lal that there was no need to do that, because the only person with the qualifications to defeat him was himself. "I'm ranked second, I only have this Zabal. Just fought with Kraugle." Zabal just boasted, "This is a weapon with ego, made by Pagma using the technology of the dwarven city of Tolima, wish-fulfilling staff. I will show you the power of this deadly weapon that I worked so hard to obtain." The match between Zabal and Kraugle was extremely fierce, and soon a loud explosion rang out. The commentator watching came here and immediately exclaimed in shock, Tien fell down. "It's because of Zabal. Looks like the rumor that he fought the crazy legendary farmer in Raiden is not true." Standing at the back observing the battle, Lal said with satisfaction, "Oh, I didn't expect much, but you got a great weapon." Hearing that, Zabal immediately turned his head and curled his mouth and replied, "I am Zabal, the leader of America, and will be the strongest person in the world." At this time, the commentator's voice continued to ring out. It seemed like Kraugle had received a pretty big blow. Was his injury serious? That defense cannot be easily defeated with just a normal attack. There must be up to 10 countries that are candidates for the championship that have been destroyed by him alone before. At this time, Kraugle's stamina was not good. His movements were slowed down due to many previous injuries. What was binding his body was extreme fatigue due to the intensity of fighting. Realizing that, Lal immediately raised his hand to create magic in his palm and smiled and said, "I can't believe that we will defeat him before Grid. What a pity, heaven and earth. Now let's rest." As soon as these words finished, Zabal and Skull immediately rushed together to attack Kraugle. The two of them shouted in unison, making 8 consecutive attacks. If they were ranked 1, they would only come here. Kraugle. Feeling a stream of power slowly pouring down on his head, Kraugle remembered the words he told his mother, "Wait for me, mother, I will return victorious." The image of his mother gave Kraugle strength. He immediately used his super sense skills. As soon as he saw him use this skill, the commentator immediately said, "This is the strongest enhancement skill, which can only be used by those who have achieved the title of swordsman." An attack with superior speed and attack power flew out from a hidden corner that no one could notice. The scene when the most powerful country in the tournament was brutally destroyed by just one person surprised us. This is something no one thought about before the tournament, because those on the ground can never reach the sky. That's why he is considered a genius. On this side, the explosion continued without end. Current scores: first place Korea 244 points, second place Russia 195 points, third place USA 167 points, fourth place Canada 153 points, fifth place England 119 points. Looking through this scoreboard once, Shin Youngwoo couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Russia has surpassed America." Saying such a sentence, he thought to himself, according to the people who ran away, Kraugle was alone, which means he single-handedly destroyed the most powerful America. What a terrible person. Many countries have been eliminated, and the gap between the countries still in this round is not large. If Korea becomes a promising candidate for the championship, then the strongest sword Kraugle will definitely come to me. Even if I confront Kraugle and stop him, Korea still can't keep up with Russia's scoring rate with only Yura and pole swords. At this rate, Korea cannot maintain first place. We need an unexpected move. Calculating like that, Shin Youngwoo immediately ordered, "Yura, great sword, first focus on scoring points, and if Kraugle comes, you two will know and run away." Hearing this sentence, the swordsman immediately turned around and asked, "What? Kraugle will come here, and where are you going?" Shin Youngwoo turned back and winked and replied, "I will continue to move and score as many points as possible with my heavenly hand, even if I don't have much mana left. If I want to win first place, then this is the only way." After saying that, Shin Youngwoo decisively turned around and walked away. Looking at his back, the swordsman then turned to ask Yura, "Is he, maybe, not letting the other person finish his sentence. Yura nodded and replied, because we can't fight a full-scale war with Russia, we still have 3 people, so maybe he thought it was time to bet. Youngwoo, he has grown up, the motivation is probably the power of the outer heaven, he wants to surpass the outer heaven. At this time, at the highest mountain peak, Alexander, Russian representative, ranked 22nd overall, brought a group of people, looking towards Zabal. He exclaimed, but Zabal is running away, let it be, seems like he regrets the chance to get a medal. With that appearance, there's no point in running away, how can you earn points? Saying so, Alexander walked up to where Krogel was sitting, he crossed his arms and said, after all, it's okay for everyone to make a fuss, Brat Krogel, you're really too strong, I really didn't expect that, but what should we do? While we're focusing on America, Korea has already regained first place. Stop dragging your feet, quickly deal with those Korean brats, understand, if you want to cure your mother's illness, you have to work hard, work. We even have a reward that says we'll get a lot of items and money if we get first place, try your best to defeat all the brats that stand in our way and get first place, your mom needs that. Listening to this long string, Krogel was silent for a moment before opening his mouth to reply, sorry, I'm going now, I'm a bit tired from fighting so much continuously. But in another place, there is also a battle going on. Cats and How are fighting each other non-stop. How uses a chain-stealing move to attack the opponent, while Cats uses Wind and Thunder Sword skill to fight back. After watching this match for a moment, the commentator immediately exclaimed, unbelievable, a surprising clash, Japanese Cats, he was much stronger than expected. Standing at the back observing the match, Damien crossed his arms and silently calculated, Cats is playing better than expected, but so is the opponent, Chinese team members with a large number of players, so they also have you can find many good players. Master of combat, especially with the ability to control his weapon, the White Snake Chain, with extremely dangerous moves, he can kill his opponents if they are a bit careless. Yoshimura stood next to him very impatiently. He observed for a moment, then immediately turned around and said to Damien, the rest are coming. There are 3 people with level 3 advancement profession. They are 15 levels higher than us. Please just retreat back quickly. Hearing him say that, Damien immediately shook his head and said, no, Yoshimura, don't retreat, just fight. If you retreat now, you won't get any points, you'll have enough strength to confront them. Having said that, Damien immediately buffed his teammates. The skills he uses include, Divine Protection, which increases your and your allies' defense by 20% for 3 minutes, Light Embodiment skill, which increases your attack power by 10% and allies for 3 minutes, Goddess Blessing skill, increases all members' stat points by 10% for 5 minutes, negates slow, freeze, stun effects and creates shields to help absorb 8,000 damage. Receiving the buff, Cats immediately focused his attack power. He grinned and said, ha ha, is this the power of the Pope? If combined with my blood-sucking ability, he can fight non-stop. After the competition ends I will definitely need to thank him a lot. Hearing these words, How immediately glanced at Damien and thought to himself, his support and recovery buff skills are so great that it's like he's cheating. Along with his wide area attack light magic, as soon as he entered the war, our side was completely pushed back. Maybe they could compete with America and Russia. Maybe this year's trump card is Japan. Thinking so, he turned his wrist and quickly rushed towards Kazd, using his skill to grab weapons. A notification immediately appears in front of Cats. The Crave weapon has been locked. This is the effect of the skill. You will lose possession of the weapon for 12 seconds. The weapon has automatically returned to your inventory. Seeing this announcement, Cats immediately exclaimed in horror, What, stealing weapons? The weapon in his hand had disappeared. At that moment, How tightly grasped the chain in his hand and rushed forward. He shouted loudly, this is the end, take the armor. This move completely took away all of Katz's armor. He fell to the ground in horror. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, wow, this is impossible. Not bothering to pay attention to him anymore, he turned to where Damien was standing and asked, that's the Pope, right? Looks like I need to take you down before you disrupt our entire battle formation. Damien was still stunned by the scene just now. He looked at Katz lying on the ground and thought in surprise, what's going on? Why is Katz naked like that? Where are all his things? The surprise quickly passed. Damien immediately replied, "Of course he will win in the end, so I think I will just stop with the silver medal. Haven't you seen the scoreboard yet, have you? Looks like even the Russian team with the extra celestial Krogel couldn't stop Grid." Hearing the other person say that, Hao immediately opened the system's information panel, scrolled through it, he silently exclaimed, "Russia has stopped scoring points and Korea is leading alone. What happened? Could it be that the outer heavens were defeated by the Grid? It can't be like that. Heavenly God, the only person I respected in the light that helped me get through the dark days, would fail at the hands of someone like Grid." To confirm, I must directly confirm with my own eyes. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Damien immediately smiled and stopped him. "Ah, sorry but I can't let you go. I would be misunderstood as giving way to the other person." "Get away," Hao shouted angrily. He immediately used the level 2 half-dragon skill, which increased his strength, agility, vitality, magic and physical resistance by 15%, had the ability to breathe fire and fly, and increase his stamina recovery speed, and vitality. Hal looked straight into Damien's eyes and said in a low voice, "It's up to me to decide whether to go or not. Get out of my way quickly." Seeing Damien still standing still, determined to block my way, seeing the fire about to wrap around him, Damien quickly took out his shield to defend. Hao immediately opened his mouth and spit out a bit of fire and then roared, "He told me to stay away." He cried out in pain and said, no matter how much treatment he had, he still felt very hot. Having said that, Damien immediately swung his sword and swept it towards Hao. Hao quickly retreated a bit to avoid this sword and thought to himself, the swordsmanship of a swordsman. Isn't he only good at recovery magic? Oh okay, it's far beyond the level of a priest. I've never seen it before. Is he just unleashing his full strength now? Unable to let himself fall into a weak position, he used all his strength to swing the iron chain up and wrap around Damien's arms. He approached the other person and shouted loudly, "Tian Trey Tian has always been my idol. How can you underestimate him?" Hearing these words, Damien immediately spoke, "After all, I am the leader of a holy religion, so I think I am qualified enough to judge a person, right?" Goddess's wrath. "Opposite," he said, "I told you to stay away, don't bother me." Seeing that the opponent was still intact in one place, Damien cried out in horror. Was he able to block it because of the damage reduction while in dragon form? At this point, Hao had enough to bear. He angrily raised his hands with sharp claws, attacked and shouted, "Don't come between me and heaven and earth." Receiving a full blow from the opponent's sharp claws, Damien stepped back in horror and thought. He penetrated his holy light defense and knocked away 30% of his life force in one go. His moves, attack speed, recovery and damage are too high. I can hardly stop him. At this moment, on the opposite side, Hao was still in a defensive position. He looked at Damien and said coldly, "I was planning to take it as a gift for Grid in the last match, but maybe I have to show this skill to others first." Feeling the incredible pressure that the opponent exudes, Damien silently calculates that the cooldown time is quite long and the amount of mana consumed is very large, so with the goddess messenger profession, the use of skills must always be calculated, calculate carefully. But now that I have become the Pope, just trying to increase my mana level has skyrocketed more than 10 times, I can completely use more skills in succession than before. Calculating like that, Damien dodged one of the opponent's attacks while curling his lips and said, "Of course you don't interfere between me and Grid, Blessed Light." Blessed Light, the ultimate skill of the Blessed Goddess. This is the only high-end support skill that can be compared to the Pope's Blessed Goddess limited skill. Thanks to the effect of the Blessing Light, the attack power, defense power and accuracy rate of the team members will increase 80% for 3 minutes. Hao stood on the opposite side and silently exclaimed, "His attack power has increased, more. Did he attack me already? Jobs like support priests usually can't keep up with my movements. Damien cuts them every time they cut them." His accuracy rate and speed had clearly increased, but how? A high accuracy rate will counteract the evasion ability of professions with high agility. Even though the accuracy rate has a higher value, the root of the game is still the player's skill. Looking at Damien who was fighting tirelessly, he thought to himself, there's no way a support could surpass me. Things like this effect buff cannot be stronger than my skills. Thinking that, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, The strongest person above us is only heaven and earth. Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Damien continued to raise his sword and slash towards the position where Tao was standing. He didn't have time to react and immediately received a sharp slash. Looking at the hot blood flowing from his body, it was unbelievable to think, attack power, accuracy rate and defense power, and also a powerful buff, like this. Seeing the opponent's surprised face, Damien smiled and narrowed his eyes and said, he had never experienced such a powerful buff effect like this. If he hadn't been imprisoned with limited vision, he would have seen the effects. It's been like this before. You're alone, do you want to continue fighting? Damien single-handedly defeated Hao, the player whose close combat techniques were considered the best. The strength of the entire Japanese team was now increased many times over and from there they won. Hao stopped resisting at this point. He looked towards Damien and spoke, I'm a bit curious about this. Your strength isn't bad, why do you rate grid higher than me? Hearing this question, Damien's eyes immediately lit up. He proudly replied, because he is the one who created me today. Even though I went through different things, he is forever with me, there's no difference, right? The return of the Russian Bears, their scores seem to be higher, but no matter what, Grid and Korea will come out on top, I believe that. The current score table of the countries is as follows. First place Russia 325 points, second place Korea 298 points, third place Canada 225 points, fourth place USA 167 points, fifth place England 159 points. Let's let our two idols decide this match. Looking at the current scoreboard, a player from the Russian team immediately spoke up. Korea's scoring rate suddenly decreased. It seems that Kraugel is doing quite well. Hearing that, Alexander nodded and laughed and replied, hee, no matter how much that grid guy tries to block, our hunting dog will definitely target Yura, the main Korean scorer. Hearing this, the person next to him immediately asked, but Alexander, you're treating that high-class guy too much like a dog. If you keep like that, be careful and he won't be able to use you anymore. Alexander didn't bother to listen to that. He calmly said, relax. Even if we do something worse, he won't dare to fight back. That pest only joined to receive favors while living as a freeloader in Russia. That bastard wants to show his patriotism and receive favors, so he must repay with his own strength. Ha! Look at those brats. The words suddenly fell silent. Alexander noticed that on the opposite side there was a figure rushing towards him. When he saw clearly who it was, he stood up and exclaimed in surprise, Grid, you bastard, why are you here? You left your teammates here. Shin Youngwoo from the opposite side grasped the sword in his hand then flew towards where Alexander was standing. He used Grid's great sword and the waste product to strike out a powerful move. After finishing this move, Shin Youngwoo said in a loud voice, you guys are so enthusiastic that I'm here to join in the fun. You guys call Kraugel a dog. You bastards, you guys no longer want to live. Super combo, triple kill. As soon as this move was released, the Russian players fell left and right and couldn't get up. One Russian player cried out in terror. Two people fell down and couldn't move. Damn, who would have thought that guy could? Can we avoid confronting Kraugel and turn the situation around with a counterattack when attacking towards us? Receiving a move from Shin Youngwoo, Alexander struggled to stand up. He was not afraid but curled his lips sarcastically. As expected, the power is comparable to Kraugel. I have seen with my own eyes your victory in PvP. At last year's tournament, looking at the opponent on the opposite side, Shin Youngwoo thought to himself, even though he had his third career promotion, that was still not enough. Now there were still 4 survivors, completely different from the combined army of all countries, especially that brat. The brat that Shin Youngwoo just mentioned is Alexander. He raised his hands to create magic while contemptuously vomiting. I don't know if a country guy like you knows it, but after passing island number 15 in a place called the Bihen Archipelago, I had the opportunity to go to the Eastern continent and even get a second hidden class. You seem quite proud of things that only weak people notice. Strong people really have no interest in small fry like you in this competition. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo didn't say anything but thought, so, that's right, I came here just to find adamantium. Thinking that, he immediately smiled and replied, so what, aren't you also participating, Class B? Alexander heard this and immediately slammed his hands on the ground and shouted angrily, don't be mistaken, I only participate for the glory of my country. I am the lone wolf in that icy region. broke out, optical power. Alexander's powerful attack caused the ground to explode, sending smoke and dust billowing out. The notification immediately appeared in front of him, dealing 680 damage to the target, deals 599 damage to the target. Receiving this notice, Alexander exclaimed in horror, 5 to 600 damage. Compared to the guild that uses strong equipment, his defense is terrible. The destructive power of the great sword in his hand is amazing. Just like what Alexander said, at this time Shin Youngwoo raised the sword in his hand. He used the sword technique Pagma and Link to attack closely. But Alexander was not so easy to deal with. He reacted very quickly and responded with 3 magic tornado moves. Fortification and burst of magic. When Shin Youngwoo was hit, he paused a bit. Seeing that, Alexander burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, it hurts more than just now, right? Those equipments of yours are nothing to me to be proud of. This is the world of capable players." Shin Youngwoo didn't bother to answer. He immediately activated a series of effects. Notifications continuously appeared. Activate the Ice Cold Gauntlet effect. Physical damage reduced by 4%. Activate Shadow Gauntlet effect. Physical damage reduced by 5%. Activate Ice Armor effect. Physical damage reduced by 6%. Activating the Cloak of Darkness effect. Piercing and slashing damage is reduced by 20%. The sword has been stuck in the armor slot of the 3 fingers. Casting the skill to destroy the sword and reduce the target's weapon durability. Seeing a series of new equipment on Shin Youngwoo's body, Alexander thought in horror, "This crazy guy, why does he have so many equipment that reduces his damage?" Thinking like that, he opened his mouth to scream, "To see if you could withstand my strongest sure-kill move." Double swords destroy the mountain. Alexander's all-kill attack deals 8,144 damage to Shin Youngwoo. Seeing this stat, he couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "My strongest ultimate skill only has 8,000 damage. This pitiful feeling of helplessness. It's been a long time since I faced an opponent strong like this. Just what kind of defensive equipment does this bastard have?" While thinking about this, Shin Youngwoo approached. He raised the sword in his hand, looked straight into Alexander's eyes and said contemptuously, "The skills of a mosquito like you can be said to make me a little itchy. No matter how strong you think you are, in the end it's just that." Contact. This final combo attack caused Alexander to log out. Looking at his opponent gradually disappearing, Shin Youngwoo silently exhaled and exclaimed, "Somehow he blocked the first attack of the protective aura skill, but luckily he was able to land 6 consecutive attacks, continuous killing so the damage accumulates and can quickly finish him off. This guy is quite strong, but when he meets me, he turns off. Oh, there are still a few mosquitoes over there, don't bother me or you'll die." The remaining players of the Russian team heard that and raised their weapons to continue fighting, but after a while, they realized something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. Even the enhanced throwing weapons could not penetrate that layer of armor. What is that? What is that armor made from? We still have the advantage in numbers. We just need to make him unable to perform evasion moves. Focus on shooting. The thrown weapons continued to be fired. Looking at Shin Youngwoo quickly dodging, this group of people were once again scared. The snake shape, he used it to dodge. Seeing the enemy approaching him, a Russian player hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, Grid, we have enough medals to share. Your base is being occupied by Kraugle. Go back to defense." The jade on Shin Youngwoo's spear lit up. Hearing these words, Shin Youngwoo did not flinch and continued to advance. He raised his sword and shouted loudly, That's why I have to finish it quickly and go back there, kill 3 times. Blacksmith's wrath. Looking at the rumbling explosions before their eyes, the commentator immediately spoke up. The Russian base had been destroyed, overcoming the fatal weakness of wearing heavy armor with walking beams and achieving the ultimate defense ability. Grid was now 1 level stronger than last year. He was burning down the Russian team's main base. Looking at the fire burning in front of him, Shin Youngwoo silently prayed, "Run away as much as you can, Yura, I'll be back soon. If you are eliminated, our gold medal will be over." But right now on Yura's side, she was in a fierce fight with Kraugle. Kraugle thought to himself as he fought with Yura, "I should have realized it as soon as the grid disappeared. I didn't think he would attack Russia's base. Even if it's just me and Grid left, my scoring speed will be weaker because he has the extra support of some heavenly hands. It's best to deal with these two as quickly as possible and prioritize maintaining Rush's scoring ability. It would be great if I also had specialized support items like him. Raising his sword to take a stance, Kraugel evaluated Yura once and then spoke up. It was surprising that she became an archer, but why did someone who once ranked 5th in the general rankings become so weak? Hearing this, Yura didn't get angry at all, but just leisurely said, "One day you will find out the reason, but I don't regret changing to this profession at all." As soon as these words finished, she suddenly raised the gun and slashed it. Kraugel reacted quickly and immediately dodged. He thought in surprise, "Sword. I don't know what this new job is, but her ability to control the situation is still quite good. Even though her defense has weakened a lot, I still have to spend a lot of effort to quickly deal with it, with masters at this level." While thinking about this, the great sword suddenly appeared. He immediately spoke up and said, "Surely you haven't forgotten that I'm still alive, right heavens?" Hearing this, Kraugel frowned and thought, different from the information he had, the great sword's weakness has been reduced a lot. He seems to be able to move faster, with that tornado effect making me quite happy. Unpleasant to confront, perhaps because of the sword he just acquired. That knock-up effect is a big obstacle to approaching the main damage dealer of the welding team, Yura. If we can't suppress the two of them quickly, then help our allies. His thoughts were interrupted by a shot from Yura. Kraugel quickly dodged and avoided this attack. He looked towards Yura and silently exclaimed. The powerful, high-accuracy shots continued continuously, with traps aimed at my retreat direction. It causes a lot of trouble. Even if I run away, it will be difficult for me to maintain enough vitality to be able to fight again. The war is getting more and more serious. We can't delay it any longer. If we can't give up, then we have to try our best to take down the two of them as quickly as possible. At this time, the commentator's monotonous voice rang out again. Kraugel, an amazing set of moves, seemingly random. With this set of techniques, statistics show that out of a total of 537 attacks, he avoided up to 502 attacks. This is truly a set of techniques that increases the evasion rate too high. Inside the match, looking at the scene that Kraugel had just shown, Yura clutched the gun in her hand and thought in horror. In just the blink of an eye, she can move at high speed in a forest with many obstacles like this. It's amazing. It's true. I need to use the 90 mesh skill to push back and widen the distance right away. While thinking about this, Kraugel took his sword and stabbed Yura straight in the body. He said in a cold voice, after all, he used two people as bait. It would have been better for him to be here to protect the gunner, so they can score more comfortably. The sword just grazed Yura's body in the blink of an eye. Avoiding this attack, she said softly. He said that if you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with, run away. Right opposite. Looking at the dodge just now, Kraugel thought in amazement. In just a split second, she was able to turn around and dodge and slow me down. Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's surprised expression, Yura continued talking. But buying time by keeping you longer is our choice. Then he can do what he wants. Whatever he does will be the best thing for the Korean team. As soon as these words finished, the great sword from behind also rushed forward. He aimed right at Kraugel's body, slashed down and said, "You're going too far, heavenly heaven." Hearing this voice, Kraugel immediately turned his head around. He thought in horror, even at this moment, the great sword still intends to continue fighting with him. There was a guy who took the opportunity to secretly attack Kraugel. I got hit by Yura's fatal blow. That's why the distance has increased so quickly, and there are also a few traps to keep you occupied. It's unthinkable, exchanging positions. The movements must have been trained in the same guild, but each one is very different. It's not a serious injury, but my stamina and mana have almost reached the limit. Calculating for a moment, Kraugel withdrew his hand and took a defensive stance. He firmly grasped the sword in his hand and shouted loudly. A new formation is gradually forming. The surrounding space immediately erupts in mist. Standing in the fog, Yura suddenly shouted. I couldn't see where he was. Now there was no telling where he would pop out. Hearing this, Absolute Sword immediately replied, Yura, first focus on scoring points. I will defend. Wait for me to cool down the tornado. Then I will be able to clear this blind bone. Now Kraugel is standing next to a tree. He is resting and thinking. Perhaps I have been caught up in this battle. With my current state I cannot reverse the situation. Thinking of this, Kraugel remembered what Alexander had told him: stop procrastinating, quickly take care of those Korean brats. At this moment, he told himself, no matter how difficult it is, I will still try to do it, but for me, my teammates in Russia, they don't treat me like anything. Mom, I'll try harder in the next exam. Deciding to give up everything, Kraugel looked to one side and smiled softly and said, you mean you want us to be satisfied with the silver medal on the first day, right, Grid? Congratulations. At this moment, the steady voice of the commentator rang out. The goal handling was completed. Korea was the first country to reach 400 points. The first match with great chaos and events had come to an end. Sit down to one side to rest, take a deep breath and say, phew, just give up, I'm so stressed. Shin Youngwoo also ran over. He looked at the two people in front of him and then spoke. See, just run away and follow what I said and you can win. What a genius, ha, why? The two of them have now turned into tattered rags. Hearing these words, the sword was full of hate and whining. Next time you plan to do something, tell us, please. The stadium announcements rang out. The target handling competition ended, and it was day 1, highlighted by America's elimination and the great progress of Russia and Japan. In particular, Kraugel single-handedly held off Canada until the last minute and kept the silver medal for the Russian team. It's also very difficult to predict Damien's great potential. Grid's attack and defense abilities are beyond imagination. It's truly unbelievable. In the meeting room of the Korean team members, everyone shouted happily, did we win the gold medal in this competition? Wonderful, so wonderful. Besides, Kyung-hoon rubbed his head and said, thanks to all three of you, I'm very sorry for just causing trouble. Park John-hwa was standing to the side, deep in thought. Seeing that, Grid came closer and patted his shoulder to encourage him. Don't worry about that. We can't build a building with just big bricks, right? Thanks to you fighting so well, we have many opportunities. Because we have completed this round of competition, each person has contributed a large part. He asked now, no team would let everyone take responsibility alone, right? At Jean Touré Hotel, where the national teams of Russia, Brazil, and Japan live. As usual, Kraugel went to satisfy to practice, when an employee came out and asked, there are more than 14 hours until the next match, don't you need to rest? Seeing that the question was worthless, he immediately introduced, we have prepared so that everyone can access Satisfy at any time, so please feel free to use it. Suddenly a sarcastic statement was directed towards you. You've already destroyed the match with your stupid actions late at night pretending to practice. Hearing that, Kraugel turned around and saw that it was the bald guy on the same team as him. At this point he continued, I was wrong, you don't even have your own country, you're just living in Russia, you have to try your best to be able to cure your mother, right? Kraugel reminded annoyingly, Alexander. There was no use for it anymore. He came closer, raised his hand and pointed at his head. He angrily said, if you're going to die like that, why play games? You can't even get a gold medal, huh? Heaven and earth, so funny, because of your incompetence, we had to lose the gold medal. Your mother's illness will no longer be curable. Kraugel now held his hand tightly. He calmly said, because it was the first time I met the group members so I couldn't guess each person's personality. He was panicking at this moment. With this body like an anchovy, how could he do such a thing? His hand was now lifted out by Kraugel, his hand trembling in fear. At this point he continued, so I could only endure it during the opening match. If I can be the captain and lead the Russian team to victory, it can only be me, not a talkative guy like you. Hearing that, he got angry and shouted, you bastard, you don't even understand what I'm talking about, and now you dare to talk back to me. He raised his hand and punched Kraugel. But unfortunately, with just that fish's body, he was punched once and fell to the ground. Kraugel put his foot on him. He was having difficulty breathing and trying to escape, but it was useless. Kraugel now told him, the more you adapt to reality, the faster your brain will react in the game, so you have to exercise every day, do you understand? Beasts like you have to be brutally trampled and scared before they will obey. I will lead Russia to victory to get medicine for my mother, do you understand? With a murderous look, Kraugel looked at him like an insect. He said, don't act like you have anything to do with whether my mother can cure the disease or not. if you ever mention my mother with that disgusting mouth again, I will rip that tongue out. He thought to himself in fear, this guy is real, he will really kill me. Worried he replied, I know. Kraugel finally let him go. He no longer had any manners in front of dogs. Now he just ran like a dog. Looking at him, he thought to himself, don't touch me arbitrarily, you have to pay for an eye for an eye. All this time I've been living in a world where I was just an outsider to the rest. There are many countries that see my value and invite me to immigrate, but only Russia holds the new medicine to cure my mother's illness. I cannot waste even a minute or a second. Even if it's just one experience point, I have to gain it so that I can find the final possibility of victory. Russia's victory is all I can do for my mother. When he entered the capsule, he was next to it. A sigh came out. Phew, the atmosphere was so scary that I couldn't go out and try to hold back. So it was Jishuka, she wondered. Did Kraugel have something like that? Maybe it would be better to tell everyone first. Meanwhile, at a luxury restaurant, Korean delegation members were full of praise. Wow, the combination of sweet and salty, it melted in my mouth. I heard that this is a Michelin 3-star restaurant, just like its name, so great. In contrast to everyone else, Grid looked at the plate of food and said in disappointment, this amount of food seems a bit small. Hearing that, the swordsman immediately said no, but the taste must be amazing. I really want to try the chef's soybean soup. Everyone wondered, why are you eating red bean soup in France? At this time, a bottle of wine was placed on the table, along with a question, if you come to this homeland of wine, why don't you drink wine to celebrate? So it was Lowell. He seriously introduced himself. This is a top-class vintage with only 6,000 bottles produced each year. 1,000 years of a winemaker is like this brilliant and noble Lowell, so everyone please accept this heart. Extreme Sword now asks the question, only rice wine and soju are traditional Korean alcohol. How dare you plot to betray us with that foreign wine? Hearing Lowell's disappointed answer, this is the law. If you ask me to help you, then go back to your country. While everyone wasn't paying attention, Grid opened the lid and drank and got extremely drunk. He then said absent-mindedly, young man, bring more alcohol, or I'll call the police and tell them to send you to jail. Lowell fumed. He shouted in panic, don't drink it all at once, you barbarian. At this moment Jishuka walked in and said, everyone is here. She was now on her knees, out of breath as if she had just rushed forward. Without waiting for everyone to react, she immediately spoke. It seemed like Kraugel had something difficult to say. It was pitch black outside. Since everyone else was drunk, now only Yura, Lowell and Jishuka were still awake. 3 people walked out onto the balcony to discuss. At this time, Jishuka told everything. Lowell heard that and immediately replied, is there such a thing again? Although it's partly because of Grid's help, I also wonder why someone like him who doesn't like being exposed easily accepted to participate in this contest. Anyway, it's lucky. I was worried that everyone would hear all the unnecessary sensitive personal things, but there's no interpreter and only the 3 of us know Russian. It seems like the goddess of fate has awakened tonight. I'll handle this. Please keep it a secret from Grid for the time being. International Tournament, Day 2. While everyone knew the situation, 3 individual competition categories were underway. The first is base defense. The goal of this match is to defeat the invading monsters and from the points earned build turrets and traps to defend the base as long as possible. This bottom battle requires strategic placement of turrets and traps as well as superior improvisation. As a result, Lowell of America, Bondre of France and Vantner of Canada won gold, silver, and bronze medals respectively. The Vietnamese representative participating was lucky enough to receive a consolation prize. In the second half of the game, Bondre received fatal blows from flying monsters due to the lack of anti-air cannons, but Lowell had predicted it and the preparation of anti-aircraft cannons to deal with flying monsters was decide victory or defeat. Vantner, who lost the silver medal due to a disagreement with Chris in the target handling match, achieved the great achievement of receiving a bronze medal by repeatedly forcing monsters into previously set traps using taunt skills. In the waiting room, Fawn secretly laughed and said, ha, if you take a bronze medal instead of a silver medal, it will only cause harm. What is the achievement? But I have to admit that you came up with a clever strategy. The second match is pig catching. The player will have to find and kill a pig with black dots among thousands of pigs. it is impossible to kill regular pigs because they have unlimited health, because this is a game that requires quick observation and high concentration. A favorable stage for countries with excellent archers, beating the US with the bronze medal and the UK with the silver medal. Brazil's Jishuka won the gold medal with a score higher than the total points from second to first place, 5 combined. Jishuka happily showed off to Grid, you see, I'll be back in my room later, so remember to congratulate me. However, Brazil's glory goes to another guy. When her screams went viral and became a worldwide scandal, the third match, Running in Hell, is about to begin. All you have to do is avoid obstacles and threats from demons on a map that simulates a part of hell. The goal is to reach the finish line first. This is a game that all players satisfy seems interested, on par with group matches and PvP, right? While Grid was looking at the match map, Lowell came from behind and said, remember to observe carefully. There is a high possibility that conquering hell is the ultimate content of Satisfy, and hell will also be one of the countless lands that he will rule over. This time, Grid wondered, let's see, hell there is a bit strange. Hearing that, Lowell panicked and asked again, have you ever been to hell? He just replied, yes, even if it's just for a moment. If you're curious, go see for yourself, because that guy will show it much better than me. At this time in the waiting room, Kraugle thought to himself, my magic power index is 830, I will probably return to that place at some point. After all, it is quite scary, but if I experience it first, it will be better, more motivation to promote your own development. That's why all the names that are considered representative of the countries are participating in this competition. This is a new competition in a new land. At this moment, we must throw away everything, put national honor first and nurture the ambition to win this unknown land. So I chose the most suitable person. It's you, Alexander. Whether it's for you or for me, I have to get the gold medal back. The match is about to start. The MC announces, hell has been recreated, 10 seconds before the match starts. At this moment, a stream of demonic energy overflowed. All members participating in him grimaced and resisted. Notification appears. A powerful demonic aura will suck the aura out of the body. Attack power, defense and agility are reduced by 30%. Health regeneration will be reduced. Mental attacks will be reduced by 50%. Mana recovery ability is also greatly reduced. Everyone shouted, what is this? What are the negative effects? It's impossible to play alone in here. Using skills casually will be the end of the world. Announcement, Run in Hell begins. Players representing 32 countries will confront monsters from hell. Because the variables in this unknown land are unpredictable, so everyone are all winning candidates. The most promising candidate is Damien, who will become a threat to the demons with the power of the goddess of light. But it's not like that. Damien is also struggling against the monsters. He said worriedly, it's not okay. What is this place? So the MC was also surprised. What's wrong with Damien? Not only Damien, the players are moving slower than expected, due to the adverse effects that are hindering them. They are all fighting against that fear at their worst. Zabal now cried out in frustration, what the hell is this place? There are too many adverse effects. I don't know what will appear in advance. How can I continue? The commentator now excitedly said, wait, someone has rushed forward. Is Yura from Korea, but her steady movements seem to show no signs of fear. Her speed cannot be compared to other players. Yura was now hovering over the heads of the monsters moving forward. She thought to herself, as she advanced in this new profession, she was amazed at the power of the Demon Slayer, but still couldn't unlock any hidden skills. That's why even though it's a fighting class, it has a weaker impact than Youngwoo's class. Message appears, Hell is the real stage of the Demon Slayer. All ability stats plus 20%, cooldown time of all skills reduced minus 20%, power of skills related to purification plus 15%, health and mana recovery speed plus 50%, the speed of crafting and reloading magic bullets has reached maximum levels. She smiled and thought to herself, this is an unknown land that will open up her own future story. At this moment, seeing Yura slashing demons like bananas, he also excitedly commented, there has never been any information about this profession mentioning that, but it seems that this profession has some connection with hell, a unique scene. There was nothing that could stop her. At this rate she would win. Suddenly another guy rushed up. The MC excitedly said, wait, someone is chasing. who will be the player who broke the chains of this irresistible fear and escaped from here? Determination just to be at the top. Alexander, that's Alexander of Russia. He now rushed towards her and shouted, "How dare you stand in front of me?" But with her agility, Yura avoided it by counterattacking, using the handle of her gun to slash him across the body. Annoyed, he exclaimed, "Ha, it's obviously a gun, what kind of fraud is that?" Suddenly a bullet hit him in the middle. Yura secretly smiled at this moment, just returning the favor was enough. "It's been a long time, I have to see the eyes of the person standing behind me." The MC exclaimed happily. She beat Alexander to second place and crossed the finish line first. The gold medal of the Running in Hell competition belonged to Yura of Korea. Second place was a member of the Russian team. Third place was not surprisingly the Japanese team. The message appears that Yura is the winner. A moment later, at the awards area, a reporter immediately asked, "Player Yura, it's been a long time since you showed the majesty worthy of your rank before, known as the activities of the Toy Club. His strength is very prominent. Is it due to the influence of the grid leader? Or is it because the winner of the previous category, Jishuka, publicly announced that she would find the grid and accept congratulations?" As if poking at a weak point, Yura exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." Then, with a sad look on her face, she replied, "Things that deserve to be congratulated should be congratulated. Of course you can't ignore me." Lowell was now watching her through the screen and silently smiling. "Wow, well done Yura, but compared to winning, I praise her because she stopped that Alexander from winning the gold medal." Remember when on the porch, Jishuka asked him again, "Why didn't Grid tell Grid about Kraugle?" Lowell immediately replied, "Do you want to create unnecessary variables at a time when everyone is aiming for victory?" Hearing that, Yura looked at Jishuka worriedly. She just replied, "Is that so?" Lowell continued at this point, "This tournament will also be very important for future guild promotion. Let's focus on our country's victory." But in his heart he secretly thought, "Rather, I don't want to ruin the idea that just came up just because of the Lord's sympathy. The color of the medal can be a lever to motivate you. How can this be so wonderful? Women looking for a man with a gold medal. It seems like the goddess of destiny doesn't want to take away Russia's gold medal without my permission. I'll give you that gold medal, so prepare to join the Good Stuff Club, Kraugle, and it's the second day. A strategist will recruit the strongest player with a gold medal. Announcement: the Siege event to be held tomorrow is a tournament in which all members of the 32 countries must participate, and the group will be determined by drawing lots. Unlike last year, this year there will be 50 more NPCs with third-level advancement professions. Since only 47 of the participating players have third-level advancement professions, so the use of additional NPCs will be key factor. If the ability to control the majority of troops is the factor leading to victory in this contest, then America with Lowell's strategic skills, and Japan with Damien's army effect buffs are expected to win. On the contrary, Russia and Korea, the countries that caused surprises in the target handling competition, do not have any suitable characters to monitor the entire force and buff effects for the army, so they may encounter difficulties in the competition. This exam, hearing that, Grid, who was lying lazily on the sofa eating snacks, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Next to him right now are Yura and Jishuka. Unlike what they thought, after winning the gold medal they were all ignored. They are now like children showing off their achievements, but their parents don't care. They say, "Can't you see me? I won a gold medal. There's someone here." MC Satisfy continued, "Turkey has the Master Bubat who destroys the enemy's position with wide area skills, and Canada also has the best tankers Vantner and Chris with strong attack power." At this moment, he seriously sat up. He worriedly said, "I probably have to give up the gold medal in this Citadel construction competition. No matter how you look at it, it is still a very suitable and beneficial competition for Lowell and Damien." Yura and Jishuka were both surprised to hear that. Jishuka immediately asked, "I can't believe you said that. Why did you give up so easily?" He now explained, "Damien's buff effect really cannot be underestimated. If there is an NCP with a level 3 advancement job there, it will become an army of monsters." Yura asked immediately, "So do you think Japan will win this competition?" Looking at the battle map, he continued, "He doesn't know that. Lowell will also be very excited because there are many routes in the siege map and he has many strategies. If the two don't meet each other quickly from the beginning, Japan and America will definitely advance to the finals. Hearing that, Yura put her hand on her chin and worriedly said, when facing us, they can hinder the person who holds all the forces and power of Korea, Mr. Youngwoo, with NCP with level 3 promotion profession. It is unknown how the group will be determined and how long we can endure in the qualifying round. At this moment, Jishuka sighed tiredly and said, we didn't have a grid, so it was even worse. I was happy because I won the gold medal in the previous competition, but thinking about this competition, I suddenly felt so tired. At this moment, she took off her coat and said seductively, I feel like I'm about to collapse. Oh my god, just in time, there is a bed here. I can't die, so I should probably go to sleep. Yura's face darkened at Jishuka's cunning. She said, hey, don't take off your shirt like that. Suddenly she also jumped into bed with Jishuka. She determinedly said, I probably have to sleep here too for the safety of my team players. Between the two girls seemed to be on fire. Seeing that, Jishuka immediately replied, Grid is very safe and he won't do anything, so you should just go home. Yura pulled the blanket towards her and replied, I don't believe I'll just sleep here. Without giving in, Jishuka also grabbed the blanket tightly and replied, I'm just tired so I can sleep. Why are you sleeping if you're not tired? Seeing two people rioting on his bed, Grid cried helplessly, both of you get out, this is my bed. Now outside the room, Zabal was outside watching. He was jealous and thought, ugh, why is no one out? It's been 3 hours since they went inside. Are they planning on sleeping with him again? Just what the hell do you two like about that vile bastard, Yura? Jishuka, in the past, he rejected my confession, but now he likes a guy like that. Suddenly, Lal was standing behind him. He said disappointedly, I've been looking for you all this time. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of peeping. Because he was so surprised, he didn't have time to react, so he pretended to be talking to someone. Oh, Steve, long time no see. Oh my god, your sister is already a father. Seeing that, Lal immediately said, what are you doing? Stop acting and go to the meeting. He turned around and asked in panic at the meeting. Seeing that bewilderment, Lal raised his hand to point in the direction and said, right for the strategy meeting for tomorrow's siege event. He thought to himself, this is a valuable opportunity to use the gold medal and successfully recruit Kraugel. Russia must meet Russia in the final round to increase its negotiating ability. To do that, Russia must also avoid Japan or Turkey and reach the final round. The success rate will vary depending on the drawing method of the group. Even the grid that he always admired was eliminated from the threat of winning a medal because the Korean team is not really strong in this competition. Korea's future is more pessimistic than ever. The next day, the speaker said, the third day of the competition, the siege event had begun. To win, you only need 2 conditions. Destroy the enemy and capture the enemy castle. However, the focus of the qualifying round is the bottom group draw. Especially strong countries like the US and Japan, all other teams hope to meet these 2 countries as late as possible. Now there will be a draw for each country's representative. The USA, the winners of the previous tournament, will be automatically placed in Group A and compete first. The draw for the group stage will be from the team that ranked second in the total results of the previous tournament, which is South Korea. No matter what tactics or strategies, it is not as important as the following. America and Japan are predicted to win this competition. The fate of the Korean team is in his hands. Grid now stepped onto the podium. He sighed, rubbed his hands together. It seemed like he was very worried. Below, Yura looked at him with confidence and thought, I can do it, Youngwoo. Because he is the one who always offers solutions in the most difficult times. But things did not happen like that. The commentator suddenly exclaimed, there is nothing more dirty for Korea. The result of the draw is no different from declaring Korea will be eliminated from this round. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked America again. His face was now purple. He worriedly said, sorry. The commentator continued, what an amazing ability. The person who drew the lottery also had a gloomy expression as if sensing defeat. The Korean members on the contrary seemed to be very impressed with their ability. The other members saw this and waved their hands in bewilderment, silently saying, I got it right, that's great, really, that's really good. Commentator, he continued, it was said that Jishuka and Yura fans cursed Grid a lot because of the scandal that broke out yesterday when they both stayed in his room for too long without coming out. those cursed hands of his have put Korea in a difficult position. Grid now asked to draw again but was not accepted. He sighed and walked down. Phew, that's good. Anyway, I lost, so let's end it quickly and prepare for another round. Seeing that, Lal immediately told the army leader, think that you are training for territorial war. If his goal is to be recognized by everyone, then he should become a king who possesses vast territories. This event is a great opportunity for you to try simulating future territorial expansion wars for free. Grid also suddenly understood, that's right, even if I lost the competition, there was no penalty at all. I was so engrossed in the results that I forgot that this was the part of the competition that gave me a lot of experience. Lao looked straight at him and said, of course, that doesn't mean much if the opponent is a genius strategist, but he thought to himself, even so I can still count on you, because the leader always move forward and never give up before difficulties. Grid thought to himself, if it's a win with nothing to lose, then wouldn't the profit be 100%? Thinking about it, he replied, if America gets bitten back, it will be very painful, boy. Zabal now looked at Lal and asked, you seem to care about him, surely he wouldn't intentionally lose to the Korean team, right? Lal heard that and immediately replied, ha ha ha, no way, how could I intentionally lose to Korea? At this time, Lal looked at the screen and thought, I can reduce the combat power and prolong the grid's time with NCP with level 3 advancement profession. Yura doesn't need to pay attention because the combat environment here is not a terrain. In prison, she cannot fully utilize the advantages of her profession, and for extreme swords, only one person in charge is enough. If you clear the remaining troops within the allowed time, your win rate is 90%, the remaining variable will be the Lord. Yura and the sword can use the ability to hide with the assassin's cloak to take a detour to attack our army, but the two people who have no damage have no resistance, so they also just a little annoying. All achievements are over, there will be no variable defeat until meeting Russia or Japan, he said confidently now, then let's defeat them. The commentator said, the draw has ended. In the first match of Group A, the United States and South Korea will enter the anti-rabbit jungle. You have 20 minutes to prepare before the siege begins, get ready, really good. Zabal stretched and said to Lal, it seems like you've prepared well for the match against Korea, you're too worried, he just replied, I just analyzed the opponent's strength. If you don't use the pieces properly, it will just become a joke. In front of him were dozens of soldiers wearing red armor, NPC level 3 advancement profession totals 50 people, including 15 tankers, 20 melee soldiers, 10 archers and 5 mages. At this moment, Zabal thought carefully, I have underestimated Lal too much, that's right, from the crazy farmer to Kraugel, I don't know how many times I have had to endure helpless defeat before them. Even people like Pon look down on me in this competition. If I lose to someone who isn't as qualified as Grid in the goalkeeper competition where America is highly rated like this, my reputation will really fall to the bottom of the abyss. He was determined not to be careless in the slightest. To be able to become famous again, he needed the clearest and most magnificent victory. He turned around and said, these are the NPCs who will confront Grid in the most urgent situation. I want to make sure we have enough equipment to defend. Can you check for me, Pagma? Pagma is one of America's representatives, a rank 1 blacksmith. He immediately replied, isn't this giving the children's homework to a high-level 1-star blacksmith like me? It's not that I'm worried about that NPC's equipment, but I want to be careful not to be eliminated carelessly like in the first contest, when the aliens alone attacked us. I'm sure that won't happen in the match against Han, so you should quickly analyze these items. Zabal looked at the long line of soldiers and said dejectedly, it seemed like there would be very little time if he didn't want to test the strength of these NPCs. Unexpectedly, an NPC came forward and arrogantly said, what the hell is this? I heard that the reinforcements who tried their best to rush here are powerful people, so what are these rude people? Do you want to know our capabilities? Let's look at you people first, will you listen to our commander? The in-game notification appears, a medium mission has been created, a siege, the difficulty is unmeasurable, 2 countries are in a war for the ownership of Antirava Forest, as Country A's attendant, cooperate with them to destroy Country B and capture its castle within 2 hours. The American team is now extremely shocked when they hear what the NPC said. The commentator at this time said that although this is content only available in this goalkeeper competition, the participating NPCs all understand satisfies worldview, and because they are an independent entity, they have their own intelligence, so their leadership and fighting abilities are also quite terrible. Zabal worriedly thought to himself, are we reinforcements for the NPCs? I thought the NPCs were just soldiers for me to control, but it turns out they have high intelligence and are equal allies with me. He quickly explained, we will command this battle, you just need to do as we say, everyone be ready to fight. The knights saw this and replied angrily, these guys just met for the first time so they don't know their strength yet. What nonsense are they talking about? If they are just reinforcements for us, then just fulfill their role. Go play your support role. Seeing that fierce appearance, Lal thought to himself, if I can't command them, then the game is over, I need to act. At this moment, he turned back to ask his team members, had anyone unlocked the authority, leadership or charisma stats in their character window? Zabal now understood and said, ah, that's right, we need those statistics to gain the trust of NPC characters. Me, Skull, Zephyr and Watch all have titles related to noble title. Hearing that, he immediately replied, great, the four of you, please move forward. Then he shouted, warriors who sacrificed their souls in arduous battles, everyone please listen, I, Lowell, stand here as the eternal Earl and the hero who saved the country. If you trust and obey the orders of me and these heroes, I will ensure our victory. The warriors heard that and thought, Lowell of Eternal, isn't that the name of the famous strategist Raiden recently? If that's true, then it's okay to trust him once. After thinking about it, he said, first of all, I understand, however, if you are judged to be incompetent to lead this war, we will no longer obey your orders. There is still resistance even though it is small. Lowell thought to himself, even though it was not possible to completely seduce them to follow all the instructions, luckily they could change the situation a bit. He now turned back to explain, okay, let me explain our strategy. Outside, the commentators saw Lowell's skillful transformation and immediately praised it. It was wonderful. Lowell quickly controlled the NPCs that were on the verge of division with his authority index. To be able to convince everyone so quickly means that the feasibility of his strategy as well as his leadership skills are also excellent. However, it is also true that it is very difficult to control NPCs with level 3 advancement professions because they are much stronger than the participating players. At this point he turns towards the grid. The first step is done, but the NPCs don't seem to be very cooperative. If so, we can't help but look at the situation on the other side, right? Similar to the situation in America, where the total number of individual and English titles in the country is not much, what will a country whose players still lack reputation like Korea do? In the worst case, the players may be controlled by NPCs. As soon as he finished speaking, what appeared on the screen were dozens of warriors kneeling in submission. They shouted, we will be loyal, as long as you give an order, I will follow you with all my heart. The commentator then exclaimed in panic, oh, all the NPCs with level 3 advancement professions have pledged their loyalty, what is going on? Grid now secretly smiled and said, if I don't follow, what will happen, whether you like it or not, to capture that citadel, everyone will have to do what I say. He remembered the past, the Knight Guild that used strong equipment was established. Congratulations, you are the first user to become the owner of the Knight Guild, you will receive a reward of a leader's cape. It turned out that this absolute obedience was due to the fact that he was equipped with the Great Lord's Sword and the Ruler's Robe. Great Lord's Sword, Dignity plus 150, Leadership plus 150, can observe and command soldiers and people. Ruler's Robe, Legendary rank, it is a cloak that symbolizes a king who is qualified to command the entire people. He now gently told the soldiers that there were still 20 minutes left, so don't worry too much. At that time, he also excitedly replied, yes, please ask us to do anything. Hearing that, Grid opened his mouth and said, everyone quickly took off their equipment. Special stats, such as authority, can only be unlocked through quests, titles, and professions. Because these special stats are not included in stat points, it is quite difficult to increase your own stats. However, all stats can be increased through item crafting and other stat increasing titles. Furthermore, there are items with outstanding authority effects and with Pagma's descendant effect Grid that are also recognized by NPCs. Grid's authority, charisma, and leadership are more than enough to overwhelm NPCs with level 3 advancement professions. However, persuasion is another matter. The soldiers now looked confused. They asked again, "Are you telling us to take off all our equipment?" "Ignore them," Grid once again affirmed. "If you want to win, just shut up and take off your clothes." But this time the commanding cloak's voice command skill helped him. This skill can convey clear voice to soldiers in any position. Seeing this, Extremely Sword quickly intervened. "Grid, what are you planning to do? Are you planning to enhance all 50 of those suits?" At this point, Grid immediately denied it. "No way, I can't afford that enhancement fee because I've already spent most of my money on equipment for the tournament." But he affirmed, "Don't worry, it's not only money that can enhance strength to win." Appraisal. Appraisal skill is activated, but unlike what he thought, a series of similar notifications appeared. That is, there were no hidden features. At this moment, he looked back in disappointment and said, "All 50 of you are beggars." At this point they can only quietly answer, "Yes." 20 minutes have passed, the commentator said. The preparation time has ended. Both teams started going to the battlefield. At this moment, the leader of the American team is Zabal. Behind him are Lowell and other members. Zabal did not forget to turn back and remind Pamir, who was on the wall. "Pamir, the weapons of the NPCs were not unusual. You should make siege weapons and be in charge of the rear troops." At this moment, Pamir immediately replied, "How many times do I have to say it? All are rare level 300 items and have no durability problems at all. Just keep moving forward. Don't worry about anything. Where is the rear?" At this moment he thought arrogantly, "From defensive items to siege weapons, I have unique dwarven skills that people like you cannot have. Grid, come here quickly. I will show you the clear difference between your vain works and mine." Lowell now gave instructions. "Skull and 8 NPCs should wait at the place I said earlier, and everyone will know when to act." At this moment, Zyle immediately turned back and asked, "During the siege, our teammates cannot immediately support us, so we must arrange everyone's positions clearly. Even though our strength is overwhelming, we do not have to invest. Isn't that a bit much for the attack squad?" Hearing that, Lowell immediately asked again, "Zabal, how many people do you think you can fight with a level 3 advancement profession?" He immediately replied, Maybe you can fight 3 or 4 people or something." He said, "Now, then it's simple, there is someone worth investing in." While the American team was leaving, the Koreans were still in the city. At this moment, the Extremely Sword hurriedly said, "It's time to leave, Grid, there's no other way, we have to go." At this moment, he immediately calmed down. "Just wait and see, we still have one more card." He ordered, "Tron, please bring your sword and shield." Carrie then changed to a bow and arrow. He gave him his bow, and he took the spear. Feeling strange, Extreme Sword quickly asked, "Why did they change their weapons?" Grid immediately replied, "I realized this when observing the soldiers living in Raiden. If we only focus and live passionately, our talents will be overshadowed. Here I can clearly see their talents." In front of the grid, the property bar appears one by one. Tron, Heavy Armored Knight Profession, Level 300, Modest Throwing Skill and Steel Skin, Unique Skill, Increased Attack Power and Alternating Slashes. Next to it is Carry, a Light Sword Armor Knight Profession, Level 300, possessing 3-stage attack and slashing skills, Unique Skills, Shoot a Lot, Shoot Fast. Grid immediately explained why he had this ability. Observing the characters, changing the weapons to suit them like this, our NCP would have superior power. The soldiers now happily exclaimed, "Because there was no more room for the soldiers to use swordsmanship, so I had difficulty learning a spear skill that I wasn't interested in." How did he know? Me too. I didn't think that one day I would immediately realize that my expertise in using bows and arrows. At this moment the notification appears. Your favorability with Tron has increased by 30, your favorability with you and Carry increased by 20, your affinity for fiber increases. The soldier's affinity for the grid increased rapidly and continuously. At this moment, John Hua exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, is there such a thing?" Jin He also praised, "It's really great, seeing it with my own eyes, I can see that he's not an ordinary player." Suddenly, 2 soldiers, Todd and Swan, worriedly asked him, "Hey, we haven't been given weapons yet, is that okay?" He looked back and smiled and said, "Well, you two have your own roles." He gave Todd a farming tool and said, "Todd, this is perfect for you, take it and fight." At this moment, he secretly thought sadly, giving such a powerful farming tool to a magician, does that mean he doesn't need someone like him? Behind him, the other members laughed and joked with him. "Remember to plant wheat to eat when you come back, Todd." Looking toward Swan, Grid said, "And Swan, please follow me, I have something to give you." Hearing that, he nervously replied, "Yes." After saying that, he pulled Swan behind the wall. It seemed like he was planning something sinister. At this moment the commentator suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, what a strange sight to see the NPCs exchanging their equipment. What is Grid planning to do?" I could see Grid was holding an item similar to a lord's sword. It seemed like he was testing the NPC's abilities. I don't understand why he gave a rice rake to a magician, but anyway, Korea will soon go to war. Go back to the forest where everyone fought. At this time Lowell silently calculated, among the 8 routes on the forecourt, each path has its own conditions and variables, including mazes, obstacles, distance and travel speed. Therefore, the key to this battlefield is to first predict the enemy's expected path. Lurking on both sides of the road, he calculated, the number of cases was the same for everyone. Piecing together those little clues and conditions makes all the difference. Consider enemy movement trends as top priority and eliminate attack routes with low selection rates to concentrate troops on routes with high enemy attack rates. Consider the difference in strength of the two sides in your deployment strategy and avoid useless battles that consume unnecessary forces. Move the maximum number of troops along the attack path to the enemy base, shortest to win quickly. At this moment, he secretly smiled and affirmed that Grid would definitely go this way. He would choose the central path of Antirava Forest. The American team now rushed out from both sides to surround the Korean attack team. The green soldiers shouted in panic, there was an ambush. Seizing the opportunity, Zabal ordered the red soldiers and rushed forward. The players will definitely win. The chance to win has come to us. Let's destroy them. But as soon as he arrived, he was overpowered by a green soldier. He wondered, what is it? Their attack power seems to be stronger than the NPCs we tested before departing. He didn't stop there. The sword rushed to the rescue from behind. He knocked Zabal back. Seeing that, he said, surprised, Zabal, don't think our powers are the same. Zabal thought uneasily at this moment. This feeling again, just like the last competition, it was the uncomfortable feeling right from the start of the battle. But with his level ranked second in the world, he swung his spear and sent the sword flying far away. He was secretly determined now. Things were confusing right from the start of the competition when I met Pon and Kraugel, but that's all. I will never lose again. Thinking, he rushed in and knocked out a series of Korean soldiers, but just that little bit is not enough. He is worried. We have to end this before the mood becomes more confused. I will not let the opportunity to control the battlefield slip into your hands. At this moment, Lowell behind him exclaimed, it's really Grid, looks like he took advantage of Great Lord Kiem's properly. Zabal heard it and thought to himself, Great Lord Sword, I've heard of it, but I didn't think it could exert such power here. Meanwhile, Extreme Sword is fighting 2 soldiers with level 3 promotion. He seems to be having a hard time. Extreme Sword silently exclaimed, Lowell, you correctly guessed our attack path. It certainly wasn't easy at all. At this point, after repelling the soldiers rushing towards me, I replied, before the match started, I put pressure on him by telling the Lord about the strength of the American team. He would be worried and find it difficult to deal with the tactic. My comb, the plan to lure people to this place by spreading fear of being ambushed on other routes was successful. Kiem immediately replied, Ha, I'm sure the number of NPCs on your side is less than ours. You must have divided the main force because you were afraid we might go another route. At this moment Lowell just smiled and replied, Hee, just because my NPC is a little stronger, your mind has lost the ability to reason. Even when considering the increase or decrease in strength of both teams, Korea's inferiority cannot catch up with us. I was so shocked that I silently exclaimed, this kid is really calm, but our side already has the card to win. Grid is taking a detour alone. Even if they split up into 7 routes to attack, each route would only have 1 or 2 people blocking it, therefore Grid can still overcome them. It seemed obvious on his face. Lowell looked at that and immediately replied, you can't hide it forever, you're expecting something from Grid. someone who's not here, right? He must have been thinking that if only he had divided the defenders on other routes, he could have easily overcome it. He now secretly smiled and replied, if so, Grid's choice would be the weakest defense area, which could easily be penetrated with limited troops. It was a path with many natural obstacles and distance, the longest route to the enemy base. If the Grid only uses fly, then it will be the shortest path, possibly ignoring natural obstacles. Therefore, I have no reason to divide the workforce into many places when I clearly know the path that the Grid will go through. Even Grid can hardly deal with 8 NPCs with level 3 advancement profession alone. Everything was as Lowell predicted. A swordsman wearing red armor flew to that shortest path, but was ambushed by the Red Army below and dropped to the ground. They immediately rushed up. They were enemy generals, as the young hero predicted. Absolutely do not let him run away. They rushed to attack him. Lowell thought to himself, even though he left the Pagma in the city, he could completely win the upper hand against Grid with only the NPCs sent with him. After defeating Grid, boldly send your troops forward and take over the Korean city. Just move forward, there will be no variables on this battlefield. Skull. Thinking back to that time, Skull secretly smiled and replied, if you can guess this correctly, it will be misunderstood as match fixing. Lowell. Returning to the present, it seemed like Grid was in a losing position when confronting Skull and the NPCs. He swung his sword at him, but he easily dodged it. He silently exclaimed, it's really very certain. This is the equipment that blocked dozens of attacks on the first day of competition, right? But he said disappointedly, but your movements are so bad. Are you gradually getting tired because your battle plan has failed? He shouted angrily, for a guy like this to have to send 8 NPCs, you underestimate me, Lowell. He hit Grid, causing him to lie down in pain, but it couldn't end there. Grid immediately used fly to fly straight to the American team's castle. Seeing that, he secretly smiled, hey, that's the direction of America's city. No matter how stubborn you are, you can't do anything with that strength. An artillery shell was fired, rushed towards the Grid and exploded. It turned out that the bullets came from Pamir's defense tower. He secretly laughed, because he let a blacksmith lead the army. That's how the country turned out. In a far-away position but still hitting the Grid, the power of the defensive tower is formidable. Pagma, he secretly smiled and said, things like directing military forces should be entrusted to someone with that ability. What is a blacksmith like, you know? Or is it because you don't have enough ability to create sophisticated works that you accept it, lose to us? He had in his hands the method of siege, and proudly said, putting the sword into the hands of useless people and enjoying the battle in a noble way, that was the dignity of a blacksmith. After being kicked, Grid turned around and ran away. Seeing that, Skull didn't bother to chase, he just laughed and talked, and finally retreated. Maybe he thought he was running so fast that we couldn't catch up, right? That's a glorified shining star, it's so sleazy. At this time, Lowell triumphantly said that Grid would be the most effective card in Korea. But you can't play the game with just one card. At that time, Zabal also defeated the Extreme Sword. He said, no matter how much you increase the NPC level, it will only get there, Extreme Sword. In the back, Yura also felt difficult. She thought to herself, by adjusting her role she gained the upper hand among the NPCs, but not enough to close the gap between the players. This is no power US denial. At this moment, Zabal immediately took the stance of executing the sword that was lying on the ground. He sneered and said, I tried my best but in the end I lost. This is a typical story of a weak team not being able to win. Strong team. Pole's sword was now worriedly thinking. Even the simple task of defending for a long time was gradually becoming too much. It was over. Suddenly stopped and heard a noise from behind. The two people turned around to look puzzled. A magician holds a farming tool and repeatedly whips his team members. Everyone who looked at it was startled. The red soldiers said to each other, have they given up? Why are they beating their own teammate? And what is he hitting that NPC with? It looks like a farming tool. How should I say it? Like you would use it to harvest rice. At this moment, the beaten green soldier cried out in pain, hey, stop now. The magician just gently said, hey try your best. Suddenly a light appeared on the young soldier's body. He stood up and said, so this is what it feels like to be beaten to death. I've already used up all the recovery potion. how long have you been beating me? At this moment he silently said, after all it was impossible to solve the problem easily just by changing a weapon, that sly brat Lao must have guessed the situation when I, who had high attack power most, moving individually. However, it wasn't necessarily a failure because I found a good stunt person by spending time observing the NPCs. It turns out that the person who was defeated by the skull and ran away from the battlefield was the Swan, not our grid. His stats: Swan name, unique skills adaptation and escape, adaptive, increases status recovery speed, reduces terrain penalty, reduces item usage limit, escape, never be captured by enemies, never die in battle. At this time, the beaten green soldier also gradually changed his equipment. He continued, there, I even found a wonderful person who can change our destiny and the outcome of the match. I never thought that among the 50 NPCs there would be someone with a talent that even I don't have. That soldier was the Todd with the unique attribute of luck, who had been beating him all this time. Zabal and Lao looked in panic at the boy who was speaking. Faced with that situation, he still calmly continued, although I can resist adverse effects, I am often unlucky. How many times have I almost died because of constantly betting on the wrong place? However, if you suddenly get lucky, wouldn't it be great, right? Turns out that guy was Grid. I couldn't believe he had been pretending all this time. This was a variable that Lowell could not predict. Grid notification appears. You have received a huge beneficial effect. Thanks to the effect of the colorful flail, all resources are restored to 100%. Attack and defense are doubled for 2 minutes. Attack accuracy will be 100% for 2 minutes. Next attack will be a critical hit. Zabal panicked and thought, there is only one person. There is only one person in front of me but the crazy farmer from before and Pawn and even this brat who suddenly appeared. Why are they all holding me back? At this moment, Grid shouted, extremely close, then slashed across his body. A message appeared, critical. The holy light gloves effect was activated, attacking the target 5 times. Everyone knew that he was the hunter, and because he was the prey that day, Zabal was given a name, Sandbag. That was the name of the second-ranked American player who suffered after this battle. Grid secretly smiled and said, to be honest, having a creation like me is the best ever, even though it's only once in my life. I will make good use of it this time. Debirian is one of the native gods worshipped by monks. He is known as the god of hunting. His explosive development specializing in hunting is the reason why Zabal changed his profession to Debirian's lion. The fatal shortcomings of the hunting profession in PvP were completely unproblematic, thanks to Zabal's natural talent. Just looking at the first place in the combined rankings, the decision he made seems to have paid off. But the defeats against Tarma, the crazy farmer, Pawn, Kraugel, and today the defeat against Grid who Zabal always despised, the eyes that had been obscured by the light of talent finally opened to reflect on everything that had happened after this series of humiliating losses. After being defeated by Grid, Zabal silently accepted that talent was just a mask for my laziness. I was stuck in the rankings, levels, and had an unrealistic dream of being myself, too strong all this time. Before disappearing, Zabal thought to himself, I don't know how many times I've felt helpless like this. I have to wait until I fall to the bottom of the abyss to let down the rope to give me hope, the Debirian god I worship. At this moment, Extreme Sword stood up. He hugged his stomach to cover his wound and silently exclaimed, he tricked us all to make the enemy lose their guard. That's quite good, Grid. Yura immediately replied, perhaps it was the result of her efforts. Youngwoo always says that. Suddenly realized something, he seriously said to Yura, but it is true that only we can fulfill the role of bait. Yura, you also notice that, right? You quickly move, I'll take care of things here. She immediately replied, yes, I can't let the army that Lao prepared for Youngwoo's detour go free. At my level, I can only hold the battlefield here for a while, where victory or defeat will be decided. The difference is here. Meanwhile, a notification appeared, Zabal had died. Lao was surprised. What? Zabal's development and feel for the game is unmatched. Although he is a bit careless, he is a strong player who can make it to the top 10 with just his pure ability. He was frowning and worried. Even though he lost half of his health in the melee, he could still defeat Zabal with just one combo, whether based on equipment, level or any other basis. It is still impossible to understand that power. Since his ace is constantly taking damage, It seems to be a buff item that is applied according to the user's lucky probability. He now looked at Todd's position. He thought to himself, did he get it from Behen? The information gap I didn't know about that item became a fatal blow to the American team. Masses of soldiers now surround the grid. He immediately swung his sword around and suddenly rushed forward, hitting him while shouting, "Wahaha, get away, get out of the way." He was like a tank right now, knocking down anything that got in his way. Lao's face was full of worry. He immediately prepared his skills to deal with it, thinking to himself, his attack power has increased at least 2 times. He is cutting level 3 job-changing NPCs like cutting paper. That power can be compared to Kraugle in his super sensory state. He shouted now, "Vacuum cannon!" An air bullet flew straight into his face. Grid angrily exclaimed, "This brat dares to treat the Lord like a toy." Right after that, Lao used his giant kicking fist. Still like that, the grid still advanced. He shouted, cleared it, then broke it. Lao chanted a spell, "Burn this area down, wind dragon breath." He thought to himself, the stronger the buff effect, the shorter its duration, about 2 minutes at most. He turned around and shouted towards his troops, "The magicians should tie up the enemy generals. Whoever can hold out for a long time will win." But Grid still managed to escape, saying, "From playing on earth to playing on fire, you seem to have too many spells." Zephyr, magician profession, top 14 rankings. He now despised Grid and walked up to Vomit. "Kya, are you imitating Kraugle from the target handling battle? Why are you so arrogant about taking on the US team alone? I'll use this arrogant guy as a target to make up for my regret for not being able to play on the first day due to a stomach ache. You take care of the rest, Lao." Grid quickly approached and said, "Do you want to die first?" "Oh, cut him in half," but he immediately exploded. Another guy next to him laughed loudly, "Kaikiki, what are you doing? That's just a clone exploding." He then said, "After all, the rumor that you're quite strong is true, but meeting me today means you're really unlucky. Kya, then let's play a little more. Be careful, beast ring." After saying that, a leopard rushed towards him. Grid immediately blocked the attack, but it was just an illusion as it passed through his body. Seeing that, he laughed and said, "Kya haha, that's a great illusion, isn't it? Your liver is so small. The real thing is under your feet, a series of marbles rolling under your feet." Suddenly they exploded with a boom. The Zephyr, who was now dancing next to him, said, "If it hurts too much, take that stupid iron plate you used for defense in battle to deal with the target." After escaping from being a bomb, he immediately rushed to slash him, but he just lightly jumped up and dodged. He laughed, "Kya." He switched swords, but no matter how powerful the attack is, if you don't touch it, it's useless. It turns out he activated the ability, Clown Tears, increasing the evasion rate to 70% and creating an illusion effect. He then reached into his hat and smiled and said, "Kya haha, in this round, now is the time for me to show off my skills. Thanks to the effects of skills and titles, my evasion rate is 91%. Before he could finish speaking, he was already dead. Grid laughed and said, "If you keep laughing like that, you will die in 5 seconds. No, already dead." At this moment, Lao panicked and chanted spells. Even Zephyr was defeated, although this is natural because even Zabal was defeated with just one combo. I never thought I would be in a situation where can't last even a minute and risk failing this quickly. Although it's shameful that as a consultant, I had no choice but to bet on the stolen cards. While Grid was attacking the American team's front line, Skull and others were attacking the Korean team's house. Yura was currently fighting back against the bullets from the Panmer siege artillery by firing one bullet at a time. At this moment, the Skull was running up the wall. He wondered, Lao said that Korea only has an all-in strategy, so why do they still have defenders in the city, and they also block us from changing our trajectory? Panir's artillery shells are equal to a sniper rifle. Are you playing the city guard game alone, Yura? Meanwhile, she stood on the castle wall and thought, even though we only brought 5 reinforcements, thanks to Youngwoo's ability, we were not defeated even though we had to confront 8 NPCs. If we can somehow tie up the artillery and the main American army, we will win. Suddenly, the Skull Man rushed forward. Your leader had already run away. What are you doing with the remaining henchmen here? Hurry up and leave. otherwise you will quickly lose your life. Saying that, he stabbed his sword at her, but Yura blocked it and counterattacked, knocking him off the wall. At this moment, she secretly smiled. As long as she stopped those who passed through the wall, the flag would not be taken away. When we defend well, we will find the path to victory. Our victory is solidarity. Mr. Youngwoo. Meanwhile, Grid broke through the enemy's siege, and Lowell was knocked to the ground. He smiled and said, thanks to the 2x defense effect buff in the Elphinstone ring, even an NPC with a level 3 promotion job would still be hard-pressed to survive, because this is a victory achieved thanks to the efforts of everyone, so I have to distinguish between public and private. Don't be sad, we won, Lowell. Hearing that, Lowell sighed and replied, phew, victory is only determined when he captures the flag. Hearing that, the sword replied, if you are expecting us to vacate the citadel to deal with the commandos chasing the fake Grid, then give up. We also let Yura go there. You also know that if Yura only focuses on defense, it will be difficult to attack. Hearing that, Lowell looked interested. She went on defense right when Grid had the upper hand. Right, you guys made a good choice. Anyway, I was very surprised. Who knew he would make up for his lack of intelligence with other known skills that were a bit strange and win? For someone who only focuses on strategy like me, then that's really a good lesson. Hearing that, Grid angrily said, anyway, because of our friendship, I won't kill you, no matter what, we'll win, so don't be arrogant. Lowell suddenly became serious. I said it just now, right? Whichever side captures the opponent's flag wins. The message suddenly appeared, causing Grid to panic. The city was occupied by the enemy. At this moment, Lowell immediately said, if you are too confident in your own strategies, you will create weaknesses for others to exploit. In terms of strategy, it is clear that you will leave Yura behind to defend. We come up with many different methods in every different situation to fully understand your opponent's moves. Next time I have to win overwhelmingly with a more perfect plan, Grid shouted in panic. Ha! At the Blue Castle, Watch and Skull defeated Yura to win the castle wall. Lowell smiled and said, in order to finish this battle, I arranged for another commando team to attack your citadel. Anyway, everyone fought very well. I'm very impressed. Anyway, your skills and tactics have gotten a little better. The commentator shouted. The first siege, the American team won. The application of combat, focusing on exploiting strength and choosing based on the characteristics of each NPC. The first match served as an event where it provided much information to other countries. After that, the countries relied on information from the first game of the US and Korea and used unique strategies to win the siege. Only 4 teams that know how to combine their own strengths and the perfection of their strategy are gradually becoming stronger and will survive. Under the leadership of Damien, Japan is nicknamed the strongest army with powerful wide area effect buffs. The Russian team with Kraugel demonstrated its strength by breaking through the enemy's lines. America is the strongest literary and martial arts country in the world. Although they are predicted powers, that also means that each country has its own strengths to implement its strategy. What is surprising is that Argentina, who did not even qualify for the previous tournament, advanced to the semifinals. This was achieved through the sheer power of the necromancer, Suron, alone. Unrivaled combat power obtained by absorbing the spirit rings of the dead into his own power for a short time, at which point his stats were almost perfect. Suron has let the public know that he is also the character with the leading strength in this competition because the siege has too many NPCs as well as players falling, thus the power to absorb his soul is greater. However, the match that attracted the biggest cheers was the surprisingly close match between Korea and America. Grid at this time in the city side. Ha! It's a pity that we lost by such a narrow score. Grid, who is said to be strong based on items alone, showed a surprising strategy, and Lowell, who overwhelmed him with a 2-step ahead strategy, on the outside watching, was very passionate, and just as Lowell had hoped, the reputation of the association that uses genuine goods is further enhanced after this tournament. Grid continued, anyway, everyone worked hard, thank you. At this moment, the Swan collapsed and cried, what a shame. This Swan did not do a good job in his role as decoy. Seeing that, Gritty thought to himself, Swan and Todd are NPCs with level 3 advancement professions and their special stats are indeed unique. but it's a pity to learn that NPCs are limited to the tournament server. Fight. He now held out his hand and said, "No, you did very well. We lost because of my shortcomings. I'm sorry." Swan was moved and thought to himself, "A noble apologizes to lowly soldiers without denying responsibility. This person is not like other nobles." He replied with tears in his eyes, "How can you say such things for a lowly person like me are truly shameful." Hearing that, Grid got angry and said, "What are you doing and still talking? Give it back, that's my equipment." The siege, which was supposed to be a simple struggle for the flag, brought about extremely unique battle scenes. This is the battlefield for many new characters to show off their powers. Meanwhile, Todd was happy to realize the true love of his life, the feeling of hitting that toned muscle. For the first time I felt how exciting it was. I wanted to hit it one more time, one last time, together. Day 3 was a turning point for each of them. Grid gave his soldiers a final smile and said, "Anyway, thanks to everyone, I'm quite happy, see you again." Return to the hotel. Grid seemed to be annoyed as he walked and mumbled to himself in the hallway. Sigh, his mind was all messed up. He had to see what the atmosphere was like and then call him out. They are really shameless people, hurt my self-esteem like that. Suddenly he saw Extreme Sword again. He asked, "There you are, Grid. I heard someone from Hyosung Group came to visit you." Grid immediately replied, "I also received the call. They must have watched our first match, or should I just let it go?" He angrily explained, "This is the place that previously sponsored me 300 million won, but this tournament's ball was offered by Latidas to sponsor 3.6 billion won. If they treat me so badly, then treat me like that. It's the same with other teammates. I intend to refuse immediately." Hearing that, Extreme Sword immediately advised, "No matter what, let's meet and see. As the number of players increases and in-game prices also increase, financial strength will become a competitive advantage." Although the number of players with real strength in the Korean team was very important, he could not give up his heavenly luck just for the sake of his pride. To see what they say. Yura immediately continued, "Stop taking Zabal as the standard. Youngwoo, your value is based on yourself, not anyone else. If you cannot determine your own value, contracts and money will become meaningless." Hearing that, Grid thought to himself, "My own value. I shouldn't compare it with others. That's good advice, and because these are words said by teammates that I trust." Grid immediately replied, "You two were steady. Okay, I'll try to talk again." He thought to himself, "Prepare yourself, Hyosung Group. It's very difficult to convert my value into money." At this time, Yuk Si-yun, the marketing team leader of Hyosung Group, proposed a contract. "So, I would like to propose sponsoring you 10 billion won for 2 years. In front of capitalism, Grid collapsed again. His eyes lit up and he replied, "Thank you, Master, own me now and forever." He immediately grabbed the contract, seeing that she thought to herself, "According to the analysis of the first competition, Satisfy's profits have far surpassed other sports tournaments. The popularity of the players is especially high now, because he is the object of admiration from many people. The entrance exam is expected to reach hundreds of billions." She was pleased. In fact 10 billion won was a pretty low price, but compared to the 300 million proposed before, it seemed like a huge offer for him. Grid said, "Okay, then." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of Kraugel's battle rang out in the background. Haya Kraugel had advanced to the semifinals by himself. It was truly amazing. At this moment, Grid thought to himself, will he advance to the semifinals by himself? I overcame it. He asked for help from his teammates. The feeling of being overwhelmed in the previous test is still there. Although no one knows what it's like, I can definitely feel the difficulty when facing him. At this moment, Grid clicked his tongue. Just by looking at him, I could feel that there was still a gap in strength between me and him. The more I compare myself to him, the more I need to try harder. After thinking about it, he turned around and said, "Let's change it to 4 billion. Hearing that, she suddenly replied, "Yes, we propose 10 billion. Do you want to reduce the amount? If we reduce the amount we would be very grateful but." At this moment, Grid was still thinking. The unreachable distance and the invisible peak increased his desire. If I want to catch up with that guy, I need to have a different approach in this tournament. He turned back and replied, "You're wrong. I mean for this contest, each category and each part will be 4 billion won. I'm determined. Keep in mind what I've experienced in this tournament. I will become someone worthy of being your opponent." Hearing that, she immediately bargained. "Let's just take 3,9 billion. Grid immediately refused. "It's so round that it looks weak. 4,4 billion seems stronger. Let's close it quickly." Along with the image of fire and smoke filling the sky was the commentator's announcement that the first match of the Siege quarterfinals had ended. Just now it was an extremely shining match for Japan with the presence of Damien, who increased the overall strength of the team with a huge effect buff, and America, the country has once again affirmed its strongest fighting power. And as a result, America won and will advance to the finals. With his cunning, Lau lured Japan into Route 4, which was blocked by forests and canyons that were quite difficult for the army to move through. Lau's cunning shone in this match when he turned the ground into a swamp, and buried the main force with falling rocks. At this time, on the wall, Lau looked down at the Japanese members who were pinned to the ground. Despite the overwhelming victory, he just calmly said, "As expected, no surprise, we were trained very harshly and had a lot of experience in that first match." Hearing that, Damien just laughed and replied, "You really gave me a lot of lessons. Today's match seems a bit too much for me." At this moment Lau was secretly pleased. "I have solved my team's puzzle. If you want to win your gold medal for the Russian team, I'm afraid you have to take care of the rest." Kraugel, taking place in parallel with the match between Japan and the United States, is the match between Russia and Argentina. At this moment Suron picked up the soul spear. He threw it straight forward. He said arrogantly, even though he was also the leader of the Golden Guild competing for the top position among the 7 major guilds, "But 1 year since changing my job to Soul Hunter, there are things I can't hide even if I try to hide them." The reality is that this Suron is getting closer to becoming the strongest player. It turned out that his opponent at this time was Kraugel. In front of the soul spear, he just gently swung his sword and knocked it aside. Suron is still deluding himself. "Now that the world's attention is on me, this man known as the strongest, I have to prove it. I don't care about incompetent people like you. Just know your fate and stay away. I need to enjoy the open sky in this land full of fresh souls. You can't stop my team." He now shot bullets filled with negative energy towards him, but with maximum level acute sense skills. Kraugel dodged all the explosions and approached him. He slashed, he blocked, and so on. He didn't stop. He was still talking. "Even if I used a brutal legendary sword with immense power, I was still pushed back. If so, then your total combat stats must be at least equivalent to level 400. Okay, title with many added effects, and even the elixir I used for this battle seems to be enough to deal with you." At that moment, Kraugel immediately covered his mouth with a stone. "Don't be happy for long." A notification appears. "Binding your soul temporarily and unable to move your body as you want. Your body will lose control in 7 seconds. Rows of chains wrapped around his body." Suron wiped away the blood on his face. Han smiled again and said, "I linked with the soul in there and put it under the control of my best friend, even if it only lasted a few seconds. But this is a skill that no one has, can be resisted." Unwilling to be tied down, Kraugel struggled, but it became more and more tightly chained. Seeing that, Suron secretly smiled. Moving would be useless. All movements of his limbs would be locked, meaning that he could not move. His amazing agility and movement had also been sealed. He summons thousands of soul spears. In particular, he said, "Even if you are an extraordinary person, you must submit to my profession as a soul hunter. There is no one who cannot be defeated by these soul spears. Luckily, the only opponent I respect is the farmer in Raiden. It's time for execution." As soon as he finished speaking, Kraugel replied, "Is that so? Then you cut off all the chains. You got into a position where you could cut him in half." Suron was panicking at this moment. What? He was already able to solve that soul binding technique that locked movement. He shouted, "Soul armor." The armor gradually built up, but it still didn't have time to completely block Kraugel's sword attack. He knocked him far away. At this moment he said, "If he had met that farmer in Raiden, his strength would have improved a lot, but when he met me, he was just showing off. Of course, I also know who that farmer is." At the end of his sentence, Suron disappeared into thin air. The commentator shouted happily. The second match of the Siege semifinals had ended. Russia would advance to the finals. The commentator happily shouted. The second match of the Siege semifinals has ended. Russia will advance to the finals. At the hotel, on TV, the following is news about the Satisfy International Tournament. The siege final between the US and Russia has just ended. The final winning team is Russia. For just 30 seconds in a bloody 40-minute battle, Kraugel overcame Lao's multi-layered defense with complex terrain, and won the gold medal. Even America, the strongest power, cannot stop the name from heaven and earth. It can be said that this is a very lucky month for the Russian team. The US was unable to cope with the outside world, only he could do it all. Grid now admired and thought to himself, I faced off against the American team and couldn't win against them, but he was able to do it. I wonder how he had to practice to have such sharp movements and agility. For someone like me who only knows how to run forward, the distance with him is still quite far. Just looking at it makes me feel angry. I need to try harder to be able to defeat him, be him. He immediately regretted. The items he created gave him many advantages in battles, but he also needed more experience and fighting skills. Kraugel, you've bothered me a lot. Day 3 of the competition ends. The weakness of the US and the rise in the competition of Korea and Brazil were unexpected results. However, there are still 16 categories left to compete in, and that's when the powerhouses start to shine. While the two teams that are considered weaker, such as Korea and Brazil, did not have any new medals, it was not until the 14th day of competition that the rankings were listed, with the rankings in the order that everyone had predicted. With only 5 competition categories remaining, the country that will reach the podium has almost been determined. One commentator said that the victory would be decided by a 3-way match between America, Russia, and Canada, where Chris and Vantner began to coordinate very well. Another person argued, now with 3 individual categories remaining, it is difficult to eliminate Korea from the championship because that is their team's advantage. Grid hasn't participated in any individual matches yet, so if he dominates all of these individual events, he still has the potential to turn the situation around. Hearing that, the other commentator smiled and replied, no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to win everything. The number of players with a third career change in individual matches increased due to the expansion of this year's competition, so it cannot be compared with the previous competition. He continued, there is no need to discuss top players like Chris, Damien, Suron or Pon and Rigas, with Kraugel, the strongest player here, who would dare mention the gold medal in front of him. In the single categories, there are too many talented people, so there are too many unknowns, or the group match that will soon be opened is the dungeon raiding team, which is also difficult to predict, so Korea's ultimate goal is to ensure that there is bronze medals in the remaining categories. But I guess they will have to give up the dream of being the champion of dungeon raiding in front of them. When it comes to hunting and raiding, only America's Zabal can compare with the other world. At the practice room, Kraugel was still watching attentively. He thought to himself, 2 days of rest after the 14th day of competition. For some people, that is the time they sharpen their swords towards battle, win. I remember the time after the final siege, Lao stood in front of the room and told him, he chose to attack with such force and dignity, which surprised me. Thanks to him, I also struggled to act, to the end. Maybe you want to defeat our American team honestly to assert your strength, I understand that. However, since I have done my part, I hope to receive positive feedback from you about the association of using genuine goods. He thought to himself, I will do everything to win for the Russian team to achieve my goal. Lal, in my heart I believe that you are still a strong and visionary leader of the American team. In the face of a situation where many opponents are getting stronger quickly, Kraugel is a little worried. Now I have no intention of proudly declaring that I will win the gold medal in the individual categories, because there are so many opponents with new expanded professions, they are also quite strong. But I will do everything to make this go the way I want. Considering the remaining categories and strengths, the only gold medal that can be won is PvP. On the other hand, USA, which has Zabal and Panmer, is guaranteed to win the gold medal in the dungeon raid event. Unless something unexpected happens, it will win the team category there. Looking at the half-eaten cake next to me, Kraugel thought sadly, his mother's mental and behavioral disorders were getting worse and complications could occur in the near future, if new drugs were not quickly found. At most it would only drag on, just a few more years. Those are the words the doctor told him, remembering the sad past. One early morning after working hard for 21 hours, my mother bought a piece of cake to take home. It was the first time in my life that I experienced discrimination, persecution, and terrible, cold poverty. I still remember that sweetness. Because her mother's high blood pressure tormented her too much, but for the sake of life she still had to work hard. A person trying to protect her child by gnawing on her own ruined body, that's what my mother did to help me have the life I have today. At that moment, he decided to think, please don't play with human lives in the name of God anymore, God. This is my mother, a sacred and noble person, and someone like you, even if you were a lord, could not take my mother away. So I will never let her life leave my arms. I will protect my mother's precious life no matter what I have to do. In Grid's room, the TV rang. The dungeon raid team will be held in the next 2 days. It is a raid organized in 32 countries. The successful raid time is ranked in order of the fastest. So, Manhwa said, I heard that Zabal alone has raided 20 famous bosses in difficult dungeons before. This time the US team will have a high chance of winning. Golden chapter. Jinhee then continued, but in addition to him, the American team also had many supports with skills that increased the damage of the main force, so they attacked the dungeon too quickly. On the contrary, everyone extremely optimistically said, let's not surrender, it's okay, Grid, just winning a silver medal is excellent, let's do our best for once. Hearing that, Grid dejectedly said, if you have the strength to cheer, then take the gold medal home, patriotic brother. Suddenly a shocking piece of information was released. Breaking news, raid monsters have just been revealed. This is very important before the match, so all players please pay attention to this information. A dragon image appears, Drake level 420, dropped items, Drake heart, Drake skin, Drake tooth, and Drake bone. The host said that the raid target is the Drake monster. It is a flying monster with a huge amount of health, and although its intelligence is lower than that of a dragon, its fighting and defense abilities are extremely overwhelming. Although it has high stamina and the ability to resist adverse status effects, physical attacks as well as magical attacks that are difficult to pose a threat to it, the biggest obstacle must be mentioned. The Drake is a high-level monster that has never been defeated, so it's impossible to know its attack method and defend against it. Putting that aside, overall there is no ranged player that can effectively deal damage to high-level flying monsters with such terrible defense. If players want to deal melee damage, approaching, they need to stop the Drake's flying ability from knocking it to the ground, but even that will be difficult since it is resistant to unusual status effects. Moreover, its level is 420, the players that can cause minor damage to it are those. Moreover, its level was 420, the players who could cause minor damage to it were those who at least had a third level advancement job. Everyone was panicking at its power right now. Jinhee now worriedly said, among us people with level 3 advancement profession only have Grid and Pole's sword. How can we defeat that monster? Grid is also worried. It's unreasonable. Only a very few strong characters can attack it. It's true that the challenge for this team is really annoying. He angrily thought to himself, do they think I will just leave it like that? I will find a way. He gritted his teeth and said, I will be in the game room for the next 2 days. Everyone don't look for me. I have to find a way. Some time later, the announcement rang out, making you wait for a long time. Finally, the 2-day vacation has ended. The 17th day of the international tournament. Players are heading towards the final team match, the dungeon raid. Players around the world had difficulty conquering the Drake, but they quickly regained momentum. These are the dropped items that the organizer has prepared. From hearts to hearts, these priceless rewards will strongly attract players. At this moment, Yura looked at Grid, looking tired. She thought to herself, Youngwoo's face was darker than ever, because the limits of their strength were very clear, so there will be many difficulties in this battle. He's already signed a big contract with Hyosung Group, so it's time to maintain his status and perform well. At these times, his fighting motivation will help the whole team more. All players are now logged into the game, MC said. All players from 32 countries have been summoned to each country's map. Quickly assemble a raid squad and get ready to face the Drake. And above the players' heads, an invulnerable and even difficult to encounter monster appeared. 3, 2, 1, begins. Which country will attack the fastest? Dear audience, the boss monster Drake has appeared. Let the match begin. When it appeared, it roared. Dragon scream brings fear to all lower level creatures. You will fall into an abnormal state of fear for 10 seconds. All beneficial buffs on allies will be nullified. Physical and magical defense reduced by 50%. Announcement. Drake scream. Causes temporary hearing loss. All communication with teammates will be blocked for 1 minute 30 seconds. Your body has been suppressed by the wind caused by the flapping of the Drake's wings. All movement and attack speeds are reduced by 30%. The Drake is causing trouble everywhere, causing difficulties for all teams. MC said. The entire Australian team has logged out. The Drake's overwhelming power can destroy players with just one of its deadly breath moves. At this point even the American team was having a hard time. Lowell thought, ugh. Although there will be differences between individuals in this boss, the debuff's detrimental effect on the players is unbelievable. Zabal had analyzed the monster's fighting behavior and was trying to tell me something, but the communication was blocked so he couldn't command the team to act as he wanted. The Russian side was no different. All nations struggled with the overwhelming presence of the boss that even Kraugle couldn't do anything about. He thought to himself, wing, if I can't stop flapping its wings while flying then I can't approach it and attack it. Agreeing with what Kraugle thought, the MC said, yes, if those terrifying wings cannot be suppressed then a destruction will definitely happen. Which team will escape this crisis first? As soon as he finished speaking, a Drake was immediately shocked. A giant trident hit the Drake. Its ability to fly was temporarily controlled. Finally, the winning team has appeared. Where is it? Who is it? The MC wondered. Suddenly he shouted, Grid, it's Korea. He has a countermeasure against this boss. Weapon information, top class Dragon Slayer hammer, attack power 620. This is a huge auxiliary weapon made by the legendary Blacksmith Grid. After planting a pillar in the ground as a fulcrum, throw the trident to control the target's movement. He was also panicked and exclaimed, what is this? This is a bit too awesome. Suddenly he turned to the camera and said, the new virtual reality game room XZ3200 has just been released as a trial version by Hyosung Group. My body can move much better than other companies' game rooms. Guys, I was able to defeat this boss thanks to using this advanced game room. XZ3200, a great product that you must have. It was so comfortable. I'm glad I got to be the first tester for this technology. Item information, top class dragon identification, conditions for use, power of 4,000 or more, possessing javelin-like skill, weight of 30,000. He needed the trident on his shoulder while running and thinking, the power of an ace damage dealer and the dexterity of an assassin, even the skill of accurately throwing a javelin. Next to a pillar firmly planted in the ground, which has the function of controlling the target during capture, and if the target resists, the pillar will be pushed out little by little. He thought to himself, the usage conditions are difficult because it requires many skills while it is just an auxiliary weapon, but its power is truly no joke. He said disappointedly, I feel bad reciting the ad lines. These guys are so arrogant that they don't even mention the other weak teams in the game. He now threw another trident at it and said, so I guess I'll have to put you down here. I can't restrain you with just normal strength. But this thing is made for the purpose of dragging you to the ground. The trident once again pierced its wings. Message appeared. The Drake monster bound by the dragon trident was resisting. Another disturbing message appeared. The column was pulled out of the ground a little. The column was pulled out of the ground a little. Little by little the column was lifted up. The MC saw this, said the team's Drake Korea is extremely angry. It seems that the pillar will not hold much longer. It will be pulled out soon. Seeing that, he held the hammer in his hand and thought to himself, this is an inevitable limitation of secondary weapons. Its sturdiness does not last long. Regardless of the target's weight and strength, the pillar can only resist a maximum of 5 times. He shouted. Of course he was prepared for this situation. After saying that, he slammed down on the pillar, helping it sink deep into the ground. The blacksmith's hammer is optimized to strike the column of the dragon trident. The message popped up repeatedly. The column was deeply embedded in the ground. The Drake was resisting. The column was pulled out of the ground a little. He pounded the hammer again. The column was deeply embedded in the ground. The column was pulled out of the ground a little. Notification appears. The dragon trident's durability has been reduced by 57, reduced by 46, reduced by 52. Grid now turned around and shouted, what are you guys doing? While I tied it up. Hearing that, everyone has prepared their skills. Tornado. Eternal Flame. Lightning. 100% hit, 100% hit. A series of attacks hit it directly. Grid thought to himself, as expected, everyone was observant. They all grasped the right moment to make a move. But a warning appears, dealing 250,040 damage to the target. The target has partially reduced damage to targets that have resisted magic. The drake's skin is impenetrable. Yura saw that her attack had no effect. She thought worriedly, the problem was not just with the drake's defense. It's because most of the members are just second-level career advancers. The attack is ineffective because they are 200 levels different from the drake. I can't help Youngwoo at all. Message appears. Missed shot, missed shot. This caused her performance to decline significantly. Without giving us any time to spare, the drake swooped down and spewed a ball of fire. Jinhee and Kyung-hoon cried out in panic, "It's too dangerous. It's the dragon's breath. We can't hold out any longer. We'll all be destroyed in just one blow." The sword rushes forward. The last line of defense is our body. Rest assured I have a wall of wind to block it. As expected, that wind wall blocked the fire from the drake. Happily Jeonhwa said, "Thanks to you I survived." Extremely sword. He turned back and replied, "There's only one move. Try to attack as hard as you can." Even though he was worried, just being able to survive with Grid's trident was not good. But the other person couldn't attack it for an hour, only fixing it, not pulling it to the ground. How can I deal with that monster? A pillar suddenly passed him. The extremely sword cried out in panic, "Why, the grid, the pillar." The drake escaped. Grid replied, "The pillar's durability was seriously damaged, and I couldn't keep it still forever." He chuckled and continued, "But other people don't seem to be harmed by the dragon's breath. Should I catch it alone now? If so, all the dropped items will be mine, right?" Hearing the thing, the extremely sword immediately worriedly stopped him. "Ha, what the hell are you talking about? Even if I put all my strength into it, there's no way I can restrain that monster alone." At this point he immediately replied, "This is a game, so they won't release a monster that we can't kill." They must have judged that despite the difference in level and skill, 7 players were still a potential combination to fight that monster. We have captured the Elfin Stone, a boss that even the best players of the guild who use good equipment have often despaired of. In short, Drake is much weaker than Elfin Stone. Fly. He now flew towards it, pulled out a new great sword and said, "I heard that Sabal is special about raiding dungeons, right? So let's do it together." New weapon information, usage conditions level 300, advanced sword proficiency level 3, strength 2000, agility 1000. Monster hunting sword plus 7, best rank, attack power 723, deals 30% more damage to monsters with critical chance when using attack skills on monsters plus 50%. Probability of receiving items when destroying monsters plus 20%. Legendary Blacksmith Grid improved the longsword he crafted by combining the advantages of weapons favored by monster hunters. Rush to hit its tail. Along with communication skills. A direct hit to its chest. But the drake quickly counterattacked. It hit him. Grid exclaimed, "Kuuk." He panted but quickly regained his balance. "Even if you hit your head, you won't be able to penetrate the 3-pointed ball, you dragonhead." Hundreds of swords slashed straight at it, unable to fight back. The drake could only stay out of Grid's line of attack. The message appears continuously. Critical causes 342,200 damage to the target, deals 400,620 damage to the target. Crit deals 420,300 damage to the target. Crit deals 310,620 damage to the target. The commentator suddenly shouted at this moment. The power was amazing. The drake had no strength left. Turning to the other teams, he reported that the United States had brought the chaos under control and had begun a complex attack under the command of Zabal. Japan has regained stability thanks to buffs that increase Damien's resistance and healing. Russia is completely controlling Drake's aggression with Kraugel's unique swordsmanship ability. All top winning candidates participate in the boss raid competition with their own colors. Returning to Korea, he panicked when he saw that Grid was still hunting the boss alone, one-on-one, without control or strategy, but just with overwhelming attack power. Use a strange strategy, acting as both a tank and a damage dealer in a fierce battle. There is only one person, that is Grid of Korea. As soon as MC finished speaking, He was sent flying by it, announcing, "You have taken 6,000 damage. The strong impact of the blow from the dragon's tail has caused you an abnormal state, stunning you." He thought to himself, "Your blow is strong enough to damage and also comes with an unusual status effect that stuns. If the player's movement is stopped and the damage from the attack is 6,000 at the same time, no one can survive. Even though I have a lot of experience raiding bosses, this is probably the first time I've seen a monster this strong. Without warning, you have resisted the stun effect." It was his job that saved his life. Grid immediately turned around, making the drake's face stiffen. At this moment, he immediately stabbed his sword through its mouth, angrily said, "This is also the first time you have seen a monster like a star. Kill, will strike," dealing 635,900 damage to the target. It was painful and the fire blew him away. Grid just smiled and pulled up his cloak and said, "I told you that trick won't work on me." The Lantier cloak increases resistance to elemental damage depending on the combat environment. Helped him completely block that attack, activate the connection. At this time, he continuously pounded the drake's head, blood splashing out. Grid was now back in butcher mode. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, consecutive deaths. You have to deal damage really refreshingly once. The damage from the patch in PvP combat in this competition is no longer there." Once again, Drake used Dragon Breath on him, but unlike this time, Grid was unable to block it in time. A message appeared, "You took 4,200 damage." Teetering in the air, he said angrily, 4,000 damage is quite painful, but do you think I will get another hit?" Then the drake swung its tail and hit him directly on the head. Seeing that, Yura and the pole sword below cried out worriedly, "Direct attack, this attack is too dangerous." But Grid still tried to turn around and say, "What is this? You must be feeling very depressed, right?" It was Tyramet's shoulder armor that neutralized low probability physical attacks that saved his life. Once again he rushed forward and shouted, "Don't try to resist anymore. Please block this attack on my head." The scales on its head have now fallen off piece by piece. Meanwhile, Manhwa felt sorry for the poor drake. How many times was he planning to hit his head? What a devil, a devil, I feel like my bones are falling apart. On the contrary, Yura replied brightly, because attacks that focus on one point can cause greater damage. It's easier said than done, but it's really difficult to hit a single point when the target is moving. It's just that he's overshadowed by the powerful items he has, not his skills when facing off. Competing with the strongest people today is true. The sword happily cheered him on. What the power of Korea's top player, God Grid, God Grid. Meanwhile, Grid thought, it's so noisy, I miss his quietness during the Helgao raid. Sooner or later I'll make him a pickaxe and send him to the mine. Just mine, I'll figure it out when I get back after this conference. MC watching the match live at this time said that after 7 minutes of intense attack, the remaining health of the Korean team's Drake is currently at 50%, currently ranked 4th, top 3 in the table, including the United States, and Japan, has an attack rate of more than 70%. Hearing that, he worriedly thought, I can only know the progress of other teams through broadcasts, but if I keep attacking alone, I will definitely fall further and further behind. Moreover, if you wait until it exhausts 50% of its remaining health, it's a bit difficult. Below, the fire created by the dragon was burning brightly. Suddenly the drake's scales fell off, replaced by flames covering its entire body. Announcement, the drake's survival instinct arose. The escape began. Defense and magic resistance decrease, but speed, attack power, and magic power increased significantly. Grid was stunned, but before he could think of a plan, he was hit. Sent him flying a meter away. You took 9,300 damage. You took 1,710 damage. Grid thought worriedly, even though I was very fast and had a Tyramet belt to help reduce damage, I lost 15% of my health in just that move. Compared to it, it's true that I have a level difference, but in the end it's just a monster. Humans and dragons are entangled with each other, because it has the advantage of flying. It is a flying monster that needs low overall stats to become normal. However, the drake is an unusual monster that is superior in every way. But there was nothing special because they had faced countless powerful enemies. And according to common sense, this guy is also an exception. Grid cried out, turning black. Accelerate movement. He has transformed into a half-demon state. Now with his attack-oriented stats, he easily dodges all of the Drake's moves. He thought to himself, his health is only half, so turning black is the most suitable, but from now on I can't take any more hits, if I retreat and accumulate enough damage. Without waiting for him to finish thinking, the Drake spammed dragon breath at him. Suddenly, he thought, what is this? It's getting faster. Now he recognizes it. They say its intelligence is low, but it is learning and adapting very quickly, even faster than me. Grid angrily rushed forward to dodge the Drake's shot, shouting loudly, really jealous, this stupid dragon head, the blacksmith's rage. Once again the poor Drake's head had a hole in it. The Drake's head was bleeding. In pain, it threw it away and used its scream to pin the Grid to the ground. The commentator now worriedly said, a terrible, dangerous collision was approaching the Grid. Although he dealt a fatal blow during the awakening phase when the dragon's defenses were weakening, the result was that the Drake was extremely enraged, so he received a powerful attack. The other members exclaimed worriedly, Grid, Youngwoo. A series of auxiliary attacks were launched to hinder the Drake, but it seemed helpless. MC now excitedly exclaimed, the Drake's headbutt reminded me of a meteor shower heading towards the ground. The comrades were also trying to attack in support, but they were thrown away helplessly, before the dragon's ferocity. Because he was stuck underground, without a stepping stone, he couldn't use sword magic. He had no other choice, but could only accept this attack. It looks like the Korean team's boss raid will end in failure. Hearing that, Grid smiled and said, I told you not to do that to me. Something passed by very quickly. Suddenly a trident rushed forward and pierced the dragon's throat. He continued, I told you, that trident is extremely heavy. So he couldn't have done it with just ordinary strength. It turned out that a magical hand had launched a javelin to save him and at the same time ended the war with victory for Korea. The image of the cruel dragon Drake is gradually disappearing with the sound of the system notification. The cruel dragon Drake has died and returned to dust. All 32 countries' Drake raids have ended. While everyone was rejoicing in victory, a total of 9 countries were unable to overcome the Drake's power and were eliminated. In the last match, the winning candidates demonstrated effective strategies, and the players are anxiously waiting for the announcement of each team's match time. One player pondered and was surprised at the progress so quickly that he could not even use his own strategy, but in the end he was able to overpower the Drake and assign appropriate tasks. It was not just the strength of an individual. Regardless, the team's ability to attack and defend is excellent. Although I had difficulty in the beginning of the match, I was sure that I conquered it faster than other teams. After that, the system has completed the statistics. We will announce the results in reverse order starting from the lowest team. Then a list of teams appears. 23rd place Samoa, 22nd place Costa Rica, 2nd place Costa Rica, 21 Armenia, 20th place. Jumping to 4th place in Russia, despite his best efforts, Kraugle still could not win 3rd place with a gap of 0.5 seconds with the team above him. 3rd place was the Japanese team that successfully raided in just 19 minutes, 23.85 seconds. We have defeated our strong opponents, Russia and Japan. With this gold medal, we can leave Russia far behind. And America is in 2nd place. This announcement made almost all players look bewildered and indifferent. Like this is impossible. It was an overwhelming record of 5 minutes from 3rd place, is 14 minutes 33.04 seconds. Everyone was stunned when the American team failed to win the gold medal. All the members with level 3 advancement expertise participated in the attack. In the end, which team is ahead of us? A member of the American team thought, perhaps. The most anticipated gold medal with a time of 14 minutes 31.67 seconds. That is Korea. Just 2 points ahead of the United States in 2nd place. The situation was reversed and the moment the sun set, this was the scene. This announcement made everyone in Korea indescribably happy. You can't move around freely anymore, so don't fly around anymore. Those fluttering chains have already held you, so I'm preparing to give you some pain. These are things that you can trust a blacksmith like me with. I have also carefully prepared the next thing to entertain you. Please take your time and enjoy it. He held out the holy light glove. Human flesh is too long, so I have to take this out. Then there was a loud scream. Combining waist plus effective hunting sword, best grade, attack power ranges from 1500 to 2180, defense 120, agility plus 100. Attacks have a certain probability of increasing attack speed. Attack activates the skill for 5 consecutive attacks with a certain probability, has a high probability of activating the cutting skill, deals 40% more damage to monsters. Crit chance increases by 60% when using the skill on monsters. The probability of receiving an item increases by 30% when defeating a monster. Inflicts a fear effect on enemies 15 or more levels lower than the user. This is a weapon that maximizes the power of the waste product and the effective hunting sword of the legendary Blacksmith grid. The duration of the combination is 2 minutes. After that, he still has the power to crack the ground at his feet, even though he cannot combine to create a sword as desired. But the sky is getting dark and you're already tired, so if you just try hard, I can still defeat you. Attack power increases by 30% in dark places. Put all the things on your body here, he shouted, then activated Extreme Kill, which means critical activated to attack weak points, causing additional damage. Activate the skill for 5 consecutive attacks with the optional effect of Holy Light Gloves. Activate skill 5 consecutive attacks. Activate cutting skill with optional effect combined with failure plus effective hunting control. Deals 21,300,590 damage to target. You are the first player to deal 20 million damage. You have received the title of Death in 1 hit. The system immediately announced after Grid landed a blow through the Drake. Your critical damage has increased 30% more. The system announced that the cruel dragon Drake had died and returned to dust. You have set level 307, Grid member, received 2 Drake fangs, 4 Drake claws, 6 Drake scales, 10 Drake bones and 1 Drake heart. After that, Grid stood up and dropped the like button at everyone, absent-mindedly saying, "Hyasung group." Everyone was happy and excited. The amount of damage was amazing. Almost half of the remaining health was blown away with just 1 attack. Even the commentators were speechless, so shocked that they couldn't believe it even if they saw it with their own eyes. No one could have predicted a single moment of this spectacular comeback. Even his Korean teammates looked like they couldn't believe it. He wondered why he had just been bought by that corporation. The gift to his colleague was so convenient that he even chewed it up. Bone. Everyone outside cried and rejoiced at the same time. What a professional, Shin Youngwoo. But for the parent company, the main sponsor, was a huge success. With just 1 incoherent sentence, he became a role model for any character representing your brand. The American team seemed angry. One member said, "It was manipulation. He manipulated the results. A team that except for 2 people, the rest are not as valuable as Korea but can be faster than America. Because our forces are too weak, we are forced to maintain a passive position to wait for the opportunity. I can't think that you've done that. How meaningless are you planning to make my project, my lord? That's a victory for the guy who tried his best and always found a solution. Way to overcome all difficulties." A series of reporters scrambled to interview you. Please reveal to us about the process of making large auxiliary weapons. I'm also quite curious about your defense and vitality stats so you can withstand the attacks. Drake attack. What is the darkening activation mechanism? No comment, no comment. Shin Youngwoo seems bothered. Another person seemed bitter after losing. It was just luck that enabled both critical and optional effects when combining 2 weapons. I may not know the possibility of the effect, how to use his items, but I can never accept that crazy amount of damage caused by luck. Shin Youngwoo's assessment: if you only judge based on luck, then you are wrong. Zabal. A legendary blacksmith who fails every day in his crafting. To say he is the embodiment of misfortune is an understatement. Anyway, all the countries of the guild members who used the good stuff were successful in the raid, and all the guild members who used the good stuff got the reward from the Drake, so it's a win. Perfect. The white-haired young man was completely unaware of monopolizing the grid's items when defeating the dragon. Today's raid has closed out the team sections and there are only 4 individual events left, including the crafting competition tomorrow. With so many gold medals, there's still a chance to win first place in the competition. You will still participate in the crafting competition, right? The reporters asked each other to ask Shin Youngwoo. He replied, "I already said I won't participate. What are adults doing at the children's playground? Come on, the reporters are here, right? Wouldn't the weight of the legendary Blacksmith title be shaken if the edition fails? Grid, Pagma, don't say unnecessary things. Zabal said. Grid turned around and replied, Pagma, you're a blacksmith on the top of the rankings. I meet a wonderful person here as the leader of the children, aren't you happy? Pagma replied, thanks to that I was quite happy, until the siege match, my competitiveness was still there, he replied. Pagma, until the siege match, it's true that in that match the American team was also quite good. Pamir gently patted Grid's shoulder and said, now I understand why you were determined not to participate in the crafting category since the last contest, so I eliminated you from the competition in this contest, thinking, even the fact that he knew the basic principles of blacksmithing was a bit impressive. The fire that you can easily light, thanks to your profession, will never be able to overcome craftsmen like us, right? I say that because I know that blacksmithing is a profession that requires time and experience. Experience plays a more important role than any other profession in this game. I also wish and support my profession to be respected as an important profession. That is why I appreciate your determination not to participate even more. But don't put the legendary business card out in vain and belittle it. Just be a harmless, beautiful doll. Don't participate in the contest and lose face. Just leave it alone without admiring it. Love this great profession, young man. After Pagma spoke for a long time, making Grid confused, was it respectful or disrespectful? This uncle had a very ambiguous way of talking. If I want to check accurately, I first need to show you the difference in our rankings, right? After thinking for a while, you decided to say it, so. Let's have fun with this beautiful doll, old man. I didn't think it would be like that, Kraugle. It seems like God doesn't want to abandon your mother. Somewhere in the rest area, Pagma, are you crazy? You also know what the opponent's profession is. Are you planning to try your luck? Because of that crazy recklessness, we lost the gold medal that everyone wished for, he replied nonchalantly. Again, lucky, reckless. Someone like me who hasn't left the smithy for 3.5 years since Satisfy came out and created countless items is just lucky. Do you think someone who makes a valuable item every 8 hours, how can a ruler like me lose? Zabal said, you mean the continuous working time is the direct factor that leads to victory. Taking advantage of that time is the decisive reason why he can't surpass me. The normal crafting process is completed automatically by copying designs, materials and tools to the crafting window and pressing the crafting button. If it has been at least 5 minutes or as long as 6 hours, the item will is completed, but the level and index will be different. The production system in general is very convenient, but its disadvantage is that the process is inaccurate and the quality is not guaranteed. But I'm working on a method that maximizes the benefits of this blacksmith class with more improvements than the existing crafting system, which is my decisive advantage over the grid. Simply put, manual labor and using your mind to create. Having such a body in blacksmithing, but is it a decisive advantage? Manual labor is the effort of many efforts. A noble could easily press the crafting button while reveling in the high-level skills he acquired when switching to the legendary class, but there was no way of knowing the decisive advantage of manual labor. We can only know its effectiveness and uses if we spend about 10 hours a day using both mental and physical strength to focus on creating items. This is the realm of great blacksmiths. If you only rely on luck, you will never be able to achieve it. But no matter what, my opponent is still a legendary profession, an advantage that can be ignored in the game settings. Pagma confidently replied, my blacksmithing technique is level 6 and my dexterity is 1700. I also learned intermediate dwarven techniques in Tolima. For someone like me at an expert level who can create works that are at least 12% superior to the design, the difference is huge. He said that I can assure you that the items are extremely my products are far superior to fake legendary items crafted with production buttons. Demina nodded approvingly and said, the time to create items is also quite a lot. That news will take the automatic button and pray, and I, who will compete with my solid abilities, do you still think it's reckless for me to participate in this match? In a house with white snow on the roof. We see information about many items. Drake fangs, it is light and has great elasticity, making it ideal for making bows or spears, and Drake claws, it is the hardest part shaped from many layers and is an ideal material for making sword or spear blades. Drake scales are classified as leather, tough and elastic, making them an ideal material for making armor. Drake bones are the second hardest after claws and are used as armor material but are very brittle and susceptible to impact. These materials are classified as second-class metals and are harder than any other material mined from human mines. Grit is fun, claws and fangs are very suitable for making bows and spears. I will have a basic auxiliary weapon, armor is enough so that's it and the bones should be saved first. The most precious is the drake's heart. This is where the dragon's blood flows even in a small amount. It creates an amount of pure magical power and extremely powerful flames. If you melt this into a weapon or armor, I can continuously deal fire damage to opponents over time. Ka, you have such a big body, why don't you have 2 or 3 more hearts? What a pity, Grit exclaimed. Anyway, having new ingredients also gives me many ideas. But it refers to human minerals, meaning there are minerals in the gods and underworld too. Adamantium is said to be a mineral of the gods, perhaps mining can also be done in the gods or underworld, prison. But now the problem is tomorrow's match. Regular longsword normal, legendary class blueprints, craft a level 300 common longsword using the crafting methods and production materials provided grant. Well, half of the production is down to luck. If it's at a normal level it will become a joke. Last year I didn't participate because I didn't believe in myself. Now this year why am I immersed in the trouble? That uncle's provocation, oh my god, it's so tiring. Anyway, the demand for long swords is so great that I have enough experience in making them. We have obtained more than 3,000 swords including those for Raiden's soldiers. Saying I'm a useless beautiful doll, since I've become like that, let's have fun playing together, Pagma. Someone knocked on the door and came in. I'm very determined, I hope I win. Grit is back, why are you here and not resting? He replied, I came to cheer for you, your success will help me in the end. Especially if I want to reach Kraugle. So I advise you not to let your guard down and just do the work manually like you usually do. What are you talking about? It sounds like blacksmithing is of course done manually, so why not do it with your feet? He replied, no, if you intend to use the normal crafting system then I don't think you should use it. I don't know if you have ever heard of the crafting button. What is the crafting button? First time hearing it. Grid was strangely excited. When it comes to blacksmithing, I'm an expert. You stupid brat. That young man turned to a corner and cried. I felt so pitiful that I just cried. After 2 years that person still doesn't know all the operations in the game, and I should also blame myself for not predicting this. Tomorrow it won't be the same. As for the predictions about this equipment manufacturing match, it's impossible to predict who will win and who will lose. And this is the 17th day of the international tournament, a feast of fire and iron. The blacksmith's item making competition is currently taking place. A total of 23 blacksmiths from each country participate, with a time limit of 8 hours. You must craft the best long sword using the blueprints and materials provided within the time allowed. Pagma was proud. That time must have been very shocking for you. Let's share all the sweat and hard work with the blacksmiths in this place. With an ordinary button, 8 minutes is still too long like you usually do. It must be a terrible time. Slowly feel the misery of having to work hard at the smithy. A great sword in just 8 hours. How? The grid is difficult. What is this? Isn't this an item making contest? The product of the forging event, Gear of the Year, will be displayed in the Hall of Fame and recorded in the history of the international tournament. The voice became excited. The best weapon of the year will take the position. This honor will come from which country? Gear of the Year is placed on an extremely beautiful and intricately carved shelf. The value of the item will determine victory or defeat in this crafting contest. Evaluation criteria are also very diverse, including class, stats, rarity and appearance. Therefore, 13 judges including appraisal and analysis experts, including director Songmin Unives, A group, through careful screening, will determine the best blacksmith at this conference. Through careful screening, they will determine the best blacksmith of this conference. A battle lasting 8 hours, the fire of the smithy blazing fiercely signaling the beginning. Rows of spectator seats is also radiating more heat than ever, which is also a rare opportunity for this small profession. Those who are holding hands with hammers and hammers continuously but still commented, even though he knew he would lose but he still participated to make us stand out more. Grid, thank you. The opportunity you gave me, I will make good use of it. They are blacksmiths who exude an enthusiasm that is a delicate blend of sarcasm, gratitude, and a strong competitive spirit. But the guy who had everyone's attention no longer had the strength to listen to those words anymore. Damn it. Longsword design, common to legendary, a normal purging sword with no obvious drawbacks. Usage conditions level 300, intermediate swordsmanship proficiency, level 7. This is a normal longsword so much so that I can create it with my eyes closed, so why should I leave my fate to chance? I have benefited from the revised design that focuses on my strengths, but for some reason the organizers have made it much more difficult. Now they just make fun of me with teasing words, right? It's the damn organizers. A voice rang out in the darkness. I didn't expect to meet the legendary Blacksmith so soon. What a great honor. Grid was surprised. Ha! A white-haired boy touched the back of his neck and said, "Long time no see, Grid." Surprised him. The boy introduced himself again. "Staying here, don't you remember, at one stone's item auction about 2 years ago?" Grid was surprised. "Ah, that nice boy, are you also participating in this competition?" "Yes, because I represent the UK, and, looks like this will be a battle between Grid, Pagma, who is currently ranked first, and Stang, who is ranked second." "Is this guy ranked second in the UK blacksmith rankings?" "He's young but he hasn't already made certain achievements. I remember he's working as an assistant to an NPC blacksmith master in the range, Foggy Mountain. Are you still practicing there?" Stang replied, "I went out on my own last year and I'm running a smithy by myself. Sometimes I get a little distracted because there are too many things to do, but thanks to this job, I was able to provide for my grandmother and younger sister in place of my deceased parents." Grid thought he set up his own smithy and worked with his own strength to provide for his family. He worked hard at that job and also earned more money. This kid has grown up to the point of making adults ashamed. A stream of hot liquid flows out. "The slag is flowing. Stay away, you might get hurt, and if you don't concentrate, you won't be able to do it in time." Surprise Stang, slag, the melting temperature of the furnace has reached the ideal level so quickly. He was happy, his skill in adjusting the fire was amazing. We hadn't even reached half of the melting temperature yet, it's okay. Grid wondered. Grid looked thoughtful. "It's true, Pagma is still in the process of refining iron ore, even slower than Khan. I was worried that I would fail because I had to face qualified blacksmiths here, but look. Grid has reached the refining step. Isn't it only automatic processing that can do that? Refining is the process of making melted metal to increase its purity." Stang thought, if the temperature is not adjusted correctly, the iron will be damaged immediately. This is an experience that cannot be known by relying solely on an automatic manufacturing system. Temperature movements, warming and cooling, can only be perceived through the color of fire. This is Grid's true talent, honed through endless efforts, and I'm standing right next to the legendary blacksmith, feeling his every breath. I also want to do my best to show off what I have. Grid observed Stang and silently evaluated. It seemed like he was very focused. He had just finished training, faster than Pagma. What's that? That boy's strength is too strong, right? He's so young but has already achieved such good technique. It's true that there are geniuses everywhere. I'm going crazy, honestly. Looks like you don't have much experience in crafting. Pamir walked up to Stang and said. Stang replied, "Not much. Seeing it with my own eyes I see that this is beyond my imagination, Mr. Pagma." Pamir assessed that his ability to control fire is excellent, but because his name is not much known, the judges have not yet paid attention to him. Speed is not everything. You have to experience it, going through a process with dozens of steps to complete. Pagma continued, "This is our fight, just like last year's competition. This year's championship will also belong to me. Who knows? Confidence is good, but I don't know if everyone cares, whether we win or lose or not. If he cares about rankings, then this competition is just a battle for second place for all of us. Just look, he is different from us. His strength is far superior." Pagma suddenly looked at the Grid and was surprised. Different. Grid was continuously hitting the iron bar. Pagma judged. It was not a casting method by pouring molten iron into a mold, but a method of forging by hammering. The fire adjustment was quite fast, but it's been quite a while. He thought the match took 80 hours. Forging requires folding the stretched iron bar, beating it, stretching it and repeating it countless times. This time the task is also the long sword. The power and accuracy can increase, but there is no enough time to temper the steel that much, and polish and shape it. The only way to create a sword in such a short time was to cast it. He thought he could do it using primitive forging methods, which required precise control of the strength and point of impact, and the temperature of the fire is exactly like that. A waste that can withstand impacts with force and precision against steel bars, while at the same time being 3 times faster than a regular blacksmith. Apparently, after countless hours of work having such experience, it was a perfect move to help remove unnecessary things on the steel bar. Oh, if I look any longer, I won't be able to get out of this place. I can't let myself be shaken now. Pagma worried. The blacksmith must fight the fire in front of him and must do his best for it. The clock and the hammers rang out in the final stages of the match. The audience sat there. There were only 20 minutes left. I thought this competition would be boring, but I didn't expect it to be interesting. Hee. I think everyone's method of forging swords is a little different, but I don't know what the difference is at this point. Isn't the firelight shooting out very cool? I stared at it blankly, and before I realized it, a shape had appeared. The commentator's voice rang out. Everyone was attracted by the charm of fire and hammer without even realizing it. The 8 hours that 23 blacksmiths had to face in their own way quickly passed. Although the appearance is basically the same, each person's finished product has a different sharpness. All will be revealed together now. The first judge's decision will be to announce the ranking of the works that have been confirmed completed. No. 05, Arabic Sakir, completed. Rare category. No. 14, Indian Tanya, completed. Epic class. Amazing. What exemplary blacksmiths. Their lowest rank is rare, but the value of an item is not limited to its rank. The appraiser will receive the finished works and announce the number detailed statistics. Somehow the commentator's voice suddenly became excited. Oh, British Stang, top class, a masterpiece with great balance was born. Item name is Longsword of Brave Soul, ultimate rank, attack power 421, attack plus 15% when opponent's health is below 30%, critical strike chance plus 15%, ability to grow his future will definitely be better. Next, currently ranked first, Pagma, advanced blacksmith technique level 6 item stats plus 9%, all stats plus 12% because a top class item has been created. Chinese dwarf technique level 1, stats of item adds 3,2%, injects a weak ego into the item, adds a replacement function to the item. Small, powerful and noble longsword item, top class, attack power 451. When attacking there is a small chance that the length of the sword will change. The sword will have a longer range than usual. Normal damage plus 15%, accuracy plus 7%, durability not easily damaged, usage conditions level 300, proficiency in Chinese swordsmanship, level 7, strength 1500. The user will chosen by the sword. Oh, an ultimate sword has appeared. The best feature among the weapons that require use at level 300 so far. Describes that this is the longsword of Pagma, a famous blacksmith in Tolima Island. It stands out, thanks to its stable strength and transformation properties. The technique of the dwarves planted the seeds of noble pride of the people creativity into the sword, making it highly durable and only the chosen ones can wield it. Pagma boasted, a masterpiece with top blacksmithing techniques and dwarven techniques, 2 noble titles that few people had. This is my best work ever, I won. Then the voice sounded teasing, well, now it's the last one. He's a legendary blacksmith. As a result, Grid gritted his teeth. Damn, what is this? Korean Grid, which is a normal class, has the disappointing look of Grid, a normal class sword. Everyone was surprised. What a ridiculous result. The legendary blacksmith created the only ordinary longsword among the participants here. Surprisingly Stang, ordinary rank. Another person wearing a yellow hat spoke up. Even if he was a high-class blacksmith, reaching a legendary level like him would at least be able to reach the rare level. Did he forget any part? It's because of blacksmithing. He probably wasn't experienced enough, so he made a mistake and ended up ruining everything. One guy was proud. The whole hall echoed with laughter. Ha ha ha. Maybe because he always does things automatically. His skills have weakened. Is it true that he made legendary level combat equipment himself? I heard his fighting skills have increased significantly at this conference, but his luck is so bad that even the legendary job characteristics are ruined. He seems to like to spend the night with Yura and Jishuka rather than swordsmithing. I knew this would happen right away. Korean Grid, shocking normal ranked items, and the fragile dream of reaching first place has finally collapsed. There is also the issue of a depraved personal life due to recent rumors. This is a failure was predictable because of his complacent attitude. At home, Grid's father was angry while watching. What nonsense is that trash commentator talking about? My son is allergic to women. Why is he making such random accusations? Wait a minute, Dad, his expression doesn't look right, there's something strange. It's not exactly resentment, that is, regret. Don't take it, please don't take it away, but the appraiser is determined to take it away. Please let go, we need a detailed assessment. Steng was surprised, there was no way a sword with such sharpness could be ordinary. Pagma, in the end it was just fire and hammer for color, but inside he was still empty and nothing. Stop. Then look at Grid, you idiot, now it's too late to make a fuss over that failure and probably don't want to submit it to the judges just because you don't want to submit that lousy work, so I told you not to participate. What's the point of this contest? That legendary name has now been cancelled, right? Examiner, I will examine the sword, hold him tight. The examiner was surprised after viewing it. Grid is angry and regretful. Damn it, I'm not kidding, seriously. Before, you are concentrating hard. The legendary Blacksmith's perseverance effect has been activated. Dexterity, agility, concentration doubled within 1 hour. It's not about breathing but perseverance, something that rarely happens. I don't have much time left, but I still have to save face. Completed making the long sword. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath LV6 is activated, item stat plus 8%, then Legendary Blacksmith's Technique, Divine Weapon Understanding, has achieved LV8, item stat increases an additional 20%. Grid suddenly, what, no matter how much I concentrated, the Legendary Blacksmith's skill and technique still had 0,2% left to level up, but now it leveled up immediately always angry, wait. Sealed Transcendent Longsword. Normal rank, can grow, attack power 401, a feature that will be added each time the level increases. This is a longsword crafted with skill and dedication far beyond human limits. The blade is made of steel, which has been forged more than 45,000 times, containing transcendent power. Due to its simple form its power is sealed, however its power will be released during the process of cutting, slashing enemies and repeating. Conditions of use, level 300. Intermediate Sword Mastery Level 7, Strength 1500. Chief, get title, one who has reached the truth of invincibility. Passive effect, rate of gaining experience and skill points when growth item has been applied. This almost got everyone in the face. Wow Goa, star growth item, what is this? More than a legendary item, this work is truly shocking. Whether it is an inherent ability or the ability to grow, compared to equipment of the same level, types of growth are divided into two large groups. For the first type is an item that contains a specific soul of its own. Quests and survival characteristics will develop depending on the level of each soul, but compatibility is notable because the item almost chooses its owner. On the other hand, for items that do not contain souls, when growing, options with good performance will be selectively applied so the compatibility is very good. Although the added effect is weak now, it is much more stable than the soul item. And Grid is the one who created such a work of art. Most people were surprised. The growth items, the items were only reserved for NPCs with specific storylines. The players, no, the Grid created it. This is truly a rare event when an item with high and amazing research value is born. Oh, is that a name that has been mentioned recently? Unexpectedly, someone like Katz who doesn't care about anything other than top-ranking news knows that. He is someone who will definitely accomplish all the goals he has set. I think you should keep an eye on him. That kid back then was already a legendary blacksmith, but he didn't look like that at all. After all, he was a blacksmith who could create items that could increase in rank, right? All the works have been submitted. The final results will be announced soon, but it seems the judging process is taking longer than expected. The work itself is truly amazing, but maybe it's because of the Grid created a normal class item. We will publish the final results. First of all, in terms of rank, Pamir and Steng, who submitted excellent works, met the criteria. However, in terms of features, we think Pagma's work is a little better. However, the Pagma's longsword has a fatal flaw that reduces its usability due to its limited use when it chooses its own owner. Ultimately, the most important value of an item is its lasting potential to help the player grow over time. in that regard only a sword can truly surpass the Pagma's longsword. Time is power. For blacksmiths there is only one truth, and I have no choice but to admit it, the only work that can help players become stronger with the future, their hybrid. The best work this year is the Transcendent Seal Longsword. We will award the gold medal to Grid from Korea. I admit defeat, but why did he resist so strongly? After a moment of thinking, Pagma laughed. Hey, is that why? They say he has a reputation for being unlucky, isn't that true? Ha ha ha. Dear spectators, please welcome the International Tournament Hall of Fame, which is at the forefront of its times. Gear of the Year. This is the birth of a great work that will be preserved forever along with the history of Satisfy. Meanwhile, Grid was protesting and screaming, I won't get the gold medal, let go, you damn bastards. Hick, this is an unprecedented situation. He is causing a ruckus and refusing to accept the gold medal. While screaming in pain, Grid thought, according to the inherent manufacturing method, but with a method that involves many impossible and difficult to grasp techniques, I can finally grasp the manufacturing method, growth class items, but I have to wait until I can successfully craft items like this again. A fat guy with blonde hair walked up. It seemed to be the organizer. He with a happy face said, Oh Grid, nice to meet you. I've been watching your performance. That is the French Minister of Culture and Sports. Shut up, that's my sword, give it to me, you bastards. While avoiding the wreath, he shouted, Don't wear it, robbers, give me my sword quickly, a.k.a. Grid, your work will receive a lot of praise. Think about investing in the dreams of many people rather than immediate profits. That's right Grid, stop being stubborn and accept it. Since then, whenever I encounter a limit, I compromise and tell myself that I've done my best, but after seeing with my own eyes a work that I could only see in my imagination being created, I think it was just a small determination. I was fascinated by your skills and the scene when you forged the sword. You opened up to me many things. Thanks to you, I like this job more. Pagma said, I hope you can show all the remaining blacksmiths that that sword is not the end. If it is you then it can be true. Grid sighed, it's easy to talk about other people's things. Some people are so unlucky that they're frustrated inside. Well, I've achieved a lot of things. I've learned how to make growth items, and the hope of victory is also expanding more and more. But Grid laughed, but he was right, that long sword would never be my last, burning and melting everything to leave again for something new. Grid said, I won't teach you how to craft it, so you have to try your best to keep up. You have to melt and crush all the luck on each item to be a genuine blacksmith. Starting with the excited shouts of the commentator, Francis Brond, he overwhelmingly defeated Japan's Cats and advanced to the quarterfinals. Next is the image of the Brond, his face arrogantly raising his hands in the air as a sign of victory. The commentator continued, there was a shocking result in the Japanese Jin Cup Satisfy PvP tournament. The tournament is organized in Japan by Jin, the country's largest industrial corporation and also the family of Cats. Therefore, it could be considered that Cats had victory in his hands, but he was defeated in the round of 16. Cats's face looked a bit disappointed, sweat rolling down his cheeks. In reality, it seemed like Cats's family's butler had told Cats, you lost that game contest or something. Should we hold our own competition again, or should we at least bribe the referee or something? Having said that, if your business ability is worse than your brother's, you should at least think about studying abroad. You tried to run to the children's playground, but you were still a loser. Stop. Dad is also giving his best support in case you cause trouble, but, with the habit of running away from difficulties, with a difficult market full of people who want to swallow this company, what can you do in this corporation? The empty belief that you can win even though you've never tried to fight to the end, in a battlefield where even if you kneel, you still have to win. You're so useless that you can't bow your head properly just once because of your heart, proud of his weakness. If he bumps into a wall or gets into trouble, he can only run away. To devour everything by any means possible, you don't have enough ambition to do those things. Meanwhile, Grid seemed to be baited by fat lumps of money that he picked up and stuffed into his shirt. Until they arrived in front of him, Grid still couldn't stop looking greedy and excited. It wasn't until they looked at each other for a long time that Grid realized. Then he said, I tried to think about the information I found online about you, but I didn't expect that you would actually pick up that money right away. it was a misunderstanding. I cleaned it up a bit for fear of everyone. People passing by will stumble. I heard that a legendary blacksmith had appeared, so I thought of making that person my own blacksmith. Who would have thought that that person would be a brat proudly wielding a dagger? My filth is sold in the market. Grid was surprised because he still remembered himself. Meanwhile, he continued, please create a growth class item like in the last competition for me to use. I will pay whatever amount you ask for. Grid pulled up his shirt. Sorry, but I don't accept that request, especially not with arrogant guys. He thought to himself, the kind of growth that can't be achieved by just wanting it. Even if you have something, you must do it for your own people first. Then Grid said, you said you have a lot of money, use it to buy legendary equipment, so goodbye. He panicked, wait, I'm sorry about that time. Is there any way I can get your item? Anything is fine, so I hope I have a chance to get the growth item you made. Grid looked at his face and thought, that arrogant guy can still make an expression like that. I don't know what the situation is, but he seems to be very desperate. Anyway, to the point of guys like I have to bow my head, then it seems I am truly the king of the equipment making competition. Instead of getting too excited and ruining everything, it's better to take advantage of the attention right now, right? He then said, looking at the strong guy bowing his head like this, I feel a bit weak. Please try talking to our advisor Lal. I will think about it. Calculate carefully Lal, don't let me suffer. Then moved to the overhead view of the gymnasium. The commentator's echo rang out. Well, so it's the 17th day of the tournament, the second event following the item making competition. The race pet will start in 5 minutes. All players, please wait at each country's game room. Oh, so Grid told you to come talk to me, Lal then thought. Grid, it seems like after coming to the Bihan archipelago you've gotten smarter. Of the 3 remaining individual competitions, pet racing, carriage transport, and PvP, there is no category in which the United States can win. Grid's participation in the item-making competition seems to have put an end to America's race for first place. Among the 3 countries of the Republic of Korea, America and Russia have won 4 gold medals, only Russia and Korea are left. He came here as said, attractive dishes come at the right time when the dish is basically finished enjoying it. Cats, in terms of power, wealth and position in Japan, he is an S-rank player with the best economic strength, even though he has a bad personality. The members of his guild he also has a bad temper at times, so being able to deal with him is not a problem. If you want to receive help from Grid, you can join the club to buy good items. I refuse. There's no reason for me to be stuck among people who will do whatever they want for a few pennies. Then Lal said, not everyone who wants to join our team can. Of course there are conditions. Then Cats wondered, what? I hope Cats here can beat Grid in the PvP competition. If so, he will be allowed to join that guild. For some reason I really want him to lose at least once. Even though the Grid is very strong, he also has a lot of pressure in this competition. I will give him advice on how to win. Lal thought to himself, there is a lot of information spreading that he depends entirely on my family, so I need to give him some confidence. Now the situation is becoming more tense for him and him. It is mandatory to approach me first to find a solution. The negotiation will be successful if I know his weaknesses. Cats gritted his teeth. It seemed like his mind was thinking about something. I've never seen a move that wasn't so beneficial to his comrades, but this was new. You dare take advantage of my weakness and use it to make deals with me? I can easily defeat Grid without any hint from you. I think you're trying to entice me to join the PvP contest by any means. Okay, I agree. I will crush him. Cats is determined. But if you have bad intentions towards me, then I will crush you first, even if I have to mobilize all the strength of my family. Lal said mischievously, oh, even though you've failed all this time, you're still so confident, so I can trust you. Your performance is good, it's very desirable. Asked Grid, you were there, everyone was waiting for you to congratulate you on your victory. Grid held his neck with both hands as he warmed up. I found some dishes that were quite delicious, so I ordered them in advance before coming. Are you okay? Right after focusing for 8 hours on the production category, you have to compete again. Then she thought, it's because we don't have many good players. Everyone doesn't want to compete in 2 events, a day of physical and mental fatigue. Grid said confidently, the hope of victory is still here, and have you forgotten? I'm just an assistant for this pet contest, and the person who will win this contest is Noe Cat. This category will end as soon as that cat brings home the gold medal that I entrusted," the commentator shouted. "The country that gets its pet to the finish line the fastest will win." A total of 53 players participate. On average 1,5 people from each country are participating in the animal race. Babe. Ugh, it's him, he's getting cuter and cuter. It seems his level has increased. Don't look at his belly, otherwise you'll want to touch and pet him. Grid's pet won last year and could continue to hold the crown this year, but there's nothing perfect about Satisfy. I'm not tired of talking. My pet ate all those flying dragons last year. Then the pet race begins. Buffet is here. Noe. Then the Noe Cat has come forward. Nyang. The strongest demon beast in hell has appeared. Nyang. Unlike last year, this time only professional monster tamers can participate. Even the most evil demon in hell is ultimately just a cat. We have completed the analysis already. Then colorful papaya butterflies were released. White butterfly, blood butterfly, blue butterfly or golden butterfly. What? Why are there so many butterflies? What to do now? Then Noah suddenly rushed into the phalaenopsis. But the commentator said the cat monster's fatal weakness is being attracted to moving bright light. The other pets all left behind attractive light-emitting spots, thus distracting the Memphis, Noe state, sense of responsibility. I have to catch these shiny things, I was born to hunt them. Noah seemed extremely interested in the phalaenopsis. Grid was surprised. Its tail was a weak point, so I made a protective shield and put it on, but it turned out to have an unexpected weak point. He shouted, "What are you doing, Noe? Calm down." Damn it, the strongest demonic beast in hell actually gets involved with these trivial things. I'm awake now, Nyang. Don't worry, master. Why did that sentence make Grid so angry that he continued to jump and catch butterflies? Get angry, scream, what are you doing, you retard? Ugh. The other people's flying dragons have already gone that far. If this continues, the match will end before he can do anything. Ha ha, don't be embarrassed, no one will criticize you, because you lost to the best experts in this field. Normal professions without training skills can only have a maximum of 2 pets at a time. However, a professional pet trainer can easily summon up to 5 dragons and control them. Is it okay to use 2 pets? Since when are there those rules? The guy who just told Grid was quite surprised because he didn't know the rules but also participated in the contest. He shouted, "Didn't know the rules but also participated." Well, everything was announced before the match. What are you doing? You should tell me these rules soon. Then I summoned the slime. This is your debut, Randy. The others were surprised. Slime. The second pet is just a slime. Ah ha ha, that's all he is. Even though it takes luck to get a Memphis, taming a new pet is not easy for someone who is not a pet tamer. Transformation. No, that's a doppelganger. What? The difficulty of taming a doppelganger is level A. Unless you're a high-level pet trainer, don't even dream of that. Calm down. The doppelganger pet's abilities are only 10% of its owners, so handling it is not difficult. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone was shocked because Grid used the sword technique Pagma. Bah! The ground seemed to be churned up, and the swords were like a tornado. All insect pets disappeared in one hit. What's more, it was a doppelganger that could copy legendary skills. There's no way a pet used as a countermeasure for Noah could have such a high level. Grid is still calm. If you regain your senses then catch up slowly, Noe. Let's deal with that doppelganger first. The cat can be left at any time. Then a group of pets will be summoned. Summon all remaining pets. Grid seriously, Randy's copy skill can copy 30% of the owner's ability and up to 2 skills based on the owner's level. Currently Grid's level is over 240. Randy can copy 35% of the owner's abilities and up to 3 skills. The skills were still only level 1, but he had already copied the hunting sword effectively to deal special damage to monsters. He is the strongest doppelganger who is gradually regaining his past strength, having to confront pets with levels much lower than flying dragons. He finds that they are no different from a blank sheet of paper. Pagma sword technique, Link. Then the doppelganger Randy was stopped by 2 hippos. Even though you're wearing triple armor, it's only a copy, but your health is still reduced by 25%. Ha ha ha, he was aiming for the side of my hippopotamus. His short legs hindered his ability to dodge attacks. That's good, Bellatra, ranked 3rd in the US representative pet trainer ranking, said. However, my Jeep is a tanker-type pet, one of the top 3 types of wild monsters with thick skin and fat flesh. Level is 210, I raised it as a pet next to a flying dragon. Its food is of the highest quality and it is also pampered a lot. Your pet will never be able to penetrate where is this skin puncture. Grid's copy thought, I have no choice but to summon you Randy, but the battles are getting more and more. Why? When I learned to change positions, I only made you fight more than before. I promised myself that I would avoid summoning you to fight, sorry Randy. But recently, stronger enemies are gradually appearing. I've caused a lot of trouble already, but it can't be helped that it seems like it will continue to do so in the future. What is certain is, if I and my equipment become stronger, a clone like you will be less likely to be injured. I also need your strength to search for precious resources. Pictures of Randy being attacked are gradually increasing. Somehow the two-headed barnacle activates rudimentary listening, chewing and swallowing skills. We need to be stronger together to move forward Randy. I will become stronger and protect you. You should also try to dominate this battlefield. Let's become stronger together, Randy. Then he activated the summon, surprising the commentator, a pet that knows how to use counterattacks. This is a famous doppelganger. From equipment to pets, he is truly the best player ever. Stop him. Someone quickly take the pet of that arrogant bastard who is causing chaos in the sanctuary of pet trainers. France, no, everyone just came to watch. Quickly release all the pets to stop him. A coalition attack of all countries, even the doppelganger pets, which had just had a slight advantage but were now at a disadvantage when all the other countries' pets attacked it. It's a 52 versus 1 battle. It's a raid to defeat the grid. It's late. If I was going to throw away my dignity, I should have done it a long time ago, right? Ahead, although they started 5 minutes late, they passed at the speed of light, the same huge explosion that shocked the world once last year. Memphis, turn the situation around, the commentator shouted. It was a predator that was at full potential and accelerated past the dragons at high speed. Together with his doppelganger, he was overwhelmed the pet masters and win the holy war in this event for the 2nd time in a row. The doppelganger created an advantage for Memphis. With that advantage it was far ahead of the other flying dragons. Memphis did not miss the opportunity and won. The rankings were volatile with Korea's efforts regaining 1st place for Korea. In fact, after all of America's top categories were finished, the only category left was competition, personal, transport goods by carriage and PvP.